Marshall Peak, Chapter 5250, Intertwining Branches. This royal lord was a decisive person. He wasn't lying when he suggested that both of them should not interfere in the battle today. If old ancestor Xiao Xiao had agreed to it, both of them would have kept their word. For powerful beings like them, even a simple promise could affect their fates, hence, it wouldn't do them any good if they broke their word. However, the moment the royal lord was rejected by old ancestor Xiao Xiao, he directly cast his secret technique. It was apparent that he was well prepared from the start. Just like what he had said, since his suggestion was rejected, there was no choice but to fight. As the two clashed, Che Kong and the other territory lords felt extremely frustrated, for the same scenario that happened 20 years ago repeated itself. Back then, the two top masters clashed with one another among the Black Ink clan soldiers, causing many deaths and throwing their formation into disarray. As a result, they were at a huge disadvantage when they were forced to deal with the human army immediately after. 20 years later, things were playing out exactly the same way. Fortunately, after the previous experience, the territory lords had come up with a plan to deal with this situation. After ordering their subordinates to back off, the more powerful Black Ink masters gathered together and charged the old ancestor in order to assist the royal lord. Again, old ancestor Xiao Xiao cast the secret technique that brought forth yin and yang from chaos. The next instant, the void was covered with a giant yin-yang fish. Even with the help of this secret technique though, her momentum still appeared weaker than 20 years ago. Only a moment had passed since the beginning of the battle, but she had already been struck several times and her world force trembled as a result. Fortunately, those strikes were from the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples, which was still bearable for the old ancestor. If she had been struck by the royal lord, she would have fallen into a terrible state. This sight confirmed the royal lord's suspicions. This woman indeed hadn't recovered, in fact, her injuries had worsened after she repeatedly provoked him. As a result, she appeared weaker than she was previously. On the other hand, even though the royal lord was also still wounded, he could make use of his Black Ink nest to strengthen himself as long as he was still close to the royal city. Moreover, most of the burden had been lifted off his shoulders as he had the help of many territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. After exchanging moves for a while, old ancestor Xiao Xiao concluded that this couldn't drag on, or her situation would grow increasingly perilous. Therefore, she launched a feint before dashing out of the battlefield and heading towards the depths of the void. The territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples stopped in their tracks, but after hesitating for a moment, the royal lord decided to pursue her. He hesitated to give chase at first because his only real goal was to drive the old ancestor away. Since he had achieved this, he could just stay near the royal city. However, he knew that if he didn't keep an eye on that woman, she might launch a sneak attack on his army. To be safe, he decided to tie her down. That was because he was certain that if he didn't do that, this shameless woman would definitely target his subordinates who were guarding the right side of the royal city. When that happened, he would still have to confront her, so he figured it was better to just keep an eye on her from the start. Despite knowing that the old ancestor was intentionally trying to lure him away from the royal city so that he couldn't derive energy from his Black Ink nest, the royal lord had no other choice but to play along. In such a situation, he had the confidence to suppress the other party even without his Black Ink nest's help. After all, he had the advantage regarding recuperation. Nevertheless, he was annoyed by the woman who repeatedly provoked him. He decided that he would teach her a lesson this time even if he had to pay a steep price. Che Kong let out a breath, for the two menaces had finally left. With that said, the matter wasn't over. The human army was still closing in on the royal city. Although there wasn't any anomaly on the right side of the royal city, the Black Ink clan knew that universe worlds had to be coming at them based on past experiences. Therefore, the Black Ink clansmen on both sides of the royal city could only reorganize themselves and stay alert. When the humans were close enough to the royal city half a day later, the battle broke out. The humans still used the same tactic. With the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's protection, the fleet of warships turned into a long dragon as the warships flew in tight formation. Under Xiang Shan's leadership, the dragon freely flew around the battlefield. The Black Ink clan soldiers performed better than the previous time. Che Kong had a talent for leading an army, especially when it came to defense. Although the Black Ink clan had suffered a setback previously, Che Kong racked his brain and finally came up with a way to resolve this tactic. In fact, he had already thought of this solution before the previous battle ended. However, before he could organize his troops, the humans had retreated. Despite having a solution, he was unable to destroy the human army. This was a good chance for him. If Che Kong could use this method to destroy the dragon formed from warships, the humans would be the ones who suffered a loss this time. The solution he had come up with exploited the biggest shortcoming of this tactic that the humans used. Because the fleet of warships was in such a close formation, all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to scatter around the periphery, thus serving as the scales to provide the best protection. Since they were scattered around though, they were unable to gather their strength together. The Black Ink clan just had to come together and target a particular spot of this dragon in order to break up this formation. As long as a part of the dragon was cut off, the fleet of warships would no longer be able to sail smoothly across the battlefield. Just as the human warships cut across the battlefield as the dragon entrapped over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen and slaughtered them, several territory lords and more than 10 8th Order Black Ink disciples secretly moved to one side of the fleet, using thick black ink clouds to cover their tracks. Soon, the violent attacks from about 20 powerful masters burst forth in an instant and struck the battalion-class warship closest to them. A clean-cut woman was standing on the deck of the battalion-class warship, a razor-sharp sword in her hand. As she wielded her weapon, the Black Ink clansmen around her were instantly killed. She was the Great Evolution Western Army's 2nd Division Commander Army, Xu Yin. Despite being a woman, she was just as powerful as any man of the same order. The territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples had stealthily approached her ship, and on such a chaotic battlefield, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Xu Yin was unable to detect them until they attacked. As she turned her head, she saw the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering attacks coming right at her. Generally speaking, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was more powerful than a territory lord, but there wouldn't be a huge gap between them. At this moment, Xu Yin was faced with attacks from nearly 20 masters in the same realm as her. Although she had the battalion-class warship's protection, she was unable to ward off such an assault. The warship being destroyed and all the people aboard being killed would be the only outcome possible, unless she immediately escaped. If she disregarded the lives of the human soldiers aboard the warship, she would stand a chance to survive. A territory lord might run away if they found themselves in such a situation, but an 8th Order Master would never do that. With that said, Xu Yin remained unperturbed. Faced with the fatal attacks, she stabbed her sword down and shouted, "Bind." However, the sword didn't penetrate the deck, instead, it had mysteriously disappeared into the void. As the sword dissipated, a grand array suddenly appeared beneath her feet. The grand array almost covered the entire deck as its patterns lit up. At the same time, all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard the battalion-class warships around the Long Dragon seemed to have detected something and they promptly formed different hand seals as world forces surged around them. Grand arrays with the same patterns as those aboard Xu Yin's warship illuminated these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters shouted, "Set." At that instant, dozens of these battalion-class warships around the dragon became linked to one another through a mysterious force. With a dispassionate expression, Xu Yin stood at the bow of the warship like a flag. Faced with the horrifying attacks from the enemies, she remained calm and collected. As the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples watched in shock, the attacks, which should have reduced the battalion-class warship to dust and torn apart the human formation, did not yield any meaningful results. A brilliant light barrier condensed around Xu Yin's battalion-class warship, one that appeared delicate, as though it would be shattered with a single touch. However, the moment the attack struck the barrier, only a series of ripples were formed while the shield held strong. 3 breaths of time later, the impact of the attacks dissipated. Shu Yin's battalion-class warship left along with the dragon, leaving behind the puzzled territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples as they exchanged glances. A grand array. An 8th Order Black Ink disciple suddenly said, they used some kind of grand array to synchronize and link all the warships of those 8th Order masters together so they could share the burden of our attacks together. Another 8th Order Black Ink disciple lamented, it seems that the humans have invented some new things over the past 30,000 years. Before they were corrupted by Black Ink strength, they had never heard that the humans could use such a grand array. This was clearly invented after they became Black Ink disciples. The defensive strength of this grand array was all but impenetrable. Although some 20 masters had joined forces, they still couldn't break this shield. It seemed that only the Royal Lord would be able to achieve that. The battalion-class warships of those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters already served as the dragon scales of the fleet, capable of fending off most of the Black Ink clan's attacks independently. With such a grand array connecting them now, their defense had become even sturdier. Faced with such a fleet of warships, the Black Ink clansmen had no idea what they could do. Stop dawdling and come up with a solution. A territory lord harshly snapped at them. Although 8th Order Black Ink disciples were fairly powerful, they were no different than slaves in front of these territory lords. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple who was the first to speak earlier bent his back. Don't worry about it, sir. The more powerful the array is, the more restrictions it has. If I'm not mistaken, those 8th Order masters are no longer able to easily make a move after activating such a spirit array. In other words, they can only defend, but not attack. Are you serious? The territory lord's eyes brightened when he heard that. In that case, it would be very good news to the Black Ink clan as a lot of casualties on their side could be avoided. One had to know that those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could easily kill a massive number of Black Ink clansmen. As the territory lord looked up, he saw that the 8th Order Masters were indeed standing on the decks without showing signs of making another move. He reckoned that the Black Ink disciple didn't lie to him. It seemed that the humans couldn't have the cake and eat it too, as there was a serious drawback to this new grand array. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-51, Desperate Rush to the Royal City. The drawback to the humans was good news to the Black Ink clan. Now, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to make a move as they had to sustain the strange grand array. However, the Black Ink clan were not restrained at all. In other words, the 8th Order Masters were in a situation where they couldn't counterattack, and regardless of how powerful the grand array was, there had to be a limit. As long as the Black Ink clan continuously attacked, there would come a moment when this shield was shattered. Upon that realization, the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples stopped hesitating as they chased after the dragon and cast their secret techniques. On the other hand, after the humans activated the intertwining branches formation, their defense had indeed been boosted greatly, but their destructive power had also been considerably weakened. For that reason, the dragon could no longer rampage smoothly as it appeared somewhat sluggish now. They were efficient earlier as the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could act freely to kill the enemy. Now that they were unable to use their secret techniques as they pleased, the humans appeared less intimidating. Besides that, as the powerful Black Ink clansmen relentlessly attacked the intertwining branches formation, the spirit array started showing signs of collapsing. Xiang Shan promptly led the human soldiers to retreat. The Black Ink clansmen chased after them and continued to attack. It wasn't until the humans were 10 million kilometers away from the royal city that the Black Ink clan stopped. Right then, the 16 universe worlds finally arrived. The 30% of the Black Ink army on the right side easily intercepted them, ensuring that the royal city was not damaged one bit. The Black Ink clan had suffered fewer losses this time than the previous battle, mainly because they were caught off guard by the humans 20 years ago. Now that they had put their guard up, they ended up in a better situation. Regardless, they had still lost several tens of thousands of troops, including many feudal lords. The humans had suffered some losses as well, but with the intertwining branches formation's protection, the damage was minimal. A few days later, the old ancestor and the royal lord returned to their own places and recuperated. After this battle, the human soldiers would launch an attack on the royal city every 20 years or so. Basically, the old ancestor would make a move first and lure the royal lord away. Following that, the two armies would engage in an intense battle. Unlike the Black Ink clan's rigid defense, the humans had many tricks up their sleeves. The intertwining branches formation underwent several improvements. In the past, it couldn't be easily stopped once it was activated, but now they could stop or start this grand array as they pleased. When the Spirit Array was running, the division commanders could connect their battalion-class warships and provide the best defense to the Long Dragon. The moment the Spirit Array stopped running, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could slaughter their enemies. As they effortlessly switched between defense and offense, the Black Ink clan found themselves powerless to deal with them. Also, the East-West Army wouldn't just launch an attack on the royal city from the left side. In one of the battles, 20,000 soldiers from the East-West Army followed behind the more than 10 universe worlds and struck the royal city from the right side. The Black Ink clan suffered immense losses during that clash. That was because they had been focused on monitoring the humans' forward base and failed to detect any mobilization of warships at the time. During that battle, while nothing major happened at the station, more than 10 universe worlds appeared out of nowhere and flew at the right side of the royal city. The Black Ink clan forces on the right side of the royal city certainly had no regard for these universe worlds. They had to deal with such a situation every 20 years, so they already knew how to quickly destroy these universe worlds. However, after they fully activated their powers and shattered these universe worlds, they were astounded to see the fleet of human warships appearing before them. They were caught completely off guard, and in just a few exchanges, many had lost their lives. On the other hand, 70% of the Black Ink clansmen had been paying close attention to the human encampment, but their wait was futile. It had been unusually silent at the enemy forward base, and it wasn't until the fleet of warships appeared behind the universe worlds that they realized the humans were already within striking distance. The humans had hidden behind the universe worlds this time, which was why the Black Ink clansmen were unaware of their presence. It was easily the most devastating battle for the Black Ink clan since they started confronting the humans outside the royal city. Most of the Black Ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city were slaughtered, with as many as 8 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples being killed as well. The territory lord and 8th Order Black Ink disciples did not hold their powers back when destroying the universe worlds, therefore, the moment the humans surprised them, they were out of breath and couldn't respond promptly. As for the 70% of the Black Ink clan army on the left side, they quickly raced to the rescue, but they were unable to save their clansmen's lives. The humans never stayed for long and would always run away as soon as they gained some advantage. Before the Black Ink clansmen from the left side arrived, the humans had retreated. After the battle, Che Kong's unresigned roar reverberated across the royal city. The two armies had clashed 5 times over the past 100 years, with both sides suffering some losses. Other than the feudal lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples, there would be territory lords, 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and even 8th Order division commanders who lost their lives in every battle. Although the humans had the incredible protection of the intertwining branches formation, the brutality of this war was beyond what any of them could have possibly imagined. As the war that the East-West Army was embroiled and intensified, things were similarly heating up on the North-South Army's side. When the East-West Army originally set up their forward base outside the royal city, there were already 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers lying in wait. After years of war, there were still 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers. In fact, instead of a decrease, there had actually been an increase in their numbers. The reason they were able to achieve this was that they had a way to replace the dead Black Ink clansmen. However, the new soldiers were not comparable to the original Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clansmen originally outside the royal city were the territory lords' elite subordinates, so they were all fairly powerful. On the other hand, the new Black Ink clansmen were the weaker ones who didn't get to be selected back then. Many elite Black Ink clansmen would be killed in every battle. As time passed, there were still 1,000,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers, but their collective power was no longer comparable to that in the beginning. It could be proven by looking at the number of casualties on the Black Ink Clan side after every battle. As the Black Ink Clan clashed with the humans, the number of casualties they suffered increased with every fight. It wasn't that the humans had become stronger, it was because the Black Ink Clan's collective strength had become weaker. The humans' collective power had weakened as well. That was because there would be people who lost their lives in every war. However, they still managed to gain an increasingly bigger advantage. How was Che Kong supposed to stay calm and collected in such a situation? The royal lord had told him to defend the royal city. With 1,000,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers under his command, he didn't even need to launch an attack, all he had to do was protect the royal city at all costs. If he couldn't even achieve that simple task, how was he supposed to face the royal lord again? Nonetheless, it was an undeniable fact that the collective power of the Black Ink Clan was on the decline. In order to change that, he had to get more elite Black Ink Clansmen to come to the royal city. Where was he supposed to get those elites from? In the entire Great Evolution Theater, other than the 1,000,000 Black Ink Clansmen outside the royal city, there were only those who were stationed in Great Evolution Pass. Other than hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, there were also over 20 territory lords and about 50 8th Order Black Ink disciples at Great Evolution Pass. If those soldiers could come to the royal city, the humans would certainly be defeated. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how much of a mistake it had been to leave many Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass. If not for the fact that there were too many Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, the royal city wouldn't have fallen into such a state. However, it was the royal lord who told so many Black Ink Clansmen to stay in Great Evolution Pass, so the territory lords wouldn't dare to complain about it now. Through the Black Ink Nest network, Che Kong told the Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass to immediately head to the royal city. Upon receiving the order, Hong Di hurriedly started taking action. Although both of them were territory lords, Che Kong was the army commander of 1,000,000 soldiers that the royal lord had personally appointed. When the royal lord was recuperating, Che Kong would lead the Black Ink Clan in his stead, so Hong Di wouldn't dare to disobey his order. After the order was passed down, the Black Ink Clansmen in Great Evolution Pass started getting prepared to leave. 500,000 soldiers would depart from Great Evolution Pass this time along with some 20 territory lords. Zhichong would be the leader of this expedition. Only 100,000 Black Ink Clansmen would be left behind to protect Great Evolution Pass. This time, the Black Ink Clan didn't make a detour, instead, they headed straight towards the North-South Army's base. They knew that to assist their clansmen in the royal city, they had to destroy these humans before them. If they were ambushed by the humans on their way to their destination, a battle would be inevitable, and they might even fall into the humans' trap. This was exactly what Ouyang Lai and Mi Jingluan hoped would happen. In fact, the moment Cha Pu brought the news from the East-West Army with him, Mi Jingluan started making arrangements for this very scenario. He knew that as the East-West Army kept on using the same tactic, the Black Ink Clansmen in the royal city wouldn't be able to persevere forever. Once the royal city fell into a perilous situation, they would seek help from their allies in Great Evolution Pass. By then, regardless of whether they were willing to or not, the Black Ink Clan here would have to head to the royal city. The North-South Army had been getting prepared for almost a century for this moment. Over the past 100 years, other than clashing with the Black Ink Clan from Great Evolution Pass, the North-South Army spent their time extracting resources from everywhere instead of resting and cultivating. They had set up clusters of spirit arrays in various locations, and it could be said that regardless of which way the Black Ink Clan chose to head to the royal city, it wouldn't be smooth sailing for them. The universe fragment where the North-South Army was located had become especially sturdy. Although it didn't look special from the outside, Mi Jingluan had ordered a massive amount of spirit arrays to be installed, creating another fortified forward base. It wouldn't have mattered if the Black Ink Clan chose to stay in Great Evolution Pass, but if they dared to attack the human fortress, they would be greeted with innumerable traps. Compared to the war between the East-West Army and the Black Ink Klansmen in the Royal City, it had been relatively peaceful between the North-South Army and the Black Ink Klansmen in Great Evolution Pass. Apart from the first battle where both parties had suffered immense losses, they had been acting restrained in all following confrontations. However, this time was different. In order to save the Royal City, they had to wage a life-and-death battle with the North-South Army regardless of whether they were willing to do so. When the battle broke out, the humans were fully prepared. With the territory lords leading the way, 500,000 Black Ink Klansmen charged towards the universe fragment where the North-South Army was located. In that universe fragment, the soldiers of the North-South Army were ready for war. Before the Black Ink Klansmen could even get close to the forward base, the humans activated a myriad of spirit arrays and artifacts to attack the Black Ink Klansmen, immediately battering them from all sides. The forward base where the North-South Army was located could be considered a mini Great Pass. Although it was not as sturdy as a real Great Pass, the entire place was filled with arrays and artifacts that could be used to attack the enemy from a great distance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-52, Decisive Battle. 500,000 Black Ink Klansmen were just 5 million kilometers away from the universe fragment when they were struck by the storm of attacks from the arrays and artifacts. Under normal circumstances, such a barrage would be enough to drive these Black Ink Klansmen off, but this time was different. All the territory lords were aware of the severity of the situation with the royal city at risk of being destroyed, therefore, regardless of the price they had to pay, they had to head to the royal city. Zhichong took the initiative by leading the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples to open up the way for the rest of the army. Faced with the intense bombardment, they steadfastly drew closer to the humans' base. The Black Ink Klansmen were still 5 million kilometers away from the forward base, but several tens of thousands of them had lost their lives in a short time. They were practically stepping on the corpses of their clansmen to advance, while the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples at the vanguard were all injured. This time, the Black Ink clan exhibited unwavering resolve. Faced with the continuous attacks from the arrays and artifacts, none of the territory lords and feudal lords backed down. Although the clansmen around them continued to pass away, they were determined to continue forward. That was because the territory lords knew that it was a price they had to pay. As long as they could get close to the humans and force them into a melee, they would gain the upper hand as they had numbers on their side. Although the skirmishes between both parties over the years had been intermittent and relatively tame, the Black Ink Klansmen were fully aware of the humans' true power. The humans numbered 30,000 when they first arrived outside Great Evolution Pass, but that number included several thousand specialists such as artifact refiners, array masters, and alchemists. Furthermore, after years of war, the humans had naturally suffered a number of losses. Now, the combat force they could mobilize totaled about 20,000. On the other hand, there were 500,000 soldiers on the Black Ink clan side, with the number of top masters being equal to that of the humans. Therefore, even though the humans had their warships to rely on, they didn't have any kind of significant advantage. These 500,000 Black Ink soldiers sacrificed many of their comrades before finally getting close to the forward base. However, the moment they landed on the universe fragment, they were dumbstruck. That was because this forward base, which was full of humans before, was completely empty now. Regardless of where they looked, they couldn't find a single human on this large universe fragment. Besides that, the artifacts that served as the array cores were gone as well. What was left behind were the large number of arrays that couldn't be taken away. The territory lords promptly scanned the surroundings with their divine senses, but as far as they could tell, the humans were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? The territory lords were puzzled. How did all the humans retreat in such a short time without leaving any traces behind? Even the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, who had a deep understanding of what the humans were capable of, couldn't explain it. After all, it had been 30,000 years since they were corrupted by Black Ink strength. Purifying Black Ink battleships and universe arrays only appeared after Yang Kai arrived, so how were they supposed to know the secrets behind them? Damn it! One of the territory lords roared and stomped his foot on the ground. As his violent force burst forth, the entire universe fragment shook a little. "Don't!" Zhichong quickly tried to stop him, but it was too late. A dangerous aura suddenly engulfed the entire universe fragment. Following that, the arrays that remained lit up and connected with each other. After just a moment, the universe fragment was covered in a massive grand array. Just as the black ink clansmen shot into the sky to escape, the universe fragment detonated. An intense destructive force swept out, battering all the territory lords. After the shockwave subsided, Zhichong gazed around with a dark expression, only to see that the universe fragment was completely gone. Following this turn of events, more than 10,000 black ink clansmen, who had landed on the universe fragment to investigate, lost their lives. Those were mostly high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen. Although the Black Ink clan hadn't suffered immense losses, they were frustrated. Regardless, Zhichong was glad that the universe fragment wasn't that big. Out of an abundance of caution, he didn't let a lot of Black Ink clansmen land on the universe fragment, otherwise, there would have been many more casualties. Zhichong turned to glower at the territory lord who stomped his foot back there. That territory lord was furious out of shame as he roared, "I must kill them. All of them." Barely 2 days had passed since these 500,000 Black Ink clansmen departed from Great Evolution Pass, but 10% of them had already perished. Despite knowing that there were certainly more traps ahead of them, the remaining 450,000 Black Ink clan soldiers had no choice but to keep moving forward. Zhichong wasn't a fool. If he was, he wouldn't have promptly decided to run away from Wind and Cloud Pass back then. A foolish territory lord would never live long. As he clashed with the North-South army over the years, Zhichong came to realize that the enemy had a leader who was particularly good at devising tactics and laying out plans on the human side. Faced with such an opponent, he had to be extremely careful. Therefore, after the Black Ink clansmen set off again, they no longer moved in a straight line. Instead, they kept making detours. Even Zhichong himself didn't have a particular direction in mind. That way, he could ensure that the army wouldn't fall into the traps that the humans had set up. They were especially wary of areas that were full of asteroids or universe fragments. When they came across such places, they would steer clear. That was because they had suffered from a similar setback already. 3 days later, the humans were still nowhere in sight and the scouts that the Black Ink clan had sent out couldn't find anything. It was as though the human soldiers had vanished into thin air. However, Zhichong knew that the humans wouldn't give up so easily. They had to be hiding somewhere, waiting to launch a sneak attack on them. Again, they circled around an area that was full of universe fragments. However, without a warning, light burst forth from the void itself. In an instant, numerous glowing objects appeared and connected with one another to form a grand array, cutting the Black Ink clan army in half. The sudden change caused the Black Ink clansmen who were moving forward in an orderly manner to descend into chaos. Right then, the humans appeared out of nowhere. No one knew where they had been hiding. It was as though they had simply manifested from nowhere. The warships charged forward and rained a series of attacks on the split-up Black Ink clan soldiers. 1 hour after the battle began, the humans retreated. By the time the Black Ink clan army was done reorganizing itself, the humans were gone. If the humans had left any later, the Black Ink clan could have rallied together and dealt a heavy blow to them. Although Zhichong was vexed, he wouldn't dare to tell the others to pursue the humans. No one could be certain whether there were any traps set up on the route the enemy had retreated. Zhichong would appear useless if they fell into the humans' traps again. Ordering the Black Ink clan soldiers to pull themselves together, Zhichong continued their forward march. Similar ambushes repeatedly over the next 10 days. Regardless of how hard Zhichong tried to suppress his fury, he was on the brink of flaring up. There was one thing he just couldn't understand. He had been ordering random changes in the army's marching direction all this time, leading to them taking 10 days to cross a distance which could normally be traversed in just 5. However, they had still repeatedly fallen into traps that the humans had arranged. There was no way this was a mere coincidence, nor was it possible that the humans had accurately speculated about the route they would take. After all, even Zhichong had no idea about the next direction he would lead the army towards, so how were the humans supposed to figure it out? There was only one possibility that could explain such a situation. The humans had simply set up a tremendous amount of traps in various places between Great Evolution Pass and the Royal City. Although the Black Ink clan army kept changing directions and successfully avoided some traps, they would inevitably fall into others. Upon that realization, Zhichong couldn't help but groan. If that was true, the number of traps that the humans had arranged must be astronomical, as was the amount of resources they had consumed to make such a thing possible. However, considering the fact that the humans had occupied a forward base outside Great Evolution Pass for 100 years, keeping the Black Ink clan contained there all this time, it wasn't necessarily impossible for them to pull this off. There was also another thing that bothered Zhichong though. When he told the soldiers to circumvent areas that were full of universe fragments on several occasions, they would always come across the traps that the humans had arranged. In that case, the humans must have anticipated his thought process and done the opposite. Instead of setting up traps inside the areas that were full of asteroids or universe fragments, they had done so in their periphery. In other words, the areas that were full of asteroids or universe fragments were actually safe zones. Upon that revelation, Zhichong thought of a solution. Zhichong had started with 500,000 soldiers and still had many of them with him. It had been 1 month since they departed from Great Evolution Pass, but they had only crossed about 30% of the distance to the Royal City. This couldn't be helped. Even though they had avoided many of the traps the humans had set up, they had also wasted a lot of time. If they had headed towards the Royal City in a straight line, they would have arrived at their destination in a little over a month. Over the past month, the Black Ink clan soldiers had clashed with the humans on multiple occasions. Presently, only 400,000 of them were left. All the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples were alive and kicking, but many of the feudal lords had lost their lives. In the void, the Black Ink clan army continued heading towards the Royal City. Meanwhile, the warships of the North-South Army were hiding in an area that was full of universe fragments. With the help of the warships, the humans' mobility and speed were superior to those of the Black Ink clan. Therefore, the North-South Army could always stay one step ahead of the Black Ink clan army and set up obstructions. The universe arrays on the 2 purifying Black Ink battleships could ensure that if their speculation about the direction that the Black Ink clan was heading was wrong, they could quickly redeploy their forces. Presently, aboard one of the purifying Black Ink battleships, Mi Jingluan, Ouyang Lai, and the other 8th Order Division commanders had gathered together. With a solemn expression, Mi Jingluan said, "If we're lucky, the Black Ink clan's reinforcements will pass by this place. This is where we will engage them in a decisive battle. Have we used up all our prior arrangements?" Ouyang Lai asked. He wasn't interested in managing the affairs of the army, so he let Mi Jingluan make all the decisions. What he excelled at was fighting powerful Black Ink clansmen and killing them. Even though he knew a thing or two about the setups that the North-South Army soldiers had built, he didn't know as much as Mi Jingluan did. Mi Jingluan shook his head. "We set up countless traps, so how is it possible that they were all used up? Only 20% to 30% of them have been used, but we expected this outcome when we started making those arrangements. However, there's nothing else beyond this point. This couldn't be helped." Although the North-South Army had spent 100 years and consumed a massive amount of resources to set up innumerable traps in the void, they couldn't possibly build traps all the way from Great Evolution Pass to the Royal City in such a short amount of time. This was already the best they could do. If the Black Ink clan army successfully crossed this point, there would no longer be any dangers ahead of them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-53, Good. Regardless of whether the North-South Army was willing to do it or not, they had to fight a life-or-death battle with the Black Ink clan army here where all the traps ended. Whatever the price they had to pay, they had to stop the Black Ink clan reinforcements from reaching the Royal City in order to ensure that the East-West Army's plans wouldn't be thwarted. If they let the Black Ink clan break through their blockade and go to the royal city, the East-West Army's plans would be foiled. In the worst-case scenario, the East-West Army would be pincered by the enemy, and when that happened, they would be doomed. There were two human race armies in the Great Evolution Theater. The East-West Army had their mission, which was to invade the royal city. The North-South Army had their own task as well, which was to intercept the Black Ink clansmen garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass. It was a task they had to accomplish no matter the cost. The North-South Army wasn't trying to stall for time in the past month, rather, they were trying to weaken the Black Ink clan's power. After all, 500,000 Black Ink clansmen was a force to be reckoned with. The North-South Army wasn't powerful enough to destroy such an army. Over the past month, they had made use of the traps they had set up and clashed with the Black Ink clan on several occasions, but they still hadn't achieved their goal. Although there was a decrease of somewhere between 20% and 30% in the number of Black Ink clansmen, there were still about 400,000 of them. For the North-South Army, it was hard to stop such a force, which was determined to rescue the royal city. This battle is different from those in the past. Many people will lose their lives. Mi Jingluan lifted his gaze and looked at Ouyang Lai. A nonchalant Ouyang Lai replied, "Are we humans even afraid of death? We already expected this outcome when we formed the Great Evolution Army. I'm sure the soldiers are aware of it as well." Mi Jingluan nodded. In the end, strength is what it takes to win a war. Strategies are just the icing on the cake. An impatient Ouyang Lai said, "Let's not belittle ourselves and overestimate the enemy's power. Just tell us what we should do, and keep it simple. I do not understand complicated strategies anyway." Mi Jingluan put on a helpless smile. After giving it a thought, he said grimly, "There's only one way to win this battle." "What is it?" All of them gazed at him. With a solemn expression, Mi Jingluan went on to say, "We must prioritize killing the most powerful Black Ink masters. It would be best if we could kill several territory lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples at the outset of the battle so that we can intimidate the Black Ink clan and make the territory lords flustered. That way, we might be able to stop them." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. It wasn't easy to kill the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. As 8th Order division commanders, they were certainly more powerful than the territory lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples. However, in a real fight, while it was easy for them to get the upper hand, it was hard for them to take their opponents' lives. In order to accomplish this, they would also have to pay a huge price. Mi Jingluan didn't say it clearly, but everyone present knew what he meant. This battle would be significantly more dangerous than the ones they'd had fought in the past. The North-South Army had stopped the Black Ink clan from heading to the royal city before. However, at that time, the royal city wasn't in a perilous situation, so the territory lords were not determined to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Generally, after they suffered a setback, they returned to Great Evolution Pass. This time was different. The royal city was at risk of being destroyed, so the territory lords wouldn't give up as long as there was still a chance. In order to crush their hopes, the humans had to deal a devastating blow to them. Dealing a crippling blow to the enemy would require significant sacrifices. Ouyang Lai guffawed, "Since you already have a plan, why did you look miserable earlier?" "That's easy. I'll take the lead and kill a territory lord first." Gazing at him, Mi Jingluan shook his head. "Brother Ouyang, you're the army commander of Great Evolution Southern Army, so you can't put yourself at risk." Ouyang Lai refuted him with a smile, "That's nonsense. Although I'm an army commander, I know nothing about strategies and military affairs. All I have is brute strength, so whether I'm around or not makes no difference in the long run. With you in charge of the North-South Army, that will be enough." "Brother Ouyang." Before he could finish speaking, Ouyang Lai interrupted him by lifting his hand. "Brother Mi, stop trying to dissuade me, or you'll look petty. I've just said that we're not afraid of death. When the time comes, I'll lead the charge as an army commander. Those at the top must set an example for the rest to follow. The moment he finished speaking, an old man stepped forward as he ran his fingers through his beard. I'm an old man who no longer has a future, and I've always wanted to end my life in the most splendid way. This is a good opportunity. Count me in for killing a territory lord. A moved Mi Jingluan glanced at the old man, Senior Brother Cheng. Senior Brother Cheng had helped him a lot in the past. When Mi Jingluan arrived at the Black Ink battlefield as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master back then, Senior Brother Cheng was the squad leader of his squad. It was Senior Brother Cheng who had repeatedly saved him from life and death moments. Without him, Mi Jingluan wouldn't even be alive today. Many years had passed, and Senior Brother Cheng was no longer as energetic as when he was young. However, he never forgot about why he came to the Black Ink battlefield in the first place, which was to destroy the Black Ink clan. Senior Brother Cheng cupped his fist and said, "This Cheng would like to accept the challenge of killing a territory lord at the outset of the battle. I'll not disappoint you, Army Commander." Mi Jingluan clenched his teeth and exerted so much force with his hand that he almost broke the feather fan that had been with him for so many years, but in the end, he said with difficulty, "Good." Senior Brother Cheng put on a smile, "Many thanks, Army Commander." After he sat back down, another person rose from the chair. "I've been practicing a certain sword technique for 5,000 years. The moment I unsheath my sword, even a territory lord can't fend it off. I'd like to accept the challenge of killing a territory lord." "Good." Another division commander then stood. She was a middle-aged woman who said smilingly, "This mistress isn't as powerful as the two senior brothers, but I have a secret technique that I've never used before. This time, I can seize the chance and try it out on a territory lord. Please count me in, Army Commander." "Good." No one is comparable to Bright King Cave Heaven when it comes to killing enemies at all costs. "I'll make the first move." "Good." For every "good" that Mi Jingluan spoke, a bit of energy seemed to have left him. It had been 100 years since he took charge of the North-South Army, but he had never felt more heartbroken than this day. However, he knew that in order to stop the 400,000 Black Ink clansmen who were determined to reach the royal city, there was a price to pay. Hasty footsteps were heard approaching at that moment, and a person soon entered the room and cupped his fist. "Sirs, a scout has returned and reported that the Black Ink clan army will arrive in 2 hours. A glint flashed through Mi Jingluan's eyes. "They're really coming this way." A while back, they had speculated on which route the Black Ink clan army would follow to reach the royal city. Although Xichong believed that he was constantly changing directions in a random manner, and the humans would not be able to anticipate his movements, there were still some regular patterns in reality. These regular patterns had something to do with his unconscious habits, and even he was unaware of it. Nevertheless, humans could make a deduction based on this information. Mi Jingluan and the others had drawn out several possible routes, but they eventually concluded that the Black Ink clansmen would most likely pass by this place. To be safe, the other purifying Black Ink battleship was waiting at the next most likely route. That way, even if the Black Ink clan went another way, the North-South army could promptly rush over. If the Black Ink clan didn't head in either direction, the humans would have no choice but to fight with them head-on. Now, it seemed that the humans were in luck. "Tell those from the other side to return," Mi Jingluan ordered. "Yes." The person respectfully left to carry out his orders. Mi Jingluan glanced at the other 8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. "The battle is about to take place, and you know all the arrangements there are. There's only one thing I'd like to remind you of." After sweeping a glance over them, he cupped his fist and said solemnly, "Please take good care of yourself." Oh, Yang Lai grinned, "Don't worry about it. Killing some Black Ink clansmen is no big deal." Mi Jingluan parted his lips, but he didn't know what else he should say. Oh, Yang Lai patted his shoulder and left the room. Since the battle was only 2 hours away, he had something to say to his good-for-nothing disciple. The other 8th Order Division commanders left one by one, until eventually, Mi Jingluan was left alone on the purifying Black Ink battleship. The following 2 hours were quiet as the scouts at the front line kept sending information back. What surprised Mi Jingluan was that the Black Ink clan didn't circumvent the region where the humans were located, despite it being an area filled with universe fragments. Instead, they were coming straight in this direction. It seemed that the commander of the Black Ink clan army had realized something, which was why such a bold decision was made. That was actually a wise decision, as in truth, the North-South army had set up traps all around the periphery of many regions filled with asteroids and universe fragments. Regardless of which way the Black Ink clan army passed by, they would inevitably fall into some traps. Only by directly passing through the asteroids and universe fragments would they avoid them. However, the North-South army happened to be hiding in this area of universe fragments. With the help of these universe fragments, the human soldiers could perfectly conceal themselves, then emerge from their hiding spots and attack the Black Ink clan soldiers when the time was right. Other than that, they could also make use of the complicated terrain to deal with the enemies. It could be said that as the humans had to face the Black Ink clan, who had significantly more people on their side, this area of universe fragments was the best possible battlefield. Now, the Black Ink clan soldiers were coming to this place. Although they could avoid the traps that the humans had set up in advance, they had inadvertently selected a terrible battlefield. The concealment arrays on the warships were activated, and with the help of the universe fragments, the humans hid themselves in preparation. On the ship's deck, Mi Jingluan watched as the Black Ink clan scouts entered the region of universe fragments. Although they were supposedly just scouts, there were close to 100,000 of them. The rest of the Black Ink clan army followed closely behind them. Apparently, the leader of these Black Ink clansmen knew that if the humans were really hiding in this place, the scouts would be doomed if there were too few of them. In that case, a large number of them should directly barge into the place to intimidate the enemy. The formation of several 100,000 soldiers was very long, so it took them an hour before all of them entered the universe fragment field. Although the scouts had been looking around, they found nothing. Mi Jingluan closed his eyes and waited patiently. Finally, there came a moment when he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his feather fan. He didn't seem to have exerted any force with his hand, however, the moment the feather fan pointed forward, the silent region filled with universe fragments suddenly erupted with noise. The arrays on the warship started running, and all kinds of lights started shining as various secret techniques and artifact attacks shot towards the Black Ink clan soldiers. Zhichong, who was leading the army forward, was stunned. Based on his speculation, an area that was full of asteroids and universe fragments should be safe, so he hadn't anticipated stepping right into a place where the humans were hiding. Martial Peak, Chapter 52-54, only a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The shock only lasted for a brief moment though, as Zhichong soon grit his teeth and focused. Since they departed from Great Evolution Pass 1 month ago, they had gone through a lot of hardships because of the humans. They would always fall into a trap, after which the humans would appear out of nowhere and attack them. By the time they managed to reorganize themselves, the humans would have retreated. The Black Ink clan had suffered a lot of setbacks, but they had nowhere to vent their anger. There were no traps this time, but the humans had taken the initiative to come at them. Rather than falling into the humans' ambush, the Black Ink clan army had actually barged into their hiding place. After all, it wasn't like 20,000 humans could encircle and besiege them. Zhichong was determined to make the humans pay the price for what they had done on this day. He thus roared, "Kill!" The moment he gave the order, he felt a ferocious aura locking onto him. He was astounded by the aura that was filled with murderous intent. Both armies had been fighting against each other for the past 100 years, and the territory lords and 8th Order Division commanders had gotten into several fights, so they knew a thing or two about each other. Zhichong instantly felt a sense of familiarity when the aura locked onto him. If he wasn't mistaken, it belonged to an extremely powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It seemed that the other party had realized Zhichong was the leader of this army, so he directly targeted him. Zhichong had exchanged moves with this man before and had no choice but to admit that he was no match for him if they were in a one-on-one fight, so the moment he detected this aura, Zhichong promptly retreated. At the same time, the Black Ink clan soldiers charged forward to protect him. Zhicheng wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't directly clash with the other party at this point. The biggest advantage the Black Ink clan had was the large number of people they had on their side, so he certainly would make use of it to deal with this opponent. With the help of the soldiers around him, Zhicheng would be safe for a while. Even if they couldn't stop this enemy, they would be able to weaken him. By then, Zhicheng would have a way to deal with this powerful opponent. When he looked up, he saw that there was a man with red hair charging towards him. The person's world force had been pushed to the limit, and his entire figure was aflame. Even the space around him warped as he flew forward. Besides this man, there were also other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that dashed out from the human side in a menacing manner, all of them exuding a thick murderous intent with determination written all over their faces. Zhicheng felt his heart clenching as he wondered what was going on with the humans today. One of them was covered in a layer of golden blood mist, which was a sign that he was drawing on his vitality to boost his strength beyond its normal limits. One figure was engulfed in brilliant sword light as he shot forward. Another figure appeared to be sauntering casually across the void, but he had already appeared among the Black Ink clansmen after taking only one step. There was another figure that dashed out with a thin smile on her face as she formed a complex set of hand seals, flower petals swirling around her. There wasn't any delay at all. The moment the humans launched an attack, the figures that exuded Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm auras instantly appeared among the Black Ink clan soldiers. Wherever these figures went, the Black Ink clan soldiers collapsed. Although there was a massive number of people on their side, they were unable to stop these figures' rampage. The thousands of Black Ink clansmen in front of Zhicheng formed a fairly powerful screen as they included about 20 feudal lords. Such a group should supposedly be able to ward off an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master for at least a short time. However, the moment the man with red hair whose figure was burning arrived, these thousands of Black Ink clansmen were simply unable to stop. The red-haired man didn't even make a move as just the flames around his figure were enough to destroy any Black Ink clansman that got too close. It wasn't certain what the secret behind these flames were, but the moment any Black Ink clansman came into contact with them, they started burning and howling in pain. The next instant, the red-haired man reached Zhicheng and realization struck him. "Are you insane?" Zhicheng exclaimed. This couldn't be helped, as he finally figured out what was wrong. The red-haired man was burning his own blood essence. This was a technique that was unique to human cultivators, and Zhicheng had heard about it from the Black Ink disciples before. The blood essence of a human cultivator was precious as it was the foundation of their vitality that had been accumulated over a very long time. No human would burn their blood essence if they had a choice. They would only do so during a life-or-death moment. Even though the cultivator could significantly increase his or her strength for a short time by burning their blood essence, the drawbacks of doing so were immense. It was certain that this man would be seriously weakened, and in the worst-case scenario, his foundation would be damaged, causing his cultivation to drop. The battle had just begun, but the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master before his eyes had already started burning his blood essence. What else could it be if he wasn't out of his mind? It was just the beginning of the fight, and this human wasn't in any kind of perilous situation, nor was there a benefit he had to obtain at all costs. Zhicheng couldn't figure out the reason that compelled this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to act this way. Despite that, he knew that he had run out of luck. Zhicheng was already no match for the other party in a one-on-one fight, to begin with, and now the latter had increased his strength by burning his blood essence, so how was he supposed to ward him off? If this wasn't the case, the thousands of Black Ink clansmen Zhicheng was using as a shield wouldn't have proven completely useless. The instant Zhicheng finished speaking, Ouyang Lai lifted his hand and summoned a delicate-looking sword into his grip. It was hard to imagine that a masculine man like him would be using such a delicate-looking sword, but that was indeed the case. This sword was his natal artifact, so he wouldn't show it to others unless it was necessary to do so. That was because he too felt that this artifact didn't match his image. It was somewhat of a mismatch for a burly man with flaming red hair like him to hold such a delicate-looking sword. In fact, he hadn't used this sword for a very long time. The reason he even summoned this sword now was that he had to kill his enemy no matter the cost. Ouyang Lai was a completely different person when he had a sword in his hand. As he was holding his sword, the aura around him became extremely sharp. His entire figure seemed to have transformed into a sword that was about to be unsheathed. The intimidating sword intent caused Zhichong to feel a chill running down his spine. The flame around Ouyang Lai soon engulfed his sword. The next instant, sword chi burst forth and engulfed Zhichong. The red-haired man didn't hold back anything as he unleashed a series of fatal attacks in quick succession. Zhichong felt his soul leaving his body. He could feel that this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was set on killing him. This red-haired man had already started burning his blood essence the moment he appeared, and he didn't seem to have the intention of defending himself. It was apparent that he was determined to kill his opponent regardless of the costs. What was the point of him doing this? Zhichong had no idea how horrifying an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was determined to kill could be in the past, but he knew now. Although Zhichong fully pushed his own power, he was still no match for the other party. In just several breaths of time, he fell into a complete disadvantage. Faced with the opponent's attacks, he could only defend himself in a fluster. Battered, he continuously lured the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to the surrounding weaker Black Ink clansmen in the hopes that these soldiers would help him turn things around. Ouyang Lai followed closely behind him. The flickering sword lights caused Zhichong's black blood to scatter across the void. However, Ouyang Lai was also impacted by the attacks that were coming at him from all directions. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Just then, a menacing sword intent pervaded a particular area of the battlefield. The sword intent was unimaginably powerful. As the sword intent spread out, a dazzling sword light emerged. The next instant, a person's voice reverberated across the place, butterfly transformation. Instantly, the aura of a territory lord rose up wildly before fading away forever. Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jingluan stood on the deck as he watched the sword light that had exploded. It was the strongest sword technique he had ever seen in his life. The sword technique had surpassed the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm and almost reached the threshold of the Ninth Order. It was a sword technique that an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had practiced for 5,000 years, and the moment it was cast, only a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could ward it off. It was the most splendid light in the world. Mi Jingluan bent his back to salute the person. The moment the terrifying sword light exploded, the aura of a territory lord disappeared. The next moment, a large number of Black Ink clansmen lost their lives. Following that, the death of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was felt. Zhichong, who was bombarded with Ouyang Lai's attacks, felt his face turning pale in an instant. The territory lord who had just lost his life was as powerful as he was. In fact, due to his rather unique constitution, he was even slightly stronger. However, just 10 breaths after the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had launched their attacks, that territory lord had already lost his life. He was probably the first territory lord who had lost his life so quickly after the beginning of a battle between the two races. Zhichong wouldn't even dare to imagine what would have happened to him if he were the one who had to deal with that sword attack. All of a sudden, he realized that the red-haired man before his eyes wasn't so savage after all. The sword light seemed to be even more oppressive. Following that, it was as if a chain reaction was set off on the battlefield. All sorts of profound and powerful secret techniques burst forth. Forget the Black Ink clan. Even the humans had never seen such a wide display of powerful and abstruse secret techniques before. These were the secret techniques that one would only use in life or death moments, so they wouldn't easily show them to others. One could take in everything from the purifying Black Ink battleship, so Mi Jingluan could clearly see all the secret techniques that exploded on the battlefield. Somewhere on the battlefield, a gigantic blood-colored flower suddenly blossomed and covered the void. A familiar aura exuded from the blood-colored flower. It was transformed from the blood essence of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The moment the blood-colored flower petals closed up, not only did it entrap thousands of black ink clansmen, but also a territory lord. When the blood-colored flower reopened half a cup of tea's time later, there was no one that was alive inside, only warm corpses lying on the flower's stamen. In another place on the battlefield, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven summoned his divine manifestation and transformed into a giant. His vitality surged as he rampaged around the battlefield, slaughtering the enemy. On the other hand, Senior Brother Cheng actually spread out his small universe and trapped 10,000 black ink clansmen inside of it. As his world force undulated, he battled a territory lord and an Eighth Order black ink disciple all on his own. In a different place, Ouyang Lai was besieged by the Black Ink clan soldiers, but he was still able to gain the upper hand over the territory lord with his flaming sword in hand. With the help of their warships, the 20,000 soldiers of the North-South Army threw all caution to the wind as they attacked the Black Ink clan soldiers. The auras of powerful masters swiftly withered in different parts of the battlefield, shining like the most splendid lights in the last moments of their lives. The lights were so dazzling that one present today would never forget this sight for the rest of their life. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-55, Seeing Them Off. Overwhelmed by a heart-wrenching feeling, Mi Jing Luan gently closed his eyes. When his eyes reopened, the world force around him surged. As he stomped his foot on the deck, he drove the gigantic purifying black ink battleship towards the battlefield. There wasn't a need for him to stay outside of the battlefield and give orders. The North-South Army, from the weakest of soldiers to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, were not afraid of death, so how was it possible that they would lose this battle? He also had to leave his own mark in this war. As an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wasn't just an army commander who was good at strategizing, but also a fighter who could kill the enemy. From the outset of the battle, the Black Ink clan army had descended into chaos. None of them could have expected that the humans would be so resolute this time. A territory lord was killed by an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master barely 10 breaths after hostilities broke out. That was a territory lord, not an insignificant low-rank Black Ink clansman. How was it possible that he was killed so soon? Although the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master also lost his life moments later, he still managed to kill thousands of Black Ink clansmen before his death. Powerful territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples subsequently lost their lives. The brutality and intensity of the battle this time was far beyond the Black Ink clan's imagination. It was the same case for the humans. There had never been a battle where they had suffered such immense losses so quickly. Even when the North-South Army arrived at the Great Evolution Theater for the first time more than 100 years ago and stopped the Black Ink clan reinforcements from leaving Great Evolution Pass, there were not so many casualties. During that battle, only a small number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives, and even then it happened gradually over several days. This time was different. It had only been 2 hours since the start of the battle, but 7 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fallen. If the war dragged on, there would surely be even more casualties. Those 7 fallen Eighth Order Masters brought 7 territory lords, 3 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers down with them. Those who lost their lives on the battlefield were the seniors and elders of the soldiers still fighting. They had taken good care of them and taught them invaluable lessons in the past. Now that they were gone, the young had to take up the responsibility. The human soldiers were so furious that their eyes had reddened. The death of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters changed the situation on the battlefield. All humans, regardless of their cultivation and status, went all out to destroy the enemy, not caring about their own safety at all. 20,000 humans had to face some 400,000 Black Ink clansmen. Despite the huge difference in numbers on both sides, the humans were still able to get the upper hand over the Black Ink clan army. That was because the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had sacrificed themselves to intimidate the enemy, and all the human soldiers were united as one. More and more territory lords and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives on the battlefield while many warships were shattered and engulfed in flames. universe fragments exploded into dust as the battlefield descended into mayhem. These several 100,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers had entered this field of universe fragments in an orderly manner, but as the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters emerged and dealt a heavy blow to them, their formation immediately collapsed. Suddenly, there came a moment when a huge commotion broke out. That was because Zhichong was killed. He was the de facto leader of the Black Ink Clan army, so when he was around, the territory lords would obey his orders. Now that he was gone, none of the territory lords had the necessary authority to command the rest of the Black Ink Clan army. Every territory lord had their own thoughts. In such a situation, those Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were like starving wolves. Their powerful auras had locked onto the territory lords, and they were determined to kill them at all costs. This was no laughing matter. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had proven their determination already. Faced with these flares, the territory lords felt chills running down their spines. They could only tell their subordinates to surround them and protect them from the crazed Eighth Order Masters. With more Black Ink clansmen becoming defensive, there were fewer people fighting back. On the battlefield, the human warships charged around as secret techniques and artifacts were continuously shot off, each attack killing more enemies. The number of Black Ink Clan soldiers was rapidly decreasing, and it was the same case for the human warships. In this battle, both parties had paid an almost unbearable price. The battle lasted for 3 days. Finally, there came a moment when the noise on the battlefield died down. Both parties backed down and confronted each other with a distance of several 100,000 kilometers between them. Most of the universe fragments were gone, shattered by the fallout of the clash between the two armies. With the shattered universe fragments as the background and the purifying Black Ink battleship boldly situated at the front of the fleet, the surviving humans formed up with their warships. Smoke billowed from those warships, and the arrays were heard crackling and exploding. Some of the warships looked so dilapidated that it was as though they would break apart with just a touch. Despite that, these warships that had gathered together were intimidating to the enemies. Several 100,000 kilometers away, the territory lords and their subordinates had also come together. There were still significantly more people on their side, but faced with the humans' intimidation, the Black Ink Clan soldiers were engulfed in wariness and fear. After this battle, the Black Ink clansmen became truly afraid. They finally had a taste of how mad and fearless the humans could be. Even the Eighth Order Masters, whose lives were incredibly precious, were willing to drag the territory lords down at the cost of their own lives, so what wouldn't the humans dare to do? These humans were simply insane. The reason that the remaining territory lords survived wasn't that they were stronger than the territory lords who were killed, it was just that they were luckier as they hadn't been targeted by those crazed Eighth Order humans. None of the territory lords, who were targeted by the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for death, had survived. After the unimaginably intense battle, the survivors from both sides confronted each other from a distance. In such a tense atmosphere, they greedily enjoyed the rare peacefulness. The territory lords secretly communicated with each other using their divine senses. The humans had no idea what they were talking about, but it was apparent that they were discussing whether they should fight or retreat. To the Black Ink clansmen, there was no doubt that rescuing the royal city was important. If the royal city was destroyed, none of these Black Ink clansmen would survive for long. This was the reason 500,000 of them departed from Great Evolution Pass upon learning about what had happened in the royal city. It could be said that only the minimum number of people were left behind to protect the Great Evolution Pass. Most of them had set off to rescue the royal city, which went to show how determined they were. However, they were intercepted halfway and had suffered tremendous losses. If they still insisted on heading towards the royal city, another battle would be inevitable. The humans had made it clear that they would go to any lengths to stop them from moving forward. Considering the level of madness that the humans had exhibited, if another battle broke out, these remaining Black Ink clansmen wouldn't be able to break through their blockade. Even though most of the humans would lose their lives, none of the Black Ink clansmen would survive. So, should they keep moving forward? That was the question that had been troubling the territory lords. There was no doubt that the royal city was important, but if they lost their lives here, everything else would no longer matter. Therefore, after a brief exchange of words, the territory lords came to a consensus. They had decided to return to Great Evolution Pass. It was the second time they decided to retreat to Great Evolution Pass. The previous time was some 100 years ago. At that time, the royal city wasn't in a perilous situation, and the humans were not so resolute yet. It was the same case for the Black Ink clan. This time was different. All the territory lords knew that if they retreated this time, they would forever lose the courage to leave Great Evolution Pass again. They would live or die with Great Evolution Pass. This was a difficult decision to make, however, things had come to such a point where they no longer had a choice. Although the Black Ink clansmen had decided to retreat, they did not scatter about. Instead, with the coordination from the territory lords, they withdrew in an orderly manner. They were worried that the humans would pursue them while they were retreating, as they had experienced such a thing before. Therefore, they had to keep their formation intact so that they would be able to deal with the possible attacks from the humans. On the purifying Black Ink battleship, Mi Jingluan was slightly pale. The blood on his clothes had dried up and many parts of the purifying Black Ink battleship were damaged. During the intense battle earlier, no one could ensure that they would be safe or that their warships would remain intact. The only difference was how severe their injuries would be and how damaged their warships would become. The feather fan in Mi Jingluan's hand had turned dim. He had been waiting for the Black Ink clansmen to make a decision. When he saw that the territory lords finally led the remnants of the Black Ink clan army in the opposite direction, he let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, if the Black Ink clan soldiers insisted on moving forward, the humans would have no choice but to engage them again. It wouldn't be hard for them to stop the surviving Black Ink clan soldiers, but the question was, how many from the North-South army would still be alive after the dust settled? These courageous soldiers knew that they might lose their lives at any moment on the battlefield, and it was the same for the Eighth Order Masters. All of them had proven this in the battle earlier. As an army commander, Mi Jingluan hoped that he would lead more people to see the day when Great Evolution Pass was retaken while they were still alive, instead of letting their names become mere memories on the Monument of Heroes. That would be meaningless. He pointed his feather fan forward and said gently, "Let's see them off." Despite his small voice, his order carried across all the warships. All the soldiers could clearly hear him. As the purifying Black Ink battleship slowly moved forward, the dilapidated warships followed closely behind it. The territory lords were astounded. When they realized that the human warships were moving as well, they thought that the humans were not willing to let them go. This made the territory lords furious. They had already disobeyed the order to rescue the royal city and decided to return to Great Evolution Pass. However, the humans were still not willing to let them go? Were they so determined to kill them here? At that instant, the Black Ink clan soldiers broke into a commotion while the territory lords hurriedly suppressed them and ordered them to stay vigilant. Soon though, they realized that the humans didn't intend to fight. Instead, the humans were just following them with a distance of several 100,000 kilometers between both parties. The distance made the territory lords feel uneasy. After all, it wasn't really a safe distance. The humans could make use of the warships to launch an attack on them at any moment. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. It wasn't like they could tell the humans to back further away, that would just make them appear weak. With that said, by doing this, the humans had sent a message to them. They would watch them return to Great Evolution Pass, so they shouldn't even think about making a detour and heading to the royal city. Upon that realization, the territory lords were torn between tears and laughter. They wondered who the army commander of the human soldiers was. That person was just too cautious. Marshal Peak, Chapter 52-56, Honored Master, you're quite miserable. Since the humans wanted to watch them return to Great Evolution Pass, there was nothing that the Black Ink clan could do other than tacitly agree to it. So what if they don't agree? It wasn't like they were willing to fight with the humans again either. In such an awkward atmosphere, these two surviving armies slowly moved towards Great Evolution Pass. Under Zhichang's leadership, it took the Black Ink clansmen 1 month to arrive at this place, but it wasn't so troublesome when they returned. They just had to go back in a straight line, so it only took them 10 days to arrive at their destination. With that said, it wasn't smooth sailing on their way back. Over the past 100 years, the North-South Army had set up a massive amount of traps around Great Evolution Pass in all directions. Under Zhichang's leadership, the Black Ink clan soldiers kept changing directions, so they had only triggered some 25% of the traps. In other words, there were still at least 70% of the traps still left behind. By going back to Great Evolution Pass in a straight line, the Black Ink clan soldiers were bound to trigger some of those traps. Every time they triggered these traps, some of them would lose their lives. Although the territory lords had been vigilant, it was impossible for them to avoid these things. Nevertheless, they were relieved that when they were caught by these traps, the humans didn't show any intention of attacking them, they only watched from behind in silence. It could be said that the journey back to Great Evolution Pass was paved with blood and tears for the Black Ink clansmen. When the Black Ink clan retreated, some of the humans remained behind at the site of the battle. Mi Jingluan had told some of them to stay so that they could clean up the mess and look for any survivors. Gong Lian was one of the people who stayed. That was because Mi Jingluan didn't sense Ouyang Lai dying in the battle. After he killed Zhichong, Ouyang Lai's aura indeed disappeared all of a sudden, but that wasn't the same as him being killed. Therefore, Mi Jingluan had a reason to believe that Ouyang Lai was still alive. Perhaps he was just badly injured, so he didn't even have the strength to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. He had most likely played dead and was now hiding somewhere. Gong Lian was the best person to handle this matter because he was Ouyang Lai's legacy disciple. No one in the world was more familiar with Ouyang Lai than he was. The area of shattered universe fragments was now filled with the debris of warships, broken limbs, and hashed meat. The entire void was also full of Black Ink clouds. Gong Lian agilely moved around the shattered rocks and debris. When he found human soldiers who were still alive, he would pull them out and send them to a safe place. Eventually, there came a moment when he saw a headless corpse. It was the corpse of a territory lord. An aura that was familiar to Gong Lian had been left behind on the wounds. It was the trace of Ouyang Lai's sword qi. Since this territory lord was killed by Ouyang Lai, he should have been the commander of the Black Ink clan army. After staring at the corpse for a while, Gong Lian became at ease and let out a breath. He then said, "Please come out, honored master. You're no longer a child, so please stop hiding." However, no reaction was felt coming from the corpse. Gong Lian frowned. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly moved forward and activated his power before slashing across the corpse with his palm. Although the territory lord's corpse was still sturdy, it couldn't possibly bear Gong Lian's attack. A big cut was formed on the corpse's stomach, after which a battered figure fell out of it. Gong Lian promptly supported this figure, only to see that Ouyang Lai's face was as pale as a white sheet. His eyes were dyed black, and no part of his skin was intact. His aura was extremely weak, like a candle amidst the storm that might go out at any moment. Although Ouyang Lai had managed to kill Zhichong by burning his blood essence during the battle, his opponent wasn't a weakling. He was injured by Zhichong's final desperation move. Furthermore, he was struck by the backlash of burning his blood essence. Surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, Ouyang Lai didn't even have a chance to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. Therefore, he promptly decided to activate a secret technique to conceal his figure and actually hid inside Zhichong's corpse. That was how he managed to keep himself alive. It was also thanks to Zhichong's huge figure that he could actually hide inside it. "Honored master, you're quite miserable," Gong Lian exclaimed. Glaring at this good-for-nothing disciple, Ouyang Lai snapped, "Brat, if you had come any later, I would have killed myself." Gong Lian chuckled, "Since you still have the strength to curse at me, it shows that you're just fine." Yang Lai's eyes became a shade darker as he hurriedly said, "Bring me back to the purifying black ink battleship right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a secret technique and passed out, his head slumping to the side. With a solemn expression, Gong Lian released his divine sense and sent a message to his companions, who were looking for survivors nearby. Then, he lugged the unconscious Yang Lai with him and flew towards the fleet of warships. He could feel that his honored master was in a perilous situation. Other than the fact that Yang Lai had been struck by the backlash of burning his blood essence, he was also invaded by black ink strength. He might turn into a black ink disciple at any moment. Hence, he wasn't joking when he said that he would kill himself. Yang Lai would definitely commit suicide before he was completely corrupted by black ink strength. Although the humans now had a way to dispel black ink strength, he knew that his disciple would be the one looking for him, so he was worried that he might accidentally kill his disciple after he lost his mind. Fortunately, Gong Lian came to his rescue in time. Gong Lian moved forward at the speed of lightning. After all, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he was also injured during the battle, his foundation hadn't been harmed. Barely one day later, the pair reached the fleet of warships and Gong Liang brought his honored master to the inner hall of the purifying black ink battleship. Mi Jingluan breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. Many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their lives during the battle. All the others who had requested to kill territory lords had perished, but at the very least, Yang Lai, the Southern Army commander, had returned alive. After dispelling the black ink strength from Yang Lai's body and settling him down, Mi Jingluan returned to the deck and watched the Black Ink Clan army return to Great Evolution Pass. It took the Black Ink Clan 10 days to retreat to Great Evolution Pass and many of them had lost their lives along the way. The North-South Army also returned to where the Universe Fragment where their forward base was once located. The forward base, which had once been bustling with noise, was now a cloud of debris. Senior Brother Cheng was no longer around to give them valuable lessons, and many familiar faces were gone for good. As Mi Jingluan recalled the previous battle, he could still remember the glorious moments before each of their deaths. All of their sacrifices had not been in vain. They had managed to ensure that the East-West Army wouldn't be pincered by the enemy. The Black Ink Clan reinforcements were intercepted before they could arrive at their destination, and they had suffered immense losses. Many of the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples had been slain. The humans were united as one and doing their best to stop the Black Ink Clan army, forcing them to return to Great Evolution Pass. The news was passed on to the royal city through the Black Ink nests. Che Kong was furious as he argued with Hong Di, who was in charge of Great Evolution Pass, through the Black Ink nests despite being separated by a distance of billions of kilometers. He accused Hong Di of being useless and urged him once again to immediately come to the royal city. However, there was nothing Hong Di could do. Although he wanted to save the royal city as well, he was powerless to do so. After the previous battle, their collective might had been significantly weakened, and about half of the Black Ink Clan soldiers had lost their lives. Even many territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples were killed. When there were still 500,000 soldiers on their side, they were already unable to break through the humans' blockade. Even if they went all out now, they wouldn't be able to leave Great Evolution Pass. He certainly knew that the royal city was in a perilous situation, but there was nothing he could do. Before, the Black Ink clansmen might have been able to leave Great Evolution Pass, and as long as they were determined enough and not afraid of the losses, they might be able to break through the humans' blockade. Now that many of them had lost their lives though, they were trapped inside Great Evolution Pass. There was no way out for them other than defending Great Evolution Pass. However, could they really keep Great Evolution Pass? That was the question every territory lord had in their mind. There had only been 30,000 soldiers on the human side, but they had managed to toy with and repel nearly 1 million Black Ink clansmen for over 100 years. While the Black Ink clansmen were not aware of it, their strength was gradually weakened, and when they finally came to that realization, it was already too late. If they wanted to leave Great Evolution pass, there would only be one chance: if the humans suddenly lost their minds and decided to attack them. Given the humans' current power, if they decided to invade Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan could make use of the arrangements they had built up over the past 30,000 years to destroy them. Only by doing so would they be able to remove the obstacle in front of them and head straight to the royal city. Unfortunately, the humans didn't seem to have the intention of attacking Great Evolution Pass. Apparently, they knew that it was unrealistic for them to launch an assault given their current power. Therefore, after returning, they set up a new forward base and began resting and recuperating. 10 years after the Black Ink clansmen retreated to Great Evolution Pass for the second time, an intense battle broke out outside the royal city. Both the East-West Army and the Black Ink clan army were familiar with such battles by now, because over the past 100 years, a battle of such a scale would take place every 20 years. Every time, the old ancestor and the royal lord would end up being mutually wounded. The humans would retreat in a hurry after winning some advantages, then the Black Ink clan soldiers would chase after them for a bit. It was an endless cycle that never seemed to change. The Black Ink clan had become desensitized to this routine. They had already expected that the battle would happen, and they were well prepared. There were no longer 1,000,000 Black Ink clan soldiers around the royal city, but there were still about 700,000 to 800,000 of them. Although the Black Ink nest could continuously replenish the manpower for them, it wouldn't be able to efficiently do so if there were too many losses. Furthermore, all the power of the Royal Lord Black Ink nest was used to help with the Royal Lord's recuperation. For that reason, the birth of new Black Ink clansmen was delayed. Although there were a lot of Black Ink clansmen, only half of them had any kind of usable strength. Some Black Ink clansmen lost their lives in every battle, and as time passed, the collective might of the Black Ink clan army gradually weakened. This time, the battle broke out as usual. The old ancestor took the initiative to raise chaos among the Black Ink clan soldiers. Then, the royal lord raced out of the Black Ink nest and the two of them clashed far away from the royal city. The human soldiers struck from the left side of the royal city, and a large number of universe worlds flew in from the right. The humans had been using the same tactic again and again over the years. The Black Ink clan knew fully well how to deal with them by now, so both parties were now equally matched during the battle. Based on past experiences, they just had to fend off the humans for half a day, and the latter would retreat. However, this time, many territory lords felt that something was off. The humans seemed to be prioritizing defense this time. They were the attackers, so it was puzzling that they focused on defending themselves. Nevertheless, that was indeed the truth. After making contact, the Black Ink clansmen realized that the humans were indeed determined to defend themselves this time. In that case, they were less intimidating to the Black Ink clan. But why? Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-57, Accumulated Advantages. While the Black Ink clansmen were puzzled, an unusual energy fluctuation was felt coming from the depths of the void. The direction was where the two top masters were clashing. Although they had gone to a battlefield that was far away from the royal city, the fallout of their battle was still transmitted to this place clearly. Therefore, both the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords could sense what was going on over there. Basically, the two top masters were equally matched every time they fought, and neither of them could gain the upper hand. They would always end up being mutually wounded. However, something was different this time. Suddenly, the old ancestor's aura spiked and the strength and the intensity of her attacks increased dramatically. On the other hand, the royal lord's aura weakened by the breath. The realization horrified the territory lords. The outcome of the old ancestor and royal lord's battle would critically impact the outcome of the entire war. The two of them had always been equally matched, so why was the royal lord suddenly at such a massive disadvantage today? His weakening aura proved this point, and it was not a good sign for the Black Ink clan. Initially, the territory lords prayed that the royal lord was simply caught off guard somehow and found himself temporarily at a disadvantage. After all, when these two masters fought, there were naturally times when one of them appeared stronger. Every now and then, one of the two would use a powerful secret technique, granting them a slight edge in momentum. However, this kind of situation never lasted long and they would soon return to a state of equilibrium. Nevertheless, as time passed, the territory lords realized that something was terribly wrong. The royal lord's aura continued to weaken, and there were no signs of him turning things around. There was no doubt that he was being completely suppressed now. On the other hand, the old ancestor's aura stopped surging as it had already reached its peak, a kind of pinnacle that the Black Ink clan had never felt before. The territory lords had no idea what was happening between these two top masters, nor did the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples understand what was going on. However, the difference between the two auras made it clear who was winning. Compared to the old ancestor's dominance, the royal lord's performance was the exact opposite. All the human warships were connected as one, and all their defensive arrays were fully activated. With the help of the intertwining branches formation, the entire fleet was wrapped in a powerful defensive barrier. As a result, the human army's attacks were weak, but their defense was impenetrable. Furthermore, they maintained a high degree of mobility, so the bombardment of attacks from the Black Ink clan could not harm the humans at all. The anomalies such as the humans' unusual tactics, the old ancestors' sudden dominance, and the royal lord's weakening aura threw the Black Ink clan into a fluster. The territory lords faintly realized what was happening, and following Che Kong's order, the Black Ink clansmen hurriedly increased the force behind their attacks on the human warships in the hope that they could achieve a breakthrough. Nevertheless, their attempts were futile. Then came the moment when the world force in the distance erupted, after which the royal lord's aura took a sharp dive. A terrified Che Kong turned to look in that direction, then passed down an order. The next instant, a few territory lords led 8 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers out of the battlefield towards the place where the top masters were fighting. It was at that moment that the humans, who had always been on the defensive, suddenly launched an all-out attack. As the spirit arrays were activated, countless secret techniques and artifact attacks were shot from the fleet of warships and struck the Black Ink clan soldiers. Meanwhile, in the depths of the void, far from the royal city, two figures were flying forward, one escaping, one chasing. The person in front was covered in thick black ink strength. It was the royal lord. There were originally 2 black wings on his back, but only one of them remained now. The other one seemed to have been ripped from his body. The wound was still splattering out black blood, with raw flesh being exposed to the void. He looked extremely miserable. As the royal lord escaped, a look of terror filled his face. This couldn't be helped though, as the opponent that was supposed to be his equal suddenly exhibited a power that far surpassed his own. How was it possible that he could remain calm and collected? He had never suffered from such a huge setback since his ascension to the rank of territory lord. Over the years, he had clashed with many powerful human cultivators, and he even successfully launched a sneak attack on an old ancestor 30,000 years ago after he became a royal lord. As he collaborated with another royal lord, they managed to kill that old ancestor. Therefore, he had always felt that the humans were nothing much. On this day though, the old ancestor who had been in a confrontation with him for more than 100 years suddenly experienced an unprecedented surge in strength. It wasn't until this moment that he realized what was going on. It wasn't that he was weaker than the old ancestor. If both of them were at their peaks, he wouldn't have been so battered even if he was slightly weaker. However, since he was injured by this old ancestor for the first time back then, his wounds had never properly healed. What's more, he would be injured again and again every 20 years. Before his old wounds could heal, new ones would be inflicted. The same thing repeatedly happened over the past 100 years, and so his injuries had only exacerbated. Initially, he thought that it was the same case for the human old ancestor. If the information given to him was correct, it was extremely difficult for this female old ancestor to recover from her wounds, so how much could she recover in a mere 20 years? Over the years, the old ancestor would always appear to be injured whenever they fought, resulting in them indeed being equally matched. It wasn't until this day that he realized he had been deceived. The old ancestor had fully recovered, not just this time, but every time in the past when they clashed. She just pretended to be wounded so that he would drop his guard. As they engaged in intense fights over the years, she gradually ensured that his injuries only deepened. After accumulating such a huge advantage, she finally bared her bloody fangs today. Both of them were supposedly equally matched, but one of them was in peak condition while the other was plagued by numerous heavy injuries. There was no doubt about who would win such a fight. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just about deciding victory or defeat, but what the royal lord was terrified of was that since the old ancestor had patiently spent 100 years laying out this trap for him, her intention definitely wasn't just to injure him again. What she was after this time was his life. An old ancestor would only exercise such patience and prudence in order to kill a royal lord. Presently, he was remorseful of his own fallibility. He should have figured out that this woman wasn't as badly injured as he thought. He also shouldn't have left the royal city and followed her to such a distant battlefield. More than anything, he was resentful of the royal lord from the Enyang theater, who had misled him. If not for the fact that he completely trusted the information she had given him, he wouldn't have fallen into such a pitiful state. Regardless, it was pointless to cry over spilled milk. Now, he had to focus on how he could escape from the old ancestor and return to the royal city. As long as he could return to the royal city, he could make use of his black ink nest to repel his opponent. With it, he would have the capital to fight back. However, his chances were slim. The old ancestor had been preparing for this moment for more than 100 years, so she certainly wouldn't give him a chance to flee. Proof of this was that at the start of the fight, she had lured him somewhere much further away from the royal city than normal. Now, in his current state, it would take him at least an hour to return to the royal city. An hour was more than enough time for the old ancestor to cut off his head. While he was running away, he felt horrifying secret techniques coming at him from behind. Although he had been trying his best to dodge and resist, every time he was struck his strength sank even further. Behind him, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was relentlessly chasing after him. As she performed different hand seals, she cast secret techniques that she had never displayed before. Her expression was calm. She didn't show any elation or expectation about killing a powerful foe of the same caliber. That was because she knew that everything was still uncertain before the last moment came. Even the territory lords and feudal lords had methods to save their lives at the critical moment, not to mention that she was after a royal lord. If he didn't still think he had a chance to survive, instead of fleeing, he would have turned around and tried to bring her down with him. Although she had been patient over the years waiting for this day, and had made a lot of prior arrangements, she didn't have the confidence that she would succeed in the end. She could only do her best and let the heavens make the decision. However, from the looks of it, it was highly likely that she would succeed. Presently, several territory lords were leading 8 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers over from the royal city to assist the royal lord. The human soldiers also chose to strike at that moment. Just by looking in the direction the detachment of Black Ink clan soldiers was heading, Xiang Shan knew where they were going. If everything went well, this would be the final battle here at the royal city. The old ancestor was the key to winning the war, so the humans definitely couldn't let those Black Ink clan soldiers disturb her. Therefore, under Xiang Shan's leadership, the human warships did their best to intercept them. On the other hand, Che Kong led even more Black Ink clan soldiers to stop the humans. As both parties clashed, the originally dry battlefield was filled with rivers of blood as countless people on both sides lost their lives. In the end, the East-West Army was unable to stop the detached force from the Black Ink clan. Although they had done their best, there were too few people on their side. With Che Kong and his army restraining the humans, the territory lords still managed to leave with those 8th Order Black Ink disciples and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers. During the intense battle, both parties used all sorts of amazing secret techniques and divine abilities. Be it the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were already aware of it or the Territory Lords who had figured it out, they knew that this clash would determine the future trend of the entire Great Evolution Theater. None of them would hold back their powers in such a fight, all of them bringing out their hidden trump cards in hopes of settling things here once and for all. 1 hour later, in the depths of the void, the Royal Lord's injuries had grown worse. Faced with the old ancestor's relentless attacks, he was unable to keep himself safe even though he had focused all his efforts on defending himself and escaping. If this dragged on, he would perish before he returned to the royal city. He had never expected that he would be so close to death one day. Since the day he became a royal lord, he had always believed that he had become immortal and indestructible. However, only 30,000 years had passed, and it was just the first war he had against an old ancestor on his own. It never crossed his mind that this female old ancestor would have the capability to kill him. Compared to others, he had only been a royal lord for a very short time. The royal city was within his sight, and as long as he persevered for a while more, he could connect with his black ink nest and make use of its power. Unfortunately, he didn't expect to have that chance. Just as dejection was setting in, he saw a large number of black ink clansmen coming to his rescue from the royal city. At that, he was ecstatic. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-58, Miserable Royal Lord. The human language was an art. Both races had been in a confrontation with each other for countless years, and although the Black Ink clan looked down on humans, thinking that they should become their subordinates and slaves, they were constantly being influenced by the human race. For example, the humans' habits and sayings had subtly influenced the Black Ink clan over the years. The royal lord had heard an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple say that every cloud has a silver lining, and there's always a way out. At that time, he dismissed it, thinking that it was something only a loser would say, and it was complete nonsense. However, he finally realized that there was some truth in the saying after all. At the most critical moment, some territory lords and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers were coming to his rescue. It seemed there was a silver lining for him. Behind him, the old ancestor's attacks became even more aggressive. It was apparent that she had spotted those Black Ink clansmen as well. She wanted to kill the royal lord before they could join together, but she was unlikely to be able to achieve that goal in the time allotted. Still, given the current state of affairs, it was unrealistic to think that these few Black Ink clansmen could stop the old ancestor. Although there were some territory lords, 8 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers, that was not nearly enough to block the old ancestor if she was determined to break through their lines. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, the royal lord released his divine sense and secretly sent an order to the territory lords who were coming towards him. The territory lords were startled for a moment before resolve filled their faces. Thick Black Ink strength started billowing from the territory lords' bodies while the Black Ink clan soldiers had already done so before the territory lords acted. Endless Black Ink strength formed into a gigantic Black Ink cloud. As Black Ink strength rapidly left their bodies, the territory lords and their subordinates felt their vitality weakening by the breath. To Black Ink clan, Black Ink strength was their foundation, just like what World Force was to Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a crazy act was no different from an Open Heaven Realm Master shattering their own small universe. In the best-case scenario, their cultivation would regress, and in the worst-case scenario, they would directly lose their lives. Usually, no Black Ink clansman would be willing to do such a thing. However, since it was the royal lord's order, the territory lords could only oblige, not to mention the Black Ink clansmen below the territory lords. The moment the royal lord's order was passed down, the lower-ranking soldiers started wantonly releasing their Black Ink strength. They were clearly more obedient than the territory lords, so they had taken action sooner. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples dashed out of the huge Black Ink cloud and rushed over to the royal lord's side. Although they were Black Ink disciples, whose small universes had been corrupted by Black Ink strength, the Black Ink strength in their bodies was impure, hence, it couldn't support the secret technique that the royal lord was about to cast. That was the reason they didn't have to imitate the territory lords. The royal lord hoped that these 8 would be able to stall the old ancestor at least for a while. At that instant, with the territory lords taking the initiative, black ink strength billowed from several tens of thousands of black ink clansmen and formed into a black ink cloud, inside of which more and more of them perished. Meanwhile, the 8th Order Black Ink disciples skirted past the royal lord and clashed with the old ancestor. If these 8 were ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they would have been able to handle an old ancestor for a brief moment by joining forces. However, they were just Black Ink disciples, and even though they were in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, they were even weaker than territory lords as they had forcibly exceeded their innate limits. It could be said that they were the weakest 8th Order Masters possible. Such beings wouldn't be able to intercept an old ancestor even if they joined together. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple at the front only managed to wield his sword once before he was beheaded by the old ancestor. Blood spurted from his neck, and the headless corpse was blown away by the impact. The attack he had cast only caused a flesh wound on the old ancestor's figure. In order to break through the blockade of these 8th Order Black Ink disciples in the shortest time possible, old ancestor Xiao Xiao focused all her efforts on attacking and didn't bother defending herself at all. That was because she knew that if the battle dragged on, the royal lord might be able to turn things around, and all her previous efforts would all go to waste. She then landed a palm on an 8th Order Black Ink disciple, which caused his figure to tremble and his world force to become a mess. It was obvious that his small universe had been struck. The old ancestor didn't even spare him a second glance. As she brushed past him, this 8th Order Black Ink disciple exploded into blood mist. Seeing that, the other 8th Order Black Ink disciples turned pale. When they fought with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the East-West Army back then, they already realized that there was a wide gap between their strengths. Although it was a big difference, it wasn't enough to make them feel despondent. It wasn't until this moment that they realized they were completely powerless to deal with the old ancestor. Nevertheless, as Black Ink disciples, they could only obey the royal lord. Even the territory lords were willing to sacrifice themselves to assist the royal lord, let alone them. Therefore, after the 2 Black Ink disciples were killed, the rest of the Black Ink disciples didn't hesitate to activate their powers and spread out their small universes to cover the void. Every small universe was like a cage, and in order to leave, the old ancestor could only shatter these small universes. This was the only way they could think of to slow the old ancestor down. The moment these 8th Order Black Ink disciples spread out their small universes, old ancestor Xiao Xiao, whose expression had always been calm and indifferent, couldn't help but appear sorrowful and dejected. If there was a chance, she would rather bring these Black Ink disciples back and dispel the Black Ink strength from their bodies instead of killing them. However, she knew these Black Ink disciples could no longer be saved even if they were brought back to the human side. Without the Black Ink strength support, their small universes couldn't accommodate their cultivation and they would inevitably explode. Perhaps death was the best release for them. A glow radiated around the old ancestor's figure, and her world force surged madly. She directly broke the first small universe that served as the cage, then the second, then the third. When she broke through their blockade, the 8th Order Black Ink disciples behind her, who were seated with their legs crossed, had become extremely frail. The illusory phantoms of their small universes were broken, and their world forces were madly escaping from their bodies. Their small universes had been shattered by the old ancestor. When their world forces were gone for good, they would lose their lives, unless they had a way to repair their small universes before that. Nevertheless, even if they immediately consumed profound spirit fruits, their small universes still wouldn't be fixed. After the old ancestor broke through their blockade, the small universes of these Black Ink disciples had become shattered like broken mirrors. The Black Ink disciples' efforts were not in vain though. Although they had only managed to stall the old ancestor for a few breaths of time, the royal lord had used a secret technique to swallow the Black Ink cloud that was formed from the Black Ink strength of the territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers. The royal lord, who was originally listless and weak, became energetic all of a sudden. However, he had no intention of fighting with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. Instead, he put all his renewed strength into escaping towards the royal city. Although he was now in a better state after consuming so much black ink strength, that was not his own power and was thus somewhat incompatible with him. He wouldn't have used this secret technique if there was any other way around the current crisis. As long as he could return to the royal city though, he could make use of the black ink nest to repel the old ancestor. That was the power he could control as he pleased. The moment old ancestor Xiao Xiao broke through the blockade of the several 8th Order Black Ink disciples, she saw the royal lord trying to run away. Certainly, she wouldn't allow that to happen. On her left palm, Yin and Yang were born, and on her right palm, chaos manifested. As she clasped her hands together, her eyes turned blood red. The next instant, she thrust a single finger at the royal lord, who was running away. Although she didn't seem to have exerted much force with her finger, the royal lord was shaken to his core. Without hesitation, he turned around and released all the black ink strength he had just consumed. That black ink strength turned into a violent torrent that struck towards the old ancestor. As the brutal forces clashed, the royal lord felt a profound power breaking through the black ink strength and piercing his chest, causing black blood to burst from a fresh wound. What terrified him was that there was a strange power festering in his wound that he could not expel. His aura plunged again, and he became even weaker than before. Just as he thought he would lose his life, he lifted his gaze and saw that the old ancestor had become far less intimidating. He was elated, thinking that even though the secret technique he was struck with was incredibly powerful, it wasn't easy for the old ancestor to use it. Seizing the chance, he promptly escaped. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao froze in the same spot for a moment, then gritted her teeth and continued chasing after him. Behind them, the corpses of the territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers hovered in the void. Usually, these territory lords and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers wouldn't all pass away. Although they had released their Black Ink strength for the royal lord to consume, some of them would have survived. However, be it the feudal lords or even territory lords, the royal lord did not hesitate to absorb all their black ink strength. As he fully activated his power, he drew out every bit of black ink strength in their bodies. It could be said that these territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers were killed by the royal lord. They had paid a huge price just to give him a chance to flee. Outside the royal city, the East-West Army and the Black Ink clan army were still locked in an intense battle. The humans had gained the upper hand, so there was no doubt that the Black Ink clan soldiers were on the losing side. There were two reasons why it turned out this way. Firstly, the Black Ink clan army had scattered around. On the left side of the royal city, they had to intercept the human soldiers, while some of them had to stay on the right side of the royal city to deal with the incoming universe worlds. Moreover, some territory lords had brought a number of 8th Order Black Ink disciples and 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers to rescue the royal lord. For that reason, only 400,000 Black Ink clan soldiers were fighting the humans right now. Secondly, the Black Ink clan's collective strength had significantly weakened over the years. These 400,000 Black Ink clan soldiers were not comparable to the ones from Great Evolution Pass that the North-South Army had clashed with. The Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass were all elites. However, the ones outside the royal city were made up of many replacements for those killed in previous battles, so their average power had plunged. Furthermore, there were dozens of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who took part in this fight, so the Black Ink clansmen were unable to resist the humans even though they had the advantage in numbers. In such a situation, something that was terrifying to the Black Ink clan happened. Their pillar of strength, the royal lord, was returning from the void, looking completely bloody and battered. Presently, the royal lord was in a miserable condition. Black blood continuously spurted out of the wound on his chest, and while there were originally 2 wings on his back, only one of them was left now. Forget the humans, even the territory lords had never seen the royal lord so feeble before, which went to show that he had suffered a huge loss in his fight against the old ancestor. The royal lord hadn't returned to the royal city, but as soon as he entered the range of his black ink nest, he connected with it and madly drew energy from it. The next instant, old ancestor Xiao Zhao's figure appeared and the two top masters clashed above the royal city. Martial Peak, Chapter 52-59, Consecutive Kills. Violent explosions burst forth as the world force and black ink strength clashed. The space around the royal city warped and cracked under the weight of the clash. Although these two top masters had exchanged moves on several occasions near the royal city over the past 100 years, the battle on this day was by far the most intense. Both the humans and black ink clansmen were acutely aware that this was a life-and-death battle. What terrified the black ink clansmen was that even though the royal lord had the support of the black ink nest, he was still at a clear disadvantage. This was hard for the black ink clan to accept. One had to know that with the black ink nest's help, the royal lord could use a much greater power than normal. It could be said that as long as the royal lord was within the black ink nest's range of coverage, no old ancestor would be a match for him. However, it was the complete opposite now. There was nothing wrong with the black ink nest. Over the years, whenever a battle broke out, there would always be 2 or 3 territory lords or 8th Order black ink disciples who stayed back to prevent the humans from launching a sneak attack and ward off the fallout of the battle between the two top masters so that the high-rank black ink nest wouldn't be harmed. At the same time, countless resources would be poured into the black ink pool to be turned into energy and absorbed by the black ink nest. The royal lord was the problem here. His injuries were too severe, so even though he had the black ink nest's help now, he still couldn't match the old ancestor. If the royal lord was killed, how would the rest of the black ink clansmen survive? After a brief moment of fear and unease, the black ink clan soldiers became even more fierce. The fact that the royal lord was at a disadvantage didn't make them lose the courage to resist. Instead, their survival instincts had been ignited. The leaders of the East-West army sensitively noticed this. Xiang Shan and Lu Zhiping promptly ordered the human soldiers to put more emphasis on defense so that they could persevere in a prolonged fight with the black ink clan soldiers. Profound forces undulated as the two armies clashed. Impacted by the battle between the two top masters, the void itself became shattered. The royal lord was in an increasingly battered state. Although he was at a disadvantage, with the help of the black ink nest, he was still someone who was difficult to deal with. The old ancestor had launched several fatal attacks, but her attempts proved futile. Instead, she was almost badly injured when the royal lord seized a chance to counterattack. This made her realize she had to be extra careful when dealing with this opponent. She knew that a royal lord was the most powerful master in the black ink clan who was on an equal footing with an old ancestor, so it wasn't easy to kill one. Nevertheless, this chance was hard to come by. She had spent 100 years trying to shape the outcome of the war, so it would be such a shame if she failed at the last moment. Therefore, she had to give it a shot no matter what. 1 hour later, old ancestor Xiao Xiao finally found a chance. Just as the black ink nest seemed to stop operating smoothly for a brief moment, she cast a divine ability at the royal lord. An unprepared royal lord was struck by the divine ability and in an instant, he was engulfed in a dazzling light. At the same time, old ancestor Xiao Xiao grunted as blood spurted from her lips. It wasn't a pretense this time. When she exchanged moves with the royal lord in the past, she showed signs of being injured on several occasions, but those were mostly just acts she put on. This time, she was really hurt. The moment she made a move, the royal lord also sent out a fatal attack at her. Instead of dodging the attack, she endured it so that she wouldn't miss the chance to kill her opponent. As the light went out though, the royal lord's figure was revealed. A hint of disappointment flashed through old ancestor Xiao Zhao's eyes. The divine ability did not yield the result she had hoped for. Although her opponent had become even weaker, he was still able to fight. If she kept pressuring the royal lord, he would be forced to engage in a mutually destructive battle. By then, she might not be able to survive. It should end here. She secretly sighed. It had been 100 years since she started preparing for this day, so it was such a shame that she eventually couldn't succeed. With that said, it wasn't a terrible outcome. At the very least, they had achieved the goal that Xiang Shan had set before they departed from Wind and Cloud Pass. The two top masters tacitly agreed to stop fighting all of a sudden, which directly influenced the two armies that were locked in an intense battle. The Black Ink clan soldiers were still puzzled, but the humans had already expected this outcome. Therefore, the moment Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao ceased her attack, the human warship started retreating. Considering the fact that the Old Ancestor was watching them, the Black Ink clan soldiers wouldn't dare to pursue the humans and could only let them leave even after suffering so much at their hands. A moment later, the humans were already several 100,000 kilometers away. Although many of the warships were damaged, the humans were still a menacing force and certainly had the strength to engage in another bout. Behind the humans was the Old Ancestor who stood there in silence. She didn't make a move, nor did she retreat, as though she was waiting for something. In such silence, the Black Ink clan army felt smothered, as though a mountain was pressing down on them, causing them to be ill at ease. Time passed by slowly. A moment later, the Black Ink clan soldiers broke into a commotion. This couldn't be helped, as more than 10 universe worlds that were full of arrays came flying at the royal city. Presently, they could already see the gleaming arrays on those universe worlds, so they would arrive in no time. About 30% of the Black Ink clan soldiers were still on the right side of the royal city as they didn't take part in the previous battle. Their job had always been to intercept the universe worlds, that had never changed. In fact, they had done an excellent job. Other than the first time when they accidentally let a fragment of a universe world strike the royal city, they managed to stop all the universe worlds in the following battles. However, they had also paid a huge price for this. Sometimes, these universe worlds would come quickly. They arrived at the royal city almost at the same time as the humans. Sometimes, they would be late, not appearing until the humans retreated. This was apparently part of the human strategy, which was to use these universe worlds to restrain the Black Ink clan soldiers. The humans already had fewer people on their side to begin with, so if they let the Black Ink clan consolidate all its forces, it would be a tough fight for them. It was the slowest this time since the humans started using universe worlds to attack the royal city. It wasn't certain whether it was coincidental or intentional. Both armies had stopped attacking each other, and the two top masters had halted their fight. It wasn't until this moment that these universe worlds finally arrived. Without any disruption, it wouldn't be hard for these Black Ink clansmen to intercept the universe worlds. Therefore, the moment the universe worlds appeared, the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, who had stayed on the right side, started taking action. A Territory Lord was the first one to charge forward, but as soon as he made a move, he felt a dangerous aura engulfing him. The next instant, an immense force exploded in his mind, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his head which froze him on the spot. Knowing that he had been attacked, the Territory Lord was astounded. Moreover, the attacker was none other than the Old Ancestor, who had remained unmoving and silent while hovering in the void. The Territory Lord didn't understand why the Old Ancestor had used her spiritual energy to attack him as her opponent was supposed to be the Royal Lord. The two top masters were confronting each other in silence, so supposedly, when one of them made a rash move, the other would surely react. Therefore, even though the Territory Lord was astounded, he wasn't afraid. That was because he believed that the Royal Lord would save him. Unfortunately for him, he was wrong. The Royal Lord just stood there and stared at the Old Ancestor in silence. The next moment, she charged towards the Territory Lord who had been affected by her soul's secret technique and extended her hand, after which she easily beheaded him. Black blood started spurting out of the Territory Lord's neck while Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao swiftly returned to her original spot with a head in her hand. The widened eyes of this head suggested that the Territory Lord was unresigned before his death. In the blink of an eye, a powerful Territory Lord had lost his life. The other Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, who were about to make a move, froze and stared vigilantly at Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao, worried that she would kill them as well. Soon, they were relieved that old ancestor Xiao Xiao stopped making another move after killing the first territory lord. She remained standing there. If not for the fact that there was a headless corpse on the battlefield and old ancestor Xiao Xiao was holding a fresh head in her hand, all the Black Ink clansmen would have thought that it was just an illusion. They were all puzzled. They didn't understand why the old ancestor had made a move all of a sudden. Since the battle had ended, why did she kill a territory lord at this point? They were even more perplexed at the fact that the royal lord didn't react to it at all. Given his power, it wouldn't be hard for him to stop the old ancestor. However, he was just standing there, doing nothing. The universe worlds were rapidly approaching, so if they didn't stop them now, it would be too late. They would be the ones facing the royal lord's wrath if the royal city was damaged. Therefore, even though these territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were wary, they had no choice but to fulfill their duty. However, the same thing happened again. The moment they made a move, they were engulfed in a great sense of danger, which caused them to be rooted to the spot. At the same time, the old ancestor had disappeared. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao reappeared a moment later, as though she had never moved at all, but there was another head in her grasp. A strange noise that suggested that another territory lord had lost his life was heard coming from the Black Ink clan side. This horrified the Black Ink clan soldiers. The two people who were killed were territory lords. The old ancestor had consecutively made a move and easily beheaded two territory lords. It suggested that without the royal lord stopping her, the old ancestor could kill anyone as she pleased even though she was injured. What puzzled them was that the royal lord still didn't react. However, after the old ancestor made a move twice, they finally realized something. The territory lords that she had killed were the ones who took the initiative to intercept the universe worlds. By specifically targeting these two territory lords, the old ancestor had sent a clear message: she would kill anyone who dared to make a move. What was she trying to achieve? Was she determined to stop them from intercepting the universe worlds? Could they only watch? That was outrageous. The royal lord, who had been silent since his return to the royal city, couldn't take it anymore as he roared, "Don't go too far." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao turned to look at him with a pair of dispassionate eyes, then, the next instant, she made a move again. Having experienced what just happened earlier, the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were wary of whatever the old ancestor did. Seeing her disappear, they hurriedly raised their guards. Most of the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples would be safe, but there would always be someone who was unlucky. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5260, I'll do whatever I want. There were no noises that suggested there had been a fight. When old ancestor Xiao Xiao reappeared in her original spot, she had grasped a territory lord in her hand. This time, it was a territory lord who was alive and kicking, not just a head. Although the territory lord was several times larger than old ancestor Xiao Xiao, who didn't seem to exert much force with her hand, he was unable to struggle out of her grasp regardless of how hard he tried. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao gazed at the furious royal lord and lifted her blemish-free chin in a provocative manner, "I'll do whatever I want." Saying so, she exerted more force with her hand. As her world force surged, a horrifying pressure squeezed the territory lord. Soon, the territory lord's figure contorted and a series of bone-cracking sounds were heard. With a horrified look, he struggled fiercely as he looked in the royal lord's direction, pleading with him, "Sir Royal Lord, save me." A hint of conflict flashed through the royal lord's eyes, but he soon decided not to make a move. Countless soldiers of both races watched as the old ancestor, who was standing between the two armies, squeezed the territory lord to death with her world force. Under such immense pressure, the territory lord eventually exploded, his blood and flesh scattering about. The Black Ink clansmen were infuriated, but deep down, they were also terrified. The old ancestor had repeatedly made a move and killed 3 territory lords, which went to show how domineering she was. On the other hand, the royal lord only watched from the side without doing anything. They were in an awkward situation. No royal lord was willing to see his territory lords being slaughtered without even trying to save them, for that would have a huge impact on his authority. The only reason he would not act was simply because he was unable to save his subordinates. It seemed that the royal lord was more severely injured than the territory lords thought, therefore, even though the old ancestor killed 3 territory lords and taunted him in such a provocative manner, the royal lord could only choke down the insult. The territory lords wouldn't dare to move a muscle. Without the royal lord's help, they wouldn't be able to fend off the old ancestor who was determined to kill regardless of how careful they were. Since the territory lords remained unmoving, their subordinates wouldn't dare to make a move either. Everyone was just standing in the same spot, so anxious that it was as though they were sitting on pins and needles. Even though they didn't make a move though, the universe worlds wouldn't stop approaching the royal city because of that. More than 10 breaths after the 3rd territory lord died, the universe worlds arrived. Given the close proximity, if they still didn't take action, the 30% of the Black Ink clan soldiers stationed on the right side of the royal city would be hit. By then, not only would they be injured or killed, the royal city would also be devastated as well. Regardless of whether they made a move or not, they would be doomed. A territory lord finally couldn't take it anymore as he cast a violent secret technique at the universe worlds. At the same time, he remained vigilant against the old ancestor. What surprised him was that even though the old ancestor had locked onto him with her aura, she didn't attempt to kill him. This made him feel ecstatic, as though he had just escaped from death's door. With such a precedent, the other Black Ink clan soldiers also started taking action. At that instant, countless secret techniques formed into a black torrent that bombarded the universe worlds. Still, the old ancestor remained unmoving. Seeing that, the Black Ink clan soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to them that as long as they stayed in the same spot instead of moving, the old ancestor wouldn't kill them. However, the truth was different. The old ancestor had been patiently preparing for this day for the past 100 years. Every time she clashed with the royal lord, she had to pretend that her injuries hadn't healed while also suppressing some of her power so that the royal lord wouldn't discover the truth. It wasn't easy to deceive a royal lord, so it had been a constant struggle for old ancestor Xiao Xiao for the past 100 years. The advantage she accumulated over the years was perfectly hidden by the old ancestor, and when there was finally a chance, she unleashed her full might against her opponent. For the first time in her life, she saw hope to kill a royal lord, and if not for the territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers who rushed over from the royal city earlier, she would have succeeded. As long as the royal lord died, no one else would be a match for her and the humans would soon fully occupy the Great Evolution Theater. Such a victory had never happened before in history. Initially, she had the chance to set a precedent for the entire human race, but her plan was foiled by those territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers. Although many of the territory lords, 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and Black Ink clan soldiers lost their lives in the process, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was still displeased. Since she was unable to end the royal lord's life, it was pointless no matter how many territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers she killed. It could be said that she had been vexed since these territory lords led the Black Ink clan soldiers to lend the royal lord a hand. 100 years of effort had gone to waste because of them, and there wouldn't be such a chance again in the future. After suffering such a setback, the royal lord would always be wary of her. When the royal lord returned to the royal city and exchanged moves with her, she knew that there was no longer any hope to kill him, unless she was determined to perish together with him. Although she was unable to kill the royal lord, she could vent her anger on some of these annoying territory lords. The royal lord wouldn't dare to stop her, nor was he able to do so, therefore, he could only watch in silence. In fact, he even hoped that old ancestor Xiao Xiao would kill more territory lords. Although the royal lord had no idea what kind of an amazing secret technique that old ancestor Xiao Xiao had used to kill a territory lord in the blink of an eye, after using it 3 times, he was certain that this secret technique had to be quite energy-consuming. That was because even though she was an old ancestor, she couldn't possibly behead a territory lord with no effort. He was just as powerful as an old ancestor, so he had the confidence to make such a judgment. That was because it also wasn't possible for him to kill an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with ease, unless he used his Royal Lord's secret technique that would only be used in moments of extreme need. However, once the Royal Lord's secret technique was cast, the Royal Lord himself would be significantly weakened for a time, which was a huge drawback on the battlefield. Therefore, the Royal Lords never used this trump card unless absolutely necessary. After the previous battle, the Royal Lord was injured and had fled back to the royal city in a fluster, but it wasn't like old ancestor Xiao Xiao was completely unharmed. If she repeatedly used this secret technique, she would soon run out of stamina, giving him an opening to get his revenge. However, he couldn't tell the territory lords about his speculations, nor could he order them to provoke the old ancestor, therefore, he could only watch in silence. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao never made a move again. She had naturally figured out what the Royal Lord was plotting. Moreover, if she continued to make a move at this point, it would be no different from forcing the Royal Lord to engage in a life-or-death battle with her. After all, the Royal Lord wouldn't allow the royal city to be destroyed no matter what. That was because his Black Ink nest was in the royal city and was of critical importance to him and the entire Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. In this silent exchange, the two top masters each tacitly made a concession in order to not shatter the last sliver of calm. The price that the Black Ink clan had to pay was the lives of 3 territory lords and the trouble that ensued. The universe worlds were menacing, so although the Black Ink clan soldiers had done their best to intercept them, they had missed the best opportunity to act because of old ancestor Xiao Xiao's intimidation earlier. The moment the universe worlds were shattered, the explosions of the installed arrays covered the void and universe fragments of varying sizes rained down on the royal city. Countless Black Ink clan soldiers lost their lives as the royal city trembled under the impact. It was apparent that the Black Ink clan soldiers on the right side of the royal city were unable to ward off these universe worlds completely. Following Che Kong's order, the soldiers that had just clashed with the humans on the left side went over to help. Fortunately, both the old ancestor and the humans didn't react to this. As the Black Ink clan soldiers rallied together, they finally managed to stop all the universe worlds. Several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers were killed in the process, and the universe world where the royal city was located was severely damaged, losing as much as 30% of its land mass. Many structures in the royal city had been leveled. Only the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest remained perfectly intact. That was because there had always been several territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples guarding the Black Ink nest. Regardless of how intense the battle between the races was, they would never move from their posts or let anything harm the Black Ink nest. The noise slowly died down. The Black Ink clan army was completely battered. After staring at the Royal Lord for a while, old ancestor Xiao Xiao curled up her lips and sneered. Then, she turned around and shouted, "Withdraw." Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xiang Shan passed down an order loudly through his divine sense, "Retreat." The human warships turned around and headed to the forward base while behind, the Black Ink clan soldiers let out a breath of relief. The battle had finally ended. On the deck of Dawning Light, Yang Kai sighed. Before the battle started, he had received a secret order from Xiang Shan to charge towards the royal city and destroy the Black Ink nest if there was a chance. Even though it was a high-rank Black Ink nest, it had almost no defensive strength. Given the fact that Yang Kai was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, as long as he got close enough, he could easily destroy it. He was the best suited for this job because he was a master of the Tao of space. Since the start of the war, Yang Kai had been looking for such a chance, but there was never an opportunity for him to make a move. Given his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation now, it wasn't hard for him to get close to the Black Ink nest using instantaneous movement, but he couldn't defeat the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on guard there. As soon as he appeared, he would be killed by them before he could damage the Black Ink nest. It had been almost 150 years since the East-West Army arrived in the Great Evolution Theater. Over the years, the East-West Army had clashed with the Black Ink clan on 8 occasions, and each time they managed to kill a lot of their enemies. It could be said that in this war, they were very close to success, but they ultimately didn't manage to achieve their goal. As old ancestor Xiao Xiao would always recuperate in Yang Kai's small universe, he had access to information that the average soldiers wouldn't, therefore, he was aware of the ultimate plan, so the moment he saw the injured royal lord returning to the royal city, he knew that the plan wouldn't succeed. However, the end result wasn't terrible. The Black Ink clan soldiers responsible for protecting the royal city were practically half dead now, with more than half of the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples having been killed. If not for the fact that the royal lord could make use of the Black Ink nest to strengthen himself, they could have easily destroyed the royal city. Unfortunately, the royal lord had returned alive. With the Black Ink nest's help, he still had the capital to drag old ancestor Xiao Xiao down with him in death. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5261, I want these 3 people. During a chat with Yang Kai, old ancestor Xiao Xiao mentioned that Xiang Shan had come up with a strategy for the Great Evolution Army shortly after they departed from Wind and Cloud Pass. In short, they had to beat the Black Ink clan to a half-dead state before occupying Great Evolution Pass. That way, they would have ample time to recuperate and restore the Great Evolution Pass. If they managed to reoccupy Great Evolution Pass but didn't have time to make it operational again, what could they do to protect themselves if the Black Ink clan decided to start a war with them all of a sudden? After 100 years of effort, the fall of numerous 8th Order Division commanders, and the deaths of many 7th Order, 6th Order, and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they finally managed to achieve this first objective. Now, the goal that Xiang Shan had set had been achieved, so their next step would be to retake the Great Evolution Pass. That was the very reason that the Great Evolution Army was founded. After returning to the forward base, the humans started getting some rest. However, it wasn't possible for the Black Ink clan to do so, especially the Royal Lord. The moment he realized that the opponent he had dealt with for over 100 years had been deceiving him this entire time, there was no way he could quietly recuperate inside his Black Ink nest with peace of mind. That was because he couldn't be certain about how well the old ancestor had recovered or whether she would launch another attack on the royal city again in short order. In order to prevent such an incident from happening, he had to remain awake on alert at all times. In this situation, he couldn't fall into a state of slumber to recover and could only rely on the Black Ink nest's power to slowly heal his wounds. However, this kind of recuperation was significantly less efficient than falling unconscious inside the Black Ink nest would be. If he could sleep inside his Black Ink nest, he would fully recover within a couple hundred years. However, given his current situation, he still wouldn't be fully healed after 1,000 years. The old ancestor had indeed put him in a tight spot. The East-West Army had returned to their forward base, but this time, they didn't have much time to recuperate. The leaders had given an order that they could only remain in the forward base for 10 days before they would set off to Great Evolution Pass and join up with the North-South Army who had been keeping the Black Ink clan army over there at bay. They had to get prepared for the final battle to retake Great Evolution Pass. The soldiers had been waiting for this day for over 100 years. The moment they joined the Great Evolution Army, everyone thought that they would clash with the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass when they arrived at the Great Evolution Theater. They had the confidence that they would engage in a life-and-death struggle and eventually come out the winners. However, as soon as the East-West Army arrived, they directly headed to the royal city and went on to clash with the Black Ink clan there for nearly 150 years. With that said, the outcome of the war proved that the army commanders had made the right decision. Now, the East-West Army had beaten the Black Ink clan in the royal city to a pulp, so it would be far easier for them to retake Great Evolution Pass. It would take them at least a month to arrive at Great Evolution Pass, which was why after such a vicious battle the soldiers were given 10 days to get some rest and recover. Otherwise, the higher-ups would have ordered the East-West Army to immediately set sail for Great Evolution Pass after retreating from the royal city. While the soldiers were recuperating, they were also reorganizing themselves. When they departed from Wind and Cloud Pass, there were 30,000 soldiers and 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were a lot of powerful masters on their side. However, after 150 years of war, only 20,000 of them were still alive. 10,000 of them had been killed outside the royal city, most of the time without leaving a corpse behind. About 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had also lost their lives. That was the result of the East-West Army focusing on defense in every battle. If they were set on attacking the enemy without defending themselves, there would have been far more casualties. Although some humans would be killed in each battle, the number of casualties on the Black Ink clan side would always be dozens of times more than that of the humans. Every squad had suffered some losses, with some of them having been wiped out entirely, therefore, it was necessary to do some reorganization. Otherwise, they couldn't ensure that every squad could operate effectively. They had experienced this kind of reorganization twice in the past. However, the previous two personnel shuffles had nothing to do with Dawn. Dawn was significantly more powerful than an ordinary squad, and Yang Kai was especially outstanding, able to kill feudal lords in one move. Therefore, even in pitched battles, Dawn had always suffered very minimal losses. In this regard, even the old Turtle Squad, which always emphasized defense, was no match for Dawn. During the second reorganization, the old Turtles had been forced to recruit several new members. In the past, none of the members of Dawn were killed, but this time was different. The battle that had just ended was completely different from the ones in the past when it came to its level of danger and intensity. Although Yang Kai had killed many enemies, he couldn't ensure everyone's safety on the chaotic battlefield. Ning Qi was badly injured, while Chi Tai Chu had lost his life. Chi Tai Chu was the first member of Dawn to be killed in battle against the Black Ink clan since the Special Operations Squad's founding. He was also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Chi Tai Chu was one of the original members of Dawn. Back then, Yang Kai was the one who brought him back from the Black Ink clan's territory. When Dawn was established, Yang Kai selected him to be one of the members. Over the years, they had experienced countless life and death moments together, so Chi Tai Chu had become an indispensable part of Dawn. His death made Yang Kai feel heartbroken, and none of Dawn's members were in the mood to celebrate their recent victory. Some of the female members were extremely sorrowful. Chi Tai Chu was an experienced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was a mild-tempered person who never hid any secrets when it came to his knowledge of cultivation with the juniors. Whenever war broke out, he would always take good care of all the members. It could be said that of all the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Dawn, he was the most popular. One of the female 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had wanted to become his Dao partner, but he pretended to know nothing because he was a senior to her. Although they knew that death was part and parcel of life, they still couldn't help but feel downcast when someone close to them passed away. Chi Tai Chu was the only member of Dawn who was killed. The 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all fine. Dawning Light's powerful defense and mobility ensured everyone's safety in every war. If there came a day when Dawning Light was destroyed, all of them would likely lose their lives. At this moment, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the Purifying Black Ink battleship was standing in front of Yang Kai as he said, "Please have a look at this list, Brother Yang. Just tell me if you need any new members." The commanders were the ones who made most of the arrangements, however, considering the fact that the soldiers might have friends they would like to fight alongside with, such a list was produced. The squad leaders were entitled to select new members first. If the squad leaders didn't select anyone, the division commanders would make the decisions for them. After taking the list, Yang Kai took a brief look at it and said, "Only one member of Dawn was killed this time. It doesn't really affect our collective power, so we don't really need any new members. Please take this list to the other squads." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master smiled and nodded, "The members of Dawn are lucky to have your protection." This 7th Order Master was the adjutant who visited every squad leader with the list whenever there was a reorganization in the past, but it was the first time he came to see Yang Kai. In other words, it was the first time there was a casualty in Dawn over the course of 150 years of war. There was no doubt that the members of Dawn were all elites, but it also had something to do with the fact that Yang Kai was abnormally powerful. This man had earned his respect. No other squads in the East-West Army were like Dawn, and no one was clearer than him about this because he was always the one who delivered this list, so he was fully aware of the number of casualties in each squad. Yang Kai shook his head. Just when he was about to pass the list back to him, he halted for a moment and asked, "Can I select anyone from this list?" The person nodded. "The army commanders have ordered that the people on the list can be selected by the elite squads first. Squad leaders like you can select anyone from the list. You can select several people as long as it doesn't exceed the limit of your squad." Then, he asked curiously, "Have you changed your mind, Brother Yang?" Without saying anything, Yang Kai activated his divine sense and left some marks in the jade slip. Then, he passed it back to him and said, "I want these 3 people." After taking the jade slip, the man looked into it and nodded. "There are always fewer than 50 people in Dawn. Including these 3 people now, your squad has exactly 50 people. Good, I'll go to the next squad now." Then, he cupped his fist and left. After he was gone, Yang Kai turned to look at Feng Ying. "I'll be right back." Feng Ying nodded. Yang Kai then released his divine sense. A moment later, he dashed forward in a particular direction. There was a severely damaged warship on a barren piece of land. Sparks were seen flying in all directions as artifact refiners and array masters were busy repairing the warship. Every time the soldiers returned from the battlefield, artifact refiners and array masters would be swamped with work. That was because they were responsible for repairing the damaged warships. The state of this warship showed how dangerous the previous battle was. Minced meat and blood were seen everywhere on the warship. Most of it belonged to the Black Ink clan, but some of it was from the humans. The warship was in such a horrible state that it was practically irreparable. At this point, the warship should have been salvaged for parts and materials, as repairing it would be more costly than simply building a new one. 3 blood-soaked figures were standing near the warship. They were just standing there in silence, which was in stark contrast to the artifact refiners and array masters, who were busy repairing the warship. The 3 of them were staring forward with hollow eyes and expressionless faces. As a breeze whisked past, Yang Kai appeared beside them. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he swept his gaze around. Although he knew that every battle with the Black Ink clan was perilous, and some of the squads would be completely wiped out, no one had energy to pay attention to such matters on the battlefield. Now that they had returned from the battle, just by looking at this damaged warship, Yang Kai could imagine the heroic figures who had fought and died together with it. Although they had passed away, they had done the humans proud. The 3 people standing here were respectively 7th Order, 6th Order, and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After a moment of silence, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly said, "I've killed many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises before." Yang Kai nodded gently, "I know. Back then, many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises were indeed killed by Blood Crow. After that, he fled to the Shattered Heaven and managed to recruit a lot of subordinates. He had also made things difficult for the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises on several occasions. During that period of time, he had killed many who were training in the Shattered Heaven. It could be said that Blood Crow had many enmities with the cave heavens and paradises. I didn't willingly come to the Black Ink battlefield. Compared to being imprisoned for life or simply being killed, I could only choose to come here. Although I have to deal with the Black Ink clan, there was hope for me to survive. Therefore, when that old man from Bright King Cave Heaven asked me whether I wanted to live or die, I didn't hesitate to decide that I would come to the Black Ink battlefield." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5262, Possible to retake Great Evolution Pass without any losses? This was a sensible choice. Back then, Blood Crow was captured by elder fishermen from Bright King Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven and subsequently imprisoned in their sect. Considering the fact that his cultivation and experience was hard to come by, it would be a shame to kill Blood Crow outright, therefore, he was given a chance to come to the Black Ink battlefield. The Black Ink battlefield was unlike other places. Here, the humans only had one enemy, which was the Black Ink clan. Grudges from the past would be put aside, and those from Bright King Heaven were not worried that Blood Crow would try to escape or betray them. Other than doing his best to kill the enemy in order to stay alive, he had no choice. "Young boy, you know that my years of effort all went to waste because of what you did back then, right?" Blood Crow suddenly turned to look at him, as though he was still displeased with the latter over what had happened in the past. Yang Kai grinned, "If I hadn't ruined your plan, I wouldn't have become what I am today." Blood Crow slowly shook his head, "I suppose this is simply my fate. In my previous life, the Eighth Order was my limit. I was unresigned when I was about to reach my predestined time of death, so I spent the rest of my life making special arrangements. If everything went well, I could have been reborn as someone with the potential to ascend to the Ninth Order. However, life is indeed full of uncertainties. Who would have thought that a freak like you would show up and wreck everything?" Yang Kai tooted, "I will never overlook injustice and evil." Blood Crow nodded, "Whenever I see you, I have a strong urge to kill you. Likewise, whenever those disciples from the cave heavens and paradises found fault with me, I never went easy on them. Their blood essence could help increase my cultivation anyway." The Great Evolution Indestructible Blood Light Scripture was a special secret art. Even though it bore the name Great Evolution, it had nothing to do with Great Evolution Paradise. Instead, it worked in similar ways as Wuquang's heaven-devouring battle law. It could be said that these two secret arts were the most amazing ones Yang Kai had ever come across since he began cultivating. However, in his opinion, the Great Evolution Indestructible Blood Light Scripture was still inferior to the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai had dabbled in both secret arts, so no one had a clearer understanding of these two than him in terms of their strengths and differences. "I'm sure they were aware of my background and the grudges I had with the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises in the past," Blood Crow continued. He was obviously talking about the members of his original squad. "Some of them gave me the cold shoulder. Some of them secretly dismissed me. There were also those who made things difficult for me and snatched my military merits." Blood Crow spoke in a dispassionate tone. He was talking about his own affairs, but it was as though it had nothing to do with him. "But so what? I have my own ways of doing things, and it has nothing to do with others. If not for the unique environment of the Black Ink battlefield, I wouldn't have fought alongside these brats." Upon hearing that, the Sixth Order and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him glowered. Unfazed, Blood Crow lowered his gaze and continued, "What's really laughable though, is that those who dismissed me and found fault with me were also the ones who sacrificed themselves to save my life. I survived, while almost all of them died." He turned to look at Yang Kai, "Don't you think they're foolish?" Without waiting for Yang Kai's response, he continued, saying, "They're extremely foolish. They all cultivated for so many years to reach where they were. What was the point of all of that if they just threw their lives away in the end?" Yang Kai replied in a calm manner, "They're indeed foolish." "You think so too?" Blood Crow looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai nodded, "Weren't they foolish by sacrificing themselves for others?" Blood Crow nodded in agreement. After a while, he asked, "Is this what you told me back then? On the battlefield, grudges of the past no longer matter, and we're all brothers and sisters." Yang Kai smiled helplessly, "You're older and more experienced than me. At one point, you were even stronger than me, so why even ask me this question?" Hearing that, Blood Crow fell silent. After standing there for a while more, Yang Kai said, "We'll set off for Great Evolution Pass in 8 days, so get some rest now. We might need to fight the Black Ink clan again when we arrive." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xiang Shan, Lu Zhiping, and the others had gathered together. The old ancestor was present as well for once. Although she was wounded during the fight against the Royal Lord, her injuries weren't severe. Considering the fact that the army would leave for Great Evolution Pass soon, she didn't find Yang Kai to spread out his small universe for her to recuperate. One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters spoke up, "We'll set off for Great Evolution Pass in 8 days. I suppose the army will be fully reorganized by then. Excluding the 3,000 artifact refiners, array masters, and alchemists, we have 16,000 to 17,000 soldiers remaining. Things are not looking bright on the North-South Army's side either." In order to stop the Black Ink clansmen stationed at Great Evolution Pass from heading to the Royal City, they directly clashed with some 500,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, and many of them died in battle. Although the Black Ink clan forces over there are significantly weaker now, they still occupy Great Evolution Pass. They have been fortifying Great Evolution Pass for the past 30,000 years, so we must not underestimate them. I'm worried that it will be a tough fight to retake Great Evolution Pass. The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded with solemn expressions. Although they already knew that there would be a lot of casualties when the Great Evolution Army was founded, it never crossed their minds that the most difficult and deadly problem would be retaking Great Evolution Pass. While the Black Ink clan soldiers from the Royal City were beaten to a half-dead state by the East-West Army, they still had to deal with those from Great Evolution Pass. Upon hearing that, Lu Zhiping put on a smile. "Perhaps we can retrieve Great Evolution Pass without any losses." Huh. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were surprised to hear what she had said. The person who spoke earlier asked anxiously, "What do you mean by that, Senior Sister Lu? Will the Black Ink clansmen return Great Evolution Pass to us without a fight?" Upon finishing his words, he became startled for a moment and fell into his thoughts. Realizing something, another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master said, "That might be possible." The humans were already aware that the Black Ink clan could instantly relay information through their Black Ink nests, so those stationed at Great Evolution Pass must already know what had happened here at the Royal City. The Royal Lord was badly injured and was almost killed by the old ancestor. Countless Black Ink clan soldiers were either killed or injured, so they were no longer able to engage the humans away from the Royal City. If the East-West Army swaggered towards Great Evolution Pass now, and this piece of news was sent from the Royal City to Great Evolution Pass through the Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clansmen over there would certainly be flustered. After all, the East-West Army had an old ancestor with them. Although the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, garrisoned a large army there, and built up a lot of defenses, there was no way to tell if that would be enough to resist a human army with an old ancestor assuming command. When Great Evolution Pass was conquered, all the Black Ink clansmen there would surely be executed. From the Black Ink clan's perspective, if they found out about this news, they would certainly abandon Great Evolution Pass and run for their lives. It was no different from waiting for death by staying in Great Evolution Pass. Upon that realization, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became excited. Now, it seemed that the battle outside the Royal City was indeed the last of this war. It wouldn't be hard for them to retrieve Great Evolution Pass, they just had to put on an act. One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Damn." Lu Zhiping looked smilingly at him. "What's wrong, Junior Brother Fong?" Junior Brother Fong explained, "The Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass can find out about what happened in the Royal City through the Black Ink nests, but the North-South Army don't have access to such information. If the Black Ink clan abandons Great Evolution Pass and tries to run away, will the North-South Army think that they're desperately trying to rescue the Royal City? When that happens, the North-South Army will certainly try to stop them. Given the North-South Army's current situation, casualties will be inevitable if they clash with the Black Ink clan." Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded, "You have a point. We have to inform the North-South Army about this as soon as possible. Where's Yang Kai? Tell him to come over now. Since he's a master of the Tao of Space, he should be able to reach Great Evolution Pass in 8 days if he goes all out." Even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them wouldn't dare to say that they could arrive at Great Evolution Pass in 8 days from the Royal City. Other than Yang Kai, who was an expert in the Tao of Space, only the old ancestor could achieve that. Although the old ancestor wasn't badly injured, they certainly wouldn't dare to ask her to be a messenger. Therefore, this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master instantly thought of Yang Kai. There were a lot of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the East-West Army, but only a small number of them were worth the attention of these 8th Order Division commanders, and Yang Kai was undoubtedly the most outstanding among them. However, Lu Zhiping just replied with a smile, "Don't worry about it." In fact, before the battle even started, senior brother Xiang had sent Li Xing to head to Great Evolution Pass to inform the North-South Army about it. I suppose he should be with the North-South Army by now. Li Xing was Xiang Shan's adjutant as well as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was the best choice to inform the North-South Army about this piece of news. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were startled for a moment before turning to look at Xiang Shan. In response, Xiang Shan nodded lightly to show that it was indeed the case. Admiration was written all over junior brother Fang's face. "You're indeed far-sighted, senior brother Xiang. You've already expected this outcome while we've only thought about it now. We're no match for you when it comes to military strategy." Xiang Shan waved his hand. "Please don't be overly humble, junior brother Fang. You didn't think about it because you're not in my role. If you were the army commander, you would have expected the outcome as well." With a helpless smile, junior brother Fang shook his head. "I can never assume your role. There are so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here, but none of us have enough authority to be the army commander. You're the only one we can depend on." The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded. Initially, Xiang Shan's authority came from the fact that he was appointed to be the army commander by the old ancestors, but now, he had earned their respect by proving his worth. There were 4 army commanders in every Great Pass, so there were more than 400 army commanders in over 100 Great Passes in total. However, only a small number of them were a match for Xiang Shan when it came to their capabilities. Meanwhile, a visitor arrived at a new universe fragment where the North-South Army had re-established their forward base. Upon getting permission, Li Xing strode into the purifying black ink battleship and saw an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was clad in scholar's robes with a feather fan in his hand. Knowing that this person was the army commander of the Northern Army, Mi Jingluan, Li Xing saluted him. Although he had never met Mi Jingluan before, he had heard a lot about him. As he had always been by Xiang Shan's side, the latter had repeatedly mentioned Mi Jingluan over the years, saying that Mi Jingluan was on par with, if not slightly better than him when it came to devising strategies. Certainly, Li Xing wouldn't believe it. Over the years, he had witnessed the arrangements that Xiang Shan had made on the battlefield, and his strategies were all top-notch. To him, Xiang Shan's resourcefulness and foresight were practically peerless, so how was it possible that there was someone in the world who was more talented than he was? Li Xing believed that Xiang Shan was just being humble when the latter complimented Mi Jingluan in such a way. Other than Mi Jingluan, there was another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the hall. His hair was fiery red, but his face was as pale as a piece of white paper. Marshal Peak, Chapter 5263, Mi Jingluan's Inference. This red-haired 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was the army commander of the Southern Army, Ouyang Lai. It was said that he was a hot-tempered person. 10 years ago, he killed a territory lord in the battle against the Black Ink clan. However, he was also badly injured and almost died during the fight. It seemed that he still hadn't recovered even though 10 years had passed. This was understandable, as the more powerful one became, the harder it was to recover when they were injured, so it could be imagined how long an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would take to recover from a near-death experience. One had to know that it always took the old ancestor at least decades to recuperate. On the other hand, since the day that the royal lord was first injured by the old ancestor, he had never fully recovered, and that was over 100 years ago. Besides these 2 army commanders, there were other 8th Order Division commanders from the North-South Army in the meeting hall. Li Xing saluted all of them one by one. Presently, Ouyang Lai was seated on a chair. Before Li Xing could say anything, he asked, "What's going on over there? Has the East-West Army launched the final attack on the royal city? Over the years, the East-West Army and North-South Army would contact each other from time to time. However, due to the great distance, it would take a person an average of 2 months to travel back and forth between the two armies, so their exchanges of information were not frequent. Only when one side had made a major decision would a messenger be sent to inform the other party about it. Li Xing's arrival suggested that he had something important to report. Perhaps it had something to do with the final battle against the royal city, which was why Ouyang Lai asked that question. Li Xing bent his back and replied, "Martial Uncle Ouyang, when I departed, the battle had yet to begin, but they were in the midst of final preparations. If I'm not mistaken, the East-West Army should be engaged in an intense battle with the Black Ink clan as we speak. It's even possible that the war has already ended." With a smile, Mi Jingluan asked, "In your opinion, will the East-West Army achieve its objective this time?" Li Xing nodded, "Yes." Mi Jingluan arched his brow, "Since you're so confident, it seems the situation over there is quite favorable. I suppose they've already won the fight." "Well, with senior brother Xiang in charge, there's no way the Black Ink clan are a match for him." Ouyang Lai pursed his lips, "Since the East-West Army has won, why did Xiang Shan tell you to come over?" Since the beginning, Ouyang Lai had always had some complaints against Xiang Shan. This couldn't be helped, as the East-West Army was responsible for invading the royal city, thus allowing them to earn a massive amount of military merits. On the other hand, the North-South Army had to stop the Black Ink clansmen from leaving Great Evolution Pass. It certainly wasn't as fun as attacking the royal city like the East-West Army had done. Li Xing replied, "Sir Xiang told me to come over to inform you that you have to be careful of what the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass might do soon." After giving it a thought, Mi Jingluan nodded, "We indeed have to act prudently. If the Black Ink clan at the royal city are really defeated, those from Great Evolution Pass will surely become nervous when they learn about it. Now, they're only left with two options: they either defend Great Evolution Pass to the last man, or run for their lives." At this point, he had figured out Xiang Shan's intention, "So, I suppose senior brother Xiang wants us to just watch and do nothing if the Black Ink clan tries to flee from Great Evolution Pass." Li Xing was slightly surprised at the speed of Mi Jingluan's inference, but soon nodded and replied, "That was indeed Sir Xiang's intention." Ouyang Lai asked, "Do you think the Black Ink clan will abandon the pass?" Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Do you think they would rather sit and wait for death? If I'm not mistaken, after the war, the East-West Army will take a short rest at their base before setting off in a high-profile manner so that the Black Ink clan from the royal city notice it and promptly send word to Great Evolution Pass." Then, he turned to look at Li Xing and asked, "Is this brother Xiang's arrangement?" Admiration was written all over Li Xing's face as he replied, "That is indeed his arrangement. Before I departed, Sir Xiang told me to pass on his word that the army would rest for 10 days after the victory. After that, they will set off for the pass. He wants the North-South Army to pay close attention to what the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass do. If there is an anomaly, it suggests that the East-West Army has won the battle, while it's the opposite if the Black Ink clan do nothing." Before he came to this place, Li Xing thought that Mi Jingluan was overrated. Now, it seemed that this Northern Army commander was indeed talented in military strategy. At the very least, he was an intelligent person, otherwise, he wouldn't have figured out Xiang Shan's intentions so swiftly. Ouyang Lai frowned, "Do we just let the Black Ink clan go if they flee from Great Evolution Pass?" Mi Jingluan explained, "We're unable to stop them even if we wanted to. There's a lack of manpower in the North-South Army now, so if the Black Ink clan are determined to escape from the pass, it won't matter if we don't stop them. However, if we do try to get in their way, it will certainly be a tough fight. When that happens, even more of our soldiers will lose their lives." Nobody wanted to experience the battle that took place 10 years ago again. During the battle, half of the North-South Army's soldiers were killed while a number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters willingly sacrificed their lives just to stop the Black Ink clan army from reaching the royal city. Even the army commander of the Southern Army, Yang Lai, had almost lost his life. An 8th Order Division commander furrowed his brows. There are a lot of Black Ink clansmen in the pass right now, at least 20 to 30 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples as well as 250,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. If we just let them return to the royal city and join forces with the Black Ink clan army there, it will be a huge problem in the future. Mi Jingluan said with a smile, we have to be patient in order to achieve our goal. Think about it this way. If the Black Ink clansmen flee from Great Evolution Pass, it's no different from giving the place back to us for free. Isn't it wonderful that we're able to retake Great Evolution Pass without having to fight again? As for the future, once the crusade begins, why would we have to fear the forces at the royal city? The reason they had to retake Great Evolution Pass was to prepare for the crusade which would take place in the future. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were aware of it, and they also knew that the humans had a trump card to use against the Black Ink clan. In fact, they had already developed this weapon, but they were still not able to mass-produce it. Moreover, they couldn't reveal it at this point, so they never used it when trying to retake Great Evolution Pass. However, once the crusade began, this weapon would surely be of great use. By then, destroying the royal city would be a simple matter. When Li Xing looked at the confident Mi Jingluan, he felt as if the latter was another Xiang Shan. He thought that resourceful senior experts like them could always see things that others were not able to see. In this regard, Mi Jingluan and Xiang Shan were very similar. Let's just wait and see. If I'm not mistaken, the Black Ink clan will send over an envoy within 10 days. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were astounded upon hearing that, as they had no idea why Mi Jingluan had made such a judgment. Li Xing was equally puzzled. The blood feud between the two races had been ongoing for countless years, and every time they clashed, both sides were determined to annihilate each other. There had never been a reason to send envoys to another side before. However, since Mi Jingluan had said so, he must have a reason to come to this conclusion. After passing on Xiang Shan's words, Li Xing was supposedly free to return to the East-West Army at any time. Nevertheless, he decided to stay out of curiosity. He wanted to find out if Mi Jingluan, who was so highly regarded by Xiang Shan, had accurately predicted the future. It would be an eye-opener if the Black Ink clan really sent an envoy to this place. In the East-West Army's forward base, the reorganization was completed within 10 days. The more complete squads were reinforced by the ones who had lost more members. Presently, Yang Kai was standing on the deck of Dawning Light and looking out towards the void. The army was ready to set off. Just then, 3 people with different auras rushed over from a distance. They were respectively 7th Order, 6th Order, and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 3 of them came to a stop in the void, and the person at the front eyed Yang Kai for a moment before cupping his fist. Western Army, 2nd Division, Wind Battalion, 3rd Squad, Blood Crow. Wen Chengjing. Zhang Yang. Reporting for duty. Yang Kai nodded and ordered solemnly, "Get on board." The next instant, Blood Crow led the 6th Order Wen Chengjing and 5th Order Zhang Yang to land on the deck. The purifying Black Ink battleship slowly rose into the sky as a loud voice reverberated in all directions, "Set sail! Set sail!" Yang Kai waved his hand and ordered. The arrays on Dawning Light activated, and the fleet of warships charged towards the void. On one of the warships, Grandmaster Ma Fan looked in Great Evolution Pass direction and started weeping. He had been waiting outside the royal city for 150 years. Now that he could finally head to the place where his ancestors and seniors fought the enemy, he was overwhelmed by a sense of sorrow and agitation. The human army's movements horrified the Black Ink clan soldiers outside the royal city. One had to know that the two armies had clashed barely 10 days ago, and during that battle, the royal lord had been beaten half dead and many of the Black Ink clan soldiers were either killed or injured. At the end of that battle, the human old ancestor even put on a display of killing 3 territory lords right in front of the royal lord, with the latter not daring to stop her. Were the humans preparing to raise a storm again after just 10 days? The territory lords were deluged with a sense of unease, and the lower Black Ink clansmen broke into a commotion. However, what surprised them was that the humans did not head towards the royal city. Instead, they seemed to be heading in a different direction. All of them could clearly feel the old ancestors' powerful aura coming from the fleet of warships. A myriad of expressions came over Che Kong as he looked in the direction the humans were heading. As he thought of a possibility and realized that something was off, he promptly looked for the royal lord. Presently, the royal lord's face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Moreover, he was in a terrible mood. This couldn't be helped. Even though the humans had retreated 10 days ago, the old ancestor had faintly locked onto him with her will from a distance, forcing him to remain vigilant this whole time. In such a situation, he wasn't in the mood to recuperate, nor did he dare to do so. However, on this day, he realized that the old ancestor's aura was moving further away from him. As he released his divine sense, he soon understood the situation. Che Kong arrived at his place at this point. Before he could speak, the royal lord ordered, "Inform the army at Great Evolution Pass to leave and return to the royal city." Upon hearing that, Che Kong was astonished. "Are we abandoning Great Evolution Pass?" The royal lord shook his head. "Since the old ancestor is personally heading to Great Evolution Pass, there's no way they can hold it." Che Kong had already speculated that the human army was marching towards Great Evolution Pass. Now, it indeed seemed to be the case. He thus bowed his head. "I'll send them a message now. However, there are some human soldiers outside Great Evolution Pass. I'm worried that they might not have a chance to come back." The royal lord shook his head again. "The humans will not intercept them again. Just inform them about it." Although Che Kong had no idea why the royal lord had made such a judgment, he could only oblige. Just when he was about to leave the place, the royal lord suddenly said, "Tell those from Great Evolution Pass to make a detour. They must not run into the old ancestor on their way back." "Yes," Che Kong replied and left. After he was gone, the royal lord closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely vexed. Despite having a huge advantage in terms of the number of soldiers and holding the geographical advantage, they were eventually defeated by the humans, who now had the last laugh. On the other hand, a royal lord like him could only hide in the royal city, not daring to show his face. The root cause of the problem was that he had underestimated his opponent, thinking that the old ancestor, just like him, was still injured every time they clashed in the past. It never crossed his mind that the cunning old ancestor had fully recovered each time. This was the kind of humiliation he could never wash away for the rest of his life. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5264, Reaction from Great Evolution Pass. Black Ink Clan. The East-West Army departed from the base and headed to Great Evolution Pass. If everything went well, they would arrive at their destination in 1 month. After 10 days of reorganization, it could only be said that the soldiers were able to move and fight again, but they hadn't fully recovered. The injured soldiers were still recuperating in the warships of their squads. Meanwhile, the array masters and artifact refiners were moving between the warships to repair the artifacts and arrays. They were swamped with work. Wen Qingjing and Zhang Yang, who were new to Dawn, soon familiarized themselves with the other members. Feng Ying had assigned some work and duties to them. On the other hand, Blood Crow, who didn't seem to get along well with the others, was standing on the deck on his own. It wasn't certain what was on his mind. Yang Kai didn't intend to interfere. It was impossible to expect that Blood Crow could get along with the others. His background, experiences, and temperament meant that he was unable to do that. However, Blood Crow was already different from his past self. Yang Kai could detect that. In the past, Blood Crow was forced to come to the Black Ink battlefield to fight against the Black Ink clan. But now, he didn't battle against the Black Ink clan just because he had to. It also had something to do with his Dao heart. Even though his life was saved by the members of his previous squad, he might not necessarily be grateful to them. Instead, he might think that those who were killed in his stead were foolish. Regardless, it was an indisputable fact that his life was saved. He didn't have to be grateful, but he did have to repay their favor. This was his Tao. In the cabin, after examining Ning Qiji's body, Yang Kai said, "Just get some rest for the time being. Even if there's a battle, don't make a move." In the previous battle, Qi Tai Chu was killed while Ning Qiji was terribly injured and his small universe was damaged. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had come to his rescue in time, his small universe would have been shattered. If that happened, Qi Tai Chu wouldn't have been the only one who died that day. Although Ning Qiji had survived, his small universe had cracked. Fortunately, Yang Kai had profound Yin spirit fruits on him. When he was in Blue Sky Pass back then, he had intentionally planted some profound Yin fruit trees and a massive amount of herbs that could be used to refine purifying black ink pills in his small universe. They were planted in his medicine garden where Mu Zhu and Mu Lu, the two wood spirits, would tend to them. Those herbs would easily grow to maturity under their care. Furthermore, the flow of time in his small universe was much faster than that in the outside world. More than 1,000 years had passed since then, so the profound Yin fruit trees in his small universe had borne fruits. Yang Kai had handed 90% of them over to army to be used by the other soldiers while he kept 10% just in case of emergencies. Profound Yin spirit fruits were the only spirit fruits the humans had found that could repair broken or incomplete small universes. That was the reason Ning Qiji's life was saved. Although the profound Yin spirit fruit had an amazing effect, it would take a long time before his small universe was fully repaired. Before that, he was unable to use his world force, or his injury would exacerbate. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, Ning Qiji nodded, but he didn't feel any sense of relief. Qi Tai Chu had lost his life. In Dawn, Qi Tai Chu, Ning Qiji, and Shen Ao were former Black Ink disciples that Yang Kai had brought back from the Black Ink clan's side. They were friends who had shared countless life and death moments together on the battlefield. Now, Qi Tai Chu was no longer there to drink wine and talk about the martial Dao with the other two. Yang Kai gently patted his shoulder and turned around to leave. The moment he left the cabin, he saw the gloomy-looking blood crow standing on the deck on his own. Without intending to talk to him, Yang Kai returned to his room to get some rest. As soon as he opened the door, he batted his eyes in stunned silence. A moment later, he gently stepped back and closed the door. Before he could close the door though, a voice called out, "Come in and have a talk with me." A helpless Yang Kai tooted and opened the door again. Upon entering the room, he saluted the person who was seated on his bed, Old Ancestor. No one knew when Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao had arrived aboard Dawning Light. However, given her ninth order cultivation, no one could detect her presence if she wanted to conceal it. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao shot him a glance and teased him by saying, "What's wrong? Are you worried that there will be rumors about us? Is that why you left the door open?" Yang Kai promptly shook his head. "That's definitely not the case." Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao snorted. A concerned Yang Kai asked, "How are your injuries? Do you need a place to recuperate?" Upon hearing that, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao waved her hand, "I don't need to recuperate for now. We'll talk about it when we settle down. Moreover, I wasn't badly hurt in the previous battle." A curious Yang Kai asked, "Why are you here, then?" Obviously, the Old Ancestor wouldn't have come all the way here just to have a chat with him. Without beating around the bush, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao extended her hand, "Give me a few sets of space beacons." The two of them had lived together in Yang Kai's small universe for hundreds of years now and frequently chatted with each other. On occasion, Yang Kai would mention the methods he had developed in the Tao of space, hoping the Old Ancestor might be able to give him some insights or inspiration. That was why she was aware of the existence of his space beacons. Yang Kai didn't ask why she needed the space beacons and just fished out a few sets and passed them to her. After taking the space beacons, the Old Ancestor directly disappeared. Yang Kai batted his eyes once and realized that she was already nowhere to be seen in the room. Soon though, he heard the old ancestor's voice, "Tell your squad to relax. There won't be a battle when we arrive at Great Evolution Pass." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that the reason they set off to Great Evolution Pass was to launch the last battle against the Black Ink clan to retake it. However, the old ancestor's words seemed to suggest that they could get Great Evolution Pass back without a fight. Would the Black Ink clan unconditionally surrender Great Evolution Pass to them? Yang Kai frowned, but as he pondered on the issue, he soon realized the crux of the matter and figured out why she had said as much. Even though it was no different from letting the Black Ink clansmen from both sides join forces, it was still of greater benefit to the human soldiers at the moment. Yang Kai had no idea about the North-South Army situation, but the East-West Army had just gone through an intense battle. If they fought again after such a short time, there would surely be massive losses. If they could retake Great Evolution Pass without a fight, they could prevent a lot of unnecessary sacrifices. As for the reason that the old ancestor wanted some space beacons from Yang Kai, after giving it a thought, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the Royal Lord for a moment. Perhaps in the years to come, the Royal Lord would not be able to recuperate with peace of mind. In the North-South Army's base, Li Xing was given a room. By activating the spirit arrays, he could cultivate at ease without worrying about any interruption, unless the room itself was attacked. However, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate. The reason he didn't immediately return to the East-West Army side after completing his task was that he wanted to find out if Mi Jingluan's speculation was right. At the same time, he wanted to know the outcome of the war on the East-West Army's side. He had learned a lot of secrets from Xiang Shan, so he knew that it wouldn't be hard for the East-West Army to win the battle. However, it remained uncertain whether the old ancestor would be able to kill the Royal Lord. Before the outcome was clear, no one could be certain that there wouldn't be a sudden turn of events. It wasn't hard to find out whether the East-West Army had won the battle. They just had to observe the reaction of the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass. Therefore, Li Xing had been staring in Great Evolution Pass direction in an attempt to find out what was going on over there. Nevertheless, the Great Pass was too far away for a mere 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to get a clear look. Regardless of what the Black Ink clan were doing over there, he was unable to tell. One day, he suddenly saw a ray of light rushing over from Great Evolution Pass direction. Li Xing's eyes brightened as he knew that it should be one of the people from the North-South Army responsible for monitoring Great Evolution Pass. Since the person was coming back in a hurry, he must have some news to report to the higher-ups. As expected, after the person returned, he directly landed on the purifying Black Ink battleship. Li Xing had the urge to find out more, but he was worried that it would be awkward for him to do so. After all, he wasn't from the North-South Army, so he didn't have the right to head to the purifying Black Ink battleship as he pleased. After waiting for some time, he saw the person emerging from the purifying Black Ink battleship, so he promptly went over to stop him and cupped his fist. "Please wait, senior brother." That person was also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and as he lifted his head and recognized him, he asked with a smile, "Brotherly from the East-West Army?" Li Xing nodded, then quickly asked, "Senior brother, is there any news about the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass?" The 7th Order Master hesitated for a bit, but reckoning that it wasn't really a secret, he replied, "Indeed, brotherly. Just now, we detected some unusual movement from Great Evolution Pass. There seemed to be a commotion, however, due to the Great Pass barrier, we were unable to find out what was going on regardless of how hard we tried. If it's just like the information you've brought to us, the East-West Army should have won the battle. The Black Ink clansmen there must be feeling uneasy now after learning the news from the royal city." Li Xing became excited. "That has to be the case." The 7th Order Master said with a smile, "I share the same sentiment, so I came back in a hurry to report it to the 2 army commanders. Brotherly, I have to return to continue monitoring Great Evolution Pass, so I'll take my leave now." Saying so, he cupped his fist and left the place. Li Xing, who had been anxious recently, finally relaxed. Since the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass started making a move, it suggested that those from the royal city were defeated. In that case, the East-West army must have successfully carried out its plan. In other words, they had won. Therefore, he no longer had to return to the East-West army. According to the plan, if the East-West army won the war, they would soon come over and join up with the North-South army. As such, Li Xing just had to wait here and could also find out if Mi Jingluan's speculation was right. After bidding Li Xing farewell, the Seventh Order Master headed straight in Great Evolution Pass direction. A few hours later, he landed on an asteroid where there were two other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. One of them was seen with demon chi swirling around his figure. It was obvious that he was from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven. On the other hand, it was difficult to figure out the other person's background. However, he was clad in a green robe, and his aura felt natural and pure. Presently, one of these Seventh Order Masters was seen with a golden left pupil. Apparently, he had activated the Demon Eye of Annihilation. It wasn't certain what kind of an amazing eye secret technique the green-robed Seventh Order Master was using, but his eyes had turned amber, and a flash of light was seen flowing behind his gaze. They were seated in two different places as they stared in Great Evolution Pass direction in an attempt to find out what was going on over there. There were countless talents in the cave heavens and paradises, so it wasn't hard to get two people who had cultivated eye secret techniques to monitor Great Evolution Pass. The three of them were in the same group. Two people were responsible for keeping an eye on Great Evolution Pass while the remaining one served as a runner to report any findings to the higher-ups. There was a clear division of tasks. A moment later, the disciple from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven grunted all of a sudden. At the same time, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, whose eyes had turned amber, batted his eyes. It was apparent that they had discovered something. Martial Peak, Chapter 5265, Waving the White Flag. The disciple from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven suddenly said, "There are some Black Ink clansmen coming over from Great Evolution Pass." "How many are there?" The Seventh Order Master, who had just returned to this place, asked anxiously. It would be bad news to the humans whenever the Black Ink clansmen left Great Evolution Pass. Every time they did that, there would be a fight with the North-South army, though the enemy would always be defeated. Therefore, the Seventh Order Master became nervous upon learning that some Black Ink clansmen had left Great Evolution Pass. The Seventh Order Master from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven replied, "There are only a few dozen of them." The green-robed Seventh Order Master arched his brow. It seems that Senior Mi's speculation was right. They appear to be the Black Ink clan's envoys. Since they were asked to monitor Great Evolution Pass, Mi Jingluan had told them the reason they had to do so. Just like Li Xing, they were previously puzzled. The blood feud between the two races on the Black Ink battlefield was practically irresolvable. They would always engage in a life-and-death fight every time they clashed, so no envoys had ever been sent to the other side before. They thought that such a thing was unlikely to happen. However, since Mi Jingluan had said so, they wouldn't dare to doubt it. Now, several dozen Black Ink clansmen were indeed coming over from Great Evolution Pass, and it was apparent that they were not looking for trouble. The only reasonable explanation was that they were the expected envoys. Do we act according to the plan? The Seventh Order Master from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven raised his brow. The green-robed Seventh Order Master nodded, However, we're not sure how many feudal lords there are. If there are too many of them, we might suffer a setback instead. The Seventh Order Master from Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven grinned, "Don't worry. Senior Mi said that even if we make a move, they won't have the nerve to fight back. There's nothing to worry about even if there are territory lords among them. After all, to them, we still have no idea about the outcome of the war at the royal city." The other two nodded, then activated their secret techniques to cover their figures up and hide their auras. At the same time, they sent a message back to the forward base. Soon, several human warships secretly set out to ambush the enemies. After departing from Great Evolution Pass, the several dozen Black Ink clansmen rushed forward, and it only took them about half a day before they arrived somewhere near the asteroid field. At this point, the humans could easily figure out how strong these Black Ink clansmen were. There were only a few feudal lords, while the rest were all high-rank Black Ink clansmen. No territory lords were present. It seemed that the territory lords were truly afraid of death. They were obviously worried that the humans would attack them if they came over all of a sudden, therefore, they sent some feudal lords first to test the waters. Since there wasn't even a single territory lord, the humans who were hiding nearby became at ease. Just as the Black Ink clansmen were about to pass by the asteroids, the arrays on the warships activated. At the same time, secret techniques and the powers of artifacts rained down on these Black Ink clansmen. Violent energy fluctuations suddenly exploded. Engulfed in a great sense of danger, these Black Ink clansmen, who were already apprehensive to begin with, were terrified. Flustered, they hurriedly dispersed. However, under the intense barrage, these Black Ink clansmen were not spared from misfortune. In an instant, half of them perished. Before they even managed to steady themselves, the human warships had revealed themselves. Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leapt out and cast their secret techniques at the enemies. The feudal lord in the lead dodged the attacks with difficulty while exclaiming, "Wait! We're not here to fight. Territory Lord Hongdi has ordered us to come here for peace talks with you all." His loud voice reverberated across the void. Naturally, the human soldiers didn't bother to respond to him and dismissed his words as nonsense. It seemed that just like what Mi Jingluan had expected, these Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to counterattack even if they were attacked. As such, the humans became even more ruthless with their assault. These poor feudal lords had survived several clashes with the North-South army, so it could be said that they were elites among the Black Ink clan. Nevertheless, at this moment, they could only dodge in embarrassment. Things would only get worse if they kept avoiding the attacks though, and by the time these feudal lords realized that the situation could not be salvaged and wanted to counterattack, it was already too late. Only a cup of tea's time had passed since the human soldiers started attacking, but these several dozen Black Ink clansmen were almost wiped out. Before his death, the Black Ink clansman at the front exclaimed, "We're really here to discuss peace." The humans had never responded to him since the beginning, so he was extremely vexed right until his death. Although they knew that these Black Ink clansmen were indeed here for a peace talk, none of the humans had any pity for them. That was because they knew that these Black Ink clansmen must have killed humans before. On the walls of Great Evolution Pass, the territory lords were standing alongside one another as they looked into the distance. When they saw that the several dozen Black Ink clansmen were all killed, their expressions turned gloomy. Even though they were fairly certain that these Black Ink clansmen would end up in a horrible state, none of them had expected that the humans would be so ruthless. With that said, the outcome wasn't surprising. There was a blood feud between the two races that stretched back countless years. When one side suddenly wanted to talk peace, the other side certainly wouldn't easily believe them. It was expected that they would simply attack. It was for this reason that the territory lords didn't show up in the first attempt. They only sent some feudal lords and high-rank Black Ink clansmen as a test. The situation was apparently more troublesome than they imagined. Hongdi said grimly, "In such a situation, does any one of you have a solution? At a minimum, we have to establish contact with the humans before we even think about a peace talk. If they couldn't open a dialogue with the humans, it would be pointless to send more Black Ink clansmen over." The territory lords fell silent. The incident earlier showed that the humans would immediately attack when they saw Black Ink clansmen leave the Great Pass. There was no room for communication, so how were they supposed to discuss anything? When they learned that their brethren at the royal city were defeated and the royal lord was horrendously injured, they were quite flustered. Over the past 100 or so years, the human soldiers would attack the royal city every 20 years. The Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass were aware of this. After all, it was easy to transmit information through the Black Ink nests. Over the years, even though those from the royal city would always suffer some losses in each engagement, the losses were not critical. The royal lord and the old ancestor were equally matched, with neither being capable of killing the other. Therefore, they were puzzled as to why the situation had suddenly become so abysmal at the royal city. After some inquiries, they learned that the human old ancestor had been concealing the fact that she could recover far faster than anticipated. Over the years, she repeatedly exacerbated the royal lord's injuries, never giving him time to fully heal, while she would make a complete recovery. Finally, after 100 years of plotting, she dropped the pretense and forced the royal lord to flee back to the royal city in embarrassment. Although the human soldiers had returned to their forward base, things were not looking good on the royal city's side, and those from Great Evolution Pass were worried that the royal city would really be destroyed by the humans. Then, they received a piece of news that horrified them. Barely 10 days after the great battle ended, the human army left the forward base they had garrisoned in for over 100 years and headed in Great Evolution Pass direction. That was some shocking news. There was already a human army at Great Evolution Pass doorstep, one that had stopped them from leaving this place on multiple occasions. If the human soldiers from the royal city joined up with them, the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass would be doomed. Furthermore, the old ancestor was with the approaching human army. It could be said that the moment the human armies joined forces, death would become certain for the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass. The territory lords were all incredibly flustered. Fortunately, there was an order from the royal city that told them to evacuate Great Evolution Pass. Although Hongdi was unwilling to abandon his territory, he could only do so in order to save his life. However, they still had to come up with a way to leave Great Evolution Pass. Over the years, the humans would be instantly alerted the moment the Black Ink clan made a move. Therefore, if they rashly left Great Evolution Pass, the humans might misunderstand their intentions, and then a battle would be inevitable. After pondering on the issue, the territory lords concluded that their best option was to negotiate a temporary ceasefire with the humans first. That was why the several dozen Black Ink clansmen were sent out. To them, they had the advantage of knowing things that the humans didn't. They were aware of what had happened at the royal city while the humans might not necessarily know it, hence, they could make use of this advantage to achieve their objective. If the humans found out that those from the royal city were defeated, and that a fleet of human warships was coming over to join them, they might not be willing to discuss peace at all. From the humans' perspective, it would be a wise move to stop the Black Ink clansmen from leaving Great Evolution Pass and wait for the arrival of their reinforcements before joining forces and wiping them out. Therefore, a peace talk had to be held and concluded before the human soldiers from the two sides established contact. Otherwise, the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass would be doomed. Hongdi swept a glance over these silent territory lords and cursed at them in his mind, thinking that they were all useless when their help was needed. Hence, he could only turn to his 8th Order Black Ink disciple, Zhou Qi. Since you're a human, do you have a suggestion to deal with this situation? Black Ink's strength was seen swirling around the 8th Order Black Ink disciple named Zhou Qi. His neck was full of abscesses where black pus was seen oozing out. Not only did this person look hideous, his body also stank. It was as though he was a rotten corpse. His smell couldn't be isolated using any secret techniques, so all the Black Ink clansmen and the other 8th Order Black Ink disciples stayed far away from him. Upon hearing Hongdi's question, Zhou Qi bent his back and replied, "Sir, when I was younger, I happened to wander around a universe world where I saw two human armies clashing with one another. When the losing side wanted to surrender, they would send a group of people to the other side waving a white flag. When the people on the other side saw the white flag, they knew not to launch an attack. Why don't we try that? Raising a white flag?" Hongdi was surprised as he had never heard of it before. Another territory lord asked his own 8th Order Black Ink disciple, "Is that true?" After pondering on it for a moment, the 8th Order Black Ink disciple replied, "I've heard of it before, however, every universe world has its own unique customs, so it might not be a universally accepted sign. I'm not sure if it'll be effective on the human soldiers over there." Hongdi nodded. We'll give it a try to find out if it's effective. Get me a white flag. Following his order, the Black Ink clansmen started getting prepared. A while later, a white flag was made. The white flag was truly gigantic, as though they were worried that the humans wouldn't be able to see it. A moment later, another group of Black Ink clansmen departed from Great Evolution Pass. The feudal lord at the front raised the white flag and headed towards the North-South Army's forward base while feeling incredibly apprehensive. On the monitoring asteroid, the two Seventh Order masters who cultivated secret techniques immediately spotted this new group. The Seventh Order master from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven couldn't help but break into laughter. They're coming over with a white flag. Are we going to attack? So what if they're coming over with a white flag? Just kill them all. A certain squad leader rolled up his sleeves as he was ready to kill. I don't think that's a good idea. The Seventh Order master, who was responsible for passing on information, shook his head. The higher-ups have made it clear that we have to eventually negotiate with the Black Ink clan. It's reasonable for us to say that we did not know their intentions when we killed their first group of envoys, but now that they've made such an obvious gesture, waving a giant white flag, we might ruin the army commander's plans if we still make a move. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5266, A Suitable Place. A cornered animal would strike back at all costs if it was pushed into a hopeless situation, no matter how timid it may be. Earlier, the humans had killed a group of Black Ink clansmen, which was fine if all they wanted was to destroy the enemy. However, if they repeatedly killed the Black Ink clan's envoys and eliminated any hope of negotiation, that would be disastrous for them as well. Therefore, upon hearing what the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master said, the others nodded in agreement. I'll make contact with them. Saying so, the Seventh Order Master emerged from his hiding place, stood there in the void, and looked condescendingly at the group of Black Ink clansmen. From afar, the feudal lord at the front spotted this Seventh Order Master. He was initially anxious, but upon seeing the person's actions, he relaxed slightly. He had seen what had happened to the previous group of his clansmen, therefore, after taking on the task, he was worried that he would also perish just like them. However, since a human was willing to show up and not immediately attack, it meant that they had figured out their intentions. Now, it seemed that raising a white flag was indeed useful. Half a day later, with the feudal lords leading the way, these Black Ink clansmen arrived somewhere near the asteroid. Only one Seventh Order master had shown up on the human side while the others remained hidden nearby. Despite being alone, this human gave off a domineering air. These Black Ink clansmen stopped at a spot that was 100,000 kilometers away from the Seventh Order human. The feudal lord, who was holding the white flag, gave a hint to the Seventh Order Black Ink disciple beside him. The latter took a step forward and cupped his fist. May I know your name, senior brother? The Seventh Order master glanced at this Black Ink disciple and let out a sigh. He saluted him back and replied, Clear Mind Cave Heaven, Mu Tian Zong. He wouldn't have been so polite if it was a Black Ink clansman who asked him this question. However, the one who spoke was a Black Ink disciple. His appearance suggested that he could no longer be saved, but he used to be a human, after all. He was not willingly corrupted by Black Ink strength. Every time the humans came across such Black Ink disciples on the battlefield, they wouldn't hesitate to kill them. That was because death was the only release for these Black Ink disciples. Nevertheless, in such a situation, it wasn't appropriate for this Seventh Order master to give them the cold shoulder. This Black Ink disciple used to be a part of the human race, and he had fought against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield before. The leading feudal lord was apparently a clever one as he let this Black Ink disciple speak while he remained silent. There was no doubt that it was a wise decision. The Seventh Order Black Ink disciple nodded. Great Evolution Pass, Lien Su. Without beating around the bush, Mu Tian Zong asked, Why has the Black Ink clan come all the way here, waving a white flag? Lien Su replied, Senior brother, the Black Ink clan of Great Evolution Pass would like to hold peace talks with the humans. The reason we have a white flag with us is to show our sincerity. A peace talk? Mu Tianzong arched his brow, as though he was surprised. The blood feud between the two races is irresolvable. Do you think we'll believe that you want to suddenly discuss peace? Lien Su replied, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What matters is whether the army commanders and the division commanders will believe it. He basically implied that this Seventh Order master had no right to decide how the matter should be handled. Mu Tianzong stared back at him and snorted. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had made the right decision by letting a Black Ink disciple deal with this matter instead of doing it themselves. After all, Black Ink disciples had a far better understanding of the human race. The Black Ink disciple Lien Su went on to say, over the past 100 years, the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass have repeatedly clashed with the army you belong to, and both parties have suffered immense losses. Now, the Black Ink clansmen are stuck in Great Evolution Pass while the humans don't dare to attack rashly. Further confrontation will only drain our strength and waste our time. Now, the Black Ink clan are willing to return Great Evolution Pass to the humans. It's just that we don't know whether the humans are willing to accept it. Hearing that, Mu Tianzong secretly sneered. The truth was that the Black Ink clan at the royal city had been defeated, and those garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass had no choice but to abandon this place. However, this Black Ink disciple spoke in a way as though the Black Ink clan were doing the humans a favor by giving Great Evolution Pass back to them. Did they think that the North-South army had no idea what had happened at the royal city? Just like what Mi Jingluan had expected, the Black Ink clan thought that the humans did not know what transpired at the royal city, so they wanted to take advantage of it. Despite knowing what was going on, the Seventh Order Master pretended that he knew nothing as he appeared surprised. The Black Ink clan are going to just give Great Evolution Pass back to us? Lien Su nodded. Great Evolution Pass originally belonged to the human race. Now, we're just returning it to you. What are the Black Ink clan's conditions? Mu Tianzong appeared tempted. There's no way they will give it back to us for free. It's not like they're kind-hearted people. Lien Su replied with a smile, there are indeed some conditions, however, it's pointless for us to discuss this. The leaders of the two races will have to meet to make a decision. Mu Tianzong furrowed his brow slightly before nodding, you have a point. In that case, give me a moment. I'll relay a message to the higher-ups. Saying so, he fished out a communication bead and activated his divine sense to get in touch with those at the forward base. These apprehensive Black Ink clansmen waited in silence, especially the feudal lord who was holding the white flag. He had a feeling that some people were watching him from the shadows, which made him feel uneasy. A moment later, Mu Tianzong lifted his head and said, we've received an order. Since the Black Ink clan wants to hold peace talks, tell the territory lord who can make decisions to come over. The army commanders and division commanders will speak with him. It seemed that Lien Su had already expected this, so he shook his head with a smile, that's not appropriate. If Sir Territory Lord comes all the way here, and the army commanders and division commanders intend to kill him, he might not be able to keep himself safe. Mu Tianzong scoffed, you used to be a human, so you should know that we don't go back on our word. Lien Su refuted, I also know that deception is an essential tool to achieve one's goal on the battlefield. Mu Tianzong asked impatiently, what do you think we should do, then? Give me a moment, senior brother. Saying so, Lien Su turned to look at the feudal lord with the white flag and used his divine sense to communicate with him. Mu Tianzong had no idea what they were talking about, but the feudal lord kept nodding his head, as though Lien Su was actually the leader here. The feudal lord was probably flustered as numerous murderous intents had locked onto him, so he wasn't in the mood to mull over anything. Therefore, he just let Lien Su make the decision. A moment later, Lien Su said, I think that the leaders of the two races should meet at a neutral location to prevent either side from having ill intentions. What do you think, senior brother? Where do you think a suitable place would be? Mu Tianzong asked. Lien Su replied, 1,000,000 kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass. The distance was still within range of the arrays set up at Great Evolution Pass. The reason Lien Su had made this offer was to give the humans room for negotiation, but surprisingly, Mu Tianzong directly agreed to it. Good, 1,000,000 kilometers out from Great Evolution Pass it is. His prompt reply startled Lien Su as he asked in shock, "Don't you have to get the approval of your higher-ups, senior brother?" A confident Mu Tianzong replied, "The army commanders have given me authority to make the decision." He really had gotten this permission when he contacted those at the forward base just now. Mi Jingluan had already expected this kind of outcome, so he told Mu Tianzong to just agree to any place that the other party proposed because he was certain that regardless of where the peace talk was held, the Black Ink clan wouldn't dare to initiate hostilities. What's more, by granting a concession here, they could be more aggressive during the actual negotiations. Lien Su wasn't sure if he should believe what he was hearing. However, things had come to such a point where he could only believe this seventh-order master. No one could have expected that the location of the peace talk would be so easily decided, especially the feudal lord at the front. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass with the white flag in his hands, he still felt like he was dreaming. When he reported the outcome to Hongdi and the other territory lords, they were all surprised. They had never expected that the humans would be willing to hold peace talks just 1,000,000 kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass. How confident must the humans be to agree to it? Or did they have other arrangements? Back at the forward base, Mi Jingluan stepped out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. The 8th Order Division commanders behind him were boisterous, some of them wanting to tag along while some of them wanted to sail the fleet out to put pressure on the Black Ink clan. After all, the location of the peace talks was too close to Great Evolution Pass. If the Black Ink clan played any kind of trick, the humans would suffer greatly. Mi Jingluan just let them keep making noise. It wasn't until they gradually fell silent that he said, "I don't need anyone to come with me, nor do we have to sail the fleet out to that place. This me alone will be enough." Seeing that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were about to raise a fuss again, Mi Jingluan stopped them by saying, "Don't worry. The Black Ink clan won't dare to make a move this time." Ouyang Lai refuted, "Regardless of whether they will make a move or not, I'm going with you." With a helpless smile, Mi Jingluan replied, "You haven't recovered yet, so what good will you coming with me do?" Ouyang Lai said, "I'm fine. Even if there is a fight, I won't be a burden to you." Mi Jingluan shook his head, "Just stay here and recuperate. You're hot-tempered, so it might not be a good thing if you tag along." Ouyang Lai pursed his lips and replied in a muffled voice, "I'll just keep my mouth shut when we get there." "Do you really want to come with me?" Mi Jingluan gazed at him. Ouyang Lai snorted, "You and I are equal in rank, you can't stop me from coming." Mi Jingluan rubbed his forehead, "Fine. You can come with me, brother Ouyang." The 8th Order Masters broke into a commotion. It was already inappropriate that Mi Jingluan wanted to go there on his own, but now that the two army commanders were leaving at the same time, the North-South army would be leaderless if the Black Ink clan decided to kill them both. Seeing that they just wouldn't keep their mouths shut, Mi Jingluan eventually gave an order as the army commander and made them shut up. A moment later, two figures shot into the sky and headed in Great Evolution Pass direction. Somewhere in the forward base, a dazed Li Xing watched them leave with a great sense of admiration in his heart. The Black Ink clan really wanted to hold peace talks with the humans. How strange was that? He couldn't believe his ears when he first heard about it. The reasons he decided to stay were that, first of all, he didn't have to return to the East-West Army's side, and secondly, he wanted to find out if Mi Jingluan's speculation was right. Now, it seemed that this army commander indeed had incredible foresight. He had stayed by Xiang Shan's side for a very long time, so he was fully aware that the latter was extremely talented when it came to military strategy. Now, there seemed to be someone who was a match for Xiang Shan. With such people in charge of the human army, why would they have to worry about not winning the war against the Black Ink clan? In the void, Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai headed in Great Evolution Pass direction alongside each other. Initially, just like what Ouyang Lai had promised earlier, he remained silent. However, he soon pushed his promise to the back of his mind as he said, "Old me, there's something I don't understand. I wonder if you've figured it out." Mi Jingluan asked with a smile, "What's troubling you, brother Ouyang?" Ouyang Lai waved his hand, "Stop teasing me. I'm good at fighting, but it's not my forte to think about stuff. So, I need you to explain it to me." "Alright, go ahead." Ouyang Lai went on to say, "Judging from the Black Ink clan's reaction, those from the royal city must have faced a tremendous defeat, otherwise, they wouldn't suddenly want to hold peace talks with us." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5267, Peace Talks. That's right. Senior Brother Xiang's plan was that they'd set off from the royal city to Great Evolution Pass in a high-profile manner. This news must have been passed on from the Black Ink clansmen in the royal city to those in Great Evolution Pass through the Black Ink nests. If they want to survive, they have to leave Great Evolution Pass within half a month, otherwise, it will be too late. Although it would take the East-West Army a month to arrive at this place from the royal city, the Black Ink clan had to leave Great Evolution Pass half a month in advance if they wanted to be safe, otherwise, they might come across the East-West Army and the old ancestor on the way to their destination, which would be a death sentence. Then, do you think that the royal lord is dead? Ouyang Lai turned to look at Mi Jingluan. That was what he couldn't figure out. Although he had a speculation, he couldn't be certain. "The royal lord is still alive," Mi Jingluan directly stated. "Why do you think so?" "Since the Black Ink clan want to have peace talks with us, it means that they want to circumvent the North-South Army and head to the royal city. If the royal lord had died, the royal city would have been destroyed. In that case, what's the point of them returning to the royal city? They could just leave from the back of Great Evolution Pass and make a detour to the left to reach the Wind and Cloud Theater. Or, they could go to the Azure Void Theater on the right to join up with the Black Ink clan there. Since they want to return to the royal city, it means that the royal lord is still alive." Upon hearing that, Ouyang Lai nodded, "Just as I thought. As the old saying goes, great minds think alike." He was just a rough man with nothing but brute force, but he still shamelessly claimed to have a great mind like that of Mi Jingluan, as though he was an intelligent person. Mi Jingluan went on to say with a smile, "There's one more reason I am certain of my conclusion." "Oh? What is it?" Mi Jingluan pointed at Great Evolution Pass. "If the royal lord was killed, the royal lord Black Ink nest would have been destroyed, taking that mid-rank Black Ink nest in Great Evolution Pass with it. Since the Black Ink nest in the pass is still alive, it suggests that the Black Ink nest in the royal city is alright. So, the royal lord must still be alive." Ouyang Lai repeatedly nodded, "Yes, yes. That's exactly what I was thinking." In Great Evolution Pass, just as the territory lords were deliberating on whether the humans were plotting something, a feudal lord came over in a hurry and reported, "There are some humans approaching Great Evolution Pass. Their auras suggest that they are 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters." Hong Di and the other territory lords were shocked. Hong Di asked, "How many are there?" The feudal lord replied, "There are only 2 of them." "Are there any human soldiers behind them?" "The human soldiers remain at their base. There are no signs of additional activity." Hong Di couldn't believe what he had just heard. He promptly leapt onto the wall and looked out intently. There were indeed 2 rays of light rushing towards Great Evolution Pass. They were indeed 8th Order Masters, for Hong Di could clearly sense the 8th Order auras exuding from them. Are there really only the 2 of them? Although they had been enemies for many years, Hong Di couldn't help but think that these 2 8th Order Masters were quite bold. If he was in their shoes, he wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. When the group of Black Ink clansmen returned and reported to them what had happened, they felt that the humans must have some kind of scheme they wanted to pull off by agreeing to meet at a place just 1 million kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass for the peace talks. Now, it seemed that there wasn't any kind of plot at all. The 2 8th Order Masters were coming over on their own, which made the Black Ink clan appear somewhat weak and petty. Seeing that, the territory lords fell into a dilemma. If the humans really wanted to pull a trick, they could have responded in kind. However, that was not the case. What were they supposed to do in this situation? All the territory lords looked at Hongdi, hoping that he would make a decision. After giving it a thought, Hongdi said grimly, "The humans are indeed brave, but it's not like we are all cowards. Does any one of you want to greet our guests with me?" If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to leave Great Evolution Pass. Nevertheless, he was the owner of this territory and the leader of the Black Ink clan here. If he didn't step forward to deal with this issue, who else would? He swept a glance over these territory lords, but they all remained silent. Clearly, none of them wanted to go with him. He secretly sighed, knowing that the territory lords here had been traumatized by the Eighth Order humans during the previous battle. In that fight, the Eighth Order masters willingly sacrificed their lives just to bring down the territory lords with them. At that time, he didn't take part in the battle because he had to remain in charge of Great Evolution Pass. However, after the dust settled, Hongdi heard all about how tragic that battle was. If he were these territory lords, he would have felt terrified of these insane Eighth Order masters too. Since no one was willing to go with him, he could only choose someone himself. He glanced at a territory lord whose figure was quite human-like and said, "You'll come with me, Nu-E." The territory lord was shocked as she had never expected that Hongdi would choose her. However, everyone was looking at her now, and what they were about to do would determine whether the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass could survive, so she could not back down. Therefore, she summoned her courage and nodded, "Yes. Let's go." Hongdi waved his hand, flew over the wall, and dashed into the distance. Nu-E followed him closely. When he reached a spot that was 1,000,000 kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass, Hongdi stopped in his tracks and waited patiently. Nu-E took a step forward and stood beside him. The two Eighth Order masters were moving at a speed that was neither slow nor fast, so it would take them about an hour before they arrived. However, their majestic auras could clearly be felt, and one could faintly see the figures hidden within the rays of light. Discovering something shocking, Nu-E shuddered and exclaimed, "He's not dead." "What?" Hongdi glanced at her in puzzlement. She pointed at one of the rays of light. "The one with a more violent aura is a red-haired human. Zhichong was killed by him. He should have died in that battle, but it seems he's still alive." When Zhichong was killed, she was nearby, so she saw him being beheaded by the red-haired Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with his sword. However, the Eighth Order Master's aura soon withered, so she thought that he had perished along with Zhichong. It wasn't until this moment that she realized the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from back then was still alive. The familiar aura made her recall the ruthless red-haired man who seemed to not care at all for his own life, and she couldn't help but shudder. Upon hearing that, Hongdi paid more attention to the human with the fiery aura. He could detect that even though the aura was imposing, it was somewhat unstable. It was obvious that the person was still injured. It seemed that even though this human had survived the battle 10 years ago, he was horribly injured, otherwise, he would have recovered by now. The humans. After fighting with the humans for so many years, Hongdi still couldn't figure out what advantages that this race had. They couldn't cultivate as fast as the Black Ink clan could, they were not as strong as the Black Ink clan, they also couldn't endlessly nurture new soldiers like the Black Ink clan as long as there were Black Ink nests and resources. Nevertheless, even after all these years, the two races were still deadlocked on the Black Ink battlefield. The Black Ink clan had never gained the upper hand over the humans. If he had to summarize it, Hongdi would say that the biggest strength the humans had was their resilience. Races that were not resilient enough were unable to resist the Black Ink clan. 1 hour later, the two rays of light arrived at a spot that was just 100 kilometers away from Hongdi and Nu-E before stopping. It could be said to be a dangerous distance, as to a territory lord or Eighth Order master, such a distance was no different from being face to face with one another. One could touch the other party just by lifting his hand. This made Hongdi and Nu-E tense up. The lights dissipated and revealed two figures. One of them was clad in scholarly clothes and had a feather fan in his hand. The other was a burly red-haired man. Unlike how anxious Hong Di and Nu Yi were, these two humans appeared calm and collected, and upon detecting their anxiety, the red-haired Eighth Order Master openly sneered. This made Hong Di secretly furious. They had great evolution pass behind them, and should there be any anomaly, the powers of the arrays and artifacts would rain on these two humans. Why should he be afraid of them? On the other hand, these two humans didn't have support here. Should there be a conflict, they would surely suffer miserably. At the thought of this, Hong Di relaxed and cupped his fist, just like how the humans would usually greet each other, Hong Di. Nu Yi also gave her name. With a smile, Mi Jing Luan saluted them back. Great Evolution Northern Army, Mi Jing Luan. Great Evolution Southern Army, O Yang Lai. Hong Di became startled for a moment. Although the two races had been in a confrontation for many years, it wasn't until this moment that he discovered the humans had named their army after Great Evolution. It showed they were determined to retake Great Evolution Pass. Although I've never heard of your names before, I know that you two are outstanding strategists after dealing with you for so many years. We've suffered a lot of setbacks because of you. Mi Jing Luan replied with a smile, since we humans are weak, we can only deal with you using strategies. We're enemies on the battlefield, and both parties never hold back our powers when making a move. O Yang Lai secretly sent a voice transmission to Mi Jing Luan. The Black Ink clan knows how to flatter others as well. It wasn't certain whether he was intentional, as it was a transmission could be heard within a certain range, so Hong Di and Nu Yi could clearly hear him as well. At that instant, they felt embarrassed. Hong Di suppressed his anger and went on to say, although we've suffered immense losses, the same can be said for the humans. Over the years, neither of the two races has gained the upper hand. Now, we have Great Evolution Pass while you are lacking soldiers. I don't think you have the power to conquer the Great Pass. Mi Jing Luan kept a smile on his face as he replied, we're still deliberating on whether we should attack the Great Pass. As for whether we'll succeed, we'll find out after we fight. Hong Di frowned, aren't you worried that all of your soldiers will be wiped out if another battle breaks out? Swaying the feather fan, Mi Jing Luan replied with a smile, all humans, from the Fifth Order to the Seventh Order, do not fear death. It is the same for those of us in the Eighth Order. I'm sure that all of you became aware of our determination after the previous battle. Hong Di said grimly, although I did not personally experience that battle, I did hear about it after. The human race is indeed determined. Mi Jing Luan kept the feather fan and said, let's end the small talk here. You sent envoys to our side to ask for peace talks, so how do you want to discuss it? Are you here to talk about which side has the more fearless and heroic soldiers with this me? Hong Di refuted, that's certainly not what I want to talk about. Let us settle things here and now. We control Great Evolution Pass, while you humans do not have enough manpower to conquer it. Fighting will only drain our strength and waste our time. Great Evolution Pass originally belonged to the humans, and is irrelevant to the Black Ink clan's foundation. After a discussion with the other territory lords, we've decided to return Great Evolution Pass to the humans. I'm not sure if you're willing to accept it. Mi Jing Luan replied, we've come all the way here to retrieve Great Evolution Pass. Since you're willing to give it back to us, why would we not accept it? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5268, The Humans' Conditions. Good, Hong Di nodded faintly, we can return Great Evolution Pass to the humans, but it comes with conditions. Mi Jing Luan replied with a smile, nothing is free in this world, we're fully aware of that. It's understandable that you have some conditions. As for whether we'll agree to it, that's another thing. Hong Di continued, the soldiers of the two races are fortunate you are such a principled person. O Yang Lai pursed his lips, as though he was saying this Black Ink clansman was buttering them up again. Hong Di ignored him and got straight to the point, since the Black Ink clan occupied Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago, we've spent a lot of time and effort fortifying it. Other than the various setups, the Black Ink nest there alone is extremely valuable. If we leave, there's no way we can keep the black ink nest, so we expect those losses to be borne by the humans. Therefore, we can give Great Evolution Pass back to you, but you must give us sufficient resources as compensation. Mi Jingluan kept a smile on his face. That's understandable. Is there anything else? Hong Di was startled, as he had never expected this human to be so approachable. He thought that the humans would haggle over everything with him. Besides that, when they talked about where the peace talks should be held, the Black Ink clan demanded that they take place just 1 million kilometers away from Great Evolution Pass, yet the humans had directly agreed to it. It seemed that this Eighth Order master was a straightforward person. Additionally, we were repeatedly intercepted by the humans when we tried to leave the Great Pass in the past. We had no choice but to engage in life-or-death battles with you and eventually were forced to return to the pass. In order to prevent this from happening again, we request your army to withdraw a 10-day distance either to the left or right of Great Evolution Pass. Only then can we leave without any worries. What do you think? A reasonable request. Mi Jingluan nodded. Will you send some people to monitor us? Hong Di nodded. Yes, I will. If they weren't monitored, there was no guarantee that the humans would stay 10 days distance from Great Evolution Pass. If the humans blocked their way again, a battle would be inevitable. Do you have other conditions? Mi Jingluan asked with the same inscrutable smile on his lips. Hong Di had no idea what other conditions he should come up with. Getting resources from the humans was more like a way to show that the sacrifices of the Black Ink clansmen who were killed in the battle were not in vain. Other than that, the humans had to stay far away to ensure that the Black Ink clan wouldn't be ambushed. These two conditions were enough. It was pointless to bring up other conditions. It wasn't like they could tell the humans to apologize for the death of the Black Ink clan soldiers. The humans would never agree to such a ridiculous demand. As such, Hong Di shook his head and said, if the humans agree to these two conditions, we will return Great Evolution Pass to you. Mi Jingluan put on a smile. You're a frank person as well. In that case, we should be straightforward with each other. Since you've mentioned the conditions you have, I'll now talk about the conditions we humans have. Hong Di frowned. The humans have some conditions? Mi Jingluan said, since this is a negotiation, why can't the humans propose some conditions? Hong Di was rendered speechless, but reckoning that he should hear him out, he nodded. In that case, please go ahead. After a nod, Mi Jingluan waved his feather fan and said grimly, the first condition is that the Black Ink clan can leave Great Evolution Pass, but all the resources, including all fortifications and arrangements the Black Ink clan has installed, must stay behind. Upon hearing that, Hong Di was infuriated. You want us to leave all resources and equipment behind in Great Evolution Pass? He thought he had misheard him. Then, he turned to look at Nu Yi, who appeared puzzled with a frown. Yes, everything. Mi Jingluan nodded. Regardless of whether the other party would agree to it, he pointed his feather fan at Great Evolution Pass and went on to say, the second condition is that the Black Ink nest in Great Evolution Pass has to stay. The Black Ink clan cannot destroy it, nor can you bring it away. Impossible. Hong Di roared. The Black Ink nest belonged to him, and he had personally hatched it. If it fell into the humans' hands, the transmission of information between the Black Ink clan would be exposed to the humans. Moreover, humans had many strange and unusual methods, so he wasn't certain if they could use this Black Ink nest to harm him somehow. Therefore, he directly rejected the idea without even giving it a thought. Even if he couldn't bring the Black Ink nest away, he had to destroy it rather than allow the humans to control it. Mi Jingluan ignored his outburst directly, and as the smile on his face faded, he looked Hong Di in the eye and declared solemnly, the third condition is that all Black Ink disciples must stay. This time, Hong Di didn't explode, because when his fury crossed a critical point and he instead became calm. He stared at Mi Jingluan with narrowed eyes and replied impassively, it seems that you're not really interested in holding peace talks with us. With a serious expression, Mi Jingluan said, we're sincere, otherwise, we wouldn't have come at all. Hong Di slowly shook his head, but I don't see any sincerity from you. Letting the Black Ink clan safely leave Great Evolution Pass is the biggest sincerity we can show. Hong Di furrowed his brows. What do you mean by that? Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, must I make it clear to you? Alright, I'll do just that. Over the years, it was the North-South Army that has been fighting against you all. On the other hand, the East-West Army is responsible for destroying the Royal City. 10 days ago, in the battle outside the Royal City, the Black Ink clan suffered a massive defeat. Many of your comrades were killed, and the Royal Lord has suffered grievous injuries. Now, the East-West Army is on its way here from the Royal City and will rendezvous with us within a month. When that time comes, we'll have sufficient manpower and the old ancestor with us. So, how are you going to stop us even if you hole up inside Great Evolution Pass? Hong Di was flabbergasted. Why, you know what had happened at the Royal City? He had never expected that the humans were aware of what had happened at the Royal City. The reason he even came up with his 2 conditions was that he thought that the humans were inferior to the Black Ink clan when it came to the transmission of information. In truth, the Black Ink clan would be considered lucky if they could safely leave Great Evolution Pass and return to the Royal City. By bringing up 2 conditions, Hong Di simply wanted to make the Black Ink clan appear overbearing while it wouldn't matter even if the humans didn't agree to them in the end. Therefore, he was surprised to learn that the humans had found out the outcome of the war. How did they find out about it? It would take a person at least a month to arrive at this place from the Royal City. The war at the Royal City only ended 10 days ago, so it was unlikely that the humans in this place would learn about the outcome so soon. The only possibility is that the humans had already expected the outcome of the war and sent someone to this place to inform the North-South Army about it in advance. Are you surprised, Sir Hong Di? Mi Jingluan smiled faintly. Hong Di was a territory lord, after all, so after a momentary surprise, he came to his senses and snapped, why did you even agree to my conditions, then? Are you messing with me? Mi Jingluan shook his head, I did not agree to your conditions. I only said that you could bring up your conditions, and we would discuss it. Hong Di fell silent. Without giving the other party time to ponder on it, Mi Jingluan went on to say, the East-West Army will arrive at this place in a month, however, we cannot rule out the possibility that the old ancestor might act on her own. In that case, she will reach this place from the Royal City within a few days. When that happens, none of you will be able to leave. Hong Di shivered at that moment, for the notion of the old ancestor coming to this place on her own never crossed his mind, so he quickly objected, there's no way your old ancestor is not injured after the fight with the Royal Lord. In that case, she has to be recuperating now. What is the point of you bluffing? Mi Jingluan shook his head, she's not in a rush to recuperate as retaking Great Evolution Pass is more important. The old ancestor is unlike your royal lord who fears death. Every time a battle broke out, she always led the charge. So, if all of you want to safely leave Great Evolution Pass, you'd better do it quickly. Leaving within 3 days would be ideal, otherwise, you won't be able to when the old ancestor arrives. Despite knowing that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was trying to threaten him, Hong Di was still flustered, for if the old ancestor really came to this place on her own, the Black Ink clan would be doomed. Over the years, from the information they had gathered through the Black Ink nests, the old ancestor was a woman who could hardly be said to be a reasonable and mild-tempered person. After giving it a thought for a brief moment, Hong Di said, we'll agree to your first condition. The resources didn't matter to them. As long as they could return to the Royal City, they could mine more, therefore, he directly agreed to it. Very good. However, I'm afraid I can't agree to the second and third conditions. Mi Jingluan shot him a dispassionate glance, if you don't agree to it, we'll have no choice but to fight. Hong Di grit his teeth, if we fight, you two will definitely lose your lives. Mi Jingluan replied impassively, that's fine. We won't feel lonely with you two to keep us company on the way to the Yellow Springs. At this moment, Hong Di was regretful of the decision he had made before. He shouldn't have tried to act brave by only bringing Nu E with him. Instead, he should have had all the territory lords come over. With more people on their side, they could join forces and defeat these two humans. Now, it was an embarrassing situation. If a fight broke out here, these two Eighth Order masters would undoubtedly die, but he and Nu E would probably lose their lives as well. The Eighth Order humans seemed to have grown a penchant for mutually assured destruction with territory lords. Seeing that they had reached a deadlock, Nu E, who had remained silent all along, suddenly proposed, "Please calm yourselves. Since this is a negotiation, we should keep cool heads. What's the point of confronting each other now? In my opinion, both of us should make a concession." Mi Jingluan turned to look at her. "What kind of concession will you make?" Nu E replied apologetically, "Please give me a moment, sir." Saying so, she communicated with Hong Di using divine sense right in front of Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai. A myriad of expressions came over Hong Di, and a while later, he nodded with a gloomy expression. It was apparent that he was still unwilling, but had no other choice. It was then that Nu E turned to look at Mi Jingluan and forced a smile. "Sir Mi, I've discussed the matter with Sir Hong Di, and we've decided that we'll agree to your second condition." "A wise decision," Mi Jingluan responded with a smile. "We have shown our sincerity by agreeing to your third condition, so can you withdraw your third condition to show that you're willing to make a concession as well? That way, we can reach a peaceful settlement without resorting to needless violence." Mi Jingluan glanced at her with a smile. "You've agreed to one of our conditions, so we would appear unreasonable if we did not concede in return. There's no reason for me to reject your proposal." Upon hearing that, Nu E was elated. However, before she could speak, Mi Jingluan went on to say, "Good, since you have shown enough sincerity, we won't be imperious. This Mi will withdraw our side's second condition. You can do anything you want to the black ink nest. I don't care whether you'll bring it away or destroy it. However, all the black ink disciples have to stay. We will handle them." Nu E widened her eyes in disbelief as she was lost for words. She had never expected that Mi Jingluan would turn the tables on them in such a way by withdrawing the second condition but forcing them to accept the third one. Beside her, Hong Di sported a dark expression. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5269, I've always wanted to have a look inside. Leaving the black ink nest here didn't really matter, they just had to inform the royal lord about it and let the latter use his high-rank black ink nest to cut off the connection with the mid-rank black ink nest in Great Evolution Pass, thus ensuring that the exchange of information between the black ink clan wouldn't be exposed to the humans. As for whether the humans would make use of this black ink nest and cast a secret technique to target Hong Di, that could be dealt with in the future. Furthermore, it was unlikely to happen. However, they couldn't leave all the black ink disciples here. Although there were still a lot of black ink clan soldiers in Great Evolution Pass, there were not many powerful ones. In the previous war, a large number of territory lords and Eighth Order black ink disciples had lost their lives. If they wanted to leave Great Evolution Pass and return to the royal city, the power of the black ink disciples would be indispensable. If they left the black ink disciples to the humans, no one could guarantee that the humans wouldn't develop any ill intentions. In that case, how were the black ink clansmen supposed to ward them off? This was no different from digging their own grave. The black ink clan wasn't foolish, so they wouldn't agree to such a demand. It could be said that the black ink disciples were their bottom line, and they wouldn't give them to the humans. Seeing that Hong Di and Nu E fell silent, as though the discussion was about to fall apart, Mi Jingluan put on a smile. "Do you need to deliberate on it for a moment?" Nu E forced a smile. "Please give us a moment, Sir Mi." They then communicated with each other using their divine senses again. It was obvious that Hong Di was furious while Nu E appeared concerned. The discussion didn't yield any meaningful results. An impatient Ouyang Lai darted his gaze back and forth between Hong Di and Nu Yu, as though he was thinking about which parts of their bodies he should cut first. The silent pressure caused these territory lords to feel flustered. This red-haired man was the one who killed Zhichong. Given such a short distance between them, they didn't have the confidence to repel him if he suddenly flared up. On the other hand, Mi Jingluan, who was the one who did all of the talking, appeared calm and collected, as though he wouldn't feel bored even if he had to wait for 100 years. Certainly, the two territory lords wouldn't let him wait for 100 years, for they were in a hurry while the humans were not. After all, no one could guarantee that the old ancestor wouldn't come here on her own. If she wanted to, the old ancestor would only take her a few days to arrive at this place from the royal city, hence, the Black Ink clan had to quickly come up with a solution and leave. A moment later, they finally made a decision. Again, it was Nu Yi who spoke. "I'm sorry for making you wait." Mi Jingluan asked with a smile, "Have you made a decision?" Nu Yi nodded, "Just like what I've said, we'll agree to the second condition to show that we're willing to make a concession. As for the third condition, we can only agree to half of it." "What do you mean?" Mi Jingluan arched his brow. "Now, we're only left with 7th Order and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. There are quite a number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples, but there are only a dozen or so 8th Order Black Ink disciples," Nu Yi explained. "We can give all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples to the humans, but 8th Order Black Ink disciples must remain with us." After a pause, she put on a bitter smile, "Including the second condition, we've made a massive concession. If you still refuse to agree to it, then this discussion will end here." Mi Jingluan fell silent. He was fully aware of why the Black Ink clan was unwilling to hand over the 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Now, there were not a lot of powerful masters in the Black Ink clan, so they had to rely on the protection of those 8th Order Black Ink disciples on their way to the royal city. If they gave the 8th Order Black Ink disciples to the humans, they would lose a sense of security. How were they supposed to fend off the humans if the latter decided to renege on the agreement and attack them? In fact, even though Mi Jingluan had come up with such a condition, he had never expected the Black Ink clan to agree to it. It was really just his way of testing the waters, as he knew there was no way the Black Ink clan would agree to it. If he kept on pushing the Black Ink clan, things would only get worse. Therefore, after a moment of deliberation, he nodded, "This me can see your sincerity. In that case, it's decided." Seeing that he had agreed to it, Hongdi and Nu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Of these two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, even though this red-haired man, who had remained silent all along, appeared condescending and ferocious, the pressure he gave off was not as great as that of this seemingly mild-tempered man. He could easily manipulate them into giving in to his demands with his words alone. It wasn't just about cultivation, it seemed he was well versed in the art of persuasion. After the discussion ended, Mi Jingluan asked, "When will the Black Ink clan leave?" Nu Yi remained silent and turned to look at the man beside her. Hongdi replied, "We need some time to organize our troops. We'll leave Great Evolution Pass in 2 to 3 days. They wouldn't dare to stay for long." Mi Jingluan nodded, "In that case, this me will order our soldiers to withdraw. When the time comes, we'll make sure not to get in the way of your return to the royal city. Do you need to send some people to monitor us?" "I'll make the arrangements, so you don't have to worry about it, Sir Mi," Hongdi said impassively. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, then he continued, "Great Evolution Pass used to belong to the humans, and you lost it 30,000 years ago. Since both of you are here, why don't you come have a look inside the Great Pass?" There was no doubt that he was ill-intentioned when he came up with such a suggestion at this point. That was mainly because he was unresigned at the fact that he had been suppressed by Mi Jingluan's words since the start of the negotiation. He did not intend to harm Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai. After all, an agreement had already been reached. As long as both parties restrained themselves, the Black Ink clan would safely leave this place and the humans would retrieve Great Evolution Pass without having to fight. It was a win-win situation, while another conflict would do both sides no good. The suggestion was meant to help him vent his anger. If the two humans did not have the guts to enter Great Evolution Pass, it would show that they were timid. Even if they had the audacity to visit Great Evolution Pass, they would appear nervous and embarrass themselves. Surprisingly, Mi Jingluan appeared elated upon hearing the suggestion, an excellent suggestion. I've always wanted to have a look inside. Hongdi was dumbfounded. He readily agreed to it. As a territory lord, since he had already spoken, he could only invite them to visit Great Evolution Pass. Composing himself, he guffawed and replied, "You're indeed a straightforward person, Sir Mi." Mi Jingluan said, "We'll have a look at the setups in Great Evolution Pass and count the number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples. When you leave, I hope that everything inside Great Evolution Pass will remain intact, and all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples will remain." Of course, Hongdi felt bitter in his heart, but he was unable to do anything about it. On the wall of Great Evolution Pass, the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples were shocked to see that after a long discussion, Hongdi, Nu-Yi, and the two 8th Order masters were now returning to Great Evolution Pass together while having a seemingly pleasant chat. What's going on? The territory lords were astounded. A peace talk between the two races was unprecedented, so they had practically made history today, but how did that lead to these four now having a casual conversation? If not for the fact that 8th Order masters wouldn't be corrupted by black ink strength so soon, the territory lords would have thought that the two humans had been turned into black ink disciples. It only took them a short moment to move across the million kilometers distance. Hongdi specifically brought Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai to the place where the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples gathered together. He then introduced them to the territory lords. They are the army commanders of the human race army, Sir Mi and Sir Ouyang. I'm sure you're aware of how powerful they are after years of clashes with the humans. The territory lords remained silent as they stared at Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai and mounted pressure on them. Mi Jingluan just replied with a smile, "It is my honor to see so many powerful members of the Black Ink clan." Ouyang Lai was not so polite as he swept a glance over the vital parts of these territory lords, which left the latter somewhat vexed. Oblivious to their fury, Ouyang Lai continued staring at them. The two of them were on their own in a place where all the powerful Black Ink clansmen had gathered together. One of them was calm and collected while the other was bold and fearless. Hongdi reckoned that he was no match for these two when it came to composure. No territory lord could act the way these two humans did if they were in their shoes. Hongdi felt disappointed as he had failed in his attempt to frighten the two humans. He then said to the territory lords, "These sirs have come all the way here to take a stroll around Great Evolution Pass. Just attend to your own matters. I'll keep them company." It was only then that the territory lords left. After they were gone, Hongdi asked, "Where do you want to look, Sir Mi?" Although we, the Black Ink clan, have only been in charge of this place for 30,000 years. We're more familiar with Great Evolution Pass now than the humans. Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Many thanks for taking good care of this place, Sir Hongdi. Let's just look around." Hongdi extended his hand, "In that case, this way please." On the wall, Hongdi and Mi Jingluan shuffled forward alongside one another. Ouyang Lai and Nu-Yi followed closely behind them. Nu-Yi wouldn't dare to get close to Ouyang Lai, so she deliberately walked behind him, which unintentionally made it look as though she was his maidservant. A moment later, Hongdi regretted the fact that he had invited these two to visit Great Evolution Pass on a whim. That was mainly because Mi Jingluan started criticizing the arrays and artifacts on the walls. As an experienced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a former army commander of a great pass, Mi Jingluan was familiar with the standard arrangements of a great pass. The setups in a human great pass could be said to be interlocked with one another in a meticulous manner, thus ensuring that they would work efficiently when the humans fought against the enemies. Although the Black Ink clan had been managing Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, their setups were a mess. They looked well constructed, but only 50% of their power could probably be unleashed. If a human Great Pass was set up in such a way, it would have been conquered by the Black Ink clan a long time ago. It wasn't like there was anything Hongdi could do about it. The Black Ink clan lacked special talents like array masters and artifact refiners, so they couldn't arrange exquisite and powerful arrays and artifacts like those in a human Great Pass. Even though they had imitated the previous setups in Great Evolution Pass, it was not as good as what the humans could do. They were unable to make this pass as sturdy as the humans could. Hongdi then led Mi Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai to leap off the wall and walk around the inner sanctum. Mi Jing Luan directly activated his divine sense and scanned the surroundings in an attempt to examine the setups in the inner sanctum and count the number of 7th-order Black Ink disciples. Hongdi didn't mind this. Since it had been agreed upon, he'd rather Mi Jing Luan act openly than secretly. Soon, they arrived at the center of the inner sanctum where there was a square that served as a military drill ground in Great Evolution Pass. Every Great Pass had its own military drill ground that was quite vast. On special occasions, it could accommodate several tens of thousands of Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Territory Lord Black Ink Nest was located in this square, and in front of the gigantic Black Ink Nest was a huge jade monument. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5270, Where's the Old Ancestor? Due to the ambient Black Ink strength, the air inside Great Evolution Pass was tainted with darkness. In this dark world, this bit of white light stood out and captured one's attention. Mi Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai stopped in their tracks as they gazed at the huge jade monument. It was the Monument of Heroes. There was a Monument of Heroes in the military drill ground of every human Great Pass. There were no words on the monument, but if one infused their divine sense into it, they could see countless names which had been engraved within. Those were the names of the soldiers who had fallen in the war against the Black Ink clan in the theater of their respective Great Pass. The two army commanders immediately turned solemn. To the side, Hongdi stared at the Monument of Heroes and said, "After we occupied Great Evolution Pass, we made many new arrangements and changes. However, I decided to keep this monument and have been controlling the Black Ink Nest's power so that it won't be affected by Black Ink strength. Although our two races are archenemies that have fought for countless years, we still admire the fearlessness and bravery of the humans. This monument serves as the reminder to us that the humans are strong and unyielding. Unfortunately, after 30,000 years of peace, we seem to have lost the instinct and courage to fight against the humans." He let out a sigh, which showed how helpless he felt after losing the war. In front of the monument, Mi Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai bent their backs with solemn expressions. There were innumerable names recorded in the Jade Monument, names of the seniors who were killed during the long war against the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. A moment later, they straightened their backs and turned to Hongdi before saluting him. Even Ouyang Lai, who clearly held malicious intentions towards Hongdi, did not hesitate. Hongdi was astounded and asked, "What are you doing?" With a serious expression, Mi Jing Luan replied, "We have to thank you for keeping this Monument of Heroes." A surprised Hongdi said, "I just wanted to motivate the Black Ink clan. I didn't keep it for you humans." Mi Jing Luan replied, "That's good enough. Those soldiers had lost their lives and most did not leave anything behind when they fell. Perhaps there was no one alive who could remember their faces any longer, so it would be miserable if their names were forgotten forever. With the Monument of Heroes intact, at least their names remained. At the very least, 30,000 years after they passed away, there were these two humans who became aware of their existence and contributions in the Great Evolution Theater." After Mi Jing Luan and Ouyang Lai were done going through the names in the Monument of Heroes, they lost the interest to keep strolling around, therefore, they bid Hongdi farewell. Certainly, Hongdi wouldn't make them stay as he saw them off. In front of Great Evolution Pass, Mi Jing Luan said, "Sir Hongdi, please organize your soldiers with peace of mind. When this Mi returns, I'll order the human soldiers to move further away and to the left of Great Evolution Pass so that you'll be able to head to the royal city without interference. I'll also ensure that there won't be any traps on the way to your destination." He was totally sincere when he spoke. Hongdi believed that Mi Jing Luan's attitude must have something to do with the Monument of Heroes. After watching these two 8th Order Masters leave, Hongdi returned to Great Evolution Pass and started organizing the soldiers for the evacuation. The Black Ink Clan scouts scanned the surroundings and confirmed that the humans had indeed moved further away from the forward base and to its left. There were no more obstacles in the way to the royal city. The scouts did not immediately return and instead followed the humans from a distance. Although Mi Jingluan assured Hongdi that they wouldn't do anything shady, the Black Ink Clan wouldn't readily believe them. With the scouts following behind the humans, they could instantly discover if the humans were up to something and quickly relay the news back to Great Evolution Pass. However, the humans did not do anything unusual as they withdrew from Great Evolution Pass. After 2 days of reorganization, the surviving Black Ink clansmen left Great Evolution Pass in a hurry. They first rapidly moved in the royal city's direction for 2 days, then turned right to make a wide detour. They wouldn't dare to keep moving in a straight line, for they knew the East-West army was approaching from the royal city. If they didn't make a detour, they would run into the East-West army where the human old ancestor was. The Black Ink Clan army was unable to oppose such a force at this time, so they had to circumvent the human soldiers. Only by doing so could they ensure their safety. According to the agreement with the Black Ink Clan, the North-South Army moved to a place that was 10 days' travel from Great Evolution Pass. Then, without stopping to rest, they headed straight back to Great Evolution Pass. 10 days later, they arrived. A myriad of emotions came over these soldiers as they looked at this great pass their seniors had lost 30,000 years ago. At that time, Great Evolution Pass was conquered by the Black Ink Clan, and from the old ancestor to the common soldiers, all were killed except for those who were corrupted by Black Ink strength. This was a wound the humans could never forget. Usually, no one would bring this up, therefore, those who were new to the Black Ink battlefield like Yang Kai did not know that there was a human Great Pass that had been conquered before. He actually learned about it from a territory lord. On this day, the humans finally retook Great Evolution Pass. The North-South Army had paid a huge price for this victory, but it was all worth it in the end. No one could guarantee that the Black Ink Clan hadn't left behind any traps, therefore, the humans didn't immediately surge into the Great Pass. Instead, they sent scouts in to investigate. Soon, they learned that there was nothing unusual in the inner sanctum. Not only was everything intact, but all the 7th Order Black Ink disciples had remained in the military drill ground. It seemed that the Black Ink Clan had kept their promise. In fact, they wouldn't dare to go back on their word. The North-South and East-West armies, one behind and one in front of them, posed a deadly threat. The Black Ink Clan could only hope that the humans wouldn't go back on their word, so how could they dare to pull any tricks? The human soldiers then entered Great Evolution Pass. The first thing they had to do was deal with the Black Ink nest. This thing was constantly breathing out Black Ink strength that permeated the entire Great Evolution Pass, which made the place look quite eerie. Unless they removed the Black Ink nest, Great Evolution Pass would never be restored to its original glory, and the human soldiers could never live here safely. Certainly, they wouldn't destroy the Black Ink nest, otherwise, Mi Jingluan wouldn't have told the Black Ink Clan to leave it intact. Although the Black Ink nest belonged to the Black Ink Clan, it was a great tool for transmitting information. If the humans could make use of it, it would be immensely useful for the future crusade. Therefore, this mid-rank Black Ink nest was a treasure to the humans. Fortunately, Great Evolution Pass was actually an enormous mobile palace artifact, so although the Black Ink nest had been around for several tens of thousands of years, it couldn't really take root in Great Evolution Pass. If it was like other Black Ink nests that infiltrated and merged with the universe world it was planted on, they would have no choice but to destroy it. Mi Jingluan and the others expended a lot of energy removing the Black Ink nest from Great Evolution Pass and settling it down on the universe fragment where the forward base was previously located. As for what they would do with it, they had to meet up with the East-West Army and discuss it with the old ancestor. For now, a few squads were left to monitor the Black Ink nest. There were quite a number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples who were left behind by the territory lords, adding up to about 100 in total. There were initially many more 7th Order Black Ink disciples, but every time they clashed with the humans over the years, many of them would lose their lives. 100 years later, these people were the only ones left. None of them had left Great Evolution Pass with the Black Ink clan. Previously, Mi Jing Luan strolled around Great Evolution Pass with Hong Di leading the way. Just like what he had said, he counted the total number of 7th Order Black Ink disciples. Now, all of them were accounted for in this place. It seemed that Hong Di was worried these 7th Order Black Ink disciples would cause trouble for the humans, so he sealed their cultivations before he left. Otherwise, they wouldn't have obediently stayed in the military drill ground. They would have run away before the humans entered the Great Pass. It was equally difficult to handle these 7th Order Black Ink disciples. Mi Jing Luan told some people to watch over them while the old ancestor would have to make a decision about their fate when she arrived. In short, the human soldiers were swamped with work. Even though the Black Ink nest had been taken away by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the entire Great Evolution Pass was still filled with Black Ink strength. The soldiers first had to do their best to remove the Black Ink strength from the inner sanctum. Fortunately, they were experienced when it came to such matters. In the past, whenever they were done battling against the Black Ink clan and had to clean up the battlefield, disposing of Black Ink strength and Black Ink clouds was a normal part of their work. Black Ink clouds provided the best environment for the Black Ink clan to fight in, but they were only a hazardous obstacle to the humans. If they never removed them, every Great Pass would be surrounded by thick Black Ink clouds by now. For this reason, the humans had specifically developed an artifact that looked like a fishing net that had no use other than to collect Black Ink strength like schools of fish. The Black Ink strength would then be discarded somewhere in the depths of the void. After 10 days of hard work, the North-South Army managed to get rid of almost all of the Black Ink strength in Great Evolution Pass. Right then, a scout came over and reported that the East-West Army would be arriving at Great Evolution Pass within a day. It had been about a month since the East-West Army departed from the Royal City, so it was to be expected that they would arrive around now. Mi Jing Luan and Yang Lai led the other 8th Order Division commanders to personally greet the East-West Army. Yang Lai felt a little disgruntled about all of this. It was as though the East-West Army had spent many years fighting against the enemy while the North-South Army had been standing idly by in their homes. In fact, it had been tough for the North-South Army over the years. However, considering the fact that the old ancestor was also coming, Yang Lai had no choice but to tag along. From afar, they could see the East-West Army's warships sailing over, but after a brief count of these warships, Mi Jing Luan and the others let out a sigh. The number of warships suggested that the East-West Army had suffered immense losses over the years. When the warships were close enough, they all turned to the purifying Black Ink battleship and made their salutations, "Greetings, old ancestor." However, no one responded to them. Several figures leaped off the purifying Black Ink battleship. They were Xiang Shan, Lu Zhiping, and the other leaders of the East-West Army. They saluted each other. Many of them had never met one another before, even though they were aware of who the other party was. Since they finally met up this time, they promptly engaged in a small talk. After they were done with the small talk, Mi Jing Luan asked curiously, "Where is the old ancestor?" An embarrassed Xiang Shan scratched his cheek and replied, "I have no idea." Mi Jing Luan was astounded. "You don't know? How could that be? The old ancestor was supposed to be with the East-West Army. How is it possible that they have no idea where she is? Please give me a moment, brother Mi. I've told someone to come over. Perhaps he knows where the old ancestor is," Xiang Shan said. On the side, Lu Zhiping put on a helpless smile. "In fact, we don't even know when the old ancestor disappeared. We thought that she had tagged along with the army, but it wasn't until just now that we realized she wasn't with us." This was truly embarrassing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5271, The Old Ancestor's Whereabouts. No one in the East-West Army was aware that the old ancestor wasn't with them until just now. However, she was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, after all. Although she was injured, Xiang Shan and the others would never be able to track her if she wanted to do something furtively. Now, there was only one person who might be aware of the old ancestors' whereabouts. Soon, a seventh-order master was summoned to this place. Mi Jingluan took a look and realized that the person was someone he knew. It was Yang Kai, who had previously come to the North-South Army to pass on information about the change in war strategy. Mi Jingluan still vividly remembered this seventh-order junior. In the first great battle against the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, it was Yang Kai who led 2 special operation squads from the North-South Army to crush the enemy army on the battlefield. The members of those 2 squads had lost all combat capability after a few hours of fighting, but Yang Kai continued charging across the battlefield on his own using just his divine manifestation to break up the Black Ink clan's formation. It could be said that this seventh-order master had made a huge contribution in that battle and created a chance for the North-South Army to achieve a breakthrough. At this moment, Yang Kai was puzzled. He was cultivating on Dawning Light when he was suddenly summoned by the army commanders, so he could only come over in a hurry. However, he had no idea why he was summoned to this place. Seeing that all the leaders of the army were around, he quickly saluted them one by one and asked, "What orders do you have for me?" Xiang Shan looked at him, "Do you know where the old ancestor is?" "Old ancestor Xiao Xiao?" Yang Kai was surprised that they had summoned him to this place to ask about the old ancestor's whereabouts. How was he supposed to know? He had been cultivating aboard Dawning Light since they set sail. Xiao Xiao? These eighth-order masters were shocked, for it was the first time they heard of this name. The names of the old ancestors were basically a mystery. Even the eighth-order masters might not be aware of them. After all, the old ancestors had lived for a very long time, so long that many of the eighth-order Open Heaven Realm masters were not even born yet when the old ancestors first stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. Only those extremely old eighth-order Open Heaven Realm masters might know the names of some of the old ancestors, but they wouldn't easily bring such information up, much less tell anyone about it casually. Therefore, rarely anyone knew the name of any old ancestor. It was expected that they were surprised when they heard Yang Kai mention the old ancestor's name, for it didn't sound very imposing. Yang Kai coughed and explained, 100 years ago, the old ancestor suddenly declared that from that day on, her name would be Xiao Xiao. It's a sad story, so let's not discuss it further. Anyways, isn't the old ancestor with the army? Xiang Shan refuted, "Why would we ask you about it if she was with the army?" "I have no idea either." Yang Kai appeared innocent. Xiang Shan frowned, "The old ancestor has repeatedly recuperated inside your small universe over the years, so you're the closest to her. Do you really have no clue where she might have gone?" The North-South Army had fought to keep the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass bottled up all this time. On the other hand, the East-West Army had suffered immense losses to devastate the enemy in the Royal City. Now that the two armies finally came together, the old ancestor was nowhere to be found. They would be the laughing stock if such news was spread. Just as Yang Kai was about to shake his head again, he suddenly recalled something and muttered, "I think I know where the old ancestor is." Lu Zhiping asked anxiously, "Where is she?" Yang Kai replied, "If I'm not mistaken, the old ancestor must have returned to the Royal City." "She's gone back to the Royal City?" Lu Zhiping was startled. Yang Kai explained, "This is what happened. When we left the forward base and set sail for Great Evolution Pass a while back, the old ancestor came to me to get a few sets of space beacons. Like these." As he spoke, he fished out a set of space beacons. 2 space beacons make up a set. They're something I learned how to create many years ago and can be considered a kind of space artifact. These 2 space beacons are linked using space principles, so you just have to put one of them in a certain place, then channel your strength into the other to activate the link and instantly move to the first one from across a distance. It's similar to using a space array. Initially, they were only usable by those who could use space principles, but over the years I've managed to improve them to work with world force. The primary advantage is that these are much more discreet and portable compared to a space array. As he spoke, Xiang Shan and the others were examining the space beacons. Lu Zhiping frowned. Why did the old ancestor ask you for these space beacons? Why are you sure that she's gone to the royal city? Yang Kai explained, over the years, the old ancestor has been fighting the royal lord every 20 years or so to ensure he can't recuperate in peace. In the final battle, she intended to finish him once and for all, but she failed in her attempt for various reasons, though she did manage to severely injure him. Now that she has gained such an immense advantage, she certainly wouldn't want to just let him recuperate. However, there's a great distance between Great Evolution Pass and the royal city, so even if she is powerful, it would take her several days to reach the royal city, not to mention all the enemy territory she would have to cross. With the help of my space beacons, she can reach her destination far more quickly. The Eighth Order Masters understood what he meant. Now that the royal lord was wounded, denying him the chance to heal himself would give a huge advantage to the humans. In order to sustain that advantage though, the old ancestor had to harass him from time to time. She certainly couldn't kill the royal lord, but just by revealing her aura near the royal city, she would easily frighten the latter. To achieve that, these space beacons would be the perfect tool. Lu Zhiping fell into her thoughts for a moment, then said, "You mean, since the beginning, the old ancestor never intended to let the royal lord recover?" "I believe so." It was clear where the old ancestor was now. She must have made use of the space beacons to head to the royal city to taunt the royal lord. At the thought of this, Lu Zhiping couldn't help offering a silent prayer for the latter. Black Ink clansmen recuperated by falling asleep in black ink nests, and once they were interrupted, they wouldn't be able to recover efficiently. It was imaginable that the royal lord wouldn't be in the mood to recuperate if the old ancestor came to harass him whenever he fell asleep. The reason the old ancestor was doing this was obvious: she was preparing for the future crusade. However, Xiang Shan focused his attention on something else. After examining the space beacons for a bit, he asked, "Can these things help the army to ambush the enemy?" Since they could make use of space beacons to move around swiftly, there would be times when these things might bring unexpected results. For example, when they were fighting against the Black Ink clan, they could send a single squad out as bait. However, when hostilities broke out, 100 people could appear out of nowhere and catch the Black Ink clan off guard. Perhaps Yang Kai wouldn't dare to say whether the idea was feasible or not. Xiang Shan stopped asking, and then put away the set of space beacons. Clearly, he didn't intend to return them to Yang Kai. Since they had figured out the old ancestor's whereabouts, they stopped feeling bothered. The army continued moving towards Great Evolution Pass. It had been roughly 150 years since the two armies respectively departed from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass, and they finally came together at Great Evolution Pass. When they set out, there were a total of 60,000 soldiers and some 128th Order Masters in the two armies. Presently, as the two armies gathered together, there were only around 30,000 soldiers and 78th Order Masters left. The rest had died in battle. In the void, a group of Black Ink clansmen were rushing towards the royal city. They were the ones that had departed from Great Evolution Pass. With Hongdi leading the way, there were several 100,000 soldiers, and more than 20 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. They could be considered a substantial force. Presently, Hongdi was deluged with mixed feelings. First, he had lost his home territory. After all, that was a place he had managed for 30,000 years. Not only had he returned it to the humans, he had also lost his Black Ink nest. Even though he could get a new territory and Black Ink nest in the future, he was probably the only one who had been defeated, and then forced to surrender his territory in the history of the Black Ink clan, which was why he felt humiliated. Second, he had been gripped by a sense of apprehension while heading towards the royal city. He wasn't worried that Mi Jingluan would deceive him. Although he only interacted with Mi Jingluan once, he knew that the latter wasn't a fool. It would do the humans no good to make things difficult for the Black Ink clan at this juncture, therefore, Hongdi was not worried that the North-South army would attack them. What he was truly worried about was that he might come across the East-West army and the human old ancestor on the way to their destination. As such, he led his army on a wide detour 2 days after they departed from Great Evolution Pass. They wouldn't dare to move in a straight line for fear of running into the human army on its way from the royal city. However, Hongdi was still feeling anxious. Following his order, the Black Ink clan soldiers hastened their pace so that they could return to the royal city as quickly as possible. If not for Hongdi rushing them, they would not have arrived at this place just 1 month after departing from Great Evolution Pass, considering the fact that they had made a detour. From afar, they could see the magnificent royal city, and Hongdi felt his eyes welling up with tears. Although the royal city now appeared dilapidated, it still gave him a sense of security. He could even feel the royal lord's aura exuding from the royal city. "We're home. We no longer have to feel on edge all the time." Many of the territory lords shared the same sentiment. Only when they saw the royal city could they set their minds at ease. However, that sense of security was suddenly and abruptly shattered. An extremely powerful aura that sent a shockwave across the territory lords appeared literally out of nowhere in the void. Although many of them hadn't faced one before, they could instantly deduce that this aura belonged to a human old ancestor. The smile on Hongdi's face froze as he turned to look at the source of the aura. An alluring figure had appeared just over 1 million kilometers away. It was none other than old ancestor Xiao Xiao. Just as Yang Kai had suspected, by leaving behind some space beacons along the way, old ancestor Xiao Xiao managed to return to the vicinity of the royal city almost instantaneously. She didn't intend to kill the royal lord, or even get into a fight with him. She just wanted to make sure that he wouldn't be able to recuperate in peace. By showing herself like this, she wanted to tell the royal lord that she would visit him from time to time, and that he best be prepared to welcome her at a moment's notice. Initially, she intended to head straight to the royal city to make a bit of a scene, but the instant she appeared, she detected a large group of people just 1 million kilometers away. As she turned her head, she made eye contact with Hongdi. This came as a pleasant surprise to her. She instantly realized that they were the Black Ink clansmen who had come from Great Evolution Pass, therefore, she joyfully charged towards them. It would be hard for her to make a move if all the Black Ink clansmen hid in the royal city, as with the help of the Black Ink nest, the royal lord could still fend her off. However, these Black Ink clansmen were still quite some distance away from the royal city, so they had nowhere to run, and no one to depend on, as the royal lord certainly wouldn't leave the royal city to rescue them. The Black Ink clan army descended into chaos in the next instant. The territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples joined forces to defend against the old ancestor, but even though they could keep themselves safe with some difficulty, they were unable to stop her from slaughtering the lower soldiers. Therefore, after the old ancestor ran into the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass in the void, she managed to slaughter 100,000 of them, including a territory lord and 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples. The rest fled to the royal city in a hurry. When the royal lord realized what had happened, he was so furious that he coughed up blood. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5272, The Old Ancestor's Salute. The old ancestor returned half a day after the East-West Army and North-South Army rendezvoused, her aura simply appearing in one of the purifying Black Ink battleships. Apparently, she had made use of the universe array aboard to directly return from the royal city. None of them asked whether she had achieved anything, for it was apparent to them that she was in a good mood. Given the situation in Great Evolution Pass though, the old ancestor's good mood didn't last for long, especially when Xiang Shan led her to the military drill ground where she had to face over 107th Order Black Ink disciples. Since the Black Ink clan had left, these Black Ink disciples had been seated with their legs crossed. They did not speak or feel angry, for they knew that they had been abandoned and there was nothing to be done about it. We asked Yang Kai to give it a try by bringing a 7th Order Black Ink disciple to somewhere else. Even though he had managed to dispel the Black Ink strength from the Black Ink disciple's body using purifying light, the ultimate outcome wasn't pleasant. The moment the Black Ink strength dissipated, the Black Ink disciple's small universe ruptured and he perished as a result, Xiang Shan said in a small voice beside the old ancestor, "These people cannot be saved. How should we deal with them, old ancestor?" The old ancestor glanced at these black ink disciples and nodded gently, "I will handle this." Saying so, she stepped forward. In front of everyone, old ancestor Xiao Xiao stopped in her tracks and swept a glance over these black ink disciples. Then, she cupped her fist and bowed to them. The reason she saluted them was to acknowledge the contributions they had made before they became black ink disciples. Although they were now black ink disciples, and perhaps they had even killed some human soldiers in the fight against the North-South Army, it wasn't their true intention. Their minds had been twisted by the black ink strength. When they were still soldiers of Great Evolution Pass, they had done everything they could to defend it and ensure the safety of those in the 3,000 worlds. Therefore, even though they were black ink disciples now, they deserved the old ancestors' final respects. The next instant, an amazing force swept across the entire military drill ground. Affected by the force, these black ink disciples, who were originally expressionless, started feeling some emotions stir in their hearts. The eyes of many black ink disciples cleared up as they wore faint smiles. Some of the black ink disciples let out a sigh and closed their eyes. There were also some black ink disciples whose eyes filled up with tears. At that instant, they seemed to have found their human hearts they had lost 30,000 years ago. The old ancestor remained in a bowing posture for a long time, and when she straightened her back, all the black ink disciples on the military drill ground had lost their lives. However, they appeared to be at peace. In the last moments of their lives, they knew they were dying as humans. That was the best blessing they could ask for. "Bury them," the old ancestor ordered and turned around to leave. Xiang Shan respectfully saw her off. They were in the midst of rebuilding Great Evolution Pass, so the soldiers were swamped with work. The Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, and they had many alterations and arrangements. It could be said that other than the framework, everything in Great Evolution Pass had been changed. For example, the residences were no longer suitable for humans. The Black Ink clan came in many different sizes and shapes, but most of them were still much bigger than humans, therefore, the residences originally belonging to the humans were not suitable for them. After they occupied Great Evolution Pass, they started constructing huge and weirdly shaped buildings. Since the humans had retaken Great Evolution Pass, these buildings certainly wouldn't be kept. There were also those spirit arrays and artifacts that were installed on the walls of the Great Pass. They would refurbish what they could, and replace what they couldn't. There was a lot of work to do. Nevertheless, these weren't urgent matters. The foundation of the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater had been severely damaged, so they wouldn't come over to harass Great Evolution Pass in the near future. The humans had ample time to make repairs. That was the reason Xiang Shan targeted the royal city first instead of heading straight to Great Evolution Pass when devising the overall strategy. Now, his plan had proven to be effective. The Black Ink clan were in a half-dead state, so the humans could focus on rebuilding Great Evolution Pass and not worry about being disturbed. Many of the things in Great Evolution Pass had been destroyed or modified, with the only original building still standing being the main conference hall. The main conference hall was already enormous to begin with, so the Black Ink clan didn't bother changing it after occupying Great Evolution Pass. At this moment, Grandmaster Ma Fan wept while kneeling in front of the throne made from bones in the Grand Hall. The throne was made from the bones of the human masters the Black Ink clan killed when they conquered Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago. Every bone in the throne belonged to an open heaven realm master who was in the 7th order at the very least. The throne was huge, which went to show just how many high-rank open heaven realm masters had lost their lives in the war 30,000 years ago. At that time, Grandmaster Ma Fan had just joined the sect, and Great Evolution Paradise was still considered powerful. He had guidance from his senior brothers and care from his honored master, so it had been smooth sailing in his cultivation journey. One day though, a catastrophe befell his sect. All the powerful masters had to leave, down to the 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the end, only the weakest disciples and juniors were left in Great Evolution Paradise. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters had gone off to battle. At that time, Grandmaster Ma Fan knew that his sect was in dire straits, but he had no idea what had happened. However, after the senior brothers, senior sisters, and elders all left the sect, they never returned. It wasn't until a long time later that Grandmaster Ma Fan learned the truth through various means. Great Evolution Pass had been conquered, so all the masters from Great Evolution Paradise had to rush over to provide help. In the end, they were all killed. 30,000 years had passed, and Great Evolution Paradise gradually became insignificant and was replaced by a rising sect. However, Grandmaster Ma Fan had always yearned to come to the battlefield where his seniors had fought and retake Great Evolution Pass one day. That day had finally come. None of the other soldiers in Great Evolution Pass now could understand how he truly felt at this moment. It was because of the war 30,000 years ago that the humans realized the downside of having one sect guard each Great Pass. Before that, every cave heaven or paradise had been responsible for protecting its own Great Pass. After they lost Great Evolution Pass, the humans employed a different strategy to deal with the Black Ink clan. Masters from all the cave heavens and paradises would be gathered together in each Great Pass. By doing so, they could complement each other's abilities and better position themselves to deal with the enemy. Since then, none of the Great Passes had been lost again. Just like everyone else, Yang Kai was swamped with work and was currently tinkering with something in a certain grand hall. While he was working, Lu Zhiping stepped inside. Seeing her, Yang Kai saluted, "Senior Lu." Lu Zhiping nodded gently and asked, "How is it going here?" Yang Kai replied, "It's better than what I'd expected." The Black Ink clan seemed to have had the intention of making use of the space array here to ambush the other human Great Passes, so, after conquering Great Evolution Pass, they didn't damage it. Instead, they actually tried to repair it. However, due to their lack of expertise, they did a sloppy job. There was a similar grand hall in every Great Pass, and it was also the most important place in a Great Pass. This was because there was a hyperspace array in this grand hall that could be used to connect to other Great Passes. It was with the help of these space arrays that the Great Passes could communicate with each other, otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for the Great Passes to exchange information, for it would take an ordinary soldier years to travel from one Great Pass to the adjacent one in the expansive Black Ink battlefield. The space array in Great Evolution Pass was damaged, but it was apparent that it was the humans who did it, not the Black Ink clan. In other words, 30,000 years ago, the moment the soldiers in this place realized that Great Evolution Pass was lost, they promptly destroyed the space array so that the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to use it to cause trouble. However, the person who made a move only damaged the space array instead of destroying it. Apparently, he had envisioned that the humans would retake Great Evolution Pass one day in the future, and they would have to repair the space array. If he directly destroyed it, the humans might not be able to rebuild it in the future. After occupying Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan tried to repair the space array, but it wasn't like just anyone could repair this thing. Their 30,000 years of effort didn't yield any meaningful results and instead turned this place into a mess. In the entire Great Evolution Army, Yang Kai was the only one who was an expert in the Tao of space. Since he was able to arrange space arrays, there was no reason that he couldn't repair this one. Therefore, after the army entered the Great Pass, Yang Kai received the order and hurriedly came to this place. He even suspected that, besides helping her with her recuperation, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had also requested he join the Great Evolution Army to repair or even rebuild the hyperspace array. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Lu Zhiping breathed a sigh of relief. If the space array was completely destroyed, it would be quite troublesome to them. If they couldn't transmit information and establish contact with the other Great Passes, they wouldn't be able to collaborate with the others when the crusade began in the future. Since it could be repaired, there wouldn't be a problem. However, I'll need some helpers and materials, Yang Kai said. Lu Zhiping nodded. Repairing the space array is among our top priorities right now. Whatever you need, just requisition it. Yang Kai nodded, as it wasn't necessary for him to be overly formal with her at this point. He fished out an empty jade slip and infused his divine sense into it. A moment later, he passed it to her and said, "I've listed all the materials I need. They should be in the army's reserve. As for the helpers, just get me some array masters." Lu Zhiping took the jade slip and looked into it before nodding. "I'll send you the people and materials within half a day." Sure enough, just half a day later, several array masters came over in a hurry. The materials Yang Kai needed were also sent to this place. These array masters were all respectable figures, and although their cultivations varied, all of them had lived very long lives and had great accomplishments to their names. They were not a match for Yang Kai when it came to combat, but even 100 Yang Kais wouldn't be comparable to them when it came to arranging spirit arrays. Nevertheless, these array masters had little to no knowledge about space arrays. This couldn't be helped, as this was a matter of innate talent. A master of the Tao of space had a huge natural advantage when it came to arranging space arrays, so although these array masters had studied the space arrays of different great passes, they had only scratched the surface. Therefore, the moment they heard that Yang Kai needed some people to help repair the space array, these array masters became fervent and quickly applied for the job. They almost got into a fight because of it. Eventually, these several array masters at the scene snatched the job by suppressing the others with their status and reputation. The junior array masters were disgruntled, but there was nothing they could do about it. Although they were revered array masters, they didn't put on airs when it came to acquiring new knowledge. Yang Kai directly instructed them on what to do and assigned jobs to them. This hyperspace array was complicated as it could connect to great passes that were billions of kilometers away. As such, Yang Kai would personally repair the key components, while the less significant parts were left to these array masters. Martial Peak, Chapter 5273, Success or Not. The creation of the great passes dated back to ancient times, and over countless years, generations after generations had built upon the foundations that were there until they were able to reach the scale they had today. Even though there had been many expansions, the core of each great pass would not change too much, firstly because of how important these locations were that even the slightest change may disrupt everything, and secondly because they were powerless to even change anything due to the loss of understanding. For example, the Grand Hall where the space array was located. This Grand Hall contained a very ancient aura, a legacy of the ancient great experts' work that contained mysteries that were beyond the reach of this generation's cultivators. The same was true of the universe temples in the great territories of the 3,000 worlds. All of these were legacies of ancient great experts. So, when several universe temples fell into disrepair, the cave heavens and paradises were unable to fix them and they were simply allowed to fall into decay until Yang Kai appeared. With the help of the universe array inside of the universe temples, he gained further enlightenment in the Tao of space while simultaneously comprehending how to repair and even construct new universe arrays. The universe arrays in the universe temples and the hyperspace arrays in the great passes were products of the same era and thus had many similarities. Yang Kai was able to arrange a universe array, so naturally, it was no trouble for him to repair the space array here. It only took time and effort. After working for half a year, Yang Kai finally completed the repairs. Inside the Grand Hall, several highly respected array masters were gathered together, and when they saw Yang Kai standing at the center of the array, a bald grandmaster yelled out, "Yang boy, will it succeed this time?" This array master had high achievements and had reached the 7th order open heaven realm. Reasonably, he should not be affected by the ails of mortals, but somehow, his head had gone bald. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up, definitely. Another array master, who was as fat as a ball, snickered at his words. "That's what you said last time, and that's also what you said the time before that when you almost destroyed this thing. Young boy, if you're not confident, then please don't attempt it." During the past half a year, there had been bumps in the road to repairing the array. Many times, after the repairs were completed and energy was circulated through it, problems would appear in unexpected places. Sometimes the problems would be small, but sometimes they would be big. The small problems were no matter and would not cause any real trouble, but if big problems appeared, it could very well lead to the collapse of the entire array. That was the case of the time before the last, where a black hole appeared out of thin air in the Grand Hall that almost swallowed everything and everyone into it. Fortunately, Yang Kai moved quickly and was able to suppress the black hole, otherwise, these Grandmasters might still be wandering the void crack to this day if they were unlucky. So now, every time Yang Kai activated the array, the Grandmasters would all stand far away lest anything were to go wrong. This time will definitely work out, Yang Kai said with certainty. Several problems appeared the last few times, but they had all been fixed after the cause was identified, and Yang Kai had verified that there were no more issues this time. If it still did not succeed, then he would have cultivated the Tao of space all these years in vain. The recesses in each corner of the array were filled with crystals containing the powers of the 7 elements. Each crystal was extremely precious and contained the condensed essence of many cultivation materials. The puppet army that Xiang Shan deployed previously also made use of these energy crystals. However, each one of those puppets needed at most a fingernail-sized piece of crystal in order to power it for a long time. For this one transmission test, there were more than 100 crystal placed in the array. It was because of this immense consumption that the space arrays in each of the great passes were not used casually. Divine sense surging, Yang Kai made one last check to ensure that he had missed nothing before circulating his world force and connecting with the grand array beneath his feet. The array hummed and a pattern was illuminated. The crystals placed in the recesses were also rapidly drained. Under the nervous watch of the array masters, the void began to distort at the center of the array. The bald Grandmaster raised his brow and cheered, "It's working." Something like this had not happened in the previous few attempts, but the distortion of space now meant that the space array was functioning, a sign that it was going to succeed. The void twisted more and more, and as the energy drained away from the crystals, a space gate at the center of the array seemed to be vaguely taking shape. However, it always seemed to fall short, never really taking shape from start to end. It seemed that the energy crystals were about to be depleted, and if it were to happen before the space gate fully formed, then this attempt would fail as well. The array masters could not help but hold their breath. However, even after waiting for a long time, the space gate continued to writhe unstably. Seeing that the energy crystals placed in the grand array were about to be completely depleted, Yang Kai suddenly stepped forward and reached out, grasping the constantly churning space gate that refused to take shape, and with some massaging, space principles rippled like dough being kneaded. The well-respected Grandmasters were all dumbfounded by this scene. What amazed them even more was the fact that Yang Kai's seemingly reckless actions actually had an unexpected effect. The space gate was actually stabilizing. Immediately after, Yang Kai stepped through it, and at the same time, the energy of the array was fully consumed. The space gate turned into a fluorescent glow before disappearing. Gone with it was also Yang Kai's figure. The Grandmasters were stunned. The energy around the Grand Hall, which had been in disarray due to the activation of the array, had regained its peace. The Grandmasters all looked at each other, wondering, so, was that a success or not? The fat Grandmaster was even more concerned about another matter. Nothing will happen to Yang Boy, right? Should we report this to the army commanders? Discussions bounced back and forth as the Grandmasters were at a loss as to what to do, but very soon, they decided to go and report the matter. That was because they had no way of dealing with the current situation, so the only thing they could do was let the higher-ups take charge. Soon after, Xiang Shan, Lu Zhiping, and the others rushed over, and after getting the rundown about what happened, they were also at a loss. Finally, they could only continue up the chain of command and report the matter to the old ancestor while waiting for any news from Yang Kai. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, he should be able to find his way back even if this attempt was a failure, not to mention that he was the one who took the initiative to step through the space gate. He might have his own ideas. At the same time, Yang Kai was struggling to navigate through the void. He was a little confused as to why his previous attempt had gone awry. The repairs had already very much been perfected after going through a few mistakes, and the space gate should have opened successfully after the array was activated. But in actual fact, something seemed to be interfering with it from inside the void, preventing a stable connection from being established. Even though the space gate did take shape with his help, if he did not find the root of the problem, then the soldiers would still not be able to use the space array to travel safely from one great pass to another in the future. If Yang Kai wanted to figure out what was wrong though, he could only investigate it personally. He was not worried about not being able to get back as he had left a trail of space principles along the way, so if he ran into a dead end, he could just return the way he came. Ever since entering this stretch of void, Yang Kai discovered that there really was a problem. An invisible force seemed to be preventing him from advancing, even with his mastery over the Tao of space. Since it could hinder him, what more need be said about others? If they were to come here, then they would likely struggle to even take a step forward. Yang Kai kept going, but could not find the cause, which made him even more confused. However, this teleportation could not be considered a complete failure, because he could sense a link to the target of Great Evolution Pass's space array ahead. During this attempt, his destination was Wind and Cloud Pass, which was one of the closest Great Evolution Pass. If everything went well, then he would have been transported directly to Wind and Cloud Pass space array. That was because the space gate would only form if the target ahead could be detected. However, the path was full of obstructions, a sign of another failure, which was extremely contradictory. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall where Wind and Cloud Pass space array was located, several army commanders and 8th Order Division commanders were gathered around, led by the Eastern Army's army commander, Yuan Xinggu, staring intently at the center of the array. There was a distorted space gate that had been writhing around for more than an hour now. Every time a great pass transported materials or soldiers here, a space gate would always open at the center of the array, but it always opened and closed quickly. The situation today was unprecedented. So, the soldiers standing guard here immediately reported the problem when they discovered it, and the top brass of Wind and Cloud Pass came to investigate without daring to dally. Under the watch of the many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the space gate remained the whole time, but it never took a proper shape. After waiting for a long time but seeing no other movements, Yuan Xinggu turned his head around and asked, "Is it possible to see which great pass is trying to connect to us?" One of the 8th Order Division commanders who stepped forward shook his head, "There's too much distortion, so we are unable to ascertain it." Yuan Xinggu frowned slightly. What will happen if the space gate never takes shape? The 8th Order Master said, "The worst-case scenario is that the teleportation fails, and whoever was being sent will fall into the void crack and stay there for the rest of their life. Is there anything we can do here to help?" The Northern Army's Army Commander Tian Lu asked, "Even though I have no idea why such a thing would happen, it's clear that something has gone wrong during the teleportation on the other side. If there is anything we can do to help, then we should try to lend a hand." The 8th Order Master shook his head, "It's difficult. Teleportation involves the Tao of space, and there are no cultivators who cultivate this Tao in Wind and Cloud Pass. To intervene rashly would only make the situation worse, I'm afraid." After a pause, he added, "In this situation, we can only hope that whoever is coming will be lucky. Then, we shall just wait," Yuan Xinggu concluded. Tian Lu came over and asked in a whisper, "Should we report this to the old ancestor?" Yuan Xinggu was silent for a moment before shaking his head, "No need. Even though the old ancestor's cultivation is strong, he may not be a solution for this matter. It would be a shame for them to bring the old ancestor here if he were unable to provide a solution." As they spoke, the warping space gate seemed to distort even more. Surprised, everyone quickly looked over. In the next moment, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the void, spreading left and right as if to tear through a barrier. Following that, someone came out of the space gate and shouted, "I'm finally out." After saying that, he looked up to see many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters staring at him. Thus, Yang Kai quickly saluted, "Greetings, sirs." Martial Peak, Chapter 5274, Old Ancestor and Old Ox. 30,000 years ago, when Great Evolution Pass was taken, some of the human soldiers damaged the space array in order to prevent the Black Ink clan from using it to cause trouble. When the Black Ink clan occupied Great Evolution Pass, they did not destroy the space array, but instead tried to repair it, so, there was no problem with the basic framework of Great Evolution Pass space array. With Yang Kai personally attending to it, half a year went by, and the repairs were basically complete. When he activated the array and set the destination to Wind and Cloud Pass, the space array could be said to be operating normally, and a void corridor was opened between Great Evolution Pass straight to Wind and Cloud Pass. Only, this corridor was not quite the same as usual. Yang Kai's way here had been fraught with obstacles, and if not for his mastery of the Tao of space, it was entirely possible that he would not have made it. It was a struggle. As soon as he popped out of the void and saw the many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters staring at him, Yang Kai's thoughts spun for a moment before he realized what was going on. This was the destination he had inputted into Great Evolution Pass space array, so there must have been signs that someone or something was trying to teleport over, which drew the attention of the higher-ups. That was the reason why so many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered here. A few of them were familiar to Yang Kai, so he must have seen them from afar the last time he came to Wind and Cloud Pass. Yuan Xinggu nodded lightly. Which pass are you from? What has gone wrong with this space array, and why did it take so long for you to appear? Cupping his fist, Yang Kai quickly said, Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai. As soon as he said that, a commotion broke out as all the faces of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters changed. Tian Lu exclaimed, Great Evolution Pass. You came from Great Evolution Pass. What is the situation at Great Evolution Pass? If you came from Great Evolution Pass, does that mean that it has been retaken? One after another, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked their questions. It was easy to see just how concerned they were. After the establishment of the Great Evolution East-West Army at Wind and Cloud Pass, and the North-South Army at Azure Void Pass 150 years ago, the two forces had sailed towards Great Evolution Theater from opposite directions, pincering the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass with the intention of recovering it. For over 100 years, nobody had any idea what the situation in the Great Evolution Theater was, or how its recovery was progressing. Every Great Pass was waiting for news from the Great Evolution Army with bated breath. Even though they knew that the Great Evolution Army was mighty and equipped with the finest arms, almost twice as strong as the force guarding any of the Great Passes, they had to venture deep into the Black Ink clan's territory for a war with no shelter or fallback position. No one could say whether they would ultimately gain victory or suffer defeat. Since the war began, 150 years had passed. Now, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly appeared from the space array and claimed to have come from Great Evolution Pass. How could the Eighth Order Masters of Wind and Cloud Pass not feel thrilled to hear the news? Did you truly come from Great Evolution Pass? Yuan Xinggu asked him. This matter was far too important for them to take lightly. Yang Kai answered, Sir can verify it easily. An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the sidelines suddenly spoke up, Yang Kai, this name. Could you be the Yang Kai who can use purifying light? It is this Yang. Yang Kai nodded. Everyone immediately understood. There were countless Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield, but if there was anyone whose name could be remembered by the Eighth Order Masters of almost all of the Great Passes, then Yang Kai was likely the only one. The emergence of purifying light gave the humans a way to fight against Black Ink's strength for the first time in history, and as the sole possessor of purifying light, Yang Kai's name naturally became widely known. Only, not many people had actually met him in person. Add on the fact that he had mentioned the three words Great Evolution Pass earlier, and everyone's focus had fallen on that instead while none of them paid attention to his name. If it was the Yang Kai who could use purifying light, then he had to be from the Great Evolution Army, no doubt about it. Yuan Xinggu knew that the old ancestor had personally requested that Yang Kai join the campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass. It seemed like his presence was of some help to the old ancestor's recovery. Though he had no idea what help a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be in the recovery of a venerable 9th Order Master, since it was the old ancestor who named him, she naturally had her reasons. Has Great Evolution Pass been retaken? Yuan Xinggu asked. Yang Kai replied, half a year ago, the Great Evolution East-West Army and North-South Army rendezvoused at Great Evolution Pass and successfully recovered the Great Pass. Wonderful! One of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters exclaimed. They had waited 150 years to hear this news, so none of them could help but be overjoyed. How are Great Evolution Army's casualties? Tian Lu asked. Yang Kai answered in a pained voice, the total number of soldiers stationed at Great Evolution Pass currently number around 33,000, with around 70 8th Order Masters. Hearing this figure, everyone fell silent. They knew the initial composition of the Great Evolution Army, so this number indicated that after fighting for 150 years, almost half had perished, which was enough to show just how brutal the war had been. It had to be known that such losses were almost the entire garrison strength of a normal Great Pass. However, all of them knew that this was the price that had to be paid. For the army to lead a campaign to Great Evolution Theater without a Great Pass to rely on, and with the Black Ink clan occupying favorable conditions and an advantageous position, how could they possibly have retaken Great Evolution Pass successfully in 150 years without paying a steep price? Now, all they could hope was for the dead to rest in peace. Yuan Xinggu nodded lightly. Since you came from Great Evolution Pass, it means that the space array there has been repaired. This is an important matter. I must send someone to verify it. Yang Kai nodded, of course. Only, there seems to be a problem with this space array. What problem? Yuan Xinggu asked. Yang Kai gave him a basic summary of what he encountered in the Void Corridor. However, this junior has yet to find what the problem is exactly. Yuan Xinggu was silent for a moment before continuing, we will know once we give it a try. They had also seen the anomaly with the space gate earlier and knew that Yang Kai's words were true. At once, they instructed their subordinates to make preparations for a transit to Great Evolution Pass. The soldiers guarding the Grand Hall were all familiar with the process, so they set up the necessary materials quickly and soon, everything was ready. At Yuan Xingji's signal, the array was quickly activated. The patterns lit up and the grand array hummed. Following the rapid draining of energy from the crystals, a space gate quickly opened. Huh! Yang Kai looked flabbergasted. He had clearly encountered a problem when he was teleporting from Great Evolution Pass to Wind and Cloud Pass, so going from Wind and Cloud Pass to Great Evolution Pass should result in the same issues. However, from what he could see now, there were no obstructions during this activation of the Grand Array, and the space gate was now open normally. The cultivator in charge of the array went forward to check before moving over to report, the array is working fine. It has successfully connected with Great Evolution Pass. Let me see. As he spoke, Yang Kai had already stepped onto the array and activated his space principles, investigating the situation with his divine sense. A few moments later, something that baffled him even more appeared. During his investigation, he realized that there were indeed no problems this time, which only added to his doubts and suspicions. If there were truly no issues, then what happened earlier? I will personally make a trip to Great Evolution Pass, Tian Lu announced. As Wind and Cloud Pass's Northern Army's army commander, he was qualified enough both in status and strength for this task, and it was a perfect opportunity to have him investigate the situation personally. Yuan Xinggu nodded, then I shall trouble you, brother Tian. Without further ado, Tian Lu turned around and stepped through the space gate, quickly disappearing from sight. Yuan Xinggu did not wait in place, but rather turned to Yang Kai, you, come with me. He had received a transmission through his divine sense just now, naturally from the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass who noticed what was going on here and had questions for this Yang Kai who had come from Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai complied. Following Yuan Xinggu, it did not take long for them to arrive at an extremely remote corner of Wind and Cloud Pass, which could almost be considered an inconspicuous nook, a place that was easy to miss even for the soldiers in Wind and Cloud Pass who lived here year-round if they did not pay attention. There were not many buildings here, but it seemed more like some fields and gardens had been planted. It was a land of green mountains and clear waters with several lazy oxen grazing at the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving here, Yang Kai noticed that this was not truly a part of Wind and Cloud Pass, but rather the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Everything one could see before them was the scenery inside that small universe. This small universe gave one a sense of ease, but it was strange that Yang Kai would be able to step into this small universe inside Wind and Cloud Pass without any sense of abruptness. Everything seemed perfectly natural, as if this small universe had already become a part of Wind and Cloud Pass. Yuan Xinggu stood in front of the old oxen grazing on the grass and bowed to one of them. "Old ancestor, I brought him." Yang Kai's eyes practically fell out of their sockets. Why is the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass an ox? Is this his avatar? He had never met the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass before. Though, when he had stopped by Wind and Cloud Pass 150 years ago, and Yang Kai had felt the power of the old ancestor and the royal lord during their confrontation, that was only from a distance. Surprisingly, the old ox that was grazing on the grass could even speak human words. "So this is the boy? I have some impression of him. That little girl from Yinyang Pass told me about him last time." The little girl from Yinyang Pass that he was talking about should be old ancestor Xiao Xiao. They were both similarly old ancestors, but there was still a huge difference between them in seniority. The old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass was clearly much older than old ancestor Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai did not dare to dally and quickly bowed to the old ox. "Great Evolution Armies." Yang Kai greets old ancestor. A wrinkled face suddenly peeked out from behind the ox, glancing at him with an obscure smile on his lips. He passed the tender blades of grass in his hand to the old ox, feeding it leisurely. Yang Kai immediately felt embarrassed. He thought that the old ancestor was the old ox, but it never occurred to him that he was actually just hidden behind the cow. The reoccupation of Great Evolution Pass is a joyous event. Inform the rest of the Great Passes, this is a matter worth celebrating for all of us, the old ancestor said. However, this old master is more interested in the matters of the fight between the Great Evolution Army and the Black Ink clan. This old ancestor has called you over for no other reason than to find out about what the Great Evolution Army has encountered over the years, so please speak casually. Yes. Yang Kai answered respectfully. Even though the old ancestor said that he could speak casually, Yang Kai did not dare to take him up on his word. At once, he told him of the Great Evolution East-West Army's encounter with the Black Ink clan army shortly after their departure from Wind and Cloud Pass, and about how Xiang Shan had deliberately let a territory lord escape to lure the tiger from the mountain, as well as about the puppet army numbering in the tens of thousands without sparing any resources while they were on the march, which were then released as they approached Great Evolution Pass to draw the Black Ink clan's attention. While their army went straight into the Black Ink clan's territory to attack. The whole army at that time seemed like a long dragon, eliminating everything in its wake. After that, the East-West Army set up camp outside of the royal city, and with the help of weaponized universe worlds, attacked the royal city multiple times. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the royal lord fought in each battle, mutually wounding one another before the former recovered inside Yang Kai's small universe. While old ancestor Xiao Xiao would always make a complete recovery after 20 years, she would feign being injured so that the royal lord would lower his guard. Over the past 100 years, she was able to accumulate a significant advantage, and in their last battle, she was almost able to kill the royal lord. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5275, I suggest you make some soup. Then, Yang Kai spoke of the bloody battles that the North-South Army fought with the Black Ink clan army in order to stop them from leaving Great Evolution Pass and returning to the royal city to provide reinforcements. He also spoke of the East-West Army's withdrawal from the royal city, the panic of the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass, and the negotiations with the North-South Army which led to the Great Evolution Army taking back Great Evolution Pass without further bloodshed. Bit by bit, Yang Kai tried to detail everything to the best of his abilities and retell the encounters of the Great Evolution Army over the years. After he finished, he also felt a bit reminiscent about the campaign that lasted over 100 years. East-West armies Xiang Shan and North-South armies Mi Jing Luan used their strategic talents to the fullest, and if not for the two of them overseeing their respective fronts, even if they had twice the amount of troops, it would still be a far-fetched dream to recover Great Evolution Pass within just 150 years. Yuan Xinggu was silent, so nobody could tell what was on his mind. After hearing everything, the old ancestor nodded. "You have all worked hard." Yang Kai did not dare to take credit for the feat and cupped his fist. This junior was just one soldier at the front. It was thanks to the dedication and ingenuity of all the seniors that today's successes were achieved. The old ancestor smiled at him, clearly pleased with his humility. However, the old ancestor knew that perhaps even the boy in front of him had no idea what a difference his arrival made to the entire black ink battlefield. Not to mention the purifying light which was able to dispel and cleanse black ink strength, the purifying black ink pills which were being mass-produced in each great pass was also found by Yang Kai when he was exploring a sealed world. There were also those purifying black ink battleships that were with each army. Which one of these innovations did not have this boy's mark on them? Now, it was also easier for humans to mine for resources thanks to the existence of the improved void yin-yang mirrors. Without all of these, how could the human race even have hoped to retake Great Evolution Pass? Furthermore, how could they plan for a future crusade? It could be said that though the cultivation of this boy in front of him was not very high, he was the key point that brought change to the landscape of the entire black ink battlefield. Even a venerable Ninth Order master could not underestimate someone like this because, oftentimes, such existences were able to make great differences with just a small bit of power in places that they themselves do not even realize, which was enough to influence the fortune of an entire race. The old ancestor did not ask any more questions. He had only called Yang Kai over here to find out about the situation of the Great Evolution Army's campaign, and now that he knew, he would not bother with saying anything more. The old ancestor continued feeding tender grass to the black cattle by hand, appearing just like an old farmer in the mountains, not the least bit imposing. Yuan Xinggu withdrew with Yang Kai. Before leaving, the old ancestor gifted Yang Kai several dozen kilograms of beef as a reward for his taking the time to travel here. The beef was very fresh and the blood had still not dried, as if it had just been butchered. After exiting the old ancestor's small universe, Yang Kai carried several dozens of kilograms of bloody beef with him and asked Yuan Xinggu with an expectant look on his face, "Sir, this beef, is there anything special about it?" He could not bring himself to ask such a question in front of the old ancestor himself. Now that he was out though, he didn't have to be so cautious. Yang Kai just could not settle down if he did not find out. Yuan Xinggu pondered for a moment before saying, "The texture is good?" Yang Kai's face went dark. "Sir, you know I don't mean that." He rubbed his brow for a moment before deciding to speak frankly with him. "Old ancestor's beef, will there be any special effects after eating it?" Yuan Xinggu advised, "You've seen the black cattle that the old ancestor was feeding. Did you notice it having any sort of divine bloodline in it?" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and shook his head. They were just ordinary black cattle. Yuan Xinggu looked askance at him. "Then what were you expecting?" Yang Kai was suddenly struck speechless, but he was also unrelenting. "Is this beef from the cattle raised by the old ancestor?" Yuan Xinggu gave him a vague answer. "I suggest you take it back and cook it into soup. The cattle that old ancestor rears are somewhat gamey and are not very tasty." He spoke, appearing experienced. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he looked at the several dozen kilograms of bloody beef in his hands, he sighed and silently put them away. In the end, it was still a gift from an old ancestor, so he would make some soup with it once he returned and hand it out to the members of Dawn Squad so that they could enjoy the taste. Everyone had been working quite hard, after all, these past 150 years. After returning to the Grand Hall where the space array sat, some 8th Order masters were still waiting there, in no hurry to leave. Yuan Xinggu asked, "Has Brother Tian Lu not returned yet?" An 8th Order master shook his head, "We haven't received any news yet." Yuan Xinggu nodded before turning to Yang Kai, "What about you? Will you wait here?" Yang Kai cupped his fist. This junior came here to test the effects of the space array. Now that the task is complete, it is time for me to return to Great Evolution Pass. Yuan Xinggu did not stop him. "In that case, go on." The soldiers guarding this area were asked to prepare the supplies for teleportation, and soon, Yang Kai was standing at the center of the array. Once the Grand Array was activated and the space gate opened, he disappeared without a trace. He was expecting a repeat of what he encountered earlier, but this journey was completely smooth. Soon, Yang Kai reappeared on the space array at Great Evolution Pass, where a group of array masters scrambled over to ask about the situation earlier. Yang Kai gave them a simple rundown of what he experienced, but he himself could not quite figure out where the problem lay. Did someone from Wind and Cloud Pass come earlier? The bald Grandmaster answered, a man who called himself Wind and Cloud Pass Northern Army's Army Commander, Tian Lu. He is currently speaking with Army Commander Xiang Shan and the others. The fat Grandmaster then asked, "Young boy, has our space array been fixed or not?" Yang Kai frowned, "I think we can consider it fixed." "Then what happened earlier?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment. Perhaps there was a blockage in the void since the corridor between these two places had not been open for so long. Then, after I went into it myself, the blockage was cleared. The Grandmaster were all speechless at his uncertain explanation. However, other than this, there did not seem to be any other explanation. After all, it was only Yang Kai's first transit where a problem arose. After that, everything was smooth, whether it be for Tian Lu coming over from Wind and Cloud Pass or Yang Kai's return trip. From this alone, it seemed like the space array had been repaired. Since the repairs had been completed, the higher-ups had to be informed. Yang Kai personally went to Lu Zhiping to report on the matter, and she naturally praised him. At once, arrangements were made for news of the successful recovery of Great Evolution Pass to be passed around to each of the Great Passes. It was only natural that the entire race be informed of such good news. After all, everyone was paying great attention to this matter, and the sooner the news got to them, the better. Soon, a jade slip bearing old ancestor Xiao Zhao's aura was sent through the space array to each Great Pass, with the good news recorded into each of them. A lot of resources were spent each time the hyperspace array was used. Depending on a cultivator's realm, the consumption of the materials also varied. On the whole, the higher one's cultivation, the higher the consumption would be. However, if they were only sending things such as jade slips, then the consumption could be minimized. So, with the current stock of resources at Great Evolution Pass, it was enough to support simple matters such as sending out jade slips. However, they had to send a jade slip to each of the Great Passes, so it would still take a considerable amount of time to complete. After many days had passed, Great Evolution Pass had opened and closed the space array over 100 times so that they could send out the more than 100 jade slips that they had. During this time, Yang Kai stayed by the array, monitoring its condition. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. No abnormalities appeared in any of the activations, so all of the jade slips were also sent out successfully. With that, it seemed as if Great Evolution Pass's space array truly had been repaired. Elsewhere, news of their success was met with great joy in all of the Great Passes as 30,000 years of humiliation were finally wiped away. It was clear to the higher-ups that Great Evolution Pass had been retaken, which meant that the human race's crusade was not far off, so they were all secretly preparing for it. In fact, as early as when the human race decided to take back Great Evolution Pass, they had already been preparing for the crusade. The evil purging divine spear created by Grandmaster Ma Fan was the greatest weapon for this crusade, and in order to hide it, Great Evolution Army did not dare to use it during the entire war to retake Great Evolution Pass, fearing that news would get out, putting the Black Ink clan on guard. If they had made use of the evil purging divine spears, it would have been much easier to recover Great Evolution Pass and they would have suffered fewer losses, but this would be detrimental to the entire human race in the long run. One day, Yang Kai was leading Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around, searching for a suitable location. Dawn was still an incredibly powerful team. Even though they lost Chi Tai Chu in the previous war, they had recruited Blood Crow, so Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters still numbered 8 in total. Yang Kai's intention bringing these 7th Order Masters out this time was not to stir up trouble with the Black Ink Clan. The Black Ink Clan in the Great Evolution Theater were now hiding in their royal city, licking their wounds, so how could they dare to come all the way to Great Evolution Pass? These 7th Order Masters were all brought here to help act as protectors. 150 years had passed since Yang Kai departed from Blue Sky Pass, and with the flow of time in his small universe being 4 times faster than the outside, it meant that nearly 700 years had passed in Void Continent. During these 700 years, many new disciples had cultivated to the peak inside the Void Tao Temple, and there were now 10 youths who had the qualifications to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. The nurturing of the World Tree clone was constantly impacting Yang Kai's small universe, which allowed Void Tao Temple's disciples to grow so quickly. Previously, during the war against the Black Ink Clan in the Great Evolution Theater, Yang Kai was in no position to allow these disciples to break through, but now that things had settled down, there was no need for him to worry as much as before. 10 cultivators needed to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, so Yang Kai alone could not stand guard for all of them. As such, he dragged all of the 7th Order Masters of Dawn out here so that they could help out. With the current vision and abilities of Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, standing guard for these little ones was no problem at all. It did not take long for him to settle on a spot in the void. After looking left and right and confirming that there were no issues, Yang Kai waved his hand, and as the void distorted before 10 Emperor Realm cultivators appeared out of thin air in front of him. There were both males and females among them, occupying half of the numbers each, all of them sharing one characteristic, and that was that they all looked young and vigorous. There were only 2 possibilities for a cultivator looking so young, and that was either that they had cultivated beauty techniques, or that they had grown up very quickly. As long as one was able to grow quickly in strength and make progress in their cultivation, then time would not leave as many traces on their appearance. The emperors before them were clearly part of the latter. Due to the nurturing power of the World Tree clone, as well as their own innate talent for cultivation, these youths ascended rapidly on their martial Tao. Martial Peak, Chapter 5276, Steady Stream of New Recruits. 10 Peak Emperor Realm cultivators were all gathered in the Void Tao Temple. They had long received Yang Kai's divine sense transmission that asked them to get everything prepared. Some of them had been waiting for this day for many years. In the Void Tao Temple of today, it was no longer a secret that one could advance to the Open Heaven Realm after the Emperor Realm. It was also no longer a secret that this entire void world was the small universe of the Tao Lord. There were even statues of Yang Kai erected in the Tao Temple for the disciples to worship day and night. Yang Kai even revealed matters concerning the Black Ink battlefield to the disciples in the Tao Temple, all so they could make a choice. Once they step into the Open Heaven Realm, they will have to join the Black Ink battlefield and fight against the Black Ink Clan. If they were unwilling to fight the Black Ink Clan, then they could choose to remain in his small universe and the Emperor Realm. These 10 had chosen to advance to the Open Heaven Realm, which meant that they had made the mental preparation to do battle with the Black Ink Clan. In fact, basically every Emperor Realm Master who could take that step made the same choice. Once a cultivator stepped onto the martial Tao, then they would keep climbing higher to reach even more dazzling sights. Fear of danger was never a reason to stop. Once they left Yang Kai's small universe and emerged into the outside world, anyone would more or less feel unaccustomed. This had nothing to do with their strength or foundation, but rather the general change in environment. However, they had cultivated to the Emperor Realm after all, so it did not take long for them to settle down. In the next instant, everyone revealed looks of pleasant surprise and saluted respectfully. Disciples greet the Tao Lord. The disciples paid respects to Yang Kai's lifelike statue inside of the Void Dao Temple at the beginning of each day and night, so they were naturally incomparably familiar with this face. Moreover, they had expected to meet the Dao Lord himself when they came out, and sure enough, that was exactly what happened. This was their Dao Lord, and the entire void world was the small universe of this Dao Lord. They were born inside of that void world where they cultivated and grew, so in some sense, it was the Dao Lord who gave them everything. Previously, they merely worshipped him in a spiritual sense, but now that they had seen him in the flesh, the feeling was even more direct. It could be said that though the Dao Lord was not the same as their biological parents who gave birth to them, his existence was not far off from that. All the living beings in the void world could be said to be the Dao Lord's descendants. Even though Feng Ying and the others were surprised, they had already heard about this and just looked at the 10 Emperor Realm cultivators who appeared with curiosity. Only Blood Crow's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets in surprise. Since joining Dawn, Blood Crow had always seemed out of place and did not interact with the others at all. If Yang Kai had not dragged him out today, he probably would not have agreed to be here. Even though he had been around the Black Ink battlefield for some time, he still knew next to nothing about Yang Kai, so it was unsurprising that he would be shocked at the sight of these Emperor Realm cultivators. "You have living beings in your small universe?" Blood Crow asked in surprise. There was simply no other way to explain the origin of these Emperor Realm cultivators. Yang Kai glanced at him. "Is that so strange?" Blood Crow was incredulous. "Aren't you worried about disturbances in your small universe during a fight, leading to their deaths?" However, he seemed to understand something after saying that. "You must have one of the 4 universe pillars. That was the only way to ensure the stability of one small universe, and also the only way for an open heaven realm cultivator in the 7th order to nurture sentient lives within their small universe." Yang Kai did not explain anything. He indeed possessed one of the 4 universe pillars in the past, but its function was largely replaced by the World Tree clone. Meanwhile, that World Spring had been given to Ding Yao. Not only did the World Tree clone have the effects of the 4 universe pillars, but it also had many effects that the 4 universe pillars did not have. It was not that he did not trust Blood Crow, there was just no point in explaining. "What have you brought these Emperor Realm cultivators out for?" Blood Crow asked with a frown. "Even though there are no Black Ink clansmen here, the Black Ink battlefield is no place for them. Even a low-rank open heaven realm master would be courting death if they were to appear in such dangerous lands. The minimum requirement for the cave heavens and paradises to send people here was the 6th order open heaven realm. Right now, all of the 5th order open heaven realm cultivators in each great pass were those who had fallen there from the 6th or 7th order." Feng Ying smiled. "Senior brother Blood Crow, why don't you take a look at these little ones' conditions?" Blood Crow frowned and gazed at them before muttering in surprise, "They are all about to ascend?" "It's more than merely ascending." Feng Ying shook her head with the same smile still on her face. Blood Crow also caught sight of something at this point and he could not help but feel shaken. "They've all condensed 6th order elements in their Dao seals?" He had a 7th order open heaven realm cultivation after all, and he was an 8th order divine monarch in his past life, so if he looked carefully, he would notice some hints. The 10 Emperor Realm cultivators in front of him all had the aura of 6th order element powers inside their bodies, obviously left from the completion of their Dao seal. "Exactly so." Feng Ying smiled. Blood Crow was surprised and turned to look at Yang Kai to ask, "How did you cultivate them?" An ordinary 6th order master may not mean much to him, but that was different for those with the qualifications to advance straight to the 6th order. People like this were considered to elite disciples of any cave heaven or paradise as they were expected to reach the 8th order in the future. In his previous life, that was his limit as well. 1 or 2 was not impossible, but for 10 to appear at once. A unique method of nurturing them was clearly being used. Yang Kai did not want to explain too much, but since Blood Crow was asking, he could only reply, "Has Brother Blood Crow heard of the Star Boundaries World Tree clone?" Blood Crow tried to recall for a moment before saying, "I've heard of it." It is said that the World Tree clone contains miraculous powers that can nurture the living beings of that world. After escaping from the blood monster cave heaven, he went straight to the shattered heaven and stayed there for some time before finally being scooped up and jailed by Bright King Cave Heaven. During his days in the shattered heaven, he had indeed heard rumors about the World Tree in the star boundary, but he did not know too much about it since he did not pay much attention to it. Yang Kai nodded. That is exactly right, and there is one in my small universe right now. Blood Crow could not help but gape in awe, speechless for a long time. What kind of luck does this brat have? To be able to bring even a World Tree clone into his small universe, did the high-ranking members of the human race really allow him to do such a thing? As the two of them were talking, one of the girls among the 10 Emperor Realm cultivators looked at one of the people in front of her with a look of pleasant surprise. There was a total of 9 of Dawn's members who came out during this trip, 8 7th Order Masters and 1 6th Order Master. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was none other than Miao Fei Ping. Apart from Yang Kai's 3 disciples, Miao Fei Ping was known as the first Open Heaven Realm Master to emerge from his small universe. The names of all of the Dao Temple disciples who dared to step into the Open Heaven Realm were recorded in the Dao Temple for those who came later to honor them. Miao Fei Ping's great name was at the top of the list. Miao Fei Ping was brought here for no other reason than because he was the pioneer to advance into the Open Heaven Realm from Void World, and his presence should boost the confidence of those who came after him. It was also Miao Fei Ping's request he be brought along. The female Emperor Realm Cultivator was currently staring straight at Miao Fei Ping. Naturally, Miao Fei Ping noticed her gaze when she was staring so openly. Even though his name was recorded down in the Dao Temple, there was no statue of him, unlike Yang Kai. Even if the disciples of the Dao Temple did know about his existence, they still would not be able to recognize him immediately. After all, more than 1,000 years had passed in Void World since he left. Four eyes suddenly met, and the female Emperor Realm Cultivator seemed to notice that her stare was too blunt, so she smiled apologetically. Miao Fei Ping nodded his head in greeting. It was then that Yang Kai spoke. You are all disciples of the Dao Temple and your aptitude is the best in the Void World. I believe that you more or less have some understanding of the situation in the outside world after living in the Dao Temple all these years. Now that you've taken this step, naturally no one will stop you from advancing. However, let me say this first. The Black Ink battlefield is a place fraught with dangers, and once you complete this step, there will be no going back. Let me ask all of you one last time, are you willing to advance to the Open Heaven Realm and offer your strength to the human race, holding no complaints even if you are to die on the battlefield? We are willing. 10 people shouted in unison. In fact, nobody would say they were unwilling at this point. Yang Kai was clear about this as well, so he simply nodded. Since you came from my small universe, then you all have a connection with me. In the future, if I find anyone who fears death, disobeys orders, and drags their fellow allies down on the battlefield, do not blame me for taking care of you personally. The 10 of them answered respectfully in unison once more. Only then did Yang Kai flick his wrist, sending out 10 streams of light. These are heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. They will help you in your advancement, so take and refine them. Obeying his order, they all swallowed the spirit pills before sitting down cross-legged and circulating their strength. It did not take long for them to refine a single spirit pill, and soon, all 10 of them opened their eyes again. Yang Kai nodded at Miao Fei Ping, signaling for him to step forward and introduce himself. My name is Miao Fei Ping. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this Miao. The eyes of the 10 Emperor Realm cultivators lit up upon hearing this. How could they not be familiar with that name? As the first person to emerge from Void Dao Temple and advance to the Open Heaven Realm, Miao Fei Ping's name could be said to be second only to the Dao Lord, Yang Kai, in the Dao Temple. They may have felt a little nervous when facing Yang Kai, but they felt more affection towards this pioneer who shared their roots. Greetings, Senior Brother Mao. The female emperor had a sweet mouth and quickly gave him an elegant bow. Everyone also followed suit. Miao Fei Ping cheerfully extended his hand to have them rise. advancing to the open heaven realm is not a difficult task, especially since you come from the Tao Temple and have stable foundations. You only need to remain focused when you are advancing. Steady yourselves, and nothing will happen to you. Moreover, squad leader, the Tao Lord has given you each a heavenly yuan stabilizing pill, which can increase the success rate of your advancement to almost a certainty. It is the best advancement spirit pill that you can find in existence. Everyone's confidence was boosted by his words. Miao Fei Ping also talked about the problems he faced during his own advancement so that they all had a clear idea of what to expect. The seniors here will stand guard for you. I will await your successful advancement. After saying that, he returned to Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai signaled with a nod, each of you go with one of them. Feng Ying and the other Seventh Order Masters had been waiting for half a day, so when they heard his words, they naturally did not hesitate to wrap their own world force around one Emperor Realm cultivator each and bringing them away into the distance. Soon, there were only 3 people left in front of Yang Kai. He could not watch after the advancement of 10 people at once, but 3 should be no problem. As they were about to go their separate ways, Miao Fei Ping volunteered, "Squad leader, I'll take care of one of them." Yang Kai turned to look at him and asked, "Are you sure?" Miao Fei Ping smiled, "Right now, I'm an established 6th Order cultivator. It should be no problem for me to stand guard for someone." Yang Kai nodded, "Then, you can be in charge of one." "Yes." Miao Fei Ping responded and glanced at the 3 people left. He thought about choosing one of the male cultivators, but after meeting the gaze of that female cultivator from before, he changed his mind for some reason and smiled, "Junior sister, come with me." Martial Peak, Chapter 5277, Disciple Shao Kai. 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 1 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Indeed, nothing should happen with them standing guard for a group of Emperor Realm cultivators while they advance to the Open Heaven Realm, especially since these disciples who came from the Tao Temple all had solid foundations and stable Tao seals. Combining the help of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills that Yang Kai gave them, their advancements could be said to be smooth and steady with only 1 or 2 occasional minor hiccups, but nothing dangerous happened. The heart of the female Emperor Realm cultivator whom Miao Fei Ping was in charge of became slightly hurried when she was advancing, but thanks to his timely help, she was able to calm herself and finish her breakthrough without incident. The powers of the 7 elements merged in their bodies, splitting heaven and earth apart and creating a small universe. Continuous auras of the birth of universes could be felt in the void. In a matter of days, 9 Open Heaven Realm Masters had come to this spot, and celebratorily, 19 left. The newly advanced juniors were all overwhelmed with joy. To go from the Emperor Realm to the Open Heaven Realm was a massive leap in strength. If it were merely advancing to the low-rank Open Heaven Realm, then the jump would not have been too obvious, but all 10 of them had advanced directly to the 6th Order. After returning, as long as they focused on stabilizing their realms, then once they familiarized themselves with their power, it could be said that their strength would increase around 100 or even 1,000 times compared to what they had before. In this respect, the heavenly way could be considered unfair. Those with outstanding aptitude and talent were able to leave their peers far behind in the process of advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. The fools with no aptitude were left to fumble around at the bottom of the Open Heaven Realm, if breaking through to that realm was even possible. But when had the heavens ever been completely fair? The 10 newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators were left with Feng Ying to bring back to Great Evolution Pass to settle in. Generally speaking, newly advanced Open Heaven Realm cultivators couldn't be relied on because a lot of time had to be spent for one to stabilize their cultivation. One had to familiarize themselves with the new surge of power, otherwise, they would not be able to perform at their full potential when facing off against an enemy. This could take several years, or even decades. Fortunately, now that a sort of peace had settled over the Great Evolution Theater, these 10 newcomers had plenty of time to get used to their situation. This was also the reason why Yang Kai kept holding them in and not letting them out of the small universe until now. During the bloody war with the Black Ink clan previously, letting them out would only have brought trouble to all parties. On the way back, the 10 newcomers gathered around Miao Fei Ping, bombarding him with all sorts of questions. The main reason for that was because Miao Fei Ping shared their roots. They had all come from the void world, so there was not much of a gap between them. Instead, they had a natural sense of camaraderie with each other. This was different for Feng Ying and the other 7th Order masters. No matter how amiable and easy to approach Feng Ying and the others presented themselves, these juniors would still have some reservations. Miao Fei Ping was also happy to pass on his experiences to the younger generation. Back when they were at Blue Sky Pass, he was often the one who mentored the Open Heaven Realm masters that emerged from Yang Kai's small universe. All the Open Heaven Realm masters who came out of the void world had received Miao Fei Ping's kindness. Faced with everyone's questions, Miao Fei Ping was naturally eager to answer anything he could and spoke without hesitation. The sudden change in environment and the sudden acquisition of far greater power meant that the newcomers had a lot of questions they needed answered. 9 of the 10 were exactly that way, while only one of them was silent, but they were still listening intently. The quiet one was the female Emperor Realm cultivator who Miao Fei Ping was in charge of previously. After listening quietly for a long time, the young woman seemed to have made some sort of decision and suddenly sped up, coming to the side of Feng Ying who was leading the trip back towards Great Evolution Pass. Noticing her approach, Feng Ying turned around and smiled. "What happened? Are you struggling with something?" The young woman shook her head and transmitted her voice silently to her. "Marshal Aunt Feng, I heard from Senior Brother Mao earlier that we are all fighting against the Black Ink clansmen in units called squads?" Feng Ying nodded. "That's right. Squads are the most basic grouping in our human army." The young woman asked hesitantly, Then, can I join your squad?" Feng Ying was a little surprised. Nobody had ever asked her for such a request before. In fact, many Open Heaven Realm masters had emerged from Yang Kai's small universe over the years, each one of them starting from the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm at least, with a small minority of them even directly reaching the 7th Order. However, Yang Kai was only responsible for bringing them out, while the rest was not his concern. It was not that it was too much trouble, he was just trying to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, more and more people would come out of Yang Kai's small universe in the future, so as time went on, Yang Kai's lineage was bound to grow immensely. If these people were to all gather together, an isolated atmosphere might form around them, which could not be permitted on the Black Ink battlefield. In this brutal war, origin and status meant nothing, all were brothers and sisters in arms who lived and died together. Yang Kai was well aware of this, so the cultivators who he brought out back then at Blue Sky Pass were basically all handed to the army commanders to be taken care of while he did not need to interfere much. Right now, there was plenty to do in Great Evolution Pass and everyone was busy, otherwise, Yang Kai would not be leading Dawn's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters personally to act as protectors. It was easy to see the results of this from Dawn's current configuration. Out of all the cultivators that came out of the void world, Miao Fei Ping was the only one who joined Dawn. The rest were all scattered throughout the squads of different divisions. This was also because Yang Kai had known and interacted with Miao Fei Ping for a long time. If Yang Kai really intended to gather his own forces, then the entirety of Dawn would be in the 6th Order and 7th Order. Moreover, he would be highly revered by his subordinates who would not dare to disobey his orders. When she first heard this young woman's request, Feng Ying's first thought was that Yang Kai might not agree. After all, Dawn already had the maximum 50 members, so there was no need or ability for them to take on newcomers. However, Feng Ying was as intelligent as she was beautiful, so when she saw the young woman blushing while putting forth such a request, combined with the scenes she saw by chance before, she had a faint guess. As such, instead of outright rejecting her, she asked, "Why do you want to join our squad?" The young woman replied as if expecting this answer, "The Tao Lord has given us everything we have. Now that this disciple has gained some success in cultivation, this disciple wishes to stay by the Tao Lord's side and offer her strength." This young woman was clearly a bad liar, as her eyes were constantly darting left and right while speaking, not at all daring to look straight at Feng Ying. Feng Ying laughed lightly and questioned, "Truly?" The young girl nodded incessantly, "Truly." "Then swear on it." Just kidding," Feng Ying laughed and explained, "every squad has an upper limit for members, and even as a special operations squad, Dawn's upper limit is 50. We currently have exactly 50 members, so if you wish to join Dawn, then the only chance you'll get is if there is a battle and Dawn's numbers are cut down." The young woman quickly waved her hand when she heard what she said. "In that case, this disciple will not join Dawn." "Martial Ant, just take what this disciple said earlier as nonsense and don't take it too seriously." However, Feng Ying's heart softened when she saw the genuine expression on her junior's face. If the squad leader himself asks the army commander personally, then perhaps an exception can be made. The young woman lowered her gaze timidly and shook her head. There's no need to bother the Tao Lord. She had never wanted to cause trouble for anyone ever since she was a child, so she wasn't about to start now. Feng Ying stared at her for a moment before asking, "What is your name?" The young woman answered, "Disciple is called Shao Kai." Feng Ying nodded, taking note of her answer. "If there are any questions you have about cultivation, feel free to approach me with them." Shao Kai thanked her respectfully. At the same time, on the universe fragment where Great Evolution North-South Army's forward base was once located, as space warped, Yang Kai stepped out of the distortion. Several Open Heaven Realm Masters stationed nearby were surprised when they saw him and could not help but stare for a moment, but they all came over to greet him once they realized who he was. After handing over the 10 newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Masters to Feng Ying, Yang Kai came straight here. It was for no other reason than that the Black Ink Nest was here. When the Black Ink clan withdrew from Great Evolution Pass, a mid-rank Black Ink Nest was left behind. Yang Kai was not sure about the details, but he heard that it was a request from Army Commander Mi Jing Luan to the Territory Lords. Though reluctant, the Black Ink clan had no choice but to agree. It had to be said that keeping the Black Ink Nest behind was simply a stroke of genius for the humans. Yang Kai had no idea what Mi Jing Luan was thinking back then, but once he learned that a mid-rank Black Ink Nest had been left behind, he had to praise Mi Jing Luan. If there was anything that the humans were starkly inferior at in comparison to the Black Ink clan, then would be their numbers and growth cycle. The next most critical disadvantage they had though was the ability to transmit information. Transferring information was simply too convenient for the Black Ink clan, as through the power of the Black Ink Nests, information could be exchanged between Black Ink clansmen from different theaters instantaneously, much less within the same theater. In this respect, the humans were far inferior to the Black Ink clan. Right now, it was quite easy for humans to send messages from Great Pass to Great Pass through the use of space arrays, but when the Great Evolution Army was out on their campaign, someone had to make the trip in person to deliver messages between the different fronts. Yang Kai had also received orders to search for the location of the North-South Army near Great Evolution Pass before, and Adjutant Li Xing was also ordered to deliver news to the North-South Army about the final battle at the Royal City. For an ordinary 7th Order Master, it was a month's journey from the Royal City to the Great Pass, and fortunately, he did not have to report back, otherwise, it would be another month on the road. That was a huge gap in time. If there were urgent army matters that had to be passed on, then even a delay of a few hours could cause a major incident, let alone a journey lasting several days to a month. Mi Jing Luan must have thought about this, which was why he would demand the Black Ink clan to leave the mid-rank Black Ink Nest behind. He intended to use it to build up the intelligence network on the human side. However, such a thing would be extremely difficult to put into practice. It was true that the Black Ink Nest was now in human hands, and it was also a mid-rank Black Ink Nest that was of sufficient quality. However, it had been half a year since they retook Great Evolution Pass, and Mi Jing Luan was still unable to implement the intelligence network plan that he had in mind. Yang Kai had been working constantly with the array masters at Great Evolution Pass to repair the space array, so he was not too sure about what the situation was at this time. The only reason he came here was to create a low-rank subnest to put into his small universe so that he could incubate black ink serfs to allow the Void Dao Temple's disciples a chance to get some real combat experience against the Black Ink clan before advancing to the Open Heaven realm and joining the war. He had this idea in mind when he was still stationed at Blue Sky Pass, only, it was unfortunate that even though he had moved a subnest into his own small universe back then, once the higher-rank Black Ink nest outside was destroyed, the subnest was also destroyed, which left him with nothing. In the Blue Sky Theater, they couldn't allow any Black Ink nests to remain outside, otherwise, the Black Ink clan might be able to reclaim them sooner or later. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5278, There's nothing we can do about it. The situation was different now. The Black Ink clan's foundation in the Great Evolution Theater had been severely damaged and even the Royal Lord himself had sustained heavy injuries. Moreover, old ancestor Xiao Xiao would go and visit him every now and then, leaving him no opportunity to recover. Under such circumstances, the humans could make use of this mid-rank Black Ink nest that fell into their hands. The entire Black Ink nest was moved over here after the reoccupation of Great Evolution Pass, where Array Masters set up barriers to isolate and contain the Black Ink strength which was regularly released from it. The current situation on the universe fragment was clear. The huge Black Ink nest was located at the center and isolated by spirit arrays so that no Black Ink strength was spreading out into the periphery, allowing the human soldiers to move around it freely. The one currently standing guard here was the Great Evolution Southern Army Commander, Ouyang Lai. Even though there was little worry that the Black Ink clan would try to come and snatch this Black Ink nest, one could never be too careful. A strong master was needed on standby, and an army commander was undoubtedly the strongest available. The reason why Ouyang Lai was here was because he had taken the initiative to volunteer for the post. Since he was still recovering from his wounds, it made no difference whether he stayed inside of Great Evolution Pass or here since the two were now just half a day's travel apart. The Southern Army's temporary army headquarters was also located here, so after arriving, Yang Kai received permission to enter and as soon as he did, he saw a slightly pale-faced Ouyang Lai reprimanding his disciple. "You lazy brat! Even dragging your feet when I asked you to go to Great Evolution Pass to pick up some wine. I don't know what those legs of yours are even for." Gong Lian stood in front of Ouyang Lai with downcast eyes, allowing his honored master to spit all over him without moving. He was clearly no stranger to this situation. After Ouyang Lai finished reprimanding him, Gong Lian answered lazily, "Honored master, Marshal Uncle Mi said that your body is still injured, so you should not drink excessively. He asked me to watch over you so that you can recuperate well." Ouyang Lai glared at him and almost raised his nostrils into the air as he said stubbornly, Marshal Uncle Mi, am I your honored master or is Big Head Mi your honored master?" He jabbed Gong Lian's head with his finger, "I taught you since young to listen to your honored master, and now look at you. Not listening to anything I say anymore, but you're happy to listen to anything Big Head Mi says. Tomorrow, I'm going to expel you from my sect, then you can go and look for Big Head Mi and ask him to be your master." Poor Gong Liang was still a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master, so watching him being reprimanded like a small child made Yang Kai widen his eyes in surprise. Moreover, Big Head Mi? Mi Jingluan's head was not particularly big. This scene of a master scolding his disciple was so intense that Yang Kai felt that it was better for him not to watch it at all. Just as he was about to withdraw, Ouyang Lai suddenly turned his head over as if he just saw him and called out, "Young boy, you've come?" Yang Kai had no choice but to grit his teeth and cup his fist, "Greetings, Senior Ouyang." Then, he turned to Gong Lian, "Senior brother Gong." Gong Lian returned his greeting. Ouyang Lai walked over with a laugh and wrapped his arms affectionately around Yang Kai's shoulders, "You've come just in time. The Inner Sanctum has just sent word that they want you to set up a space array here. The materials have already been prepared. Have a look and see where it's more suitable to set this thing up." Yang Kai came to this universe fragment for his own reasons regarding the Black Ink nest, but he did also have proper business. Xiang Shan wanted him to help them set up a space array here so that those from the inner sanctum could come and go with ease. Naturally, Ouyang Lai had been informed beforehand. Anywhere is fine, I can arrange the space array wherever Senior Ouyang finds suitable. Yang Kai smiled back. Ouyang Lai sighed, if only my disciple was as obedient as you are, constantly talking back to me, it's just aggravating, wouldn't you say? What could Yang Kai say? He just turned a deaf ear to it. Ouyang Lai lowered his voice, have you got any wine? Before Yang Kai could answer, Ouyang Lai glanced over with a stern gaze, don't tell me you don't. I know you're raising living beings in your small universe, so you should have anything and everything. The killing intent in those eyes seemed to suggest that he would slaughter him without a burial if Yang Kai dared to let the word no slip from his mouth. Yang Kai sighed, Senior Ouyang, you haven't fully healed yet. You shouldn't drink. Ouyang Lai bristled, don't lecture me like Big Head me. We've campaigned against the Black Ink clan for 150 years, and I've been enduring all that time. Now, I can't even celebrate with alcohol after we've won the war? What kind of reasoning was that? Enough with the nagging, bring me some wine. Saying so, the arm around Yang Kai's shoulder grew increasingly heavy, which made Yang Kai feel at once that his bones were about to dislocate. A short time later, in an open space, Yang Kai was busy setting up a space array. On the side, Ouyang Lai was sitting in the middle of a pile of wine bottles, drinking happily, cheering in glee after finishing each one in a wonderful mood. Not far from him, Gong Lian was eyeing Yang Kai with a grimace, which made Yang Kai feel embarrassed to meet his gaze. Something like setting up a space array could not be easier for Yang Kai. With all the materials in place, it took him less than an hour to finish everything. An array had already been set up at Great Evolution Pass that synced with this one. Yang Kai personally stepped onto the array to check and made sure that there were no problems before handing it over to their use. By now, Ouyang Lai had already drunk his fill and was sitting slumped on the ground, tapping his knees and singing his heart out. Even though Ouyang Lai had a gruff appearance, his voice was actually pretty good. Even though Yang Kai had no idea what he was singing, his song had a boldness to it that was quite interesting. After walking over to Ouyang Lai's side, Yang Kai cupped his fist, Senior Ouyang, the space array is completed. Good work, Ouyang Lai spoke in a good mood, wine bottle still in hand. Furthermore, this junior has a presumptuous request. Speak. Ouyang Lai spoke with narrowed eyes that showed an indescribable sense of carefreeness. This junior wishes to obtain a subnest to place inside of his small universe to aid in the cultivation of the disciples in my small universe. Senior should know that many 6th and 7th order open heaven realm masters have walked out of this junior's small universe. Unfortunately, before stepping into the Black Ink battlefield, none of them have ever encountered the Black Ink clan before. If they were able to face some Black Ink clansmen during their growth period, it will be beneficial to them when they truly enter the battlefield in the future. Ouyang Lai nodded at his words, fair enough, but it is useless to speak to me about this. I'm just the doorman here. You'll have to ask the old ancestor for permission. Yang Kai answered, the old ancestor has already agreed. She told me to come see you. Ouyang Lai suddenly grinned meaningfully, it's useless even if the old ancestor agrees. Yang Kai was confused, this junior does not understand. Ouyang Lai reached out and pointed at the Black Ink nest enveloped by the spirit array behind him, because there's nothing we can do about it right now either. What do you mean? Yang Kai was even more confused. Ouyang Lai guzzled another mouthful of wine before directing Gong Lian, take him in and show him. After accepting his order, Gong Lian turned to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, come with me. Many thanks. Halfway through following Gong Lian into the Black Ink nest, Yang Kai laughed bitterly, Brother Gong, please don't blame me. I had no other choice. Naturally, he was talking about Ouyang Lai's request for wine. Gong Lian waved his hand, honored master insisted, so Brother Yang was in no position to resist. I understand. In fact, Honored Master's injuries have already stabilized, so a little wine won't hurt him. Martial Uncle Me is only worried that he might drink excessively, which is why he told me to keep an eye on him. Yang Kai sighed, "It's tough for you too, Brother Gong." Gong Lian chuckled, "I owe Honored Master for raising and teaching me. Now that this Gong has made some achievements in cultivation and can take care of himself, it is naturally necessary to repay those favors to Honored Master. This much is nothing." As they were speaking, they arrived at the interior of the black ink nest. Yang Kai was naturally incomparably familiar with things like this black ink nest. He had been in and out of many black ink nests, including low-rank and mid-rank black ink nests. He was also the one who first found out that the black ink nests could communicate with each other. Before that, the humans had an inkling but had no proof on the matter. It could be said that there was nobody more familiar with the black ink nests than him in the entire human race. Martial Uncle Me asked the Black Ink clan to leave this black ink nest behind because he hoped to create an intelligence network for the humans using it. If we can use the black ink nest the way the Black Ink clan uses them, then in the future, passing information around will be much easier for our race. Brother Yang should also know how far away each great pass is, and once a war breaks out, it becomes very difficult for armies to contact each other. If this network could be established, it would be very useful for our future crusade. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Currently, there are no problems with feeding it resources. The black ink nest is able to absorb materials instinctually. However, after absorbing the materials, all of the energy will automatically be put towards the birth of new black ink clansmen. We've not been able to create subnests. Why is that? Yang Kai frowned. He had seen how higher-rank black ink nests created subnests before, so he knew it should not be anything difficult. Because we humans have no way of controlling the black ink nests currently, Gong Lian explained, Brother Yang may know that to control the black ink nest, one needs to connect one's divine sense with it black ink nest's consciousness and become one with it to control it. Indeed. And that is where the problem lies. Connecting to the consciousness of the black ink nest was not a problem. The problem is that the Black Ink clan has already set up an ambush inside the existing network, so as soon as any human makes a connection, they are instantly attacked by the force of more than a dozen territory lords in an instant. In a contest of spiritual energy alone, our 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are naturally unafraid of any single territory lord. However, our people can only fight alone, while the Black Ink clan can borrow the strength of several black ink nests in order to attack in a group, meaning no 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master can withstand it. The few 8th Order Division commanders who tried before have all suffered varying degrees of injuries to their soul. Yang Kai finally understood. He had experienced something similar before. Previously, he had also connected to the black ink nest's consciousness to locate other black ink nests, and it was then that he was attacked by the consciousnesses of many feudal lords in the strange space. Fortunately, he had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, so even though he was facing off against many foes alone, he still managed to defeat the Black Ink clan. What the humans were encountering now was exactly the same issue Yang Kai encountered back then. The Black Ink clan must have known that the humans would try to connect to the Black Ink nest to make use of it, so they had prepared over a dozen territory lords to wait in ambush inside of that strange space. As soon as they sensed the intrusion of a human's consciousness, they would immediately attack. Under such circumstances, would any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master be able to resist? Furthermore, if the few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had not withdrawn in time, then they might have incurred irreparable damage to their souls and perished. Gong Lian continued, the old ancestor has tried it once, but the territory lords must have sensed the old ancestor's strength and took the initiative to withdraw when they sensed her. As such, even the old ancestor is helpless in this matter. Martial Peak, Chapter 5279, This thing might be of some use to you. It was an awkward situation that the Great Evolution Army was facing. Despite having the black ink nest in their hands, they had no way of using it effectively, yet it was too much of a waste to just destroy it. Naturally, the old ancestor was not afraid of the territory lords. However, after they sensed the old ancestor's strength, the territory lords lying in ambush would immediately escape, leaving the old ancestor helpless. Also, it was not as if they could just have the old ancestor wait on standby inside of the black ink nest forever. Yang Kai did not anticipate this situation. He thought that the humans would long have begun preparing the information network after having obtained the black ink nest for so long, but now it seemed that more consideration was required for this matter. It was true that he severely injured and even destroyed many feudal lord consciousness back then in the strange space of the black ink nest. With the soul-warming lotus's protection, he left the feudal lords in a miserable state despite fighting one against dozens, but he was only facing feudal lords and one territory lord back then. Now, it was numerous territory lords who had set up an ambush in that strange space, and they had a clearly defined plan this time. Whether it be the scale or the situation, it was very different from before. Yang Kai was confident that his soul was by no means inferior to any territory lord, so in a one-on-one, he didn't fear defeat. Moreover, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he was fearless against any attack on his soul. However, if the number of territory lords was too great, then there was not much he could do about it either. That was unless he could borrow some kind of powerful external force. After a short pondering, Yang Kai said, "Many thanks, Brother Gong. I will return and see if I can come up with a solution to the situation here." Gong Lian didn't give him a hard time and just smiled. "Take your time with it, Brother Yang, it's not an urgent matter. What's more, the higher-ups are also thinking up ideas. Surely it will be solved sooner or later." Yang Kai nodded and parted with Gong Lian. Without disturbing Yang Lai, who was still enjoying his drinks, he teleported back to Great Evolution Pass through the space array that was just completed. While they were in Blue Sky Pass, Dawn Squad's members all lived in their own scattered residences. However, now that they had arrived at Great Evolution Pass, the higher-ups took account of the fact that many squads had been reorganized recently and the members needed to get to know each other better, so basically all the members of each squad were housed in one place or area. Dawn was assigned to a large courtyard near the outskirts of Great Evolution Pass with a few dozen houses, enough for all the members to share. After returning to the courtyard, it was quiet. Save for Ning Qizhi, who was still recovering, the rest were nowhere to be seen. Currently, the entire Great Evolution Pass was in a state of disarray and practically all of the Great Evolution Army's soldiers were busy reorganizing everything, building or repairing various facilities around Great Evolution Pass, so there was no time for them to idle. Yang Kai went to see how Ning Qizhi's injuries were doing first and was relieved to see that he had improved a little. It was Ning Qizhi's small universe that was damaged in the previous war, an extremely troublesome injury to have for an open heaven realm master, so the recovery process was also extremely slow. However, the fact that there were improvements meant that there was nothing to worry about. This allowed Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. During the bloody battle at the royal city, losing Chi Tai Chu was already a great heartache for him, so Ning Qizhi could not encounter any accidents. After telling Ning Qizhi to take care of himself, Yang Kai left to see the old ancestor. He needed the old ancestor's help to deal with the matter concerning the black ink nest. After all, they had to face off against many territory lords who were lying in ambush. Since the old ancestor was not able to handle it alone, he could only borrow her strength. After interacting with old ancestor Xiao Xiao for so many years, the two of them had already grown incredibly close with each other, so after arriving at the old ancestor's chambers, Yang Kai entered straight away without having to announce himself or inform anyone. In a stone pavilion located in a small garden, the old ancestor was joyfully chewing on candied fruit, leaving crumbs all over her mouth. Yang Kai sat down on a chair in front of her and casually poured himself a cup of water, drinking it all, and then sighing deeply, looking preoccupied. The old ancestor didn't even spare a glance at him. After finishing one stick of candied fruit, she took out another and continued eating. If one had to say what kind of thing old ancestor Xiao Zhao's space ring carried the most of, then it had to be snacks. During the days she spent recovering in Yang Kai's small universe, he often took her to the most bustling cities, and even he did not know how much food she had bought and hoarded up during those years. "Something you need?" The old ancestor finally spoke after finishing another stick of candied fruit. "Nope." Yang Kai chuckled, "Just thought I'd pay a visit." The old ancestor responded casually and did not pay him any more attention. Yang Kai was wondering how he should bring this up to the old ancestor in a less abrupt way. He was mainly here to borrow something from her, and despite how well they knew each other, he would inevitably find it embarrassing to just outright ask for it. The old ancestor had seen through that, but since Yang Kai did not speak, she just left him to stew in his thoughts. Soon, a small handful of bamboo skewers had already piled up in front of the old ancestor. Candied fruits were very sweet, but too much of them were bad for the teeth. Clearly, the old ancestor had quite the craving, but after a satisfied sigh, she looked around before her eyes finally stopped on Yang Kai, and she beckoned him with her finger. Yang Kai quickly straightened his back and put his ear forward, ready to listen to the old ancestor's instructions. However, the old ancestor simply wiped her sugary hands on his sleeve. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "If you wanted to wipe your hands, wouldn't it have been better if I fetched you some water instead? I prefer it this way." The old ancestor snapped back. "What are you going to do about it?" Yang Kai held his forehead. After a moment, with her hands cleaned, the old ancestor took out a cup from somewhere and pushed it in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai diligently filled it up for her. After taking a sip of water, the old ancestor spoke leisurely. "Tell me, what have you sought me for?" Yang Kai told her frankly, "I would like to borrow something from you." "Like what?" "A soul-type artifact." The old ancestor was surprised. "What do you need a soul-type artifact for?" Yang Kai explained, "To deal with the territory lords who are lying in ambush inside of the black ink nests. They have no way of dealing with the black ink nest over there, right? If I had a strong enough soul-type artifact, then I might be able to solve the problem." The old ancestor frowned. "Don't be reckless. Currently, you are no more than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Each one of the territory lords lying in wait is as strong as an 8th Order Master. Moreover, as soon as they sense that a soul is connecting from here, they will immediately launch an attack. Even with a soul-type artifact protecting your soul, you might not make it out safely." Yang Kai laughed. "Many thanks, old ancestor, for your concern, but since I've said so, I'm confident in my ability to succeed. Old ancestor may not know this, but I came into possession of certain treasure during the early days of my cultivation, and with the protection of that treasure, the territory lords, and even the royal lords cannot do anything to my soul." The old ancestor was a little surprised at his words, but she soon asked thoughtfully, "The treasure you speak of, it couldn't be the soul-warming lotus, could it?" There was a pair of lotuses that were supreme treasures of the universe, the soul-warming lotus that nourished and protected one's soul, and the flawless purifying golden lotus that kept the body of the one in possession of it in an immaculate state. Who had not heard of these two supreme treasures before? However, such treasures had always been considered unique existences, and those who were able to possess either of them were those who held great destinies. Not just anyone strong could obtain such a treasure. If there was any treasure in the world that could allow a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to resist the spiritual energy attack of a royal lord, then it had to be the soul-warming lotus, so the old ancestor was able to guess it almost immediately. Yang Kai nodded. "It is indeed the soul-warming lotus." The old ancestor almost did not dare to believe him, but since Yang Kai had told her so, he was clearly not joking around with her. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "Your luck is really enviable, to be able to obtain the soul-warming lotus. Moreover, to obtain it early on in your cultivation. It is no wonder why I have always felt that your soul did not match your cultivation, it was thanks to the soul-warming lotus." Since Yang Kai had obtained the soul-warming lotus early on in life, after nurturing it for so many years, his soul would naturally be much tougher and stronger than ordinary. It was just by chance. Yang Kai said modestly. Reflecting on the experiences he went through on his martial Tao, obtaining the soul-warming lotus could be considered his most fortuitous encounter of all. Only a few people whom he was very close with knew about his possession of the soul-warming lotus. After all, it was too precious a thing to be revealing it casually. As for the flawless purifying golden lotus in Wuquang's possession, there was perhaps no one else but him and Wuquang himself who knew about it. Even though the old ancestor had been healing in Yang Kai's small universe for many years, she had no idea about the soul-warming lotus. With the soul-warming lotus's protection, you do not need to worry about the soul attacks of those territory lords. However, even if your soul can fight against the territory lords, you still may not be able to defeat them in a one-against-many fight. That is why I came to see you. Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and looked excitedly at her, so that I can borrow a powerful soul-type artifact. The old ancestor finally realized, so, that's the idea you came up with. With the soul-warming lotus to protect yourself, you want to boost your offensive strength with an artifact, and if you were able to severely injure a few of them, then the Black Ink clan probably will not dare to use the Black Ink nest to lay an ambush for us again. Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. If we can solve this problem, then our people can begin building our own intelligence network. A good plan. The old ancestor nodded. Unfortunately, I don't have any soul-type artifacts to lend you. Yang Kai had a speechless look on his face. Of all the possible scenarios he had thought up, he never expected this one. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao said, when I advanced to the Ninth Order, I gave up on all external aids other than a single favored artifact. You should know that when one's cultivation reaches my realm, the greatest thing one can rely on is oneself. Not only are most auxiliary weapons and devices useless, they can even impede the purity of one's Tao. The old ancestor's words sounded as if she were trying to explain the state of a venerable Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to him, but was it still not a kind of teaching? Yang Kai listened thoughtfully. The old ancestor soon changed the topic though. Even though I do not have a soul-type artifact to lend you, I do have something that should suit your needs. In fact, other than you, there is probably nobody else who can properly make use of this thing. Yang Kai was intrigued. What is it? The old ancestor flicked her hand and a jade slip appeared. Then, she casually tossed it over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. Then he immersed his divine sense and began investigating the jade slip's contents. Soon, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Soul-rending thorn? Who came up with such a crazy thing? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao explained, in the early days of the Shattered Heaven, there existed an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who lived in seclusion and did not appear in public. He was likely defending against the possibility that the cave heavens and paradises might try to capture him. After painstakingly researching for many years, he thought up such a terrible and unorthodox artifact, mainly to use against the venerable Ninth Order Masters of the cave heavens and paradises, not knowing that there was not a single Ninth Order Master present in the 3,000 worlds. At that time, I was also merely in the Eighth Order. Since he was involved in the murder of one of my Yin-Yang Cave Heavens disciples, I visited him and obtained this. Martial Peak, Chapter 5280. Refining the soul-rending thorn. The old ancestor did not mention what became of that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in seclusion, but since this soul-rending thorn was now in the hands of this old ancestor, then that Eighth Order Master's fate could be easily guessed. Even if both were in the Eighth Order, two cultivators could have vastly different strengths, especially when comparing those who came from great forces with deep heritages such as those cave heavens and paradises and rogues without any foundation to depend on. Yang Kai had once been chased down by Bright Sun Divine Monarch Cheng Yang in the Shattered Heaven when he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, but he was still able to get away from him in the end somehow. However, if it had been an Eighth Order Master from any of the cave heavens or paradises back then, he wouldn't have been so lucky. That was the difference. Even though old ancestor Xiao Xiao had also been in the Eighth Order back then, she had the foundation to advance to the Ninth Order. So how could a vagabond Eighth Order Master with below-average strength compare to her? With her taking action personally, the previous owner of this soul-rending thorn probably did not fare well. Still, it had to be said that the man did have some talent to be able to develop this soul-rending thorn. If this thing was used well, it could help one defeat a far stronger foe. The developer of this soul-rending thorn mainly came up with it to defend himself against Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but if the gap in strength was too wide, it was still impossible for it to have any effect. The soul-rending thorn was both a profound secret technique and also a type of artifact, and neither was of any use without the other. With only the secret technique but without the artifact, one would be unable to perform the technique, but with only the artifact and without the secret technique, it would still also be impossible to use. The secret technique and the artifact were both indispensable. And, just as the old ancestor said, there was nobody that could truly use this thing to its fullest potential but Yang Kai. To Yang Kai, this was a huge boon. After bidding farewell to the old ancestor, Yang Kai sent out a message and quickly received a reply, after which he went straight towards one of Great Evolution Pass walls. In just a few moments, he arrived and saw a figure working restlessly on a certain part of the wall. Yang Kai went up to him and greeted, "Grandmaster." Grandmaster Ma Fan was busy at work. The world force in his body was surging and he was sweating as hard as rain. Without even lifting his head, he answered, "You've come just in time. Help me with this." Currently, the busiest group of people in the entire Great Evolution Pass were the artifact refiners and array masters. Great Evolution Pass had only been recovered half a year ago, so many things needed these professionals' help fixing and setting up. All of the array masters and the artifact refiners were too busy to even pay attention to anything else. As one of the only few artifact refining great grandmasters in Great Evolution Pass today, Grandmaster Ma Fan naturally had even less free time than others. Moreover, he was more motivated to work than anyone else because this was Great Evolution Pass, the place the ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise had guarded. Although it had been lost for 30,000 years, the human race was finally able to snatch it back from the hands of the Black Ink clan. Ma Fan would put everything that he learned in his life to good use so that Great Evolution Pass could become an impregnable fortress where the mistakes of their ancestors from 30,000 years ago would never be repeated. He also knew that Yang Kai had the skills of an artifact refining grandmaster, and this was enough to act as an assistant, which was why Ma Fan even accepted a call from Yang Kai earlier. If it had been anyone else, Grandmaster Ma Fan wouldn't have bothered speaking to him in the first place, much less ask for his help so carelessly. Yang Kai naturally did not refuse. He went up and asked how he could help, and soon began immersing himself in work alongside Grandmaster Ma Fan. From the moment Yang Kai arrived until the job was done, almost half a month passed. It was not until Grandmaster Ma Fan had completed the superstructure of a large artifact that they finally stopped. Both of them were exhausted and left the remaining matters to others to finish up as they found a secluded place to adjust their breathing. It was only half a day later that Grandmaster Ma Fan finally opened his eyes and took out a wine bottle to wet his lips. After smacking his lips in satisfaction, he sighed, "I'm getting old. I would never be this tired in my youth. I'd be in good spirits even after working non-stop on artifact refining for a few years." Yang Kai laughed, "You're still in your prime, you're not old at all." Grandmaster Ma Fan glanced at him, "So, what have you sought me for?" Yang Kai quickly answered, "I came to ask Grandmaster to refine some artifacts for me." Saying so, he handed over the jade slip that he had prepared earlier. Grandmaster Ma Fan accepted it and poured his divine sense inside to check it, soon frowning as he asked, "Where did you get this from? It's quite a sinister thing." The jade slip that old ancestor Xiao Xiao gave to Yang Kai was comprehensive, containing both the secret technique and the refinement method of the soul-rending thorn. Even though it was not a confidential, or even a particularly important matter, it was still given to him by an old ancestor after all, so Yang Kai could not casually pass it around without her permission. So, what he handed to Grandmaster Ma Fan was merely the refinement method, which he had transcribed into a new jade slip. Even though it was merely the refinement method and was lacking the corresponding secret technique, someone of Grandmaster Ma Fan's capability could tell at a glance what the usage of this thing was. If it were created, there was no telling what kind of treachery and chaos it could facilitate, and that was why he commented on it being sinister. The old ancestor was the one who gave it to me, Yang Kai explained, as there wasn't a need to hide it. Grand Master Ma Fan was slightly taken aback, but then he took a closer look at the jade slip and said in wonder, "Is there an accompanying secret technique for this artifact?" Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up at once. Great Master's vision is truly sharp. Grand Master Ma Fan looked up at him. Since it was given by the old ancestor, I won't ask any questions. Still, I must remind you that using this thing will surely cause grave injury to yourself, so you'd best only use it when absolutely necessary. Yang Kai replied seriously, "Rest assured, Grand Master. I know what I'm doing." Grand Master Ma Fan rose without commenting further. "Come with me." Yang Kai followed behind him. Great Evolution Pass had its own refining hall now. In fact, since Great Evolution Pass's reoccupation by the human army, the higher-ups had given top priority to establishing a functioning refining hall and pill hall, two key places that Great Evolution Pass Foundation would be built on. However, most of the artifact refiners were busy outside, so when the two of them stepped into the refining hall, not many people were inside. Hundreds of warships were moored at the large square outside of the hall, both big and small, making for quite a spectacular sight. These warships were all in need of repair. When the East-West Army departed from the Royal City to Great Evolution Pass, the artifact refiners and array masters had already fixed up many of the warships, but that was only a patch-up job as time was limited. After arriving at Great Evolution Pass, the priority was to restore Great Evolution Pass, so most of the warships had yet to be fixed and were thus all moored here. They had to wait until the artifact refiners and array masters were finally free before they could be worked on. After arriving at an open furnace, Grand Master Ma Fan asked, "Are all the materials ready?" Yang Kai nodded. In fact, the material requirements for the soul-rending thorn weren't high. Apart from one or two rare items, it was mostly comprised of ordinary materials. On second thought, it was not surprising since it was created by an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was hiding in seclusion in the Shattered Heaven. He naturally had to consider his access to materials, and if the materials needed were too rare, then he would not be able to get them. After taking out all of the materials, Grandmaster Ma Fan's divine sense surged for a while, and then he tossed the jade slip back to Yang Kai. "I made a few modifications that may enhance their power, but considering that there is still an accompanying secret technique, I dare not guarantee that the modifications will be compatible. Have a look at it yourself. If it's fine, then we will refine the artifacts based on this." Yang Kai received the jade slip and looked over it. After a moment, a delighted look appeared on his face. "Sure enough, Grandmaster has discerning eyes. These changes are subtle, but enough to increase the power of these things by about 10%. As for the secret technique, it is relatively flexible so it won't be affected. It could be said that the secret technique would not be troublesome to perform for anyone as long as they were a cultivator. Only, not everyone could afford the cost of casting it. So, Grandmaster Ma Fan's changes had no negative effects. Since it was confirmed that everything was fine, Grandmaster Ma Fan began refining without dallying. In fact, Yang Kai himself could have refined them. After all, he was also a Grandmaster artifact refiner. However, he was going to be using them against territory lords, so having Grandmaster Ma Fan work on them would naturally help to guarantee the soul-rending thorn's might. Moreover, if he were to refine them himself, it would take far longer. Day after day, Grandmaster Ma Fan refined soul-rending thorns while Yang Kai provided some help from the side. Various subtle artifact refining techniques were performed by Grandmaster Ma Fan's hands, and he did not try to avoid being seen either, oftentimes working with the intent for Yang Kai to observe more closely. Under these circumstances, Yang Kai was able to make a considerable improvement in the Tao of artifact refining, which he had to admit was a surprise. The first soul-rending thorn took Grandmaster Ma Fan a month to complete. The completed soul-rending thorn was just like a long needle the length of a finger. It was dark all over, as if it had been coated with a strong poison. But in fact, this thing was not poisonous at all. Yang Kai picked it up and studied it. using his spiritual energy to refine it a little, and found that nothing unusual happened, which meant that the refinement was a success. He thought that Grandmaster Ma Fan would be able to refine the soul-rending thorn faster and faster as time went on, but every single soul-rending thorn took him an entire month to finish. This proved one thing, that though it was Grandmaster Ma Fan's first time refining this artifact, he had still achieved his limit from the very start, which was why the time consumed in its creation did not decrease with subsequent attempts. A year later, 12 soul-rending thorns were successfully refined, and the materials Yang Kai prepared were all used up. Only then did Grandmaster Ma Fan's hand stop. Is this enough? Yang Kai grinned. It's enough. He trusted that the territory lords also would not be foolish enough that he would be able to use the soul-rending thorns 12 times. It would be best if he only had to kill off a few territory lords before they all retreated. 12 of them had been created just in case the unfortunate happened. Now that the soul-rending thorns were ready, Yang Kai bid farewell to Grandmaster Ma Fan and returned to Dawn's courtyard so he could begin refining them. The courtyard was still quiet with all of Dawn's members busy with work outside. However, he did happen to bump into Feng Ying, who had returned to check on Ning Qiji's injuries. After a brief exchange with Feng Ying and making sure that Ning Qiji's injuries showed no signs of deterioration, Yang Kai did not find the need to visit him again either. It was hard enough for a badly injured member to be left to recuperate quietly by himself while everyone was out busy, so it was not good to visit him constantly either. Just as he was about to walk away, Feng Ying pulled him to a quiet place and whispered, "Squad leader, can our squad take on any more people?" Yang Kai had no idea why she suddenly brought this up and replied, "Blood Crow and 2 others are joining Dawn, so we just happen to have 50. We're already full, you know that." Feng Ying said, "I know, but can't you go and have a talk with the army commander and ask if we can add one more person?" Yang Kai did not understand. Who is it that you are so concerned about? Martial Peak, Chapter 5281, Sacrificing Life for Power. Feng Ying sighed. "It's not that I'm concerned, just some things that have been bothering me to see." And so, she told him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded at what he heard. Truly? How come I never noticed it? Feng Ying could not help but roll her eyes. "That's why I say that you men are all blind. That Miao Fei Ping is like this, and so are you." That day, her eyes were practically melting when she came out of your small universe, but you didn't even notice. Yang Kai scratched his head in confusion. Based on the time frame, shouldn't they be in retreat to consolidate their cultivation right now? Why did she come out to ask you to let her join our squad? Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying answered, No, she didn't do that. She just brought it up back then when we were on the way back after they just broke through. I told her that we can only accept members when a battle happens, and the number of our Dawn squad members went down, so she said she didn't want to join Dawn anymore. This girl has a good foundation. While the others are still stabilizing their cultivation, she has already come out of retreat several days ago and specifically came over to offer her help. Yang Kai was surprised. Her cultivation has stabilized after just over a year? Have you checked to make sure? Feng Ying snorted. How could I be sloppy about such things? Yang Kai nodded. Thinking back to what she told Feng Ying earlier, he praised, she's quite a sensible girl. Yes, and it's her sensible nature that makes it so hard to reject her. Feng Ying sighed. Unfortunately, Miao Boy did not even notice it in the slightest. I don't even know if he's really a fool or just acting. Yang Kai shook his head, but Dawn is still full. It's unfair for us to break the rules for just one person. If I were to bring this matter up, then it would make things difficult for the army commanders in the future, too. Feng Ying nodded. Fair enough. Never mind, we'll see how things go. These are youthful problems either way. I don't have the time or energy to worry about them. That's exactly the attitude to have. Yang Kai nodded. Then, he suddenly changed the subject, but then again, senior sister, it's time for you to advance to the 8th order. It's not a good idea to stay in the 7th order forever. Feng Ying squinted at him. Such matters are dependent on opportunity. If the opportunity is yet to come, then what is struggling through cultivating going to help? Yang Kai laughed. Then, where is senior sister's opportunity? Who knows? Maybe it'll come tomorrow. Feng also laughed before turning around and heading out. I'm going. As he watched her leave, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Feng had been in the 7th Order of the Open Heaven realm for long enough, and she had already accumulated enough to break through to the 8th Order. Only, she never sensed an opportunity to do so all this while. Still, it was true what Feng said, nobody can say when something like an opportunity would arrive. Maybe one day she will suddenly have the urge to forge ahead and advance to the 8th Order. All this while, Feng had been making preparations for that moment. So, no matter when she advanced, she could still ensure that she had the highest chance of succeeding. After returning to his own small courtyard, Yang Kai opened the spirit array barrier to isolate himself from the outside before he sat down cross-legged. With a flick of his palm, he took out a soul-rending thorn. Now that the artifacts were ready, the only thing he had to do was to refine them. The refinement process was also easy, the same as any ordinary soul-type artifact. One had to pour their spiritual energy sense into it until they formed a solid connection to the artifact itself. The process of refinement was also a process of familiarization. Only when the artifact was fully refined could it be used against an enemy with ease. Compared to creating this artifact, refining it was simpler, so it took only a few days for Yang Kai to fully refine one soul-rending thorn. The hard part was the final step that came after the refinement process was complete. The refiner had to split a portion of their soul from themselves and integrate it into the soul-rending thorn to render the process complete. This was akin to sacrificing one's life for power. The separation of a portion of one's soul and the consumption of spiritual energy were two completely different things. Simply expending energy was a type of consumption that could be replenished once it was exhausted and was of no harm to a cultivator. However, to separate even a thread of one's soul was considered a sacrifice. In short, for every soul-rending thorn that he refined, he had to give up a portion of his soul. That was where the soul-rending thorn got its name from. To rend naturally meant to tear off. This was why the old ancestors said that Yang Kai was the only one in the world who could properly make use of this artifact. It was also why Grandmaster Ma Fan commented on the artifact being sinister when it received its manufacturing method. That was because this thing was a weapon that inflicted serious harm to oneself to deal even more devastating damage to the enemy, to a ridiculous degree at that. Right now, Yang Kai was merely refining it and hadn't used it against an enemy, yet he already had to give up a thread of his soul. Once it truly came time for him to face off against an enemy with this thing, then the price he had to pay would be even bigger. When that time came, the more of one's soul that one sacrificed, the more powerful the artifact would be as the secret technique was performed. If that were not the case, then the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was hiding in the Shattered Heaven, would have been able to defend against old ancestor Xiao Xiao with this thing at that time. Even if an ordinary cultivator was to refine a soul-rending thorn and cultivate the necessary secret technique, it was still difficult to use because giving up a thread of one's soul was akin to self-mutilation, likely leading to irreparable damage. However, it was different for Yang Kai. With the soul-warming lotus protection and nourishment, even if he did have to give up a part of his soul, he could eventually heal from the wound, which was the greatest capability that the soul-warming lotus had. It can be said that the soul-rending thorn was simply tailored to Yang Kai. This, combined with his already powerful soul, if he did get attacked by all the territory lords in the strange space inside of the black ink nest, he would still be able to fight back. Yang Kai was no stranger to separating parts of his soul. Back then, that was also how embodiment was born. However, even with preparation, the pain that came from one's soul being torn apart was still hard to bear. It felt as if one's body was being cut in half by a blunt knife, and one had to remain conscious throughout the entire process and not be distracted by the pain, otherwise, the entire process would fail while still leaving a wound on the soul. Yang Kai's body trembled violently and he was instantly drenched in sweat. Even though the process lasted but a short moment, for Yang Kai, it felt like a million years had passed. Once he had finally sacrificed a thread of his soul and merged it with the soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the thought that he still had 11 more soul-rending thorns to refine, Yang Kai's face turned a little dark, inwardly scolding himself for being so foolish as to have asked Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine so many. However, when he thought of the number of territory lords he would have to face, Yang Kai felt like he had to fully refine all of the soul-rending thorns even if the price was high. Any other cultivator would find it difficult to move their fingers after such a grueling experience. The damage and pain that this process caused were not something that ordinary people could bear. However, with the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai instantly felt a cooling sensation pour into his knowledge sea, as if a small invisible hand was brushing over him and smoothing out the pain in his body and filling his heart with comfort. To feel this kind of relief immediately after excruciating pain was especially indulgent. After calming himself slightly, Yang Kai took out a second soul-rending thorn and repeated the process. Even with the soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul though, Yang Kai still had to stop for a while and adjust himself after refining 3 soul-rending thorns in a row so that his soul could recuperate. Martial Peak, Chapter 5282, Cries of Agony. Normally, it took an extremely long time for an injury on a cultivator's soul to heal, and even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it took Yang Kai almost a month to recover from refining the first 3 soul-rending thorns. And so, only after 4 months was Yang Kai able to fully refine all 12. Without further delay, he went to the universe fragment that housed the black ink nest. As usual, he first went to see Ouyang Lai who was watching over this place, and only after receiving permission did he step into the black ink nest under his accompaniment. The reason why Ouyang Lai was accompanying Yang Kai was because he was curious to see what plan the latter had thought up to solve this problem that had been plaguing them, and secondly, it was to stand guard for Yang Kai in case something were to happen to him while he was dealing with the territory lords. During this time, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had not tried to enter the strange space again. The few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who tried and failed previously showed the humans that any attempt would only be a great risk to them without a proper solution to the problem. Ouyang Lai was not sure what Yang Kai was going to do exactly, but he had received some vague information previously from the inner sanctum that if anyone was going to solve the problem of the black ink nest, then it had to be Yang Kai. The source of this information was somewhat obscure, but it did not take much to guess that it was probably related to the old ancestor. Since the old ancestor trusted Yang Kai so much, then what was there for him to worry about? However, it was still necessary for someone to stand guard for him. Soon, the two of them arrived at the center of the black ink nest. Ouyang Lai said, "Kid, you must be cautious. If the situation turns awry, then retreat immediately. Those territory lords must be lying in ambush inside. Several have already suffered considerable losses from them previously. Even though the humans had not made any moves for more than a year, how could the territory lords become complacent?" Under Hongdi's lead, the Black Ink clan stationed at Great Evolution Pass were forced to agree to Mi Jing Luan's condition of allowing them to keep the Black Ink nest when they retreated. However, now that the humans had a mid-rank Black Ink nest, the Black Ink clan could only use this method to force the humans to give it up. Only by forcing them to give up on the Black Ink nest would the Black Ink clan be able to ensure that the humans would not be able to spy on them when they were exchanging information in the future. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, "I understand." With that, he opened the portal of his small universe, and as world force surged, the Black Ink nest devoured it like mad. Yang Kai immersed his mind into the stream, forming a connection with the Black Ink nest's consciousness. Soon, a familiar yet strange sensation engulfed him, as if his entire being was merging with the Black Ink nest. This was a clear sign that his connection was successful. Connecting to the Black Ink nest's consciousness was not difficult, and any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could do it with ease. That was because even though the Black Ink nest itself had a consciousness, it was not sentient. The Black Ink nest's consciousness was more like a platform that could carry one's soul and become one with it without distinction. However, the black ink nest's consciousness could only ever carry one soul at any one time. In other words, if Yang Kai connected with this black ink nest's consciousness, then nobody else could join him from the same black ink nest. This meant that once an Eighth Order Master connected with the black ink nest's consciousness and entered that strange space, they would forever be forced to fight alone. However, it was different for the Black Ink clan. Even though the Great Evolution East-West Army destroyed many black ink nests during the war, there were still many owned by territory lords remaining on the Black Ink clan side. Each of these mid-rank black ink nests was representative of one territory lord, so they would always have the advantage in numbers. As Yang Kai's consciousness connected to the black ink nest's consciousness, he entered the strange space that he was familiar with in an instant. It was a space completely different from the outside world. It seemed vast, but also small at the same time. Not a hint of vitality could be felt, and the entire world was dead silent. With a slight thought, Yang Kai brought out his soul avatar. The reason he had to bring out his soul avatar was naturally so that he could prepare for the big fight to come. The moment his soul avatar emerged, Yang Kai immediately put up his guard against his surroundings, but to his surprise, the attack that he expected did not immediately come. No territory lords were lying in ambush inside of the strange space, only the rapid movement of a feudal lord's consciousness coming from a certain direction. By the time Yang Kai's body moved in order to chase after it, the feudal lord's consciousness had already disappeared. What's going on? Where is the Black Ink clan? Even though Yang Kai thought of many possible scenarios he would face, what he encountered still left him confused. However, in the blink of an eye, one by one territory lord consciousnesses suddenly appeared from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, the originally empty space now contained 6 territory lord consciousnesses. After these territory lords entered the strange space, some who did not transform into their soul avatars were just irregular blobs of spiritual energy, which were ever-changing. Only 2 territory lords made the same choice as Yang Kai and manifested their soul avatars. One looked like an ape, while the other looked like a giant. Yang Kai instantly understood. It must have been that the old ancestor's appearance previously surprised the territory lords, and that was why they did not dare to appear here before verifying who it was in case they ended up running into the old ancestor again. Even though they did not wait in this space, they had clearly left behind some subordinates to keep an eye on the situation, which explained the feudal lord that Yang Kai encountered when he first entered. The territory lords had to verify that it was not an old ancestor who entered before they could feel assured. The territory lords were no fools, so how could they allow the old ancestor to give them trouble? This was also the reason why the old ancestor was unable to resolve the matter. She was strong, but the decision to fight or not was in the hands of the Black Ink clan. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Division commanders were helpless against the enemy and would only be putting themselves in danger to face them when they were so seriously outnumbered. Yang Kai was the best person for the job. With the soul-warming lotus protection, he was not worried about being injured, and with the soul-rending thorns, it was not a loss to take out an enemy. If he could take down 2, that would be a good deal. If he could get rid of a few of them, then he was certain that the Black Ink clan would not dare to act presumptuously in this strange space again. The territory lords clearly had no intention of greeting Yang Kai. They did not even care which Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master it was who entered this place. Since they had already confirmed that it was not the old ancestor, what else was there for them to hesitate about? Naturally, they grouped up and sent out a barrage of attacks, like they were trying to wash away the disgrace that the Black Ink clan had suffered in the war over the past 150 years. So, when the territory lords entered this strange space, 3 of them charged at Yang Kai without even a single word, while the other 3 assumed a triangle formation as they bombarded him with secret techniques. In an instant, a storm spun up by spiritual energy swept over Yang Kai. The Black Ink clan had no particular talents when it came to artifact refining, arranging arrays, or alchemy. Most of them relied on the Black Ink disciples under their command for such things. However, when it came to cultivating secret techniques, they had a special talent for it. Perhaps that was the heavenly way's compensation. Who could say for sure? They were able to freely perform many of the human race's secret techniques, and it was all thanks to the teachings of the black ink disciples that were corrupted by their black ink strength. They had even been able to develop new secret techniques based off of the foundations of the secret techniques they learned, evolving them to better suit the Black Ink clan. And, what the territory lords were using now were exactly those powerful soul secret techniques. Yang Kai could feel the power behind those 3 soul secret techniques. Even though he was not physically here, his scalp could not help but tingle. It was no wonder why the 8th Order Division commanders all suffered such heavy losses here. Which 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to withstand such a barrage? They would probably be beaten into a cowering ball after just 1 round of attacks. Even though the enemy was strong, Yang Kai had no intention of summoning the soul-warming lotus. He could easily block these attacks with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, but that would just be exposing his trump card from the start. Taking things slow was preferable in a fight with these territory lords. He had to beat these territory lords half to death and make them suffer. Only then would the humans be able to take full control of their black ink nest. The territory lords had ruthless techniques, but Yang Kai was even more ruthless. As the soul secret techniques blasted his way one by one, he rushed straight towards the territory lords that resembled a blob of flowing liquid. Yang Kai's actions had clearly startled the territory lords. Many times in the past, they faced off with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but every one of them would try and flee when faced with their united attacks since nothing good would befall them if they dodged too late. However, this human was quite interesting. Not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to charge at them. Was he perhaps tired of living, and that was why he was eager to have a taste of death? If that were the case, then these territory lords did not mind granting him his wish. However, a moment later, something even more shocking for the territory lords happened. A flash of spiritual energy suddenly burst out of this Open Heaven Realm Master's soul and a piercing scream rang out deep within the minds of all of the territory lords. Gah! This was a scream filled with agony that pierced directly into their consciousnesses. Though there was no sound in this space, the territory lords could still feel like they could hear it. The territory lords had never heard such a miserable cry before. It was as if that human was suffering an extremely vicious form of torture, and it made their hearts clench with anxiety. What they could be sure of was the fact that this cry of agony was no illusion. It was truly miserable and also resulted from a grievous injury. And indeed it was, for at the same time that Open Heaven Realm Master screamed, his spiritual energy noticeably weakened, as if he had become severely wounded all of a sudden. However, something confused the territory lords. Their attacks had not even landed yet, so how could he be severely injured already? Only in the next instant did the soul secret techniques released by the 3 territory lords finally envelope the human master. The dead silent space was sent into turmoil at once. When the dust settled, only the 6 territory lords' consciousness were left in that space. The human's soul avatar had long since disappeared from sight. The 3 territory lords who had unleashed their secret techniques stood still, confused. The other 3 territory lords, who charged straight at Yang Kai, had no choice but to stop as they had lost their target. The one territory lord with the long arms and an ape-like appearance asked, "Did he die?" At that moment, the energy fluctuations were so messy that they were unable to even notice what end came to that Open Heaven Realm Master. The other territory lord's soul avatar, who had transformed into the shape of an eyeball, laughed coldly, "Even if he isn't dead, he won't be alive for long." The territory lords had no idea whether that human was dead or not. All they knew was the fact that that human's soul was heavily injured. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5283, Awe. No human could come out of the combined attacks of 3 territory lords' soul secret techniques unscathed. Moreover, something strange had happened to the human all of a sudden. His soul suddenly became extremely weak. In such a state, even one of the human's old ancestors could not hope to be able to withstand their combined attacks. Those foolish humans really don't learn their lessons. The territory lord whose soul avatar had morphed into the form of an eyeball coldly snorted. After saying that, he suddenly turned to look at one of his companions in realization, wondering, "What happened to you?" The companion next to him was the one whose soul avatar was in the form of a blob of flowing water. At the moment, a very unusual aura could be felt from the territory lord's soul avatar. It was as if he was desperately trying to hold his form but was being met with great resistance. His shape was constantly changing and his aura was fluctuating wildly. This anomaly soon attracted the attention of the other territory lords who turned their attention to him. It was then the fluid-like territory lord finally seemed to be able to gather a shred of his strength and spread out his voice, "Save! Save me!" As soon as he said that, a violent wave of energy exploded inside of his fluid-like body, causing him to howl miserably in pain, and his shape, which had been unstable to begin with, wavered even more. The other 5 territory lords were shocked and they all gathered together quickly. They were surprised to find that a needle-like object had suddenly appeared inside the fluid territory lord's soul avatar. It appeared to be some kind of artifact with something like a soul inside of it, and it was constantly piercing deeper and deeper into the territory lord's soul avatar, shredding everything in its path. The territory lords could see the viciousness of this artifact at a glance. If the needle-like artifact was truly allowed to destroy their companion's soul avatar, then even if his body survived, he would lose his soul and become a walking corpse. Not to mention the fact that the long needle was still tearing apart his soul avatar, causing him to suffer from unimaginable pain. If he could not stop the encroachment of this artifact, then it would be difficult to say whether he could survive or not. A soul-type artifact. The ape territory lord shouted in a deep voice. He also had some black ink disciple subordinates, so he was naturally no stranger to soul-type artifacts. Most of the open heaven realm humans who came to stir up trouble previously had their own soul-type artifacts which were indeed powerful when activated, but they were still unable to stop their combined attacks. However, the soul-type artifact that they were seeing now seemed different. It was far more malevolent than anything they had ever seen before. Could this be that human's trump card? They had not even noticed when the human activated this artifact, but obviously, it must have been when things turned chaotic earlier. And, adding to the artifact's stealthiness, nobody noticed it. Resist it. I'll help you. The ape territory lord shouted and his spiritual energy surged. Not only him, but the other territory lords also did the same so that they could help their companion withstand the encroachment of the long needle. It was then that a familiar aura appeared in the strange space. It was that human who was screaming so miserably earlier. He wasn't dead. Not only was he not dead, he actually came back at them. However, he was in the same condition, as the territory lords had guessed. He was heavily injured, and his soul avatar was also much dimmer compared to before. Even his aura seemed very unstable, strong at times, but weak at others. This reckless fool, I'll deal with him. The eyeball territory lord bellowed, turned around, and charged at Yang Kai. At the same time, Yang Kai also charged towards him. Halfway there, spiritual energy flashed again and another miserable cry rang out. Ah! If one regarded death as their ultimate home, they would not fear charging ahead even when facing 10,000 enemies. The eyeball territory lord was stunned. This scene was familiar. Just now, this human had also rushed at them while screaming, and now he was doing it again? When he thought about what his companion experienced, he immediately raised his guard. One by one, rays of light condensed within the eyeball, each containing a powerful soul attack, which turned into a large net that was thrown over Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not dodge it as his soul avatar's aura weakened rapidly. Opening his mouth, he simply spat out a stream of light. Even though the eyeball territory lord was extremely wary, he was still unable to defend against this bolt of light. As soon as the ray of light appeared, it broke through his net and shot straight into his soul avatar. In the next instant, the net also enveloped Yang Kai and contracted abruptly. Yang Kai's body turned into glowing wisps of light that disappeared into thin air. The Eyeball Territory Lord did not feel any joy at having won, however. It just hovered in midair as if it had been caught under a binding technique, unable to move. The other territory lords who were helping their companion defend against the needle artifact suddenly felt a wave of unease. As they watched on, the eyeball swiveled to the side and divine sense surged. A voice was transmitted to all directions, "Hell! Help!" The 4 unharmed territory lords wanted to curse. At the same time, Ouyang Lai was looking at Yang Kai in disbelief inside the black ink nest. Soon after Yang Kai connected to the black ink nest, he discovered that Yang Kai's soul had suddenly weakened, which was apparently due to sustaining injuries. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but click his tongue as he had already warned this brat to be careful. He told him early on that there were territory lords lying in ambush inside of the strange space, but it seemed now that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Now things were bad. Even though he had no idea what had happened, Ouyang Lai was still sure that Yang Kai had been beaten up by the territory lords after rushing into that space from the changes in his soul. Ouyang Lai silently prepared some spirit pills for Yang Kai to heal his wounds once he withdrew. However, despite receiving such injuries to his soul, Yang Kai showed no intention of retreating. Immediately after, his soul, which had already weakened considerably, withered dramatically again. Ouyang Lai jumped in shock. Things were really bad now. Yang Kai's soul had already shown signs of weakness from suffering severe injuries, but now that he weakened again, he was likely not far from death. If it were possible, Ouyang Lai would have wanted to forcibly pull Yang Kai from that strange space, but even he was powerless to do anything in this situation. He could only hope that Yang Kai escaped sooner rather than later, only then would he be able to ensure his survival. Ouyang Lai even had doubts as to whether Yang Kai would be able to return alive or not this time. It would also be difficult for him to suffer no consequences in the future. Even if he did not become completely brain-dead, his cultivation might still regress from the 7th order. Just as he was on edge, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses with a jolt. Ouyang Lai asked anxiously, "How was it?" When he heard his voice, Yang Kai turned to look at him out of instinct with a dazed look in his eyes. Ouyang Lai knew right away that there was trouble. Yang Kai's hollow gaze was a clear sign of his soul falling unstable. He was done for. However, before he could speak, Yang Kai suddenly crouched down and held his head, screaming, "Aw!" The scream was so miserable that it broke the hearts of those who heard it and made them shed tears. Ouyang Lai felt goosebumps rising on his skin, not for any other reason than for the fact that Yang Kai's screams reminded him of his own experiences of when his soul was injured back when he was young. It was because he had a similar experience that he knew just how much it hurt. It was not something that anyone could just endure, regardless of how strong they were. It could be said that there was nobody that could withstand such pain. For a moment, Ouyang Lai was at a loss as to what to do. Yang Kai had already begun rolling on the ground. Ouyang Lai stepped forward and tried to restrict Yang Kai's movements with his world force, then he stuffed all the spirit pills he prepared into Yang Kai's mouth and helped him swallow them before refining them. The entire process was a mess. Ouyang Lai had no idea how he was supposed to report this to the old ancestor once they returned. It was fine if it were just an ordinary 7th order open heaven realm master, but this was Yang Kai. Even though purifying light was no longer the only means that the humans had to resist black ink strength, Yang Kai was still needed to arrange universe arrays. If anything were to happen to him, that would be a terrible loss for the human race. However, some results did seem to have been spawned from his efforts. Yang Kai's screams gradually calmed down, but his body was still curled up and twitching from time to time. His entire body was covered in sweat. Ouyang Lai stood up with a grave expression. There was currently nothing that he could do in this situation but report to the higher-ups and see whether the old ancestor had any method of bringing Yang Kai back at the brink of death. After transmitting a message to the outside, it wasn't long before Gong Lian entered. When he saw the injured Yang Kai, he asked in surprise, what happened to Brother Yang? Yang Lai quickly said, he connected to the black ink nest and was ambushed by the territory lords, injuring his soul. Look after him, I'm going to report to the old ancestor. This was a serious matter, so even Yang Lai did not dare to handle it carelessly. Passing through the space array at once, he returned to Great Evolution Pass. Yang Lai arrived at the old ancestor's residence, but there was no sign of her there. When he finally gave his report, the old ancestor only gave him one answer. Just wait and see. Yang Kai was already in this state, yet they were just going to wait and see. If anyone else had said this, Yang Lai would have definitely spat on their face, but these words came from the old ancestor, so he did not dare to disrespect her. He could only speculate that perhaps things truly were not as bad as he expected. After returning to the universe fragment where the black ink nest was located and heading into the black ink nest, what he saw was mystifying. Yang Kai was now seated cross-legged, meditating. Under Yang Lai's perception, even though Yang Kai's soul was incredibly weak, it seemed to have stabilized. What's going on? Yang Lai asked his disciple. Gong Lian was also flabbergasted and shook his head, I have no idea. Not long after Honored Master left, Brother Yang suddenly crawled up, and it has been like this since. Yang Lai was scratching his head in puzzlement. How could Yang Kai still meditate and recover on his own after his soul was so injured? It seemed like things were not as bad as they thought they were. The old ancestor must have known something, but since she did not explain, he did not dare to ask. For now, he would just wait and see, just as the old ancestor said. Immediately, Yang Lai had the black ink nest sealed off to prevent anyone from entering. Then, every few days, he would personally come over to check on Yang Kai's condition. As time passed, Yang Lai's astonishment deepened. That was because Yang Kai's condition would actually improve upon each visit. Even though the recovery speed was not fast, he was indeed getting better. It was simply unbelievable. Ordinarily, soul injuries like those sustained by Yang Kai were irreversible. No matter how one tried to fix them, it was still impossible for one to return to their peak after being wounded so grievously. Being able to keep one's life was already incredible. However, from the situation now, it seemed like Yang Kai was well on the road to a full recovery. After a year had passed, when Yang Lai came to check on him again, Yang Kai's recovery speed increased noticeably. It was because of his visits every few days that he knew better than anyone what the situation of Yang Kai's recovery was. Martial Peak, Chapter 5284, It's him, it's him. 2 years later, the condition of Yang Kai's soul had already completely stabilized. By the 3-year mark, he had already been restored to his original condition. Yang Lai, who witnessed the entire process from beginning to end, was completely speechless. Despite how serious the injuries to his soul were, it surprisingly only took Yang Kai 3 years to return to his peak. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he simply would not have believed it. Yang Lai had a vague suspicion that Yang Kai must have some kind of astonishing treasure which protected and sustained his soul, otherwise, there was no way he could have recovered from such injuries. As for what that treasure was, only a few legendary things could have such a miraculous effect. This brat is truly a man of great fortune. One day, 3 years after returning from the black ink nest's strange space, Yang Kai exhaled deeply. Even though he had now fully recovered, thinking back to that day's experiences still made him shudder. This soul-rending thorn was truly too sinister. Yang Kai had already sacrificed a thread of his soul when refining each of those artifacts, but even so, he did not have to sacrifice much back then and would be fine after resting for some time. However, while facing the territory lords, the portion of his soul that he had to sacrifice was simply incomparable to when he was merely refining the soul-rending thorn. The best way to describe the experience of using the soul-rending thorn was to wound oneself to wound one's enemy. That was why his soul suddenly turned so feeble when he attacked those territory lords, and why he could not hold himself back from screaming. Based on Yang Kai's estimation, even in peak condition, he could only use 3 soul-rending thorns within a short period at any moment. After 3 uses, he would have exhausted so much of his spiritual energy and soul that he simply couldn't do it again. If he were to try to make a 4th attack, even with the soul-warming lotus's protection, his soul would still be extinguished. That was why he made a firm decision to withdraw from the black ink nest space after 2 consecutive attacks. There was no other choice, for if he stayed behind, he would truly meet his end along with the territory lords. The memories of the days after he withdrew his soul from the strange space were blurry for him because of the damage he sustained to his soul. With an incomplete soul, one's memory would naturally be affected. Now that he had recovered, Yang Kai's face would still darken at the thought of going through the same pain again. Gong Lian had been watching over Yang Kai all this while, and when he saw the latter wake up, he immediately sent word outside. It was not long before Yang Lai arrived. After looking him up and down, Yang Lai beamed, "I've never seen someone like you before who can recover after sustaining such injuries to their soul. How are you feeling now?" Yang Kai laughed bitterly, "I'm fine now." Yang Lai nodded, "After paying such a huge price, how were the results of your battle?" Yang Kai grinned and lifted 2 fingers, 2 territory lords. "Even if they aren't dead, they should be critically injured." Yang Lai was almost eyeing Yang Kai as if he were a ghost. "Truly? This junior dares not lie." Then, the 2 territory lords suffered severe wounds to their souls. "Indeed. Good." Yang Lai was overjoyed. Ordinary wounds were nothing, but things were different when it came to wounds on one's soul. Yang Lai had no idea what sort of treasure this brat had protecting him to be able to recover in just 3 years after having his soul reduced to the state it was in back then, but those territory lords could not possibly do the same. Now that Yang Kai told him that 2 territory lords were either dead or heavily injured, it meant that those 2 territory lords had completely lost the ability to fight. Yang Lai was actually very curious how Yang Kai was able to achieve such a feat when he was only in the 7th order. After all, many 8th order open heaven realm masters had entered that strange space previously by relying on the strength of their own souls, but all of them returned in failure. Still, Yang Lai decided not to ask since it was beneficial for the humans regardless. As he spoke, Yang Kai got up, "Since this junior is just about done recovering, I will immediately get to work to take down another 2 territory lords." "You can still fight?" Yang Lai was astonished. Even though he was just thinking that even though 2 territory lords were killed, it still couldn't change the overall situation. After all, there were still many more territory lords. However, he was surprised to see that Yang Kai still had another fight in him. Yang Kai nodded, "We need to strike while the iron is hot. Now is the time for us to pursue the enemy while we have them cornered." Yang Lai nodded, "In that case, you should be careful. Don't get carried away by momentary success. Yang Kai gave him a scare last time, so much so that he had to run over to seek out the old ancestor for advice, so he had no idea what it would turn out like this time. After reassuring Yang Lai, Yang Kai went to the center of the black ink nest and opened up his small universe, connecting his consciousness to it. Inside the black ink nest space, 6 territory lords were lurking in different corners just like before. The reason why there were still 6 was because 2 of them were new. Even though it had been peaceful and quiet in this space for 3 years, the territory lords did not dare to let down their guard and remained vigilant at all times. 3 years ago, a reckless human who did not fear death burst in and used a needle-like soul-type artifact, heavily injuring 2 territory lords. Even though things did not end well for the human, the 2 heavily injured territory lords did not fare any better. Despite the best efforts of the other 4 territory lords trying to save them, one of the territory lords unfortunately had his soul destroyed and died. The other territory lord managed to keep his life, but the long needle artifact was still deeply rooted in his soul, constantly damaging it. Currently, that territory lord was struggling to resist the encroachment of the artifact, and it was not even clear yet whether or not he would succeed in the end. However, even if he did succeed, his foundation would still be severely damaged, causing a drastic drop in his strength. The loss of 2 territory lords was heartbreaking for the Black Ink clan, whose strength had already taken a sharp dive in the Great Evolution Theater. After that encounter, the surviving territory lords reflected on the situation, and when they combined it with what their Black Ink disciple subordinates told them, they concluded that the soul-type artifact that the human used must have been some kind of sacrificial weapon, one that damaged the user to deal greater damage to the enemy. Unfortunately, the Black Ink disciples had no idea what artifact it was either, as none of them had ever heard of anything like it. If they had, then they might be able to figure out a defense. However, that did not matter too much, as such an artifact would surely be difficult to create, and if used, would be equally devastating for the human who used it. That human from before must have already been reduced to flying ashes and smoldering smoke. Because Yang Kai's soul was so powerful, despite only being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, in soul avatar form he was indistinguishable from an 8th Order master. Thus, the territory lords all thought that Yang Kai was in the 8th Order. Territory lords were valuable existences in the Black Ink clan, but so were the 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters for the humans. There was no way that the humans would be crazy enough to sacrifice multiple 8th Order masters to kill a few territory lords. So, what happened before should not happen again. Probably. After 3 years of waiting in ambush, sure enough, there had been no movements from the human side. This made the territory lords who were waiting here both angry and helpless. They were angry that they were unable to return the favor after having suffered such a huge loss, but helpless as well that even if the humans did not come, they could only sit and wait here. Unless the humans voluntarily gave up the mid-rank Black Ink nest, any information that the Black Ink clan passed between themselves in the future could not be hidden from the enemy's eyes and ears. One day, as the 6 territory lords were feeling bored, a ripple suddenly broke out in the calm space. A figure appeared out of nowhere, which caused all 6 territory lords to sit up and focus. After ascertaining that it was not an old ancestor, they all rose from their ambush spots, ready for an attack. 6 powerful spiritual energies transformed into a barrage that blasted in Yang Kai's direction. The soul avatar that Yang Kai brought out was not his own image, but rather the image of a tall, lanky man. Since soul avatars were formed out of spiritual energy, they had no definite shape. Just like before, there was a territory lord who took on the shape of an eyeball, and another who was like a blob of fluid. It all depended on their personal preferences. Even if one did not cultivate any sort of transforming secret technique, it was still easy to do this. However, although one soul avatar could change its appearance freely, the aura of one's spiritual energy could never be changed. Every cultivator's spiritual energy rippled differently, so even if some people had secret techniques that allowed them to disguise themselves as others, there would still be flaws. So, if one wanted to identify someone through their soul avatar, the best and only way to find out who they were was to check the aura of their spiritual energy. Yang Kai had purposefully reined in his power as much as he could this time, out of worry that the territory lords would recognize him at a glance. He had even taken on a different image. As expected, the territory lords felt assured when this different human showed up and boldly emerged to launch their attacks against him. 6 powers that were completely silent in the outside world transformed into a variety of visible attacks inside of this strange space, all hitting Yang Kai without fail. Since Yang Kai did not summon the soul-warming lotus's protection, he was truly strong in will but weak in strength even if he wanted to defend against these attacks. However, he did not even bother trying to defend himself. He was going to be on the verge of death by the time he was done here anyway, so defending himself or not made no difference. The 6 attacks sent out by the territory lords were no joke, and Yang Kai's soul immediately felt shaken. The pain was hard to suppress as it felt as if his soul was going to shatter right then and there. In fact, if it was any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in his place, they also would not be in good shape after taking these 6 attacks. It was all thanks to the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai had the courage to engage in such a reckless fight. Even though he did not urge the soul-warming lotus to protect himself, it still made his soul far sturdier than normal. A long, miserable scream rang out next, "Ah!" At Yang Kai screamed, he charged straight at the territory lord that was nearest to him. Of the 6 territory lords, other than the 2 newcomers, the other 4 were all stunned. This scene could not be any more familiar to them. 3 years ago, they encountered the same thing twice, and the result of it was that 2 territory lords had been severely injured by that bizarre artifact. The wail of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was simply a death knell for the territory lords. Then, an even more familiar scene emerged. Following the anguished wails of the human, his soul sharply weakened. At the same time, a familiar burst of energy rippled out. The face of the ape territory lord who had experienced this scene before immediately changed and he exclaimed, "It's him, it's him." Another territory lord, who had experienced the same thing, shouted, "Run, quickly." Despite Yang Kai's disguise, he could no longer hide his identity once his spiritual energy burst forth. The 4 territory lords who had fought him before recognized him instantly, but what shocked them even more was how this human could still be alive. Even though the eyeball territory lord had clearly seen this human on the brink of death during the last moment, he actually reappeared here after just 3 years, running and jumping like nothing was wrong. Just like last time, he screamed and became weak, but at the same time, rushed in for the kill. What's wrong with this human? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5285, My Destined End Has Come. Despite the timely warning of the ape territory lord, he still could not save his fellow territory lord from his fate. This strange space was created from the consciousness of the royal lord's black ink nest. It was a platform that connected the consciousnesses of all the mid-rank black ink nests linked to it. It seemed very large, but at the same time very small without any definite shape. For someone proficient in the Tao of space, this was the perfect battlefield. After sacrificing his own soul ruthlessly, Yang Kai opened his mouth at an unfamiliar soul avatar, and a soul-rending thorn turned into a golden light that broke through the confines of space as soon as it appeared, nailing straight into the soul avatar's body. The territory lord was not unprepared. Since the enemy he was facing was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, how could he have lowered his guard down? At the same time as when Yang Kai charged towards him, he had already condensed his power to protect himself. However, it was all in vain. The spiritual energy that he used to protect his avatar was no different than paper in front of the soul-rending thorn, easily tearing. The territory lord's soul avatar was instantly frozen in place, as if he were struck by lightning. The next instant, his figure began to shake. Yang Kai did not even look at him as his soul avatar weakened once more. Then, he turned his head to look towards the ape territory lord and opened his mouth again, spitting out another flash of golden light. The ape territory lord feared for his life. He couldn't understand how he could be targeted by the enemy despite being so far away from him. However, he was the one who was too loud earlier, so if not him, who else would Yang Kai target? Space principles began to surge as a golden light flashed. Almost at the same time, a bright green barrier appeared in front of the ape territory lord that looked as if it were made of vines. This was clearly a soul-type artifact, and a defensive soul-type artifact at that. It was not known where the ape territory lord got his hands on this thing, but it must have been made for him by a black ink disciple proficient in artifact refining. This soul-type artifact was of decent grade. Whoever created it must have been at least a great master in the Tao of artifact refining. However, even with the soul-type artifact protecting him, it was only able to block the golden light for only a moment before the green barrier shattered into wisps of light and the soul-rending thorn pierced into the ape territory lord's body. The ape territory lord instantly felt an unbearable pain. At the same time, a frenzy of attacks once again covered Yang Kai from all directions as wild waves of spiritual energy rippled through the strange space. How could any of the territory lords go easy on him after discovering that this was the same human as last time? While Yang Kai made his move, they also sent out their own ruthless attacks. Using the soul-rending thorns twice had caused Yang Kai's soul to become incredibly weak. He would not be able to hold on if he were hit by these attacks again, and so he wailed, "My destined end has come." With those words, his avatar dissipated, disappearing from sight. The chaos subsided after just a couple of breaths, but all of the territory lords present felt as if they had just walked the border between life and death. Even thinking back to what they just encountered was enough to cause them to shudder. One tall territory lord with bull horns on his head looked left and right nervously. Was that the same 8th Order human from last time? The tall bullhorn territory lord was the very same territory lord Hongdi who led the retreat of the army from Great Evolution Pass and gave away the mid-rank black ink nest to the humans. Hongdi was both very lucky and very unlucky. Several years ago, he led peace talks with the human Mi Jingluan that led to the safe evacuation of the Black Ink clan army from Great Evolution Pass. However, the price that he paid was a great number of resources, the many fortifications throughout the entire Great Evolution Pass, all of the 7th Order Black Ink disciples, as well as his own Black Ink nest. No territory lord had ever voluntarily given up their own Black Ink nest before. In all of history, Hongdi could be said to be the very first. However, it had been worth it since he was able to ensure the safe evacuation of their army. To avoid running into the old ancestor or the other human army along the way, Hongdi had specifically made a long detour after leading his army out of Great Evolution Pass, and they had to march for an entire month before they finally saw the royal city again from afar. However, the human old ancestor literally appeared out of nowhere at that moment. That was undoubtedly one of Hongdi's misfortunes. In that battle, several territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples perished at the old ancestor's hands. There was no need to mention the Black Ink clan soldiers, as their casualties exceeded 100,000. Fortunately, Hongdi was unharmed in that battle, not because he fled due to fear of death, but because he was lucky. The old ancestor had killed her way in and out of his army without even sparing a glance at him. Now that the humans were trying to stir up a storm using his Black Ink nest, he naturally could not sit out of this matter. The reason why he did not wait in ambush here before was mainly because he was still recovering from his injuries. When he encountered the old ancestor several years ago, the old ancestor may not have spared him a glance, but the fallout from her rampage still wounded him a little. Now, after recuperating for a few years, he finally managed to recover. Of the 2 previous territory lords posted here, one was dead, and the other was in critical condition. Now that 2 were being added to replace the fallen members, Hongdi was naturally obligated to join. He heard about what happened last time from the ape territory lord, and that was why he asked such a question. The other humanoid territory lord who participated in the last fight nodded at his words. That's right, it has to be the same 8th Order human. Hongdi wondered, didn't you say that he died back then? The humanoid territory lord shook his head, I have no idea about that. Maybe he did not die and we all just thought he was dead, just like this time. Hongdi frowned, you're saying that he isn't dead this time either? But we clearly saw him being beaten to within an inch of his life just now. The humanoid territory lord looked deeply at him, that's what we thought last time. Hongdi did not ask any further questions and frowned silently. If that human had some method that could bring him back from the brink of death, then it was very possible that he would come to stir trouble for them again. But how did that human achieve such a thing? How could damage to the soul be healed so quickly and easily? Unless it was not the real soul of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that entered, but rather something similar to a soul clone? However, that did not make sense either. Even if it were just a soul clone, his true body would still be affected if it were destroyed. While Hongdi was communicating with the humanoid territory lord, the other 2 territory lords had already gone to examine the injuries of their peers. The territory lord who was first targeted by Yang Kai was a newcomer, just like Hongdi. Not knowing the severity of the situation, he charged in the quickest, and so he was also the most severely injured. When Hongdi went over to investigate, he saw the long needle artifact that was constantly digging deeper into his peer's soul avatar, seemingly trying to tear it apart. It was just like the other territory lord who was lingering on a last breath of life after facing the same attack. With just a glance, Hongdi knew that his peers were fated for a tragic end. Even if they did manage to survive, their foundations would still be severely damaged. When he turned to look at the Ape Territory Lord, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Ape Territory Lord was well prepared, and he also had the artifact to protect him, his injuries were not too serious. The long needle-like artifact had only drilled halfway into his soul avatar, and though it was still trying to work its way in deeper, the Ape Territory Lord was able to force it into a standstill by resisting it with great effort. The other Territory Lords did not dare to dally. With one of them watching over the less fortunate Territory Lord, the other three gathered around the Ape Territory Lord and poured out their spiritual energies to lend him a hand. And so, 10 days passed by. It was not until a certain moment that the long needle-like artifact was forced out by the Ape Territory Lord from his soul avatar. Even then, the Ape Territory Lord appeared extremely weak and his soul avatar was clearly unstable. The other Territory Lord was in a much worse situation. The long needle artifact had sunken completely into his avatar, so who knows when he would be able to force it out of his body, or if he could even live long enough to do so. That human must not be dead yet. He will come again. That man is strange, he's no longer someone that we can deal with. We must report this to the Royal Lord and ask him to make a decision. The Ape Territory Lord declared weakly. Even though he had seen the soul of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master being beaten to the brink of death with his own eyes, that was also the case last time. They all thought he was dead, but then he appeared before them again just 3 years later. The reappearance of a similar situation could only mean that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could live even if his soul was shattered. Perhaps he would come to stir up another storm in another 3 years. All the Territory Lords present knew that the Ape Territory Lord was right. Even though they were powerful Territory Lords, there was nothing more that they could do in this situation. The only way to resolve this matter now was to report it to the Royal Lord. Hongdi's voice was a little weak. "Sir Royal Lord, has not been in a good mood lately." Despite being heavily injured, the Royal Lord was unable to enter his black ink nest to sleep and heal from his wounds, so it would be strange if he were in a good mood. This was all the fault of that dastardly old ancestor, who would run over to the royal city from time to time and show her aura, causing fear and trepidation among the Black Ink clansmen while also driving the Royal Lord to exhaustion. She would not attack the royal city, just sit outside of it and taunt them. The power of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was released in an unbridled manner, like a beacon of light in the darkness, making the Black Ink clan feel miserable. Nobody knew what sort of technique it was she used to be able to mysteriously appear near the royal city. After she left, the Black Ink clan organized a large number of soldiers to search the area, but to no avail. Worse yet, the old ancestor would suddenly wheel around from time to time, and none of the Black Ink clansmen who were sent out would fare well when that happened. So, for a while now, no Territory Lord dared to draw the Royal Lord's ire. They had also hidden the death and injury of the previous 2 Territory Lords because they were worried that the Royal Lord's fury would explode and he would take his rage out on them. However, the matter had already reached a point that they had no choice but to report it. They thought that they could stop the humans from using the Black Ink nest with their own power, but now it seemed that the methods of the humans were beyond even their imaginations. After hearing what Hongdi said, the Ape Territory Lord answered weakly, "There's no need for Sir Royal Lord to act personally. He just needs to agree to allow us to utilize the power of his Black Ink nest. The next time that Eighth Order human returns, we won't give him the chance to escape." Hearing this, Hongdi understood, if that's the case, it would not be a problem. The Ape Territory Lord did not speak too clearly, but how could Hongdi not know what he meant? The most troublesome thing about the situation they were currently facing was the fact that they were unable to kill off that human completely. During both of their brief encounters, it seemed as if they had already brought their opponent to the brink of death, but in reality, a glimmer of vitality still remained, and he had escaped. However, with the help of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest's power, they could seal off this space completely so that the human had no way to run. Then, after paying a certain price, the Territory Lords would be able to take him down slowly. There was no such thing as an opponent that was impossible for them to kill, only a lack of power and opportunity. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5286, what was he trying to say? While the territory lords were discussing their countermeasures in that strange space, Ouyang Lai and his disciple were both staring in amazement at Yang Kai. Just like last time, Yang Kai had become slightly dazed after withdrawing from the strange space with a dull expression. Not only was his expression stiff, even his eyes seemed unfocused. The last time he saw Yang Kai like this, Ouyang Lai jumped in shock. However, he was more at ease now that he had some experience. And, under some careful inspection, he realized that just as he thought, Yang Kai was in a soul-fragmented state. When his soul became fragmented, it was natural for him to appear like a fool. This made Ouyang Lai sigh a little, as this young boy truly did pay a heavy price to secure this black ink nest. Even though he had a special treasure that could repair his soul, having to bear this kind of pain over and over again was not something that an ordinary person could do. If they could really take control of this mid-rank black ink nest and allow the humans to build their own intelligence network, then Yang Kai would be the first to take credit. Just like last time, Yang Kai collapsed to the ground while hugging his head after a few moments, rolling around on the floor while screaming miserably. Ouyang Lai and Gong Lian could not bear to watch, but they had no choice but to stay here and stand guard in case anything happened. Another few days went by and even Yang Kai's voice had become hoarse. His entire body was extremely weak and the clothes on his body were drenched over and over again in sweat. It was only at a certain point that his pitiful screams finally stopped, not that it was no longer painful, but because his soul had recovered slightly under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, allowing him to regain some control of himself. As Yang Kai forced himself into a cross-legged position, Ouyang Lai hurriedly handed over the spirit pills that he had prepared earlier, which Yang Kai took with a pale face and swallowed down. Even though he had the soul-warming lotus to repair his soul, having spirit pills on hand would still allow him to recover a little faster. As time passed, the injuries to his soul gradually mended, and Yang Kai's aura also stabilized. The last time he ended up in this state, it took Yang Kai nearly 3 years of recovery to return to his peak. The amount of time it took him to recover was not much different this time, shorter only by a single month. The reason why such a difference occurred was because Yang Kai's soul had become a little stronger than before. He had noticed after his last recovery that recovering from these self-inflicted injuries made his soul a bit stronger than before. This was an unexpected surprise for him. The situation now was the same as last time. After the injury to his soul recovered, it once again became slightly stronger. Yang Kai felt as if he had unexpectedly chanced upon a method for him to cultivate his soul. However, even if this method was quite effective at strengthening his soul, Yang Kai was quite unwilling to do it. Unless someone was forced to, who would willingly endure such pain? It was not strange that such a method was able to strengthen his soul, as it was quite similar to how one would temper their body, constantly battering one's physique, then healing would slowly improve their physical quality over time. It was a method that only those with great perseverance and determination could use. When Yang Kai opened his eyes, he saw Ouyang Lai and his disciple watching him with concern. Yang Kai first reassured them, "I'm fine now." Ouyang Lai could not help but smack his lips, "Are you going in again?" Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. Since he had already started, then he naturally had to see the black ink nest matter through to the end. How could he even have the thought of giving up halfway? However, he still had to ask, "What's the situation inside the black ink nest currently?" Ouyang Lai told him, "I personally went inside to check last time. There aren't any changes, so I did not dare to stay long either. I withdrew immediately." Yang Kai chuckled, "Seems like the Black Ink clan hasn't suffered enough yet." After going in twice, he used a total of 4 soul-rending thorns which injured 4 territory lords in succession. Even under such circumstances, the Black Ink clan had not diverted from their initial plan. It was clear that they were waiting for his return so that they could take revenge. As some say, one must not attempt the same trick thrice and expect to get away with it. If Yang Kai went in again, he would probably not be as successful as he was the last 2 times. The Black Ink clan wasn't made up of fools. Since they had already figured out his trick, there was no way they would just offer themselves up on a platter for nothing. So, he was almost certain that the Black Ink clan had prepared some sort of nasty trick and was waiting for him to fall into their trap. However, he had the soul-warming lotus to protect him, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Without needing to make any sort of preparations, Yang Kai said, "Senior O Yang, things may change this time around, but as for what those changes are going to be, this junior won't know until he enters. If all goes well, then this junior will return soon. In the meantime, I will have to ask for senior to stand guard for me." Oh Yang Lai nodded. "Naturally, that is not a problem. You must be careful." Without saying anything more, Yang Kai opened up his small universe and allowed the Black Ink nest to devour his world force. With a surge of his divine sense, he connected with the consciousness of the Black Ink nest. Yang Kai's figure appeared inside of the familiar space. This time, he had also taken on an unfamiliar appearance. Even though his identity would be exposed as soon as he made his move, it did not hinder him to put on a disguise. As soon as he appeared, he noticed several auras locking onto him. The Black Ink clan had obviously been waiting here for him. One of the soul avatars had even taken the initiative to approach him, but Yang Kai was surprised to find that the soul avatar did not hold much malice. From afar, he transmitted his thoughts over via divine sense. "One moment, Dao brother. I am Si De Kuai, by order." Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Kai wailed in agony and spat out a golden light in his direction. The golden light traveled as quickly as lightning, shooting straight into the soul avatar. The person who called himself Si De Kuai immediately broke out into a cry of anguish as his soul avatar writhed violently. Yang Kai forcibly endured the tearing pain and took a few steps forward. His spiritual energy was surging madly, turning into beam-like attacks that shot toward Si De Kuai furiously. The storm of attacks enveloped Si De Kuai, and in just a short 3 breaths, the soul avatar, which had already been severely damaged by the soul-rending thorn, shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Yang Kai's face was twisting in pain, but he still looked dumbfounded at the soul avatars around him and muttered, what was he trying to say? Honestly, Yang Kai recognized at first glance that this Si De Kuai was not a territory lord, but an 8th order Black Ink disciple. And, in terms of spiritual energy, he was on par with Yang Kai. If they were to compete with their respective secret techniques, then it was not known who would win. However, this guy should have received an order from the territory lords to try to communicate with him. Who knew that Yang Kai would not have that intention at all, immediately releasing a soul-rending thorn as soon as he stepped up and attacking him until his soul avatar shattered. He was truly dead, unlike Yang Kai, who had the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Si De Kuai's soul was damaged to the point of shattering, so there was no chance for him to survive. All the territory lords were dumbfounded at what they saw. This human had already killed the man, and now he asks what he was trying to say. The Black Ink clan lacked high-end combat strength to begin with, and that 8th order Black Ink disciple was a part of the strength that they were heavily reliant on, yet he had just died here, which was heartbreaking news for them. The fallout of a soul avatar's death gradually spread out to the territory lords who had already surrounded Yang Kai in a closed circle. Just as Yang Kai expected, things were different this time. During the previous 2 times, 6 territory lords were lying in ambush inside the strange space. This time, the number of territory lords did not increase, but there was the addition of 4 8th order Black Ink disciples' soul avatars. Yang Kai cut down one of them earlier, so only 3 8th order Black Ink disciples remained. At this moment, the 6 territory lords surrounded him in an outer circle whilst the 3 8th order Black Ink disciples formed an inner triangle. The intentions of the territory lords were obvious. Since Yang Kai had the means to severely damage their souls in one attack, they would use these 8th order Black Ink disciples to exhaust Yang Kai's power first. In this way, even if Yang Kai were to use his needle-like artifacts, the only ones who would be injured would be the Black Ink disciples. Judging from the situation during the first 2 times, this human could only use the long needle artifact twice at most, then his soul probably wouldn't be able to withstand more. So, that meant that this human in front of them only had one attack left. The Black Ink disciple that Yang Kai cut down before did not actually intend to try and negotiate with Yang Kai, he was just trying to get close so he could try to launch a sneak attack on him. However, Yang Kai acted even more decisively, immediately going for the kill without even giving the enemy the chance to speak any nonsense. The territory lords realized from this that no amount of clever strategy would help in front of this human. The best way to face him was through overwhelming force. Attack! Hong Di gave the order. The three Black Ink disciples in the inner circle had fierce looks on their faces as they all charged at Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai only had one attack left in him, then he would not be able to stop them all. The Black Ink clan would only lose one more Black Ink disciple, which would be much better than a territory lord dying. As soon as Hong Di's voice came out, Yang Kai did not hesitate to spit out another soul-rending thorn and hit the nearest 8th Order Black Ink disciple. He had no specific target in mind. To Yang Kai, the effects of killing an 8th Order Black Ink disciple or a territory lord was the same. Both could help in weakening the Black Ink clan's strength so as to reduce the pressure for the humans in their future crusade. The lethality of the soul-rending thorn was truly terrifying. After all, the user had to sacrifice a big piece of their soul each time it was used, and the larger the sacrifice, the greater the strength. So, despite the fact that the three Black Ink disciples left no openings for him to attack, the soul-rending thorn still quickly and accurately pierced into its target's body. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple screamed at once as his soul avatar began to writhe. The remaining two Black Ink disciples calmed themselves and each blasted a secret technique in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai was so mentally and physically exhausted at the moment that he no longer had the strength to defend himself. His soul avatar was torn to pieces at once as if it were a mere rag. On the previous two occasions, he used the tearing of his soul as a cover to evacuate from the strange space, but this time, something unexpected happened. The entire strange space seemed to be sealed off by an invisible force, completely isolating him from the outside world so that Yang Kai had no way of leaving and connecting back to his own body. It seemed that when the lead territory lord called for an attack, an unusual change occurred within this space. The pain in his soul at that time was so hard to bear that Yang Kai was unable to sense it clearly. Now, it seemed like the unusual change must have been a technique used by the Black Ink clan to seal off the strange space and isolate it from the outside world. So, it's this again? This was not the first time that Yang Kai had encountered such a situation, as it had been the same back in the Yinyang Theater when he was ambushed by a large number of feudal lords and He Yuan territory lord. Given the situation, Yang Kai quickly understood what sort of plan the Black Ink clan had come up with. Undoubtedly, they were trying to trap him here and deny him the chance to escape, allowing them to finally kill him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5287, Living Corpses. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan did make the right decision this time. Since this human that barged into the Black Ink nest again, and again could not be killed quickly, they had to cut off any chance of him escaping. No soul could not be killed, it was just that they failed to grasp their opportunities when they had them. As long as they were able to trap the human soul avatar in the Black Ink nest space, then they could do whatever they wanted to him, especially now that the human had used his needle artifacts twice in a row and could not use them a third time. And, to seal off the Black Ink nest space, the territory lords had no choice but to have Che Kong and Hong Di, two territory lords, take the lead in meeting with the royal lord to request the latter's help during the critical moment. The entire Black Ink nest space was a platform that evolved from the consciousness of the royal lord's Black Ink nest, to begin with. Naturally, the right to enter and leave that space was in the hands of the royal lord. If they were to seal off this space completely, then they had to have the royal lord's cooperation. Without the royal lord's explicit permission, the territory lords had no ability to control this. However, with the royal lord's permission, they could use a simple secret technique to seal up the Black Ink nest space. When he was informed about this situation, the royal lord let loose a barrage of curses and insults at his disappointing territory lord subordinates, but he also had no choice but to cooperate. The days had been harsh on the royal lord. His injuries were piling up with no chance to rest and recover, and now he was facing such a rotten problem, which naturally put him in a foul mood. Fortunately, he did not take out his rage on his subordinate territory lords too much, which allowed Che Kong and Hong Di to breathe sighs of relief. After confirming that Yang Kai had entered the space, the territory lord sent word to the outside so that the territory lord waiting on standby inside of the royal lord's black ink nest could activate its power to seal off the space and isolate it from the outside. If they did not do this, then Yang Kai would have escaped long ago. As the strange space was completely sealed off, at the center of the black ink nest possessed by the humans, Yang Lai and his disciple, who were both waiting for Yang Kai's return, paled instantly. Gong Lian gasped, "Honored master, brother Yang He." Yang Lai also had a grave look on his face and stepped forward to try to get a better grasp of the situation, the look on his face changing constantly. Just now, the reverberations of Yang Kai's soul that they should have been able to feel disappeared completely. In plain terms, it meant that his soul was gone. Even though his body was still here, it was now just a living corpse. This was a clear sign that something had happened to Yang Kai inside of the black ink nest space. When Yang Lai thought back to what Yang Kai said earlier, it seemed that he had anticipated that something different would happen this time around. However, this development was far beyond what they had expected, with Yang Kai's soul essentially vanishing. What were they going to do now? After a long time, Yang Lai finally showed an anxious expression. From what he could sense, Yang Kai's soul had indeed completely disappeared. He could not sense where it was located at all. Twice previously, even though Yang Kai's soul became somewhat vague and indistinct after entering the black ink nest space, Yang Lai could still feel an invisible connection between it and his body. As long as that connection existed, Yang Kai was fine. However, that connection had now been severed. But if his soul was truly destroyed, then there was no way that the aura of Yang Kai's body could remain stable. The most likely scenario would be instantaneous death or complete dementia. Strangely enough, the aura of Yang Kai's body remained perfectly steady. This made Yang Lai confused as to what was going on. After pondering for a moment, he had Gong Lian watch Yang Kai's body carefully while he left in a flash so that he could find several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters proficient in soul cultivation to see what was going on. While Yang Lai was busy, Yang Kai was fleeing like mad while forcibly enduring the tearing pain in his soul. He had no choice but to run, as only an old ancestor would be able to withstand the combined attacks of 6 territory lords and 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples, not to mention that his soul already suffered critical damage from using the soul-rending thorns. That was the troublesome part about this strange space that was created by the black ink nest's consciousness. It seemed both large and small, being of no definite shape, which made Yang Kai's escape particularly difficult. That was because no matter how he tried to run, his enemy's attacks would still be able to catch him at any moment. In just a short few breaths of time, Yang Kai felt like he could run no more. His entire soul avatar was in tatters, which severely affected his ability to think and was causing him to make mistakes in his judgment, which worsened his injuries. If this went on, then he would surely be doomed. Desperately holding on to the last bit of consciousness in the depths of his soul, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate anymore when he saw the attacks coming at him from all directions. He finally summoned the soul-warming lotus that he had been hiding all this while. A 7-colored light blossomed, and in an instant, a 7-colored lotus appeared in the strange space. The lotus appeared in the form of a bud about to blossom, enveloping Yang Kai's tattered soul. The fierce spiritual energy attacks hit the 7-colored lotus, but caused no damage to it in any way, forming only light ripples on the surface of its petals. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, unique in the universe. It may not be able to display much strength under normal circumstances, but in the black ink nest space, where spiritual energy ruled everything, there was no strongest defense in existence. None of the attacks of the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples or the Territory Lords could break through its protection. The Black Ink clan quickly realized this unusual change. After all, none of them was blind. Who would not be able to see the dazzling seven-colored lotus that suddenly appeared? To their shock and incomprehension, while looking delicate and fragile, this thing was incomparably solid, remaining completely unaffected as it hovered silently in the void no matter how fierce their attacks were. After a while, the bombardment ceased. 6 Territory Lords and 2 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples surrounded the soul-warming lotus, observing it warily. "What is this?" Hongdi asked. He watched as this lotus flower suddenly appeared to protect the human that they were about to kill, and the fact that they could not break it even with 8 top masters of the Black Ink clan joining forces naturally left him annoyed. However, he did not recognize what this lotus flower was. If even he could not recognize it, then there was no need to mention the other Territory Lords. The question now would have to go to the 2 surviving Black Ink disciples to answer. One of them, who took on the form of an old man, was frowning slightly. As he observed the soul-warming lotus carefully, a vague guess came into his mind. However, he had never seen this treasure before, so he dared not be certain. He could only ask his companion, "It's that, isn't it?" This old master should be correct. The other Eighth Order Black Ink disciple nodded. "It is as the rumors say. If it truly is that, then it explains why this man has no fear of sustaining damage to his soul." Not counting this time, Yang Kai had already invaded this Black Ink nest space twice and used the soul-rending thorn 4 times, killing or severely wounding 4 Territory Lords. Such aggressiveness was alarming, but what puzzled them even more was his ability to recover from his injuries. This man's soul had been fatally wounded, yet he returned running and jumping after just 3 years of recovery. No spirit pill or precious treasure could possibly have such an effect, no matter how good they were, save for one legendary object. "Speak clearly, what is this thing exactly?" Hongdi asked in a stern voice. This was what annoyed him most about humans. They always seemed to talk in a roundabout manner, which was very unpleasant to listen to. The old man bowed, reporting to Sir, "If this servant is not wrong, then it should be the rumored soul-warming lotus." Soul-warming lotus? The Territory Lord frowned. Even though he had been dealing with the human race for countless years and learned many of their habits, he was still not very clear about some of the human race's more obscure rumors, not to mention something like the soul-warming lotus, which was basically a mythical existence. Even the masters of the human race themselves would only see such a thing recorded in the ancient books and never in real life. It is said that there exist 2 supreme treasures in the form of twin lotuses that grow side by side, the old man explained. One is the flawless purifying golden lotus that grants the holder a flawless body, impervious to all impurities, allowing them to gain twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. The second is the soul-warming lotus that, while useless for one's physical body, can protect and sustain their soul. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, its holder's soul constantly grows stronger, and no matter how severe the damage sustained to their soul, as long as it is not completely destroyed, the soul-warming lotus can allow its holder to rapidly recover to their peak. These 2 supreme treasures are unique, with only one of each in existence. Once the first is found, another would never appear again. Not to mention, most had never seen them before, many have never even heard of their existence. What sirs see before you now must be the soul-warming lotus of legend. It's that precious? A Territory Lord asked. The old man nodded solemnly. A supreme treasure of heaven and earth is priceless, beyond value entirely. Unless one has great opportunity and great destiny, they can never possess it. Hongdi rubbed his chin in thought. If that is the case, the reason why this man has been able to escape death repeatedly and return unscathed was all thanks to the nourishment and protection of this soul-warming lotus? Indeed. The old man nodded. It is said that the soul-warming lotus first blossoms with 3 colors, then 5, and then finally 7. What sirs see before you is already the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, which is considered its apex. This man must have come into possession of this treasure many years ago, otherwise, it is simply impossible for him to have nurtured it to its seven-colored form. With the nourishment of such a supreme treasure, he will naturally not fear any sort of injury to his soul. The territory lords all had ugly looks on their faces now. With such a treasure, it was laughable they even thought they had killed Yang Kai the first time. It now made perfect sense that after just 3 years he was back to full strength and could come back to butcher 2 more territory lords. If they had not sealed the black ink nest space this time and forced him to summon the soul-warming lotus to preserve his life, they would probably still be oblivious to the situation they faced. Hong Di frowned. This man is not making any further moves. I think his soul is too badly damaged, so he must be resting inside of the lotus flower. Based on our previous experiences, it would only take him 3 years to recover completely. Then, he will definitely use those evil artifacts against us again. We have to find a way to deal with him before then. Does anyone have any ideas? All the territory lords were silent, and the 2 black ink disciples also kept mum. They had all seen what happened. The attacks of 6 territory lords and 2 8th-order black ink disciples couldn't even disturb the soul-warming lotus, so trying to break through its defenses was clearly a waste of time and energy. One territory lord suggested, "Why don't we try attacking again? He can only take our attacks now without being able to retaliate, so no matter how powerful this soul-warming lotus is, there should be a limit to how much it can take. We might be able to break it." The old man's face twitched as he shook his head. This is a unique supreme treasure, it would be a waste to break it. It would be best if we could recover and refine it. Hong Di was impressed by his suggestion. That is a reasonable thought. If this treasure is so useful to a person's soul, then our Black Ink clan can also make use of it. If we can refine it, then we will no longer have to fear the soul secret techniques of those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5288, Endurance Contest. The humans did not have the innately strong physical bodies of the Black Ink clan, and their growth cycle was also much longer, but the humans also had their own racial advantages, and that was the variety of strange artifacts and techniques that they possessed. Especially their secret techniques, which practically every territory lord had eaten a loss from. Of them, some soul secret techniques were difficult to guard against and were the most troublesome. If they could really refine this soul-warming lotus, then what soul-type attack would they have to fear in the future? If the humans dared to perform those soul secret techniques again, then it would only be lifting a stone and dropping it on their own feet. That was why Hong Di was so impressed with the old man's proposal. And, as the most senior territory lord here, Hong Di would naturally not step down from this opportunity. I will try and refine it. Saying so, he took a step forward and his spiritual energy surged, enveloping the soul-warming lotus. Even though the other territory lords were displeased, there was nothing they could say. The 2 Black Ink disciples exchanged glances and stepped back, looking for their companion that was injured by Yang Kai before and helping him to resist the soul-rending thorn that was shot into his body earlier. Upon entering the Black Ink nest space, Yang Kai first killed a Black Ink disciple before injuring another. The Black Ink disciple who was injured earlier had been fending off the power of the soul-rending thorn this whole time, but he was only a Black Ink disciple after all, not a true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was a difficult struggle for him. His 2 companions came at just the right time. If they had been any later, then he may not have been able to hold on. Even with 2 companions helping, it took a lot of effort for the Black Ink disciple to stabilize his condition, but if he wished to force out the soul-rending thorn, it would be a long and grueling task. Moreover, the entire process was bound to be fraught with ups and downs. The slightest misstep could result in a fatal end for him. The Black Ink nest space was quiet for a while, with only the constant fluctuations of Hong Di's spiritual energy breaking up the monotony. After half a month, Hong Di finally lost patience and withdrew his spiritual energy. Not a single drop is going through this thing. It's impossible to refine. If any of you are interested, you're free to try. He spent half a month and wasted a lot of spiritual energy, yet he came out completely empty-handed, which was extremely vexing for Hong Di. However, he needed to let the other territory lords have a try. After all, just because he could not refine it did not mean that others could not. Anyone would want to give it a try. After he stepped down, another territory lord took his place eagerly. However, half a month later, he stepped back in disappointment just like Hong Di. The other 4 territory lords tried one after another, but they all failed. This showed the territory lord that this soul-warming lotus probably wasn't so easily refinable, especially when its owner was still alive. If they wished to refine this supreme treasure, there was no choice other than to kill its owner first. However, that human had been hiding inside of the lotus bud ever since the soul-warming lotus appeared, and the territory lords had no idea what his condition was currently. How were they going to kill this guy off if they could not break through the soul-warming lotus's protection? This was simply a problem with no solution. Just then, the old man came over with bad news. Sirs, Brother Wan is on the verge of death. Could sirs please open the space and allow him to return to his body so that he may recover? The Brother Wan that he spoke of was the black ink disciple that Yang Kai injured previously. Hearing his words, Hong Di turned around and saw that, sure enough, the soul of the black ink disciple surnamed Wan was unstable and weakening continuously. Hong Di frowned. Wasn't he fine before? Why did this suddenly happen? The old man smiled bitterly. Sir may not know, but for the 3 of us to remain in a mid-rank black ink nests with our consciousness connected to the black ink nest's consciousness, we must use our world force as a bridge. In other words, as long as the 3 of us are in here, the black ink nest will constantly be devouring the world force inside of our small universes. Counting the time, it has been 2 months since we entered this place. We may be in the 8th order with deep heritages, but Brother Wan's soul was severely injured, and with the world force inside his body gradually running out, he can no longer hold on. Not to mention Brother Wan, even he and the other unharmed black ink disciple could not remain inside of the black ink nest space forever. Otherwise, once all the world force inside their small universes were devoured by the black ink nest, there was a risk of it collapsing, which was the same as them dying. Their situation was unlike the Black Ink clan. The territory lords may not be significantly stronger than them, but the power within the Black Ink clan was Black Ink's strength that could connect with the Black Ink nest at will without the same risks that they had to take on. The territory lords could stay in their Black Ink nests for as long as they wanted, but the same could not be said for the Black Ink disciples. Before the power in their small universes dried up, they had to return their souls to their bodies and seal off their small universe. Otherwise, they would be sucked dry and turned into withered corpses by the Black Ink nest. However, as these 2 were unharmed, they were able to last longer than Brother Wan. After hearing what the old man said, Hong Di realized that he had overlooked the predicament of these Black Ink disciples. However, he was still hesitant to open up this space. That was because the human hiding inside of the soul-warming lotus would be allowed to escape once the space was opened. Only the heavens knew what condition he was in right now, so who could say if he was capable of escaping when given a chance? The territory lords had already paid a very heavy price and even asked the royal lord for help just so they could trap this human here, so how could they be willing to let him escape? However, the 8th order Black Ink disciples were currently a force that the Black Ink clan relied on, so Hong Di was also reluctant to have that Black Ink disciple surnamed Wan just die in vain here. It was a difficult choice. Hong Di was indecisive when faced with this predicament. However, the eyes of another territory lord suddenly lit up. If you Black Ink disciples are facing this problem, then it must be the same for that human. Since he could enter this place, it means that he must have connected his consciousness with the Black Ink nest just as you have, using the world force of his small universe as a bridge. So, there's simply no need for us to try so hard to refine the soul-warming lotus or even attack him. We only need to wait until the power inside of his small universe is exhausted, then sooner or later, he will die. Hong Di thought it was very logical when he heard it and nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's exactly it. The old man's heart went cold upon hearing this. It seemed like the territory lords were saying that they would rather sacrifice the Black Ink disciple surnamed Wan than open this space. However, it must be said that what the Territory Lord said was indeed the best solution at hand. The old man was merely a black ink disciple after all, so despite how unbearable it was, the Territory Lords had already made their decision and he was in no position to try and convince them otherwise. He could only turn around and glance at the black ink disciple surnamed Wan, sighing. However, Hongdi said, "You do not need to worry either. I've just thought of something." The old man bowed. "Please, sir. You said before that this soul-warming lotus grows from 3 colors, 5 colors, and 7 colors, correct? Now that this soul-warming lotus has already reached 7 colors, it means that this man has possessed it for a long time, correct?" "Exactly so. Based on your speculation, how many years do you suppose this human has possessed the soul-warming lotus?" "At least 1,000 years, if not several thousand," the old man reported. "That's right," Hongdi's eyes shone brightly. "If my guess is not wrong, then there is a great possibility that this human is not in the 8th order." "Not in the 8th order?" The Territory Lords and the old man were stunned. They had no idea why Hongdi would make such a guess. "I had a strange feeling when I fought him before, however, I couldn't tell exactly what that feeling was. He just seemed different from the other 8th order Open Heaven Realm Masters I've faced in the past. Knowing what I know now though, it is obvious that the reason his soul has reached the intensity of the 8th order is because he had the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. As such, it's likely he is only in the 7th order. If he was truly in the 8th order Open Heaven Realm, then his soul should have been far more powerful than an ordinary 8th order human." Hongdi's speculation was also logical, and the Territory Lords who heard him all nodded repeatedly. And this indeed made sense, for if this human was truly in the 8th order Open Heaven Realm, then after his soul was nurtured by the soul-warming lotus for several thousand years, there was no way his spiritual energy would remain at the same level as an ordinary 8th order human. It would definitely far surpass that. Now, the spiritual energy of this human was merely on par with an ordinary 8th order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was clear to see that his true strength was not in the 8th order. The old man was even more delighted than the Territory Lords at that and exclaimed, "In that case, this man's strength lies entirely in his soul, while his true strength should be far inferior to ours." Hongdi smiled, "And so, he will not be able to hold out longer than you can." "Sir is absolutely correct." The old man bowed. If that were the case, then the black ink disciple surnamed Wan might still have a thin hope. As long as he could outlast the man inside of the soul-warming lotus, then once their opponent's small universe dried up, their predicament would be solved and there would be no need for them to seal the black ink nest space any longer. At the same time, at the outpost with the black ink nest in its center, Ouyang Lai and his disciple were standing by, next to Yang Kai. Several months had gone by with Yang Kai remaining in this living corpse state without any trace of a ripple from his soul, yet also with no physical abnormalities showing in his body. Ouyang Lai had also invited several 8th order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were proficient in soul cultivation to come and take a look at him previously, but they all came to the conclusion that the connection between Yang Kai's soul had been cut from his body, and it should be suppressed and sealed inside of the black ink nest space. Since only a single person could connect to a black ink nest at any one time, there was nothing they could do to help on the human side even if they wanted to. In this situation, Yang Kai could only protect himself. While being idle and having nothing to do, Gong Lian suddenly said, "Honored Master, this disciple heard that Brother Yang's small universe is raising countless living beings. Even if he doesn't cultivate, the heritage of his small universe is constantly increasing. Is that true?" Ouyang Lai smacked his lips. "I've heard that too, so it is most likely not false. That means that this boy is a lucky one. Not even an ordinary 8th order Open Heaven Realm Master would dare to raise living beings in their small universe, yet he, as a 7th order brat, had done so. Only the heavens know how many years of cultivation that will save him in the future." Gong Lian looked impressed. "If I were to raise living beings in my small universe too, then would I not have to cultivate in the future?" For him, this was a perfect solution as he always felt cultivation was a huge hassle. If he could increase his cultivation even while lying down and sleeping, nothing would make him happier. Yang Lai glanced at him. He has the capital to do so, but do you? The 4 universe pillars aren't cabbages you pick up in the market. Without one of the 4 universe pillars to fortify your small universe, once you fought against a powerful foe, your small universe would certainly be shaken. When the time came, it would be a disaster for all the living beings inside. Such a sin would not be beneficial to your future cultivation. Gong Lian felt a little dejected upon hearing that. Looking at Yang Kai, he really had to sigh with envy. Yang Lai smacked his lips again. However, we should be thankful to those living in this boy's small universe. If not for them, he might have been sucked dry by the black ink nest after not returning for such a long time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5289, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Yang Lai had been observing the condition in Yang Kai's small universe this whole time, which he naturally could not normally check on. However, since Yang Kai had to connect to the consciousness of the black ink nest, his small universe remained open the whole time, allowing the black ink nest to devour his world force. At least, Yang Lai was still able to see some clues. After a few months had passed, any ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have been drained dry. However, the world force inside of Yang Kai's small universe remained plentiful without visibly decreasing in the slightest. It was clear that the living beings that he raised inside of his small universe were working in this case. Now, there was no need to worry that Yang Kai's small universe would be sucked dry by the black ink nest, and he also had the soul-warming lotus to protect his soul. Even a royal lord would not be able to do anything to him inside the black ink nest space, so there was little to worry about when it came to his safety. The only thing the black ink clan could do was trap him inside the black ink nest space, and he had no idea when Yang Kai would be able to escape. Yang Lai believed that the situation would not change much in the near future, and there was nothing that he could do about it either, so he just waited here and monitored Yang Kai's status. As soon as anything happened he would immediately report it. Time passed inside the black ink nest, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 months went by. It had almost been half a year since the black ink nest space was sealed off, an amount of time that would barely count as anything for both the territory lords and the 8th Order black ink disciples. At their realm, one would ordinarily spend upwards of several dozen to 100 years in retreat during their cultivation, so a trivial half a year was just like a snap of one's fingers. However, for the black ink disciple surnamed Wan, this half a year was torturous. The soul-rending thorn was constantly wearing down his soul, and even with the help of the 2 black ink disciples, it was difficult for him to turn the tides on his condition. If his soul avatar could return and unite with his body, then it would provide some help to his current situation. However, the territory lords were too worried about opening the black ink nest space simply for fear that the human would escape. Under such circumstances, how could the black ink disciple's soul return and re-merge with his body? In addition, the black ink nest was constantly devouring the power inside of his small universe, further adding frost to snow and worsening his condition. He had no idea what the condition of his small universe was at the moment, but if too much of its world force was consumed, it would also kill him. With the help of 2 companions, he was able to last for half a year, but the black ink disciple surnamed Wan was starting to slip away. At the same time, as when his spiritual energy began fluctuating violently, the 6 territory lords who were watching for any movements from the soul-warming lotus turned around just in time to see the soul avatar of the black ink disciple surnamed Wan exploding, turning into dots of light and dissipating from the black ink nest space. Brother Wan. The old man cried out in grief, feeling sad for his fellow peer. The other black ink disciple also had a mournful expression. They had done everything they could, but they were unable to save the life of their companion. Before entering the black ink nest on this mission, nobody could have expected that the situation would turn out this way. They had a lineup of 6 territory lords and 4 8th Order black ink disciples. Even if an old ancestor were to enter, they could still somehow put up a fight. But now, 2 black ink disciples were dead, and the human was still hiding inside of the soul-warming lotus, without showing any signs of moving. There was simply nothing the Black Ink clan could do. Hongdi's eyes were practically spitting fire. We lost another one. After counting the 2 prior times, the battles inside the Black Ink nest space had already cost the Black Ink clan 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples and 1 territory lord, and there were 3 other territory lords left with severe injuries to their souls. It was not known whether they were even dead or alive at this point. Such losses could not be considered small for the Black Ink clan. After the last war in Great Evolution Theater, the Black Ink clan's forces were nowhere near as strong as they had been before. Whether it be the territory lords or the 8th Order Black Ink disciples, their numbers had essentially been halved from what they were just a few hundred years ago. Suddenly, doubt emerged in Hongdi's heart. Was it worth paying such a high price just to force the humans to give up the Black Ink nest? If their plan worked, then of course it would be worth it. However, they had now experienced several serious setbacks with the humans only having to mobilize a single person to make them lose so much ground. In the words of the humans, the Black Ink clan was now riding a tiger. The cost was too great, but if they gave up now, how were they supposed to explain themselves to the royal lord? So, no matter what, they had to deal with this human and seize the soul-warming lotus so that they could show their faces to the royal lord. On the other hand, the 2 Black Ink disciples could only watch as the soul avatar of their companion surnamed Juan faded away. Losing a friend, they were both sad and also worried about their own situations. Even though they were currently unharmed, it would still be a problem for them if they did not return to their physical bodies for a long time due to the Black Ink nest continuing to eat up the world force inside of their small universes. They were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but how long would they be able to last? A year? 2? Maybe 3? Nobody could say for sure. In fact, they were already feeling a bit of fatigue. Even though it was not very obvious, it was definitely a result of the depletion of their physical strength being reflected in their souls' avatars. This bit of exhaustion was nothing at the moment, but if they allowed this to continue, things would only get worse. However, they were nothing more than Black Ink disciples, servants of the Black Ink clan, so how could they advise the territory lords to abandon this plan at this time? The territory lords couldn't give up easily. The 2 Black Ink disciples could vaguely foresee the miserable state that awaited them, but now they could only hope that that human was not in the 8th, but in the 7th or even 6th order. Only then would they be able to outlast him. Time passed in silence. 1 year, 2 years. The territory lords remained unchanged, but the soul avatars of the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples had clearly dimmed. The fluctuations of their spiritual energy had also clearly grown extremely weak, as if they were ailing and sick. Souls naturally could not get sick, so there was only a single explanation for this occurrence: their bodies in the outside could not hold out any longer. For 2 long years, the Black Ink nests were constantly devouring the world force from their small universes, so even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not be able to hold on. The weakness of their bodies was being reflected in their soul avatars, and that was naturally how things came to appear as they were. After enduring for so long, the old man could not bear it any longer and came trembling to Hongdi's side, bowing, "Sir, could you please open the Black Ink nest space and allow us to withdraw first? I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer." There was a look of struggle on Hongdi's face. Frankly, he did not wish to lose 2 more 8th Order Black Ink disciples here for nothing. After all, they had already lost 2 before. He was also happy to have the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples live. The reason he did not open the Black Ink nest space previously was because he was worried that Yang Kai would take this opportunity to escape. However, there was no choice but to open the space now. If he didn't, then the 2 Black Ink disciples would surely die here. He couldn't understand just how this human could last even longer than the 8th Order Black Ink disciples. His guess should have been correct. If this human truly was in the 8th Order and had the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for several thousand years, then his soul would definitely be a great deal stronger than an ordinary 8th Order human's. The fact that he only exhibited strength on par with an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master proved that his true cultivation was not in the 8th Order. It was highly possible that he was only in the 7th Order. The heritage of a 7th Order small universe naturally could not compare to an 8th Order Black Ink disciples, yet even though these two 8th Order Black Ink disciples could not last much longer, the humans still showed no signs of weakening. Now that things had come to this, Hongdi had no choice but to let the two 8th Order Black Ink disciples retire first while they, the Territory Lords, stayed behind and continued waiting things out. He had just made up his mind and was about to open up the Black Ink nest space, when a weak voice suddenly came from the soul-warming lotus, which had been silent all this while. Yes, quickly open this space. I also can't hold on much longer, so let's call it a draw. We'll talk again when we get the chance to meet again next time. There is going to be a next time? Hongdi glared and shouted, impudence. No matter how amazing your skills are, this time, you will definitely die here. The old man's soul avatar trembled as he turned his head towards the heavens. If he were here in the flesh, then he would surely have burst into tears. The only ray of hope he had left had just been destroyed by that human. He silently stood down and found a secluded corner with his other companion, calming the fluctuations of his spiritual energy and trying to minimize the loss of power as much as possible. His only hope now was that they could last a moment longer than this human. Inside the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was now chattering non-stop, "You Territory Lords, why are you doing this? Those two obviously can't hold on much longer. If you don't open up this place, they are going to die here. I don't care since I've killed so many of you already, and now I even got to take 2 more of you along with me to the grave. It's a win for me no matter what. The Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on your side are not many now, right? I guess it makes sense. After the war, we humans suffered huge casualties, so I can only imagine what it was like for the Black Ink clan. If 2 more of you die, then the loss would be immense. By the way, how are the Royal Lord's injuries? Is our old ancestor still visiting him often? We're all neighbors, so we should check in on each other frequently, but your race is always so distant and unwelcoming. How boring it is that you don't even come to visit. Don't pretend to be mute, I'm dying here. Will it kill you to say a few words to me? Ha! I've been cultivating all my life and shook the wind and clouds. Even though I only reached the 7th Order, I've managed to kill quite a few Territory Lords. Unfortunately, the heavens must be jealous, as it seems I'm going to die here after all. Since I'm going to die soon, let me ask you something. Answer me if you can, or don't if you can't. The Black Ink nests are divided into different ranks, and each rank is the subnest of the rank above it. In that case, whose subnest is the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest? What gave birth to it? This question has bothered me for a long time, so can you please enlighten me? If you can tell me, then I will also be able to die in peace. The Territory Lords were silent, but as they listened to the human ramble on by himself, they could finally ascertain that just as they suspected, he was not in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, only the 7th Order. Even though it was possible that he was lying, what was the point of doing so now that things have come to this? What's more, this situation was exactly the same as they had previously deduced. So, this noisy human had to be in the 7th Order, no doubt about it. How humiliating. If they had been driven into such a miserable state by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, then so be it, but now, they were actually being made fools of by a human brat who was only in the 7th Order. All the Territory Lords felt great shame, and if possible, they wanted to drag Yang Kai out of the soul-warming lotus and make him suffer all kinds of torture to relieve their hatred. Yang Kai's voice grew weaker and weaker. All right, fine. Since you are unwilling to speak, then pretend I never asked. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5290, This Disciple Will Set Off Now. Mu Nanfei, one of Great Evolution Paradise's 1653rd generation disciples, showed a special talent in cultivating since entering the sect and was highly valued by them, supplemented by the careful education and the training of famous mentors. He was also hard-working and diligent, cultivating seriously and never disappointing his elders, and just 800 years after stepping onto the martial Tao, had advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The day he broke through was a day when the sky opened up for him to fly high like a bird, but before his lofty plans could finally be realized, something suddenly happened to the sect. News came from the Black Ink battlefield that Great Evolution Pass was being attacked by the Black Ink clan army and was in a precarious situation. So, Great Evolution Paradise quickly mobilized all its available troops to provide support. Mu Nanfei vividly remembered the day when all of the Open Heaven Realm masters in the sect, regardless of their order, their gender, their age, or whether they were in the high rank or the low rank Open Heaven Realm, gathered together. Led by many Eighth Order Divine Monarchs, tens of thousands of Great Evolution Paradise's Open Heaven Realm masters marched out from the sect and went towards the no-return pass before stepping into the Black Ink battlefield. Once they arrived at Great Evolution Pass, the situation was even worse than any one of them could have expected. Far off in the distance came violent energy fluctuations. Naturally, it was the fallout of the old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass fighting with the Royal Lords. However, the old ancestor was facing two enemies, and having already been severely injured from a sneak attack, his aura had become extremely weak. Outside of Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan army poured in like a tide that resulted in many of the humans either dead or injured. There was simply no time for them to recover. All of the disciples who came from Great Evolution Paradise to provide support were thrown onto the battlefield as soon as they arrived. For these newcomers who had never fought the Black Ink clan before, this war was extremely brutal and many perished the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. Mu Nanfei's Dao partner, a gentle woman who had been accompanying him for 500 years, was killed in that battle. He was seeing red and had completely lost his mind as he fought madly until he exhausted all the strength in his body. He had forgotten how that battle ended. He just knew that by the time he was conscious, Great Evolution Pass was gone. The entire army that had been defending the Great Pass together with the old ancestor was completely wiped out. All except for those of them who were corrupted by Black Ink strength and transformed into Black Ink disciples. It had been 30,000 years since that happened. The newly advanced Sixth Orders of then were now already in the Eighth Order, and among them, he was different from the rest. That was because he had advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and so his limit was the Eighth Order, so he did not need Black Ink strength to break through his shackles. He could be described as a true Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master that was no worse even when compared to the human race's Eighth Order division commanders. In a one-on-one fight, most territory lords may not even be a match for them. His 30,000-year-long life as a Black Ink disciple could almost be said to be extremely boring until the human armies came to retake Great Evolution Pass. A bloody battlefield just like the one 30,000 years ago appeared, but this time, it was the Black Ink clan who were on the losing end. The humans reoccupied Great Evolution Pass while the Black Ink clan incurred severe casualties and was forced to retreat to the royal city, even having to willingly hand over one of their mid-rank Black Ink nests. The royal lord was furious while the territory lords were all extremely ashamed, vowing that they must force the humans to give up that Black Ink nest of their own accord. They were quite successful when it came to hindering the humans from using the Black Ink nest at first, because the humans had to connect their consciousness to the Black Ink nest's consciousness in order to use it. Inside of the Black Ink nest space, the Black Ink clan occupied an absolute advantage. They had beaten several Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters and forced them to flee, and even the old ancestor had to return empty-handed after her visit. The territory lords thought that they had cornered the humans. That was until a strange fellow appeared. 2 successive attacks from this human left 4 territory lords either dead or severely injured, and when all the territory lords thought that he was dead with certainty, he appeared for a 3rd time. Another 2 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples died because of him. The territory lords had been locked in a stalemate with this human for 3 years now. That man was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so even the territory lords could do nothing about him. They could only hope that his small universe would be sucked dry by the black ink nest, which would in turn cause his small universe to collapse and kill him. However, after waiting for 3 years, Mu Nanfei and the other 8th Order Black Ink disciple could finally hold on no longer. In the final moments of their lives, the 2 Black Ink disciples opened their eyes in unison, seemingly as if something had awoken and resonated between them. As their gazes met, they could both see the confusion in each other's eyes. What had they been doing all these years? Why would they willingly become the minions of the Black Ink clan? Why would they willingly turn their blades against the human race? How could the sins of this life be washed away by their mere deaths? Without need for words or deliberation, the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples emitted a brilliant light in the final throes of their life. Their extremely weak spiritual energy burst into flames all of a sudden, and as they supported each other, they shot across the strange empty space and charged straight into one of the Territory Lords. The Territory Lords were completely unguarded, with all of their attention focused on the soul-warming lotus, or rather, the 7th Order human hiding inside of it. These days, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would open his mouth and make a bunch of noise from time to time, annoying them to no end. Though it was annoying, the one thing that was giving hope to the Territory Lords was the fact that this guy's voice seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, as if he was on the verge of death. And yet he simply refused to die, clinging stubbornly to life from beginning to end. The Territory Lords were all sick of him. He wouldn't live either way, so couldn't he just make it quick? Burning the last bit of energy in their souls, the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples charged over, but the Territory Lords didn't notice them at all. It wasn't until they rammed into Hong Di, that he suddenly turned around with a livid expression and roared, "What are you doing?" If it were any ordinary 8th Order Black Ink disciples joining hands like this, then even Hong Di would not be able to withstand it if he was caught completely off guard. However, these two were too weak now. Even burning the last of their spiritual energy, ramming into Hong Di felt like they were doing no more than scratching an itch. Hong Di didn't even feel much impact from it. The flash of light dimmed, and the two figures relying on each other reappeared. However, at this moment, both Mu Nanfei and the other 8th Order Black Ink disciples' soul avatar were dull to the point of transparency, and they were fading quickly. It was clear that they were about to fade away. However, Mu Nanfei laughed, "A fitting death for us. Ancestors of great evolution paradise, this disciple will set off now." The other Black Ink disciple nodded, "Together, we shall go together." With those words, the two soul avatars faded completely, dissipating as if they had never existed before. The Territory Lords watched this scene in silence, deep frowns drawn between their brows. Though they lamented the loss of 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples, they were more curious about the reaction these two showed before death. It was quite strange. However, they were not given much time to ponder the issue as a powerful burst of spiritual energy was released at that moment, followed by the emergence of an extremely dangerous aura. The Territory Lords were all shocked and hurriedly turned back, only to see that the soul-warming lotus had opened up at some point, and the human who had caused them so much pain was standing in the middle of the blooming flower. Divine sense locking onto a Territory Lord, a golden light shot out. None of them had expected this human to rise up and make trouble for them at such a time, but what puzzled them more was the fact that this human did not seem weak in the slightest. His soul avatar was dense and solid, pervading with an imposing might, just short of glistening to show off his power. How could this be? The eyes of the Territory Lords almost popped out of their sockets. Even if he had the soul-warming lotus to nourish his soul, what could he do if his physical body failed to hold on? The 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples were the perfect example of that. However, looking at this human now, the past 3 years did not seem to have made a dent in his strength. This is impossible. Unlike his attacks from before, Yang Kai did not scream miserably this time, yet violent pain still shot through his soul avatar, as if his very being was being torn apart. He forced himself to bear with it only so that he could make this sudden attack, and the effects were remarkable. The attention of the Territory Lords were drawn to the strange actions of the 2 Black Ink disciples. And, further dulled by the preconceived notion that Yang Kai had no more power to fight, none of them kept their guard up. The first soul-rending thorn hit one of the soul avatars of the Territory Lord squarely, sinking in viciously, sending him flying back as he screamed, drawing distance between himself and Yang Kai. But could Yang Kai still have the energy to bother with him? A second soul-rending thorn was already targeting a different Territory Lord. He originally wished to attack Hong Di, as from their previous exchanges, it seemed that this Territory Lord was of a higher status than the others, so it would naturally be more meaningful to kill him off or at least severely injure him. Unfortunately, whether intentionally or not, Hong Di was now the furthest away from him. Yang Kai had no choice but to choose a closer, more certain target. As the second soul-rending thorn came out, the Territory Lords had also aimed a flurry of attacks at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai did not pay them the slightest mind. He had already summoned the soul-warming lotus to protect himself and was not as helpless as he was before, so why would he still have to fear the attacks of these Territory Lords? Violent spiritual energy collided with the soul-warming lotus, but only a seven-colored ripple appeared on its light halo before the attacks were completely dissipated. On the other hand, Yang Kai's second soul-rending thorn broke through the soul defenses of the Territory Lord in an instant, nailing straight into his body. However, he fared a little better than the first Territory Lord, for he had at least taken some precautions. The soul-rending thorn did not dig into his body completely, a small portion of it remaining outside, making it look as if he had been struck by an arrow. A similar howl of pain left the second Territory Lord's mouth though as he stumbled backwards, his soul stirring violently. Whether it be in its refinement or use, the soul-rending thorn had cost Yang Kai a great deal of energy to activate, so it was naturally very powerful. Its limitations were such that anyone who obtained it would only be able to use it as a one-time trump card, impossible to bring out again after one use. However, Yang Kai could use it over and over again thanks to the soul-warming lotus which would always repair his damaged soul. So what did it matter? Once they saw that Yang Kai had already released two soul-rending thorns, the remaining four unharmed Territory Lords finally breathed sighs of relief. Based on their past experiences, this human could at most use that strange artifact twice before becoming incapacitated. It was impossible for him to shoot out a third needle within a short period of time. Before they could even finish that thought though, a terrifying scene emerged. As Yang Kai opened his mouth, a third soul-rending thorn shot out like a golden light just as the Territory Lords began to relax. The timing was perfect. This strike was even more effective than the first and second ones as the soul-rending thorn shot straight into the soul avatar of a third Territory Lord, disappearing from sight. Another wail of horror broke out. Throughout the black ink nest space, soul auras fluctuated madly, from the three injured Territory Lords to the three unharmed Territory Lords, as well as Yang Kai's. It was pure chaos. Martial Peak, Chapter 5291, Each Side Retreats. After 3 years of silence, chaos suddenly broke out inside of the black ink nest space with the final blaze of the lives of two 8th Order black ink disciples as the starting signal. As their souls were damaged, the painful wails of 3 injured Territory Lords and Yang Kai's echoed in unison. The other 3 uninjured Territory Lords were all on high alert, none of them daring to lower their guards. Who knew if the human could launch a fourth attack? They had no idea what that artifact was, but it was something that even the Territory Lords could not defend against, to the point where it could almost be described as a sure hit. A long time passed before the Territory Lords gradually relaxed, because it seemed like the human really lacked the strength to attack again. Just from looking at his state, they could tell, for his soul avatar seemed to be warping constantly, as if it had sustained great damage. The glow of his soul avatar had also dimmed, like it was on the verge of collapsing. If not for the soul-warming lotus's protection, then such damage would have been enough to extinguish his soul entirely. Only then did the 3 Territory Lords dare to check on the injuries of their 3 companions. After a short while, all of them were frowning. Just like the conditions of the few Territory Lords who were hit in the past, the artifact was able to dig into and shred one's soul avatar. Moreover, it was extremely stubborn and difficult to expel in short order. Things suddenly became extremely tricky for them. Hongdi's face was so dark that the abyss would blush in shame. 6 territory lords and 4 8th Order Black Ink disciples, they had a whole 10 top masters equivalent to 10 8th Order human masters lying in ambush inside the Black Ink nest space, but the result? The 7th Order human was able to last until now, leaving them with 3 alive and 3 injured. The 4 Black Ink disciples had truly perished, without any chance of survival. Counting the 4 territory lords from the previous battles, there were now a total of 11 powerful masters who had either been killed or seriously injured by this one 7th Order human. Hongdi could not understand how things had come to this state. However, there was no point in getting entangled with this human any longer. Even 10 masters could not kill him, so what could they do now that only 3 territory lords remained unharmed? Were they going to wait until that human fully recovered and then wiped all of them out? That would be the epitome of foolishness. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the thought of withdrawing rose in Hongdi's heart. Among other things, he had to first get the 3 injured territory lords back so they could heal their souls. Indeed, the dead Black Ink disciples were a painful loss for the Black Ink clan, but to lose another 3 territory lords would really damage their foundation. However, the human seemed to be able to read his mind, and as soon as the thought came to Hongdi, the human who was wailing incessantly said through clenched teeth, "Want to run? If you dare to open this place, I'll immediately escape." Those words left Hongdi in a horrible mood, not knowing whether to go forward or retreat. There was no need to mention how aggravating that feeling was. Another territory lord howled in anger, "A petty human dares to act so impudently. You're just a trivial 7th Order brat. It's pure luck that you've lasted this long. How much longer do you think you can last?" Yang Kai snickered, "I'm afraid I won't last for long, but at the very least, I can hold longer than those 3. Why don't you place your bets?" The territory lord coldly snorted and said nothing more. There were only 2 choices for the territory lords at this point in the confrontation. First, they could ignore the life or death of their injured companions and continue fighting it out with Yang Kai. 3 years have passed, so even if this 7th Order human's body could hold out this long, he must be near his limit. It would be best if his world energy was depleted before the condition of their 3 peers deteriorated. However, the territory lords were concerned that this 7th Order human had some method to replenish his world force. If that wasn't the case, it did not make sense for him to be able to last 3 years. If that truly was the case, then wasting any more time with him would be pointless. The second choice was naturally to open up the Black Ink nest space so that both sides could retreat. However, that would mean that the Black Ink clan had put in all that effort and capital for nothing, and the 4 8th Order Black Ink disciples would also have died in vain. How could the territory lords bear to accept that? The 3 uninjured territory lords conversed through their divine senses for a moment, none of them knowing which choice to make. Inside of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was barely able to maintain a trace of mental clarity. Using the soul-rending thorn thrice in succession was no different than an insane test of his ability to cheat death, but it was a chance that he could not miss as he might never get it again. Currently, with his 7th Order open heaven realm cultivation, it would be amazing enough to be able to escape if he truly faced off against a single territory lord. If he wished to injure or even kill such a master, then favorable conditions and an advantageous position were required, along with a good deal of luck. However, in this Black Ink nest space, the number of territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples that he had either cut down or crippled already reached 11. Of course, that also meant he only had a single soul-rending thorn left of his original 12. This was the best chance he had to reduce the number of territory lords without taking too much of a risk. Whether it be for him or the human race, this was an extremely rare opportunity. Thus, Yang Kai was unwilling to leave before finding a way to use his final soul-rending thorn. Otherwise, how could he be in any mood to provoke the territory lords? Currently, the best way for him to describe his condition would be a life worse than death. Even the soul-warming lotus power was barely able to dampen the extreme pain he felt in his soul. In spite of his immense suffering, Yang Kai had no choice but to divert some of his attention to the Territory Lord's movements. Who knew whether they would open the black ink nest space or not? If, on the off chance, it did happen and he missed the timing, then he might truly be trapped here forever. Something else seemed to confuse him, but with his soul in such turmoil, he didn't have much energy to be thinking about anything else. As Yang Kai was in the middle of suffering, the three uninjured Territory Lords were also discussing their options. After only a short debate, the three Territory Lords decided to open the black ink nest space. As things stood, the human's physical body showed no signs of withering, otherwise, how could his soul avatar have been so full of energy just now? 3 years passed and there were still no obvious changes to his physical body. This seventh-order human must have some special trick that allowed him to maintain the world force of his small universe. If this went on, once he had a chance to restore himself, the three of them would be the unfortunate ones. Furthermore, the other three Territory Lords who were injured could not stay here any longer as this situation was only exacerbating their condition. Hong Di had an ugly look on his face as he could almost imagine the Royal Lord's fury when he found out about this debacle. The withdrawal of his army from Great Evolution Pass, and his abandonment of his own black ink nest could be said to have been forced, and the Royal Lord was also responsible since it was his order, so the blame could not be put on him. However, this failure was likely going to affect Hong Di's position in the Black Ink clan, but what else could they do now that things had come to this? Since they finished their discussion, there was no need to delay things. The black ink nest space was sealed off by a special technique, and unsealing it was not a difficult task. The Territory Lords just had to use the same technique to open it again. However, while they were opening the black ink nest space, the Territory Lords took precautions and opened it for just a brief moment. The three uninjured Territory Lords escaped with their injured compatriots at the same time, then they quickly sealed off the black ink nest space again. They hoped that the human would not be able to react in time and then be trapped inside, however, the results were bound to disappoint them. Hong Di had clearly seen the seventh-order human make a quick escape as they were leaving. The entire black ink nest space became empty in an instant without any signs of life left behind. At the universe fragment where the black ink nest was located, Yang Kai woke with a stifled grunt. Gong Lian, who had been watching over him from the side, came over immediately and helped Yang Kai steady himself while shouting, "Honored Master, Brother Yang is awake." Oh, Yang Lai breathed a deep sigh, "Brat, you're finally back. You really scared me this time." Saying so, he stuffed a large handful of spirit pills into Yang Kai's mouth as if they were common candies. Yang Kai did not even have the energy to thank him and quickly refined and absorbed the pills. Only after watching his condition stabilize slowly did Yang Lai let out a sigh of relief. He gave his disciple a look with his eyes, signaling for him to come out of the black ink nest with him. "What are your orders, honored master?" Gong Lian asked curiously. Yang Lai said, "Go back to the pass and report to the old ancestor. Tell her that Yang Kai has made a safe return." After receiving the order, Gong Lian left quickly. As he watched his disciples back, Yang Lai's tense heart finally relaxed, not because Yang Kai was able to return safely, but because of the old ancestor. Since Yang Kai's soul entered the black ink nest space, he had not returned for 3 years, a fact that could not be hidden from the old ancestor. Everyone knew that something must have happened to Yang Kai in the black ink nest, otherwise, he couldn't have been trapped inside for so long, but nobody knew what happened exactly. They could only guess that the Black Ink clan must have used some sort of trick to seal off the black ink nest space, preventing Yang Kai from returning. It was not known how the news had reached the old ancestor's ears, but when it did, she immediately declared she would visit the royal city to ask about the situation. A panicked Mi Jingluan hurriedly tried to stop her. He knew that the old ancestor would not just show her aura from afar to taunt the royal lord like she had done before. If she really did go there now, then she would definitely attack the royal city to put pressure on the Black Ink clan to see if she could help Yang Kai out of his predicament. Even if she was an old ancestor, to attack the royal city alone still bore serious risk. How could Mi Jingluan allow that to happen? He immediately negotiated with the old ancestor, and they finally agreed to wait 3 years to see whether or not things would change. If Yang Kai still did not return after 3 years, then the Great Evolution Army would join the old ancestor to attack the royal city. The reason why they decided on 3 years was because Mi Jingluan had received news from Yang Lai that it would take around 3 years of time for Yang Kai's soul to recover after each attack. According to Mi Jingluan's estimation, the stalemate would definitely break once Yang Kai's soul was able to recover. And now, that did seem to be the case. As soon as the 3-year limit hit, Yang Kai's soul returned. Yang Lai was naturally in a hurry to send Gong Lian to Great Evolution Pass to report the matter. In case the army really was mobilized and the soldiers followed the old ancestor to attack the royal city, it would be difficult for them to revert that decision. Sometimes, Yang Lai wanted to cut Mi Jingluan's head open to see what was inside. How could he be so far-sighted and always know what others did not? However, he did not feel discouraged since to him, everyone had their own strengths. At the very least, charging through enemy lines was his strength, something that Mi Jingluan could not replicate. Moreover, he was manlier than Mi Jingluan. News of Yang Kai's soul returning quickly reached Great Evolution Pass, and the old ancestor, who was ready to mobilize her troops and spur her horse, asserted that she wished to make a trip to the royal city to visit the royal lord and thank him for taking care of her subordinate for the past 3 years. Mi Jingluan was unable to stop her this time, nor did he even try to. Since Yang Kai was fine, then the old ancestor would surely act more prudently. Martial Peak, Chapter 5292, Can't Enter. Another 3 years went by in the blink of an eye, and the trauma on Yang Kai's soul finally recovered. The successive recoveries after heavy injuries actually increased his soul's strength by about 10% compared to just over a decade ago. If Yang Kai's spiritual energy was comparable to that of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had just advanced a dozen years ago, then his spiritual energy was now on par with an established 8th Order Master. This was indeed a shortcut to cultivating one's soul, a shortcut that belonged only to Yang Kai. Without the soul-warming lotus protection, anyone trying to use the same technique would just be digging their own grave. However, Yang Kai never wanted to cultivate in such a way again after experiencing that much pain. It was simply inhumane torture. He would not consider using such a method to raise his spiritual energy unless he was left with absolutely no other choice one day. 12 soul-rending thorns, 10 years of time, entering and leaving the Black Ink nest thrice. As many as 11 Territory Lord equivalent masters either died or were seriously injured at his hands. It was an unprecedented feat in all of history. There were no Open Heaven Realm Masters who could replicate this feat in the 7th Order or even the 8th Order. But Yang Kai knew that the greatest reason why he could achieve such a feat was thanks to the soul-warming lotus. He did not achieve it because of his own strength, so even though the results were great, he did not dare to be arrogant. If he underestimated the Black Ink clan too much, then he would be the one to suffer a loss in the future. Right now, there was another matter for him to consider, and it was the strange reactions displayed by the 2 Black Ink disciples at the final moment inside of the Black Ink nest space. Yang Kai had noticed the unusual reactions of the 2 Black Ink disciples back then, but he was in no mood to contemplate such a thing at that time. He just instinctively seized the best moment to strike and unleashed a soul-rending thorn, severely injuring a territory lord. Then, after 3 soul-rending thorns were used, Yang Kai's soul was so unstable and he was in such miserable pain that he simply had no energy to be thinking about anything else. Now that the damage to his soul had been restored, he naturally recalled the strange movements shown by the 2 Black Ink disciples at the end of their lives. There were all sorts of signs that indicated that the 2 Black Ink disciples had recovered their true natures when their souls were about to dissipate. Otherwise, there was no way that they would launch an attack on the territory lords. Only, they were already too weak at that time, so even if they joined forces, their hasty attack still failed to deal any sort of damage. How did they break free from the black ink strength's corruption and restore their true natures? After some thought, Yang Kai had a vague feeling that there could only be one explanation. The reason why those two black ink disciples died was not because they were injured or some other reason, but because their small universes had collapsed due to their world force being drained by the black ink nest over a long period. Black ink strength corrupted the foundation of an open heaven realm master, which meant their small universe, which in turn overrode their minds. Since the small universe which had been corrupted had already collapsed, then the foundation that the black ink strength affected was already gone. So, at the end of their lives, they were able to recover their identities as humans and made a sudden attack against a territory lord. That must have been why they were laughing so unreservedly and so happily before their deaths. For a black ink disciple, such a death was undoubtedly the greatest release they could have from life. Yang Kai had heard that the Black Ink clan had left behind over 100 7th Order Black Ink disciples when they withdrew from Great Evolution Pass, as was agreed with Mi Jingluan. Even Xiang Shan and the others had no idea how they were going to deal with these Black Ink disciples, so in the end, they had no choice but to ask for the old ancestor's instructions. Even though the old ancestor was a woman, she had a firm heart and decisive will. With one move, the over 100 Black Ink disciples were executed. The old ancestor seemed to have used an inexplicable power then to return the 7th Order Black Ink disciples to their senses for a brief moment, allowing them to die as humans in Great Evolution Pass. This was the best way to honor the warriors who fought against the Black Ink clan all those years ago. The fall of the two 8th Order Black Ink disciples was different from those of 7th Order Black Ink disciples at Great Evolution Pass, but it was also similar at the same time. Yang Kai was relieved that at the very least, they died a worthy death. If they truly died on the battlefield as Black Ink disciples, then they would have died muddle-headed. Their final attack may not have brought any harm to the territory lord, but it did create a good opportunity for Yang Kai to strike. In that respect, they could be considered to have fought alongside Yang Kai. At the sound of footsteps, Yang Kai looked up to see Ouyang Lai approaching. Ouyang Lai had come over from time to check on him recently just to see how he was recovering from his injuries. Without interrupting, he would just take a glance and leave. Every time he came, the condition of Yang Kai's soul became better. Even after experiencing it twice, Ouyang Lai had to admit that the soul-warming lotus was truly invaluable when it came to matters of the soul. With such a supreme treasure, would one still have to worry about injuring their soul? You look full of energy, kid. You even look like you're glowing. Have you recovered? Ouyang Lai joked. Yang Kai got up. This junior is fine now. Then, he bowed, many thanks for standing guard for me, sir. Ouyang Lai waved his hand, it's nothing. Actually, I have a question to ask you. Please ask away, sir. Ouyang Lai moved closer with a curious look on his face. After all those years going in and out, how many territory lords did you do in? Yang Kai's face twitched slightly. Without bothering to question Ouyang Lai's crass use of words, he answered honestly, 2 territory lords during the first round, and another 2 during the second. The third round, I managed to get 4 8th Order Black Ink disciples and 3 territory lords. 11 altogether. Ouyang Lai's eyes widened as he listened, thinking back to the battle back then where he nearly lost his life charging into an army of tens of thousands only to cut down a single territory lord. Yet Yang Kai's back-and-forth venture netted him 11 casualties. There was simply no comparison. As he looked at the young face in front of him, Ouyang Lai sighed inwardly, feeling like a small wave about to be swallowed up by a giant tsunami coming from behind. But more than that, he was relieved. Only when the latter wave becomes successful would they, the front waves, have no lack of worthy successors. Ouyang Lai did not know how exactly the battle went on inside of the Black Ink nest space, but he had also heard some scattered information from Mi Jingluan over the years and learned that Yang Kai was able to achieve this level of success seemingly because of a strange artifact that was given to him by the old ancestor, complemented by the soul-warming lotus. This was something that no other cultivator could emulate. Yang Kai added, "It is certain that the 4 Black Ink disciples perished, but this junior is unsure about the conditions of the 7 territory lords." Yang Lai broke out in laughter. "At least one of them must be dead. Previously, I heard your martial uncle me mention that the old ancestor just happened to feel the aura of a territory lord perishing during one of her visits to the royal city to see their royal lord, and there might have been more than just one death." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, this junior's efforts over the years have not been in vain. Sir has come at a good time today. I was just about to make another visit to the Black Ink nest space and require Sir's protection again." Yang Lai's face turned serious. "Boy, one does not play the same trick thrice. After going back and forth from the Black Ink nest, you've killed a total of 11 already. It's too risky to continue. We've already taken a huge advantage of them, so the Black Ink clan will surely be targeting us." Yang Kai shook his head. "Rest assured, sir. If this junior's guess is correct, then we may not need to fight the Black Ink clan this time." Of course, he wasn't afraid even if he did have to fight. He still had one last soul-rending thorn that he was itching to use. "What do you mean?" Yang Lai was confused. Yang Kai explained, "It isn't that this junior is trying to hide anything, it's merely a guess at this point. I don't dare to be sure, but we'll know after another visit." Yang Lai looked deeply at him for a moment, feeling at a loss over whether he should let him continue or not. Yang Kai followed up, "If this junior does not return within a few days, then I must have encountered the royal lord inside the Black Ink nest space. In that event, I will need to ask Sir to please inform the old ancestor and ask her to rescue me." The territory lords were unable to do anything to him, so if they were truly planning to fight, then the royal lord would have to come out personally. However, the royal lord had also been going through hard times during these years. His wounds were not getting any better and he still had to be wary of old ancestor Xiao Xiao showing up randomly at his doorstep, so where would he find the time to deal with him? So, Yang Kai felt that it was unlikely for him to be attacked this time. Yang Lai's mouth twitched. "You really don't stand on ceremony, but that's fine. I'll allow you to go, but you must be careful. If things go awry, withdraw immediately. Don't go quiet on me again for years like last time." "I will remember." Yang Kai bowed in response and then circulated the power within his small universe, opening it, allowing the Black Ink nest to devour his world force. With the world force as a bridge, he connected his consciousness to the Black Ink nest's consciousness and prepared to enter the Black Ink nest space. After a moment, Yang Lai looked curiously at him. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai blinked his eyes and turned to look at him. "I can't enter." "What do you mean you can't enter?" Yang Lai was completely flabbergasted. Yang Kai said, "I can't enter the Black Ink nest space anymore. Previously, when this junior's consciousness connected to the Black Ink nests, I would immediately arrive at the space, but now it seems to have disappeared." "Truly?" Yang Lai was astonished. "Let me try." Yang Kai did not stop him either and withdrew his power, allowing Yang Lai to try. After a few moments, Yang Lai had a surprised look on his face. "I really can't get inside. But how could this be?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment. "There can only be one explanation for this situation." "What is it?" "Our Black Ink nest has been cut off by the Black Ink clan. In other words, the Black Ink clan has severed all connection with the Black Ink nest in our possession." "Can the Black Ink clan do such a thing?" Yang Lai was astonished. Yang Kai explained, "Based on this junior's understanding, the situation of the Black Ink nest space is as such. Each Black Ink nest has its own consciousness, but it doesn't have a will, so it cannot be considered alive. The consciousness of the Black Ink nest can take the form of a strange space that acts as a platform for the Black Ink nest spawn from it to communicate with each other and to exchange information. For example, in Great Evolution Theater, the consciousness of the Royal Lord Black Ink nest is the highest-ranking platform that allows all mid-rank Black Ink nest's consciousnesses to enter it. Similarly, the consciousness of our mid-rank black ink nest can also be a platform that can allow low-rank blank ink nests spawned from it to enter. Of course, we do not have any low-rank black ink nests, so we are unable to ascertain that. The relationship between the mid-rank black ink nest and the high-rank black ink nest is that of subordinate and superior. The former is derived from the latter, and the latter, I'm afraid, has complete control and domination over the former. If the latter has the intention of severing the link with the former completely, then it may not be impossible, otherwise, there is no other way to explain the situation we have at hand. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5293, Creating a Black Ink Nest. Upon hearing this, Yang Lai was silent for a moment. It's like a woman who gave birth to a bunch of sons, and one of them brought home some unwelcome guests to cause trouble, which angered the woman, so she expelled him from the household and cut off their relationship. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That sounds about right. Yang Lai laughed. I think I understand now. Just like Big Head Me, if you speak in a roundabout way, it's easy to get someone confused. Yang Kai answered readily. It was this junior who was not considerate enough. Yang Lai waved his hand. So that means that the Black Ink clan have completely given up on this mid-rank black ink nest in our hands? Yang Kai nodded. That should be the case. Yang Lai guffawed. Truly, we were wearing out iron shoes while seeking our feet, but now we ended up getting it without any effort instead. As early as when Mi Jing Luan requested the Black Ink clan to leave this black ink nest behind, he had intentions of building an intelligence network for the human race through it. Only, even if it was him, he would never have expected that the Black Ink clan would put up such a fierce struggle with them over the black ink nest, unwilling to back down in the slightest. As a result, there was nothing they could do about it. After 10 years, Yang Kai's efforts have caused the Black Ink clan to give up on the black ink nest on their own initiative, which means that Mi Jing Luan has now more or less achieved what he initially intended to do. Yang Kai was also surprised since he had only acted to deal with those territory lords. He never thought that they would end up taking over this black ink nest completely as well. The Royal Lord Black Ink Nest may have completely severed its connection with this mid-rank Black Ink Nest, which was in the hands of the humans. However, the mid-rank Black Ink Nest did not wither away as a result of it. The crux of the matter was that this connection could be severed. Though the space created by the Royal Lord Black Ink Nest could deny access to this mid-rank Black Ink Nest, the hierarchical relationship between superior and subordinate could never be broken. In other words, as long as the Black Ink Nest in the royal city was not destroyed, then nothing would happen to this Black Ink Nest in their hands. Big Head Me will be ecstatic once he hears the news. I'll go and tell him now. Yang Lai left after saying so. After he left, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness again, opening up his small universe and connecting it to the Black Ink Nest's consciousness. Even though he could no longer enter the space created by the Royal Lord Black Ink Nest's consciousness, there were no problems when it came to connecting to the consciousness of the Black Ink Nest he was inside. Moreover, he no longer had to put his guard up in preparation for any possible attacks. Without any disturbance, Yang Kai easily brought the entire Black Ink Nest under his control. As his thoughts shifted, it was as if the Black Ink Nest had become his arms and legs, with all of its functions and abilities within his grasp. Yang Kai had, after all, many experiences before. Not to mention the Black Ink Nest before him now, even back in the Black Ink clan's territory, he had connected to the consciousness of countless Black Ink Nests, so he was no stranger to it. Only, he was in no mood to mess with anything else back then, so he did not probe too deeply into the Black Ink Nest's capabilities. But now, things were different. The humans were trying to make use of this Black Ink Nest to create their own information network. So, naturally, the more he could find out about it, the better. A short while later, Yang Kai had more or less figured out all the Black Ink Nest's functions. Though, unlike the last time, preparations to create a subnest was not as readily set up. In a flash, he arrived at the Black Ink pool and poured a large amount of resources into it as he controlled the Black Ink Nest inwardly to absorb and refine the power within the resources. The Black Ink pool was a very important place for every Black Ink Nest. It was also the source of its power, so no matter what resources were put into it, they could quickly be turned into nutrients for the black ink nest. With these nutrients, the black ink nest could spawn new black ink clansmen or subnests. Even when it came to the strange mental soul space, energy was required to maintain it. Of course, Yang Kai would not spawn black ink clansmen using the black ink nest, he only wanted to obtain a subnest. He needed a subnest for his small universe so that he could familiarize the disciples of the Void Dao Temple with the black ink clan's special characteristics early on. The human race also required a large number of subnests to create its intelligence network. At the same time, he also wanted to confirm his and Ouyang Lai's guess from earlier. He wanted to see whether a higher-class black ink nest was truly able to sever its connection with one of its subnests and whether that connection could be restored afterwards. If the connection couldn't be restored, then that would naturally be a good thing for the humans. It would mean that they could rest assured and use the black ink nest in the future. If the connection could be restored, then they would have to tread carefully. After all, nobody could tell when the black ink clan would suddenly restore the connection and try to spy on the human race's communications. It would also be no small matter if they were to suddenly attack the humans standing by inside of the black ink nest. Under Yang Kai's control, the mass of resources in the black ink pool was quickly refined, and all of its energy was directed towards the surrounding flesh walls. Soon, a tumor bulged out from one part of the flesh wall. With only a glance at the tumor, Yang Kai could not bear to look at it any longer. This couldn't be helped as he could already feel very clearly that what was coming out of the tumor was not the subnest that he wanted, but a black ink clansman. The first attempt was a failure. Yang Kai was not discouraged. He killed the black ink clansman before it was even fully birthed and tried again. After several failed attempts, a new aura appeared inside the black ink nest. It was Mi Jingluan who had rushed over after receiving the news. He was not alone, however. Xiang Shan and Li Jiping, the two army commanders, came with him. Including Ouyang Lai, all 4 army commanders of the Great Evolution Army were now gathered in this place. It could be seen how much importance the higher-ups placed on the black ink nest from this alone. Yang Kai had no choice but to put his attempts on hold and went forward to greet them. They had already heard the gist of the situation from Ouyang Lai, so when they saw the situation here, they knew that Yang Kai must be trying to create a subnest. Xiang Shan asked at once, "How is it progressing?" Yang Kai shook his head, "I have tried a few times, but have not succeeded so far." Xiang Shan nodded, "If the black ink clan can produce a subnest, then there's no reason why we can't. If a few tries aren't enough, then just keep at it. One matter should not bother 2 men. I will leave you to deal with the black ink nest and wait for you to create a subnest." "Understood," Yang Kai responded. Lu Jiping was encouraging, "Do a good job, and if you succeed, I will personally ask the old ancestor to grant you more merits." Yang Kai answered humbly, "This junior is merely attending to his responsibilities and dares not take credit for the work done." Mi Jingluan laughed, "You've basically injured or killed 11 territory lord level figures in 10 years. If such an outstanding feat is not rewarded, then it would seem as if our Great Evolution Army has no order. Think about it and see if there's anything that you want. Once matters here are settled, you may come forward with your request, and as long as it's not excessive, we will satisfy it." There wasn't anything that Yang Kai wanted, other than the subnest. All his previous actions were aimed at that goal to begin with. However, since Mi Jingluan had already spoken, Yang Kai did not drag things out any further and just thanked him. Xiang Shan also asked about Yang Kai's struggle with the territory lords inside of the black ink nest space over the past few years. Naturally, Yang Kai explained everything to them without concealing any details. The army commanders listened with raised brows, even Ouyang Lai. Even though he knew the outcome, he had never asked Yang Kai the details of the fight. It was only now that he realized just how devious Yang Kai's method of attack was. Even they would not have been able to resist it if they were the territory lords. Unless they gave up on the black ink nest, there was simply no solution for them in this matter. One does not play the same trick thrice was true for Yang Kai, but also for the Black Ink clan. After Yang Kai entered and left the Black Ink nest space thrice in a row, they made a firm decision to give up. They did not have too many territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples left to lose after all. Repairs were still going on in Great Evolution Pass, and the army commanders were also busy. After leaving matters here in Ouyang Lai and Yang Kai's hands, Xiang Shan and the others soon left. Ouyang Lai was a hands-off type of person, so the task of breeding a Black Ink nest subnest was left to Yang Kai, and he did not refuse that responsibility either. However, the inner sanctum was quick to move over a large amount of resources for this matter. After all, Yang Kai was already putting in the work, so it would be unreasonable to have him contribute the materials as well. With the support of these resources, Yang Kai could rest assured and continue his attempts with increased boldness. After failing again and again, Yang Kai finally got a hang of the process. When his consciousness was connected to the Black Ink nest's consciousness, he could control the entire Black Ink nest and use it to move the energy output of the Black Ink pool. The countless pits on the Black Ink nest's flesh wall were where the Black Ink clansmen were born. If the Black Ink nest's energy was directed to these pits, then naturally, new Black Ink clansmen would be born. However, if all the energy was concentrated in the Black Ink pool and not allowed to flow out, then once the energy reserves reached a certain level, a subnest would be created. Yang Kai had to fail many times before finding this technique. Previously, he had been trying to find where the subnests were created, and since the pits were the breeding grounds for the Black Ink clan, he assumed that the subnest would also be born from one of them. In the end, he realized that something was not right about that speculation, and it turned out that the subnests were actually spawned from the Black Ink pool itself. After having found the solution, things were simple from there. With a lot of resources invested, Yang Kai constantly gathered the Black Ink nest's energy inside of the Black Ink pool, and at a certain point, the liquid in the pool began to form waves as if something was about to rise out of it. Under Yang Kai's perception, he could clearly feel that it was a new subnest. The black water parted, and a black growth resembling a flower bud emerged, just like the subnest that he saw back then at Jia Gu feudal lord's place. Yang Kai carefully picked it up and breathed a sigh of relief for a job well done. However, when he considered how many resources it took to create this subnest, he could not help but feel speechless inside. It was no wonder why the feudal lords who had their own Black Ink nests would treat them with such importance, and why most of the feudal lords had no Black Ink nest of their own. The cost to create a subnest was not small, so only a few feudal lords had the capital to afford one. Moreover, this was only a low-rank subnest. It was not hard to imagine just how much it would cost to create a mid-rank Black Ink nest. It would probably cost several dozen to 100 times the amount of resources. Ouyang Lai rushed over after receiving the news, and as he looked at the subnest in Yang Kai's hand, not even as large as one's palm, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Is this what a Black Ink nest looks like when it's just been spawned? Indeed. I've seen one before in the hands of a feudal lord, and it is no different. What is the next step? Ouyang Lai asked. Yang Kai answered, even though the Black Ink nest has been created, it still requires a significant amount of resources to nurture it. I intend to place this one inside my small universe to observe. If all goes well, then more subnests can be bred for the creation of our intelligence network. Good. Ouyang Lai nodded. Yang Kai was not afraid of being corrupted by Black Ink strength, so it did not matter if the Black Ink nest was placed inside of his small universe. No one else would not have the guts to do such a thing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5294, Worship Day. The humans simply knew too little about the Black Ink nests, and were ignorant in many ways in regards to them. Take the last time for example. If Yang Kai had not entered the Black Ink nest space alone and caused the territory lords to suffer huge losses with the help of his soul-warming lotus and soul-rending thorns, then the humans would not have known that a higher-rank Black Ink nest could cut off connection with their lower-rank subnests. The black ink nests were the foundation of the black ink clan. If they could uncover all the secrets of the black ink nests, then the human race may have less to lose against the black ink clan in the future. The mid-rank black ink nest in the possession of the Great Evolution Army was particularly valuable for that purpose. Inside of his small universe, Yang Kai found a suitable area to plant the low-rank subnest before using his world force to seal off a large area around its vicinity, creating a kind of forbidden zone. In this manner, none of the living beings inside of his small universe, whether they be part of the human race or the small stone race, could possibly get close to the black ink nest, which also prevented it from being damaged unnecessarily. There was less to worry about with the human race, as even if they did approach it by accident, it was unlikely for them to raise their hands against this strange thing. However, it was hard to say what the small stone race would do. This was a race with low sentience and acted entirely based on their instinct. Heavens know what reaction they would have if they ever saw the black ink nest. Incubating the black ink nest was not difficult. Back then, Yang Kai saw how Zha Gu was able to grow his own black ink nest, so he had some idea of what he had to do. In fact, when he brought the low-rank black ink nest into his small universe, Yang Kai had already sensed something unusual about it. From his knowledge of black ink nests accumulated over the years, he could almost conclude that the black ink nests were living things rather than inanimate objects. That was because each black ink nest possessed a consciousness of their own, only that it had no will. If it was a living thing, then it should naturally have its own instincts. The black ink nest's instinct was to devour all kinds of energy to turn it into nutrients for itself, especially world force, which for it, was considered the greatest delicacy in the world. Naturally, there was no lack of world force inside of Yang Kai's small universe, so it was not strange for the black ink nest to react after arriving at this place. Yang Kai did not try and suppress it, but rather allowed the nest to devour the energy. As his madly world force drained away, the black ink nest, which was not even the size of a palm before, could be seen growing at a visible rate. And, perhaps due to how pure and rich Yang Kai's world force was, the speed at which the black ink nest grew far surpassed that of the growth rate he saw with Zha Gu back then. After just a few days inside of the small universe, the black ink nest had already grown to the height of a man. A few more days passed, and it was already many meters tall. More days passed, and it reached as tall as a tall building, and one had to crane their necks to look upon it. In a month, the small black ink nest had grown to a gigantic size. Even though it could continue to grow, Yang Kai could perceive that no matter what, it couldn't grow as fast as it did before. At the very most, it would only increase in size a little bit at a time. Once it reached this point, it was more or less ready. Controlling his world force, Yang Kai poured it inside, and the black ink nest resembling a large flower bud expanded and contracted, spreading out rich black ink strength in all directions. If Yang Kai did not restrict it, then this black ink strength would surely spread out to cover his entire small universe, and if that were to happen, all the living beings inside would surely suffer. All of the humans and the small stone race would likely transform into black ink disciples. However, as this place was his small universe and with the assistance of the World Tree clone, he could control everything with a single thought. The large area he had previously sealed off with his power was the limit of where the black ink strength could spread. This was also the place where he was going to raise some black ink clansmen, and where they would live. Only when the entire area became suitable for the survival of the black ink clan did Yang Kai stop and begin using the black ink nest to nurture some black ink clansmen. Inside of the small universe, the current Void Dao Temple was thriving with the elite cultivators from across the entire Void continent gathered in one place, each of them a rarely seen talent in the outside world. In fact, if their talent was low, then they would not have even been able to enter the Void Dao Temple to begin with. The Dao Temple had more resources than any sect in the world and provided cultivators an excellent environment for training. There was also a vast collection of books that were inaccessible to the common man. The entire Void Dao Temple had already become a self-sustaining entity of his own after being in operation for thousands of years. The spiritual source of the Dao Temple was, of course, Dao Lord Yang Kai, whose small universe was rumored to be the entire void continent, and that everyone was living inside of his small universe. Though they revered him, the Tao Lord was only a legendary figure to them. The ones in charge of the Tao Temple on the surface were the Temple Master and Deacons, whose aptitudes may not be better than the disciples of the Tao Temple, but they excelled in terms of life experience. All of them were Emperor Realm Masters originating from the top great forces of the Void Continent, so they were mature and stable seniors, responsible in handling some of the Tao Temple's administrative matters. Generally, the Temple Master and the Deacons did not interfere with the cultivation of the Tao Temple's disciples, and to tell the truth, they were oftentimes unable to even manage them. That was because of the gap present between them, whether in terms of talent or current strength. Most of the time, the only thing they could do was provide care in their daily lives and also logistical assistance. From a certain point on, a new tradition was born in the Tao Temple. At the end of every year, the disciples of the Tao Temple would burn incense and pray to the Tao Lord Yang Kai's statue under the leadership of the Temple Master and the Deacons for the good fortune of the disciples of the Tao Temple in the coming year. The huge and majestic statue which stood at the center of the square inside of the Void Tao Temple was said to be crafted by the hands of the first Temple Master. It was because the Temple Master of that generation had seen the Tao Lord with his own eyes. That day of every year was also the one filled with most excitement in the Tao Temple. As long as one did not have important matters to attend to or was in secluded retreat, they would generally be present. It was a day of both incense burning and worship. Thousands of disciples, led by the Temple Master and Deacons, burned incense and bowed down to pray in order. The disciples were all looking forward to the exciting days to come after this. That was because the day after prayer day was always a time for the disciples to step onto the field and spar with each other, testing the results of what they had learnt during the year. Especially for those who had not been inducted into the Tao Temple for long and whose abilities were still not very strong, they needed to make good use of these few days, as it was a time when they could seek out their seniors to ask for advice on cultivation. Usually, these powerful seniors were all in retreat, so they couldn't be found even if they wanted to seek them out. At the same time, the Tao Temple's shopping district would also be open for the disciples to pick up anything they fancied. Burning incense and praying had now become a major festival in the Void Tao Temple, affecting the entire Void Continent along with it. On this day, the sound of gongs and drums reverberated through the sky with great festivity. As was always the case in previous years, everything progressed without a hitch. However, just as the ritual was coming to a close, an unnatural wave of energy suddenly spread out. Everyone in the square looked up in shock as if they had been drawn in by something, all looking up at the statue. What they saw shook their hearts. This couldn't be helped, as the eyes of the statue, which was supposed to be inanimate, were now glowing and filled with spirituality. It was as if the entire statue had come to life. Everyone felt as if they were being watched silently as the statue's gaze swept over them. A commotion broke out instantly among the crowd. Is the Tao Lord making an appearance? Not to mention the ordinary disciples of the Tao Temple, even the Temple Master and Deacons themselves had no idea what was happening. In the midst of the confusion, a powerful divine sense exploded in everyone's minds, transmitting a message to them. Void Continent, the Black Ink clan has invaded. If left alone, life will perish and the world will collapse. Disciples of the Tao Temple must set an example. It is your inescapable duty to slay the Black Ink clan and destroy evil. The same words were repeated 3 times. When the crowd came back to their senses, the statue returned to normal. After a few moments of silence, the disciples broke out into an uproar, discussing in groups with divine senses passing to and fro. Many of the Tao Temple's disciples were in the Emperor realm, so they could naturally guess that the Tao Lord must have transmitted a message to them through the statue. This could almost be said to be the Tao Lord's guidance. However, Black Ink clan in the Void Continent? The Tao Temple had some knowledge of the Black Ink clan and knew that the Tao Lord was currently in the midst of a great war with the Black Ink clan, and the cultivators who walked out of this Void Continent would also join the battle alongside the Tao Lord while facing the risk of losing their lives at any moment. Anyone without that awareness was in no position to make that step. However, they never imagined that the enemy would one day appear in this void world. Could their Tao Lord have fallen into an unfavorable position in his fight outside, thus causing his small universe to be infested by the Black Ink clan? No one knew the answer, but the message from the Tao Lord was still clearly guiding them, pointing in a certain direction. The Tao Temple's temple master and deacons briefly conferred with each other and decided to follow the lead to see what was going on. A few moments later, 3 figures took to the skies, heading in the direction where the Tao Lord had pointed them in, while the rest of the deacons stayed behind to pacify the many disciples. Some days later, the 3 figures who set off from the Tao Temple stopped and gazed at the murky void in the distance. That place seemed as if it had been stained with ink, with an immensely evil power surging inside of it. The oldest of them, the Temple Master, muttered, "The peaceful days of the Void Continent are over." Even from such a great distance, the malevolence of the black power there could be felt, so what would it be like if they were to face it personally? The deacon on the left was thoughtful. The Void Continent has been peaceful since the advent of the Tao Temple, and the disciples are lacking in hardship during their training. This may be an opportunity to change that. Before the advent of the Void Tao Temple, battle was quite common on the continent, with each major sect vying for territory, talents, and resources. Large fights would often break out, and even the eradication of an entire sect was a common occurrence. One can say that though the average realm of the cultivators on the Void Continent back then was low and gifted people were rare, many heroes fought bravely and fiercely. However, since the emergence of the Void Tao Temple, all of the cultivators on the continent put their focus on the Tao Temple and were most proud that their disciples could be chosen by it. Who would care about other trivial matters? It was good that there were no large-scale wars, since that meant fewer people suffered and died. However, this was not an entirely good thing either, since the cultivators raised in such an environment would lack the insight and honing of trials of life and death. No matter how high their cultivations became, if they did not encounter any great difficulties along the way, then it would also be hard to entrust them with serious and dangerous missions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5295, Tempering. Many years ago, some of the Tao Temple's elders realized this problem, but there was no suitable way for them to solve it. They could not just pick an excuse for the Tao Temple's disciples to kill each other, right? Even if there was some tension between the large sects, they would simply exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk upon the intervention of the Tao Temple's disciples' mediation. After all, every sect now more or less had a few disciples who were cultivating in the Tao Temple. The appearance of the Black Ink clan might solve that problem. The old temple master said thoughtfully, "Do you mean to say that this situation is the Tao Lord's intention?" The deacon quickly waved his hands. "A trivial person like me dares not speculate on the Tao Lord's thoughts. I was just putting it forth as I see it." The temple master pondered for a moment and said nothing more. As the deacon said, the appearance of the Black Ink clan in the Void Continent may not be a bad thing. The disciples of the Tao Temple could make use of it to hone themselves in the future. The deacon who spoke earlier looked left and right before saying, "This is a suitable place to set up a base. If we can build a defense line here, then with the Tao Temple's disciples as the main force and the major sects providing auxiliary support, we can stop the spread of the Black Ink clan and protect the peace of Void Continent's mortals." The temple master nodded lightly, "Very good." With the decision made, one of the 3 men stayed behind to monitor the movements of the Black Ink clan while the others hurried back to the Tao Temple. Immediately afterwards, the entire Void Tao Temple was mobilized. The Tao Temple's disciples came from all corners of the Void Continent, so as soon as they were mobilized, the forces of the sects behind them would also begin to move. In less than a month's time, a towering fortress was built in the open lands, facing the Black Ink clan. As if by some divine providence, a large batch of oddly shaped monsters covered in the color of black ink came to attack as soon as construction was complete. The Void Continent's cultivators had known of the existence of the Black Ink for many years, but this was the first time they had seen them, even though these Black Ink clansmen were just serfs who were hardly worth mentioning in the outside world. During the battle, the Tao Temple's disciples charged forward and felled many enemies. However, it was unavoidable for there to be some who were accidentally tainted by black ink strength out of carelessness. Those who were corrupted by black ink strength all lost their wills and began siding with the enemy. At this time, the Tao Lord passed down another decree, granting them the refining techniques for the purifying black ink pill. It was only by countering the black ink strength with this method that they were able to avert danger. After several victories, the Tao Temple's disciples wanted to make a counterattack to cut off the problem at its source, but the black ink strength was so dangerous that it was difficult to progress, thus they were forced to abort their plans to launch a counteroffensive halfway through and retreat to the fortress to gather their strength. Years went by with this pattern continuing. Yang Kai opened his eyes. The situation in his small universe had already stabilized, and with the energy supplied by his own small universe, the low-rank black ink nest was able to produce a steady stream of new black ink clansmen. Once they reached a certain level of strength, they would attack the human defense line and further hone the Tao Temple's disciples. These black ink clansmen were not very strong at the moment. After all, their growth period had been too short, so the Tao Temple disciples were enough to deal with them with ease. However, as time passed, stronger and stronger black ink clansmen would begin to appear, so Yang Kai believed that it would become more difficult for them to be dealt with. However, Yang Kai was mainly intending to train his future troops, allowing the Tao Temple's disciples to familiarize themselves with the special characteristics of the Black Ink clan early on, so he naturally would not let things get out of hand. So, no matter how the Black Ink clan grew, there was still a limit. They couldn't surpass the Tao Temple in strength. Doing so was a great burden to Yang Kai. After all, the power being absorbed by the Black Ink nest was the world force of his own small universe. Yang Kai had already prepared a large amount of resources for the Black Ink nest to refine, but soon, he realized that he had been worried for nothing. The Black Ink nest gave birth to Black Ink clansmen, and the Tao Temple's disciples killed them. That in itself was a part of the cycle of life and death, which resulted in a large amount of world force being produced in his small universe. Even though it was not equivalent to the amount being devoured by the Black Ink nest, it was better than his energy being consumed one-sidedly. Currently, though Yang Kai's small universe had expended a lot, he also received sizable returns. It was not an equal exchange, but it was still much better than what Yang Kai had initially anticipated. By occasionally supplying some resources for the Black Ink nest to refine and absorb, the loss of world force in his small universe could be disregarded. Yang Kai's small universe right now was more or less like a miniature Black Ink battlefield. It seemed that since ancient times, humans had always had an indescribable tacit understanding on how to deal with foreign enemies. He had not given the Tao Temple any detailed instructions on what to do, but the Tao Temple had done exactly what the humans did on the Black Ink battlefield. They built a fortress similar to the Great Passes and used it as a shield against enemy invasion. With this large-scale tempering exercise now set up, Yang Kai believed that the next time disciples walked out of his small universe, they would carry a different spirit compared to those who came out before. Fighting and killing should become natural to them. It was impossible to avoid death if they joined the Black Ink battlefield. He was looking forward to it. Over the years, Yang Kai had researched all there was to know about the mid-rank Black Ink nest in the possession of the humans, and also created some low-rank subnests with its power. Yang Lai sent these subnests to Great Evolution Pass while Mi Jing Luan arranged for men to incubate them in different places so that they could test out the intelligence network. The results were a success. The low-rank subnests were able to communicate with each other easily through the space of the mid-rank Black Ink nest no matter how far away they were. Whether or not there was a limit to that distance was yet to be determined. However, the closure of the Black Ink nest space and the severance between the connection of higher and lower rank Black Ink nests had already been tested. It was Yang Kai who carried out this research. Since he had been standing inside of the mid-rank Black Ink nest these past years, testing matters such as these should naturally be left to him. When the humans connected to the mid-rank Black Ink nest's consciousness via the subnests and communicated with each other, Yang Kai discovered that he could sense everything without deliberately looking into it. That was because the space that they were communicating inside of was created by the consciousness of the mid-rank Black Ink nest that he was overseeing, so he was aware of everything that happened within it. Yang Kai could even urge the Black Ink Nest's consciousness to seal off the Black Ink Nest's space completely. Just like what he encountered back then inside of the Royal Lord Black Ink Nest space, he could block or sever the connection to any specific low-rank subnest. The connection could be easily restored if it was merely blocked, but if it was severed completely, then it appeared irreversible. It was equivalent to giving up on the connection between them forever. In Ouyang Lai's words, it was like a mother driving out her rebellious son, forbidding him from entering the house ever again. The results of these experiments were very valuable for the human race. If Yang Kai had known this information beforehand, he would not have been trapped inside the Black Ink Nest space for 3 years. However, Yang Kai could not figure out whether the Royal Lord Black Ink Nest had merely blocked off the mid-rank Black Ink Nest that he was occupying, or if the connection had been severed completely. Naturally, it would be for the best if it were the latter, then the two of them would not have to deal with each other in the future. However, if it were the former, then they would have to be careful. If the Black Ink clan suddenly restored that connection, then there was a high chance that they would launch an attack and make the humans overseeing the Black Ink Nest suffer a serious loss. So, if Yang Kai was to oversee the mid-rank Black Ink Nest, then he had to be careful and prepared at all times. Great Evolution Pass, Dawn's Courtyard. During Yang Kai's many years of absence, the courtyard that Dawn had been assigned to had been beautifully tended by the several female members of the squad and was filled with fragrant flowers. Inside of the courtyard was a small bridge with flowing water underneath it, giving the place an idyllic appearance. At this moment, in the garden, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was lounging lazily on a Taisher armchair, sunbathing with narrowed eyes, appearing very comfortable. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood to the side with a bitter look on his face. He had been ordered to return recently to help out with repairing the Great Pass. The matters regarding the Black Ink Nest had already come to an end and all immediate issues had been worked out. The Black Ink Nest's capabilities had all been passed on to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, taking his place in overseeing the Black Ink Nest, and there was nothing that anyone could not be rest assured about with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master taking on that task. However, Yang Kai reckoned that the ones in charge of overseeing the Black Ink Nest in the future were likely going to do so in rotation. After all, not everyone was like him, able to ignore the encroachment of Black Ink strength. Even though 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were stronger than him cultivation-wise, Yang Kai had a unique advantage in being able to resist the corruption of Black Ink strength. So, the person in charge of overseeing the Black Ink Nest would have to be replaced at regular intervals, and with great frequency at that. With the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters taking over, Yang Kai was also happy to regain his freedom and return to the inner sanctum decisively. These years, he had not been taking part in the rebuilding of Great Evolution Pass since he had been tangled up with matters concerning the Black Ink Nest. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass after more than a decade, he discovered that it had changed completely. The entirety of Great Evolution Pass was filled with a somber atmosphere, something that was always absent when the Black Ink clan occupied this place. Great Evolution Pass now finally regained some semblance of how it once was when the humans controlled it. The great passes of the humans could only bring out their true potential in the hands of humans. The restoration of Great Evolution Pass was still in progress, and it was impossible for construction to be completed without at least 100 years of effort. After all, there were far too many spirit arrays throughout the Great Pass, and many artifacts also needed to be repaired or replaced. In fact, Yang Kai was a little bit confused as to why they were doing this. Currently, the foundation of the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater had been severely damaged. There was simply no way for them to be able to attack the Great Pass again, so what was the difference whether they heavily fortified and armed Great Evolution Pass or not? As things stood, as long as the humans did not let their guard down, then the Black Ink clan should never even think about having the chance to retake Great Evolution Pass. Moreover, if he was right, then the human race's crusade should not be too far off. Once the human army took the initiative to strike, then what would the various fortifications be used for? However, despite his doubts, the higher-ups surely had their own reasons to do so, and he was not arrogant enough to question them. When he returned to Dawn's courtyard, all of Dawn's members happened to be resting. Everyone in Dawn had been busy rebuilding Great Evolution Pass, only receiving some free time during the past 2 months. However, they would have to start work again after resting for another month. As they chatted, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and immediately took it out. It was the beef given to him by Wind and Cloud Pass' old ancestor when he went there to test the space array and pass on a report. He had originally intended for it to be made into soup to share with the members of Dawn, but he had been busy all this while with the black ink nest without any time to spare, so now was the right opportunity to bring it out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5296, Forcing a Reward. Though Yang Kai originally meant for it to nourish his squad members' bodies, it had no such effect. It was just ordinary beef, while even the weakest in Dawn were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Even a gift from Wind and Cloud Pass' old ancestor, if it had no spirituality, was nothing more than normal food. However, it was still a gift from an old ancestor, which made it much more symbolic than practical. So, while everyone was free, Yang Kai decided to take it out and share it with everyone. He had only mentioned that it was a gift from Wind and Cloud Pass' old ancestor, but without saying anything else, Dawn's members were naturally greatly looking forward to it. Feng led a few female members to handle the beef and simmer it into soup while Shen Ao and the others brought out long tables and benches, set out some fruit plates and fine wine, and then prepared for a big feast. This was a rare occasion for everyone on the Black Ink battlefield, where they could all get together and relax, so they naturally cherished the moment well. Even Ning Qizhi, who was still recovering from his injuries, was helping out. After years of recuperation, Ning Qizhi's injuries have improved considerably. It should only take a few more years before he fully recovered. Dawn's members were drinking and chatting with each other, having a carefree time. The old ancestor had then arrived, drawn over through the fragrance in the air. Yang Kai had no idea how the old ancestor's nose came about, but when the smell of their soup wafted over, she came running over to get a bowl of her own. Naturally, nobody dared to not welcome the old ancestor. In fact, her visit was a great honor for everyone in Dawn. Only Yang Kai stood by the old ancestor's side with a gloomy face. Looking up, a great sun could be seen hanging in the air, and he could feel the power in his small universe flowing out of him as if a floodgate had been opened. What are you pulling that bitter face for? All I'm asking for is a bit of sunshine from you, is that so difficult? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao muttered disgruntledly without even raising her eyes. Yang Kai smacked his lips, but, old ancestor, it takes a lot for me to maintain this divine manifestation. The great sun hanging in the air was no sun at all, but rather Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao liked bathing in the sun, a habit that she picked up inside his small universe. During her youth with the hunter couple, the hunter personally weaved a wicker chair for the old ancestor, and the large wicker chair completely enveloped her small body so that she could sit comfortably in the courtyard and enjoy her leisurely time. As her teacher at the time, Yang Kai had seen old ancestor Xiao Xiao relaxing in her yard countless times. The hunter couple were mortals in the end, so as they reached the end of their lives 150 years later, they both returned to the earth. More than 100 years in old ancestor Xiao Xiao's life was but a snap of her fingers, but Yang Kai knew just how important those days were to old ancestor Xiao Xiao, and no matter how much time passed, she would likely never forget even a moment of that period. Feng came at just the right time to save the day. The beef soup was done, and she brought a bowl over. Yang Kai accepted the bowl from her and handed it to the old ancestor with respect. Your meal, old ancestor. Only then did old ancestor Xiao Xiao open her eyes and sit up. Taking the bowl from him, she threw her head back and drank it. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine manifestation. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao glared at him while she was drinking her soup, but Yang Kai pretended not to have seen it. In just a few breaths of time, the bowl of soup was emptied. The old ancestor wiped the fat from her mouth using her sleeve without any care for her image and pouted, "How petty." Yang Kai raised a brow. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao said, "Let's talk about that old man. You spent all that effort to visit him and this is all he gave you?" Yang Kai answered, "What else should he give, then? I wouldn't dare to ask for more either." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao lectured him, "The next time you have the opportunity to see him, go and find the old ox with a broken horn and cut some of its flesh. That meat is very nourishing, and just one bite will give even better effects than 100 years of cultivating." While speaking, she had even begun to salivate. Yang Kai quickly moved to cover her. If the members of Dawn were to see the old ancestor like this, she might lose all authority in their eyes. Even if the old ancestor did not care about her image, he still had to help defend it, which was tiring work. "That ox. Is there something special about it?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao explained, "That old man has been taking care of that ox for many years, so it's brimming with spirituality. The other oxen are the common descendants of that old man often brings out as gifts to others, but you all act grateful as if it's some good thing." Yang Kai carefully recalled when he saw Wind and Cloud pass old ancestor that day, and there was indeed an old ox with a broken horn on its head. The many years that old ancestor Xiao Xiao spoke of was probably far upwards of 10,000 years. Any being that old was most likely incredibly powerful. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum, "I wouldn't dare." Moreover, without even mentioning whether or not he would be a match for the ox, how could Wind and Cloud pass old ancestor take things lying down if he really did cut the flesh from his prized ox? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was the one who wanted to eat beef, yet she came to incite him. It was simply unreasonable. As they were talking, a loud laugh was suddenly heard in the distance. What a strong fragrance of meat. "Young boy, did you make preparations beforehand knowing that you had guests coming?" Following the emergence of the voice, Su Linggong appeared, coming in a large stride with two of his disciples behind him, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui. When he came over and saw the old ancestor, Su Linggong put away his smile immediately and like a daughter-in-law seeing her in-laws, he came respectfully before the old ancestor and bowed, 10,000 blessings to the old ancestor. While speaking, he made a look at Yang Kai, asking why the old ancestor was here. Yang Kai returned the look, meaning that the old ancestor came to ask for food. Su Linggong understood. There was not a single person from Yinyang Pass who did not know of old ancestor Xiao Zhao's gluttony. In fact, Su Linggong was not here for any business, just that he had been badly injured during their siege at the royal city and had been recuperating in the years after they occupied Great Evolution Pass. After that, as Yang Kai was busy handling the matters concerning the black ink nest, the two never got the chance to see each other. Now that he heard that Yang Kai had returned to Great Evolution Pass, he decided to come over for a visit, but who would have thought that he would bump into old ancestor Xiao Xiao here? That made him a little uneasy. Even though old ancestor Xiao Xiao was easygoing and did not put on airs, she was still an old ancestor. In all of Great Evolution Pass, apart from Yang Kai who had the guts to forego formalities in front of her, nobody dared to act so presumptuously. Instead of catching up with Yang Kai, Su Linggong was called over by Shen Ao and the others to come in with his two disciples and to share soup and wine with Dawn, and they soon settled in. To the side, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had another bowl of soup and smacked her lips, looking as if she still hadn't had enough. When Yang Kai went to grab her a third bowl, the old ancestor stopped him. One does not do the same thing thrice. 2 bowls of this stuff are good enough. There's no reason to have a third bowl. Yang Kai was tempted to say, "Why don't you ever say that when you're eating candied fruit and steamed stuffed buns?" The old ancestor seemed to notice what he wanted to say and frowned. "What are you thinking?" Yang Kai answered decisively, "Nothing at all." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao snorted and continued, "Inside of the Black Ink Nest space, you fought against the Black Ink clan alone, and as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you killed or injured 11 Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. That's a huge merit, so tell me, is there anything you want? If it's not too much, I will happily fulfill it." Mi Jingluan had mentioned this to Yang Kai before, but there was nothing that Yang Kai particularly wanted right now. He had no shortage of military merits. The amount he had accumulated after fighting bloody battle after bloody battle with the Black Ink clan all these years was already enormous. He did not wish to cultivate any other secret techniques of other cave heavens or paradises, as the 2 secret techniques of myriad demons heaven were enough for him to digest for a long time to come. Things such as secret techniques should be strong in quality rather than high in numbers. He had no shortage of cultivation resources either. In fact, right now, no one on the human side lacked resources. Don't say you don't want anything, old ancestor Xiao Xiao stopped Yang Kai before he could speak. Big Head Me is right. Even if you do not want a reward for such a great achievement, the Great Evolution Army still needs to show our appreciation, otherwise, it would seem as if the allotted rewards and punishments are unclear and our system is handled poorly. Now that I happen to be here, I might as well handle this matter. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, to think that even a reward could be forced upon someone. But really, why Big Head Me? Oh, Yang Lai called him that, and even the old ancestor was calling him that. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, why refer to Senior Me as such? The old ancestor said leisurely, that man has a mind as vast as the sea, so is his head not big? Big Head Xiang is also the same. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. Wonderful. Not only was there a Big Head Me in Great Evolution Pass, there was even a Big Head Xiang now. Yang Kai had a deep suspicion that this name actually started from the old ancestor. You haven't told me what reward you want yet. I came here personally, so you can't make me leave empty-handed, can you? The old ancestor urged him. Yang Kai was about to tell her that there was nothing that he wanted, but then he suddenly saw a graceful figure appearing and placing a bowl of beef soup down in front of Miao Fei Ping, red tinging her shy cheeks before she mustered in a tender voice, "Senior brother Mao, please have some soup." Miao Fei Ping answered politely, "Many thanks, junior sister." The woman waved her hands, "Senior brother is too polite." At once, Yang Kai pointed with his hand, "Shao Kai was born from my small universe and cultivates the Tao of space. I have the intention to nurture her properly. If I'm ever too busy in the future, she can help me handle some matters relating to the Tao of space. I would like to ask old ancestor to please allow her to enter Dawn and become one of my Dawn Squad's members." He did not speak very loudly, but how could Shao Kai not have heard it? She was stunned in place and turned to look at Yang Kai in astonishment. Since advancing into the open heaven realm, she had been assigned to a different squad just like the other cultivators who came out of Yang Kai's small universe. However, she would still come around to Dawn to help out now and then. Now that they had good things to share, Feng naturally would not forget to call this young woman over. Only, Shao Kai never thought that she would encounter such a thing today. Naturally, it was her dream to join Dawn, but after accepting Blood Crow and the others, Dawn was already full. The army had its own system and it was impossible for them to make exceptions, so Shao Kai knew that unless someone from Dawn fell in battle, she would never be able to join them. However, if that opportunity were to come, it would mean that heavy casualties were sustained in both Dawn and the squad that she was in, leading to a mass culling of their numbers. This was something that she was unwilling to see no matter what. Yang Kai's sudden comment came as a pleasant surprise to her, but she also felt at a loss, unsure of what to do for a moment. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was also surprised. "Oh. Are you planning to take on a disciple? That's not a problem. Most of these little ones who come from your small universe have traces of your Daos, so there would be no one more suitable to guide them than you." Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't need to go as far as taking in a disciple. I can just give her a few pointers here and there."